The Witch's Fate. Hidden Legends, College of Witchcraft, Book 6. Written by Alicia Radiz. Narrated by Logan Young, Jonathan M. Matthews, and Candace Joyce.
Chapter 1. Lucas. I'd been an interim priest for a week, and already it was apparent that our first order of business was to restore the Coven's hope. I'd made a nice fancy speech the night we drove the priestesses out of town, but it wasn't enough to get our people moving to rebuild the town. The Coven had chosen my friends and me to lead them and restore what the previous Imperium Council had destroyed, but the priestesses had broken the Coven far beyond its infrastructure. These people were hopeless. It was up to us to show them that we could heal this community together. Nadine and I approached the hospital doors at the clinic entrance. We'd spent the last week speaking with Coven members and visiting public facilities to survey the damage and learn as much as we could about where we could help. People needed us. Everywhere. Buildings, businesses, and services all around town had been destroyed. It was already an overwhelming job, but I forced myself to stay positive. These people needed us, and I wasn't going to back down, no matter how desperate things seemed. Nadine paused outside the hospital doors, and I stopped beside her. We were alone, because Talia and Grant were back at the house watching Marcus, and Chloe was at Miriam College, working with Verla and Warren on plans to reopen enrollment so that classes could resume in the fall. Nadine kept her voice low.
Before we go in, we need to be prepared. Not everyone is going to be happy to see us. Some of these patients were members of Miriam's Chosen, and they won't want to speak with us after we drove their leaders out of town.
I took her hands in mine to reassure her. For every person who's angry, there will be someone who's grateful to see us. We just have to go in, listen to their concerns, and take them all to heart, the good and the bad. We need to show these people that we're listening, and that we're going to get them the help that they deserve.
How are we going to promise that?
Nadine shot a glance toward the front doors, though we were alone.
The priestesses completely drained the council's funds before they left. There's no money left to run this town. We can't give these people promises we can't keep.
We'll find a way, I vowed. The priestesses may have stolen our resources, but we aren't giving up that easily. We'll find a solution. We have to. Nadine nodded in agreement, then took a deep breath to steel her nerves.
You're right. The priestesses have taken so much from us before, and it hasn't stopped us yet. We just have to keep moving forward. Let's go see what assistance we can provide.
Nadine and I entered the hospital. The registration area was packed, but it was eerily quiet. The only voice that could be heard was the single receptionist behind the counter, checking patients in. Other patients sat and waited their turn, but there weren't enough seats for everybody. Some patients were standing in line. It was obvious the clinic was severely understaffed. A nurse hurried through the room, and an elderly man with a cane tried to stop her.
"Excuse me," he said weakly. "I'm looking for the radiology department."
"Ask reception," the nurse snapped. "I'm very busy."
Onyx entered the reception area in her nursing scrubs. We were supposed to be meeting with her so she could lead us around the hospital. The elderly man approached her.
"Excuse me, can you point me to radiology? I've checked in for my appointment, but I can't find where I'm going."
Onyx gave the man a kind smile and pointed.
"Radiology is on the first floor down that hall. I can walk you there if you'd like."
"I don't want to trouble you," he insisted.
"It's no trouble at all," she replied. "Would you like a wheelchair?"
The man nodded, and his eyes brimmed with tears. He looked like he'd been ready to give up seeking help only a moment ago. I wondered how long he'd been wandering the halls looking for his appointment office.
You stay right here. I'll be right back,
Onyx assured the man. She approached the entrance where Nadine and I were standing. She offered us a bright smile, though she looked exhausted, and her shift had only started an hour ago.
Good to see you both. If you want to follow me, I have a patient to help, and then I can show you around from there.
Onyx grabbed a wheelchair that was sitting by the door, and she helped the man into it. We followed her down the hall. He looked up to me.
Are you a patient as well?
No, I told him. My name is Lucas, and this is my wife, Nadine. We are from the Imperium Council, and we've come to see how we can help. The man huffed.
Can't say I've heard of a man on the council for ages. What happened to the other council members?
Nadine and I exchanged a glance. It had been big news that the priestesses left town, and we took over the council. I was surprised he didn't know.
They left town.
Nadine answered simply.
Coven members asked us to stand in their place.
The man frowned.
I don't keep up with politics. If you think you can help, then you can start by staffing this hospital. My hip has been bothering me for months, and I'm still waiting for a diagnosis.
We'll see what shows up on imaging today, and hopefully you'll walk out of here with some answers.
Onyx encouraged.
I doubt it,
he said flatly. There was no emotion behind it, no anger or anything. He merely expected that no one could help him, and he had already resolved himself to his fate.
It's time to accept that my last good years are over. My body's given up.
I wished I could offer him words of encouragement, but what could I say? So many people in the coven shared the same sentiment. We reached the end of the hall, and Onyx led us into a small waiting room. There were several patients there, including a middle-aged man with a beard and a mother with her young child. Nadine recognized the elderly woman in the wheelchair closest to the door.
Rose!
Nadine exclaimed.
I didn't expect to see you here.
I'd never met Rose, but I'd heard of her before. Nadine used to spend time with her at the nursing home, and they'd put puzzles together to pass the time. Rose reached out for her, though her hands trembled weakly.
Priestess Nadine, it's so good to see you.
Nadine knelt at her side.
How have you been?
I've been better,
Rose said. She spoke slowly, like finding the energy to talk was taxing.
I've been experiencing some knee pain, and the doctors at the resident facility were unable to help. They sent me here for more tests. How are you? Last I heard you left town. I'm back,
Nadine said. The bearded man scoffed from across the room, though he didn't say anything. I noticed the mark of Miriam's chosen on his wrist. He was most definitely a part of the cult, and was among those who didn't want us here. The man crossed his arms and shifted in his seat until he was turned away from us. He certainly didn't want to speak with us. The woman with the child kept her gaze on me. She too bore the mark of the chosen, but she didn't appear afraid of us.
Why are you here?
She asked. I sat 2 chairs down from her so that I was at her level, but not so close as to make her uncomfortable. We're here to speak to people and address their concerns. Is there anything we can do to help? I looked at her child, who was holding his arm. It appeared to be injured, though there were no visible external injuries. My main concern is getting my child proper medical care, the woman said. We believe he's dislocated his arm, though we're waiting for imaging to confirm. We've been sitting here for hours. The staffing and resources at this hospital are severely lacking. What are you going to do about it? She wasn't angry. She was merely curious. She'd been part of Miriam's chosen, but it didn't appear that she was going to ride us off immediately. Her main priority was ensuring her family was safe and well cared for. and she was willing to wait and see if we could provide for them in ways the priestesses hadn't. I wanted to give her specifics, but like Nadine said, we couldn't make promises we weren't able to keep. We were still trying to gather information to develop the best plan moving forward. I couldn't tell this woman we were going to fix everything when we didn't even know if that was possible. We're going to do our best to provide this hospital with more resources so that everyone is well taken care of, I answered. It was all I could promise. I only worried our best wouldn't be good enough. I truly hope you're right, she said, before dropping her head. I've gotten that answer from the priestesses before, and they never came through. It was disheartening to know that wasn't the answer I'd wanted to give her. I wished I could provide more, but I didn't know how we were going to do that right now.
Lucas? Nadine?
Onyx gestured us over, and we stepped out into the hall.
I ran into Dr. Tracy in the hall. She's willing to speak with you.
Down the hall, I saw a woman I recognized in a white lab coat. It was Dr. Anna Tracy, Nadine's nephrologist, who we'd met during the kidney transplant. She reached out to shake our hands when we approached. Nadine, Lucas, it's nice to see you again, she said. I only have a few minutes, but Onyx says you're here to listen to our concerns. I'd like to know what the Imperium Council plans to do to rectify the budget issues we've been facing. That's what we're here to figure out, I told her. What would you say are your main concerns? Dr. Tracy pursed her lips. My main concern is that this hospital won't be able to continue treating patients, and that it will completely shut down within the year. People are losing trust in us, and we aren't able to provide them with the level of care they deserve. They believe we don't care about our patients, but that couldn't be further from the truth. We want everyone to be taken care of, but we simply don't have enough resources to go around. We've already been forced to shut down several patient wards because we don't have the staff or the medical supplies to keep them running. So many of our nurses and doctors left town to find work elsewhere, and we've used up everything trying to treat the patients here.
What would be the most help to this hospital?
Nadine asked.
What if we sent volunteers?
We already have volunteers, but without proper medical training and licensing, they can only help so much, Dr. Tracy said. What we need is money. In the last year, the priestesses diverted the bulk of our funding for themselves. We had to fire staff, as well as pick and choose which medications and supplies are a priority. Non-life-threatening illnesses have gone untreated, but we can't keep these people waiting around forever. We need you to restore our funding so we can bring back our staff, purchase more medical supplies, and give these people the care they deserve. Thank you for the valuable insight, I told her. We will do our best. I heard the words come out of my mouth again, and I hated that it was the only thing I could say. I was a priest, and I was supposed to have power. But it was difficult to wield power without proper resources. What exactly do you plan to do? Dr. Tracy cocked an eyebrow. We needed to give these people specifics, but we didn't have the money sitting around to simply hand over. We'll ask for resources and assistance from Octavia, I offered. They've been willing to help us before, and I'm sure they will again. It wasn't enough, and we all knew that. Assistance may help alleviate some of the burden, but it wasn't a long-term solution, and Octavia had their own people to provide for. Furthermore, they were on the other side of the country. I was the only person in the coven who could create portals to get our people to their healers quickly, and I could only transfer a few people at a time on days when my powers weren't affected by the waning. We could ask for help with the worst of our injured, but Hocavile's clinic was already full of refugees from supernatural nations across the world. They couldn't take care of themselves and a whole witch city on top of it. Dr. Tracy left with a frown on her face. She'd obviously been hoping for a better answer. I turned to Nadine and Onyx. We need to come up with a real plan, because I can't keep promising these people our best and giving them jack shit in return.
What can we possibly tell them?
Nadine asked desperately.
They're just so devastated. We thought people would react when we arrived. At least be angry or grateful, something. But it's like they've gone numb. They don't even care who's in power anymore, because it doesn't matter. They feel their lives are over. The priestesses sucked the life right out of them.
Onyx frowned. It doesn't look good if you two are in the most powerful position in the Coven, and even you are completely helpless. If we can't change things in the Coven, they'll throw you off the council. Worse than that, I muttered. Things are still tense around here. It's a possibility people could get angry at the lack of progress and blame us for it. We could still hang.
There have to be resources we can utilize that aren't reliant on money,
Nadine insisted.
We can trade and barter with other supernatural societies to obtain resources. We can utilize volunteers, and we can provide incentives of some sort to get businesses back off the ground. Once our economy is going again, we can fund the hospital. We just have to move quickly.
It sounds nice when you say it. But our best resource for trade is magical potions, and without access to ingredients, we aren't going to be able to trade anything, I pointed out. Volunteers are nice, but people can't give their time when they're struggling to survive. Kaboom! I was cut off by the sound of an explosion. My heart leapt as the ground shook beneath us. The blast sent us flying off our feet so fast that none of us managed to cast a shield in time. I landed hard against the floor as building materials rained down around us. My ears rang, and it took me a moment to orient myself. Nadine and Onyx lay beside me, but the waiting room we'd just left had caved in. There was still some structure to the building, but the hall was covered in dangerous debris, and dust billowed into the air. Nadine scrambled to her feet and shouted something, but I couldn't hear it. I shook my head, and the ringing in my ears began to subside. The sound of an alarm grew louder, and screams filled the air.
We need to search for survivors,
I heard Nadine shout. Onyx was already following her, and the girls climbed over rubble to get back to the radiology waiting room. I shook off the shock and quickly got to my feet. We'd been on the edge of the blast zone. If we'd been only a few more feet down the hallway, we'd have been crushed under the rubble. I'm right behind you, I called over the sound of the alarm. I cast a shield around us, so that if any remaining debris fell, we wouldn't be injured by it. The radiology department hadn't been far from where we'd been standing, but it seemed like a mile as we traversed the rubble. The alarm continued to blare, but the panicked screaming that we'd heard had faded. The hospital must have evacuated. As we came closer to the worst of the blast, it became abundantly clear that we weren't going to find any survivors. There was too much rubble, and this waiting room had been too close to the explosion. Then we heard it, a distant whimper.
Priestess Nadine,
an elderly female voice called out.
It's Rose!
Nadine cried as she jumped over a pile of rubble to get to her. I didn't see Rose anywhere. Then Nadine knelt next to a pile of debris, and I saw a wrinkled hand reaching out for her. Rose was pinned beneath pieces of concrete and building materials. I quickly came to her side to see there was a small hole in which we could see through. Rose was lying on her back, and a small but weak shield shimmered around her. She'd been quick enough to cast it so that she hadn't been crushed.
I don't know how long I can hold it,
Rose whimpered weakly. I'll hold the shield, I told her. Onyx, go find as many mentalists with telekinesis as you can. We need help moving the rubble. Call Chloe too. We're going to need her. Onyx took off immediately to go find help. Nadine took Rose's hand in hers.
It's going to be all right. Lucas and I are here, and we aren't leaving.
I formed a shield around Rose. I tried expanding it outward to push the rubble aside, but it was so heavy that it required all my strength. The rubble shifted, and several pieces tumbled over each other, nearly knocking into Nadine and me.
Lucas, stop.
Nadine pressed.
Wait until the mentalists arrive. We have to work together.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't panicking. This was a deliberate attack, and unless we found out who did it, it was going to happen again. Mere moments passed before Onyx returned with a team of doctors and other medical staff. They'd already been on their way when they heard the explosion, and they quickly surrounded Rose to help get her to safety. Mentalists used telekinesis to carefully remove the rubble. Then they levitated Rose into the air and hurried off to another ward to provide immediate care. Other staff members looked for more survivors, but I wasn't sure we'd find any. Onyx gestured us over, and Nadine and I went to her side. The worried look on her face scared me. "Did you get a hold of Chloe?" I asked.
I did, and she's already on her way. There's something you're both going to want to see,
Onyx said hollowly.
You should both follow me.
Onyx led us back down the hall, and it seemed to take forever before we reached an area that wasn't covered by debris. Onyx took us outside into the parking lot, and she pointed upward. My stomach turned to stones, and Nadine grabbed on to me tightly. There in the sky was a message, written out in dark smoke. A spell obviously cast by whoever had caused this. Long live our rightful priestesses. I didn't know who was specifically responsible, but it was obviously someone within the priestesses' cult. Tires squealed, and a black car with gold trim came screeching to a halt in front of us. It was Priestess Lillian's car, but Chloe had claimed it as her own once her grandmother left town. It was really fancy and belonged to the family trust, so Chloe technically had a rightful claim to it. Chloe jumped out of the car. She didn't even look up at the writing in the sky, as if she'd been watching it the whole ride here. I still couldn't take my eyes off the smoky black words. If they wanted to target Nadine and me, why take these other innocent people with them?
People like this don't care about the sick,
Nadine said hollowly.
They think disabled people take up resources, and they surely believe the ill are the same people who put us in power.
Chloe marched up to us, looking ready to kick someone's ass. Make no mistake, Lucas. This wasn't just an attack on you. It was an attack on us all, to destabilize the Coven and create distrust in the new Imperium Council. I just received word from Miles. We know who did this.
Miles has only been leading the police force for a week. He's already caught the guy?
Nadine asked. No, they've fled, Chloe replied. The executors that were locked up in jail are gone. Every single one of them. What? I roared. How could this happen? Chloe shook her head. We don't know. Miles went on his lunch break, and when he came back to the station, the cell doors were unlocked, and the executors had taken off. Miles is sheriff now, but other people stepped up to help him out with the police force. One of the volunteers must have helped the executors escape. It was the only explanation, because the executors couldn't have gotten out by themselves. The jail cells were made of Noxite bars. Miles received a call from a witness saying they saw the executors heading toward the hospital. The witness watched them cast a spell to blow up the radiology wing, Chloe explained. Miles and his team are patrolling the nearby streets, but the executors are gone. Fuck, I growled, kicking a rock so hard it skidded halfway across the parking lot. We should have been more prepared. If someone on the police force betrayed the Coven, that means there are more people inside the city right now willing to help the priestesses. Someone who was supposed to be on our side helped them escape. There are more people willing to turn their backs on us right now than those who are willing to help us. We knew we'd be met with backlash. But I didn't think the Coven would continue the priestesses' torment of murdering innocent people. The reality was harrowing. Anyone could turn on us at any time. We had no way of knowing who was already plotting their next move. Betrayal could come from anyone, even someone we trusted.
Chapter 2. Nadine. The executors couldn't have gone far, I insisted. If we're fast, we can still catch them. I was already on the move, marching around the outside of the building toward the wing where the blast had detonated. I was determined to keep our people safe, which meant making sure something like this never happened again. We can try following their trail, but you can't underestimate my grandmother, Nadine, Chloe said as she followed me. With the Master Wand, she has the power to cast portals now. I wouldn't put it past her to use one to get those executors out of town. We've followed portals before. It's how we tracked down Autumn at her cottage in the mountains, Lucas pointed out. We rounded the side of the building, and I slowed as I took in the blast site. The whole wing had been devastated by a powerful spell. The outer wall had completely collapsed, and building debris lay scattered everywhere. Nearby, Gregory and Braden were taping off the crime scene, and Alex was snapping photographs of the evidence. They'd all joined the police force after the Coven put us on the council, but they'd barely started their training. They weren't technically qualified to do this work, but we needed the manpower. Professor Blackbird stood nearby in his police uniform, interviewing several witnesses. He was the town's new assistant sheriff and had resigned as the wand studies professor to take the job. He was in his 70s and probably shouldn't be out in the field, but he was ex-military and one of the highest qualified people in town to serve on the police force. "Thank you for your time," Professor Blackbird told the witnesses. Lucas quickly flagged him down. "Sheriff, what have you learned?" Professor Blackbird flipped through a notepad. "As far as we can tell, the blast was caused by a battle spell, though we aren't ruling out potions or traditional explosives. Witnesses counted 4 suspects fleeing the scene." "We heard it was executors," Chloe said. "Any idea who let them out of their cell? They couldn't have gotten out by themselves." "The security footage has been tampered with, but there was only one officer at the station when the executors broke out," Professor Blackbird said lowly. "It was Lincoln, the guy who used to guard Octavia Hall for the priestesses. He showed up at the station after the priestesses fled town, saying he wanted to help. I can't say I wasn't wary of hiring him, because he worked so closely with the priestesses for so long, but he's one of the few guys we have left with any proper training, so we gave him a job." "Have your team bring him in for questioning, if he hasn't fled with the others," Lucas ordered. I carefully stepped over rubble to look at the blast from another angle. Chloe nudged Lucas. "I think Nadine's onto something." I kept my eyes on the debris as I explained. "If we look at the direction that the rubble's laying, we can reasonably estimate where the suspect was standing when he cast the spell." I took a few steps back and planted my feet firmly in place. I was far enough away from the building that there was no rubble at my feet, but close enough to cast a spell. "Right here. The blast is spread out almost symmetrically from this spot." "How does that help us?" Chloe wondered. "I'm not sure yet." I squatted down and closely inspected the ground around me. There were tiny bits of building material embedded in the dirt. If there were any clues here before, they were surely obscured by the blast. Then I saw it, the tiniest hint of a muddy footprint left behind. It was only a partial print, and to the untrained eye barely looked like a disturbance in the soil at all. "I've got a partial print!" "Good catch," Lucas said. "I never would have spotted that." "Judging by the direction of the tread marks, the suspects went that way." I pointed to a line of trees. The hospital was situated on the edge of town, and I didn't think there was anything past that tree line but forest for miles. Lucas carefully watched where he was stepping. He stopped several yards away from me. "I've got another print. It's a different tread pattern, but it's headed in the same direction." I conjured the enchanted broom I kept in my stash. "Let's follow the trail." Lucas and Chloe followed my lead, conjuring their own brooms. Chloe's wasn't enchanted like the ones we'd found at Wicked Alchemy, but she could use her telekinesis to fly on hers. "Professor, you should stay here and continue to question the witnesses," Lucas suggested. "We'll let you know if we find anything." "On it, priest," Professor Blackbird said. We mounted our brooms so we wouldn't disturb any of the footprints, then took off flying toward the trees. The trail was sparse at first and hard to follow. The dirt here was dry and hard and didn't lend itself well to capturing prints. I wasn't surprised the police hadn't noticed the boot treads. My heart raced, and the wind blew my hair back as we ducked branches and dodged around trees. The deeper we got into the trees, the more apparent the footsteps became. The ground became muddy, and upturned leaves made the trail easy to follow. We couldn't be far behind the suspects. I caught movement up ahead. I signaled to Lucas and Chloe, and they both nodded back. I motioned for each of them to circle around to the sides so that we could approach from 3 angles. They quickly veered off in either direction. I leaned further over my broom, increasing my speed. I spotted 4 figures, and I was closing in on them fast. I didn't need to see their faces to know exactly who they were, because I recognized them from behind. They were our worst enemies, right behind the priestesses. Ryan Grayson, Frederick James, Cody White, and Leroy Benson. They were the cruelest students back at Miriam College of Witchcraft. They'd been among the worst of the executors to perpetuate the most heinous crimes, having tortured and murdered innocent people. I lifted my hand to cast a stunning spell. I didn't want to kill them, just slow them down. Lucas and Chloe did the same, but before we could cast the spells, the executors sensed us coming. They whirled around and blasted spells that hit us mid-air. I went flying off my broom and landed flat on my back, gasping for breath. The trees swayed above me, and to be honest, I was shocked the spell hadn't taken my life. Not a single one of them would have hesitated to kill me. Lucas and Chloe had been knocked off their brooms as well, but Lucas quickly jumped to his feet. He cast a shield around the 4 executors, trapping them inside a small, shimmering dome. I finally found my breath and pushed myself upright. Chloe stood beside me, wiping a bit of blood off her lip. Inside the shield dome, James, Cody, and Leroy all wore a matching, stunned expression. Leroy reached out to touch the edge of the shield, as if he'd never seen one before in his life. He yanked his hand back like he'd been shocked. "What are we going to do with them?" Chloe asked. "If we lock them up, they'll just escape again, and we can't execute them. We promised the Coven they'd stand trial." "They will." Lucas took a step closer to the executors. "First, I want them to talk. What's your plan, Ryan?" Ryan simply stated, "We are the army. We will destroy you at harvest's end." "Yeah, tough words, big guy," Lucas replied flatly. "We can do this the easy way or the hard way." In unison, the executors repeated Ryan's words, which sounded really creepy and ominous as their voices overlaid one another. It felt like they were mocking us, and that really pissed Lucas off. Lucas blasted a spell straight through his shield. It hit Ryan in the face, and he stumbled back into the others. It wasn't enough to cause any serious damage, but it sure looked like it hurt. Ryan grabbed his nose and then grunted, literally grunted, like a fucking caveman. I didn't know if he thought it was threatening, but it was merely comical. So I guess we're doing this the hard way, Lucas said as he conjured his scythe. I didn't think he intended to use it, but these men should know how powerful he was by now. They'd seen what he did to all the other executors that night at Octavia Hall. Yet not a single one of them appeared afraid at all, like the mere concept of death eluded them entirely. Wait! I grabbed Lucas's arm as I observed the executors. James didn't even look at me, which was strange because he was always foaming at the mouth to kill me. They weren't casting spells or shouting obscenities like usual. I could feel magic coming off of them, but it wasn't quite right. Something's very off about this. Nadine's right, Chloe agreed. She circled around them, but her proximity didn't arouse a single response. It's like they've been enchanted. Ryan dropped his hand to his side, and I gasped. His nose had completely flattened. In its place was a clump of dirt smeared across his face. It looked completely unnatural. Inhuman. Fucking golems, Lucas sneered. In the blink of an eye, he dropped his shield and swung his scythe through the air, slicing through the 4 executors' abdomens all at once. The blade cut through their stomachs like warm butter. Their bodies instantly morphed into mud that landed in a heap at our feet. I jumped back. What the hell is a golem? Lucas ran his fingers through his hair and began pacing. A diversion. That's what they are. The hospital bombing wasn't just an attack. It was meant to keep us occupied while the real executors got out of town. These are just useless copies. I crouched down to inspect the mud, but found that all magical traces were gone. Lucas's scythe had broken the spell on these duplicates. What is it? Some sort of illusion? Basically, Chloe explained, a golem is a being that's made from natural material, usually mud or clay, and brought to life by magic. They act as assistants to whoever creates them and do whatever the spellcaster tells them to. You can make them look like someone you know, or give them fresh faces, which is useful either way, depending on how you want to use them. It's a relatively simple spell that most witches and fae can cast, but it doesn't usually last very long or hold up well. Touch a golem wrong, and the spell breaks, reducing them to their original form. They seemed so real, though a bit brainless, I noted. They could talk and cast spells. Golems can cast basic spells and communicate in simple sentences, but it's not at all convincing if you're trying to hold a conversation with them, Chloe told me. I've never seen a spell like this hold up so well. Usually a golem spell looks real, but doesn't have much oomph behind it. These golems were strong. Dumb, as usual, but strong. We all felt their strength when they knocked us off our brooms. That's true, but their attack wasn't as strong as I expected, I admitted. I was shocked they didn't kill us on the spot. The golems must have used up most of their energy casting the spell to blow up the radiology wing, and then writing that message in the sky. But they shouldn't have had that strength to begin with, Lucas said. They're more powerful than they should be. The only thing that can make them that strong is the Master Wand. They were made with the Master Wand, all right, Chloe agreed. Which brings up another problem. Usually, witches and fae can only sustain one golem at a time, but if all 4 golems were made with the Master Wand, that means the wand can create and sustain multiple golems at once. We have no idea what its limit might be. The Master Wand could potentially sustain thousands. That must be what the Ryan duplicate meant when he said, "We are the army," Lucas mused. The priestesses are going to make loads of them. I noticed something as I inspected the dirt closer. Check this out. The consistency of mud between each of the golems is different. The dirt from James's golem is drier and more powdery than Ryan's, which is more clay-like. It's as if the James golem is older. Even if the priestesses can sustain multiple spells at once, I don't think they create multiple golems at the same time. It looks like it takes time. Chloe crouched down next to me. That tracks. Even though the Master Wand is strong, they'd still need to shape the mud for each individual golem. That's how they're made. You have to sculpt their bodies first. Then the magic brings their features to life. Lucas furrowed his brow thoughtfully. If that's the case, it'd take them months to build a golem army that could take on all of Octavia Falls. Why not do something simpler, like using necromancy magic to raise an army of the dead? I tapped my chin. Let's think from their perspective. The only reason Margaret and Lillian haven't returned to Octavia Falls is because they believe Santos is protecting us, and the gods are the only thing stronger than the Master Wand. Santos has power over the dead, because our necromancy magic descended from him. I see where you're going with this, Chloe said. We borrowed the golem spell from other creatures. The Fae used it first, so the priestesses must be building an army that even Santos can't control. Golems follow the instructions of their maker, and the priestesses have found a way to make them stronger. It's their perfect army. I stood up straight. The Ryan golem said they will destroy us at Harvest's End. That can only mean that the priestesses plan to march on Halloween, which has historically marked the end of the harvest. We have time, but we have to be ready for them. Let's go tell the others what we found here, Lucas said. The real executors are long gone, but we have a better idea of what we're up against, and that might just save our asses. When we returned to the hospital, the first responders had pulled all the survivors from the blast site. Mortana were on site to search for signs of life, but I could tell by the solemn looks on their faces that anyone else left in the rubble was already gone. Lucas gave a shudder, like he felt death in the air. I wondered how many voices he'd heard when the blast happened. He hadn't mentioned it, so I didn't ask. The emergency room was on the other side of the hospital, and thankfully hadn't been affected by the blast. The waiting room was in pure chaos when we entered. Staff rushed from one set of doors to another, barking orders, while patients crowded the room, waiting to be seen. Miles was there in his sheriff uniform, scanning the waiting room like he was looking for someone. His shoulders sagged in relief when he saw Chloe. He rushed over to her and swept her up into a tight hug, then planted a passionate kiss on her lips. She planted her hands on either side of his face and kissed him back with fervor. Miles drew away from Chloe. Thank Allura you're all okay. I'm sorry all this happened. I take full responsibility. My team is out looking for the suspects, but I'm afraid they may have gotten away for good. There's no use in blaming yourself, I said. All we can do is keep moving forward and help these people. Call off the search and get your team back here, Lucas instructed. We need volunteers to help administer basic first aid. In the meantime, we have some business to discuss. Lucas gestured for him to follow us down the hall. We found privacy in an empty exam room, where we told Miles about the golems we found in the woods. He raked his fingers through his dark strands of hair. I'm worried we don't have the means to hold the priestesses off. If Santos wants to help us, where is he now? We don't know if he's ever going to show up again. I'm not counting on it, to be honest, Lucas admitted. It's rare for gods to meddle in human affairs. It's a miracle he showed up that night in the courthouse to protect us in the first place. Life is constantly teaching us lessons, and if he shows up to solve all our problems, We're bound to repeat the same mistakes. I don't think Santos is going to interfere, but I also don't think the priestesses are going to attack unless they're confident they stand a chance against any of our potential allies. That's why they're building this golem army. How do we defend against it? Miles asked. Our priority is finding the Cursebreaker wand, I said. The night we faced the priestesses, they used the Master Wand to curse the 4 oaken wands in our possession to become powerless. The magic of the Seer, Alchemy, Mortana, and Mentalist wands is locked down tight, and we can't use them against the priestesses or the Waning. But the Cursebreaker wand is still out there and remains untouched by the priestesses' curse. If we find it, then we can use it to break the curse on the other wands and unlock their full power again. Once we break the priestess's curse and obtain the power of all 5 oaken wands, we'll be powerful enough to combat the priestess's army and the Master Wand, Lucas added. What's more, we'll have the power to end the Waning. We'll even be able to break the curse the priestesses cast on Marcus that night, which prevents us from using him to create another Master Wand, or from ever telling him he's a demigod. Where do we start? Miles wondered. You've been looking for this wand for ages. We have full access to all the Imperium records now, which we never had before, I said. I'm going to start there. We know that after my grandfather died, Grammy kept the Cursebreaker wand until it went missing from her possession. We don't know who took it, but there could be clues somewhere in the records, connections the priestesses never thought to look for. Meanwhile, I'll contact our allies from other supernatural societies to see if they know anything about this wand. Beau Blankard was half Fae, and we learned about the Mortana wand from him, which means there's a chance we could learn more about the Cursebreaker wand from other societies as well. Say you do find the Cursebreaker wand, Miles mused. Couldn't the priestesses just cast another curse on the oaken wands the second you break it? The Master Wand would have to overpower all 5 oaken wands, I replied. These wands are the most powerful weapon we have, and they're strongest together. Once they're all united, they'll be an equal match for the Master Wand, and the priestesses won't have the power to bind their magic again. That's if the Cursebreaker wand chooses you, Miles pointed out. The wands can decide who to give their power to. If the wand doesn't choose me, then I'll do whatever I have to in order to prove myself to it, I said. The Seer wand didn't choose Talia right away, but she was able to show it she'd use its power well. If it comes to that, then I can do the same. The oaken wands are the only thing strong enough to withstand an attack against the Master Wand. The Cursebreaker wand is our only option. Why not just use Marcus's demigod powers against them? It worked last time, Miles pointed out. He's an infant, and his power is unpredictable, Lucas said harshly. We aren't putting him in their path again. The oaken wands draw their magic from the Coven, don't they? Miles asked. Why don't we just get the Coven to combine their powers to defeat the priestesses? It'd save us a lot of time hunting down the last wand. It's a good suggestion in theory, but there are too many hurdles there, Chloe said. For one, we've agreed that these people aren't soldiers, and we aren't going to force them to fight for us. Even if we did, they'd have to willingly share their magic, and that's not a sure thing as long as the Waning's still depleting our powers at random. In that case, we'd still have to unite all 5 oaken wands, because the Waning isn't ending until all 5 wands are found, and we can actually do something about it. Isn't the Waning caused by the protection tree? Miles asked. Can't we just stop its spell? You're right that the protection tree is causing the Waning, Lucas said. Nadine and I learned that last year, when we discovered the tree was dying. The tree sustains the protection spell around the town by drawing magic from all of us, and by the coven dividing, our magic isn't working in harmony anymore. The tree keeps drawing more magic to try to keep up, but the more we divide, the worse it gets. But to end the spell, we'd have to overpower it, and the protection spell is far too strong for any one of us to break it, even Nadine. Even if we could do that, we'd open ourselves up to threats from outside the coven. We'd have a Fae invasion on our hands, and they'd slaughter us before the priestesses ever got a chance. Lucas and Chloe are both right, I agreed. Once we have all the oaken wands, we'll be able to redistribute magic to the coven, rebalance our magic, and end the waning, all while fortifying the protection spell to keep us safe. Until then, we need to navigate the waning carefully. The priestesses can generate their own power from the Master Wand, but we have to be careful about expending our energy and using our crystals only on necessary spells, because the waning is going to slow us down. All right, we'll focus on finding the Cursebreaker wand. But if we don't find it by Halloween, when the priestesses plan to attack, then we need a contingency plan, Miles insisted. If we can't defend our people when the time comes, then we need to get them out of town, Lucas said. We'll develop an evacuation plan and work with other supernatural societies to ensure our people have some place to go, though I hope it won't come to that. It looks like we'll have to start building our own army in the meantime, Miles suggested. We'll have to gather witches and warlocks who are ready to fight against the priestesses once they arrive. We can take volunteers, but we aren't exactly equipped to train an army, especially with the waning draining our magic at random intervals, I admitted. The Miriamic Coven has never had a standing army before, not even against the Fae. Lucas shifted his gaze thoughtfully. We'll have to come up with an army another way. If witches can't fight, then we need to find those who can. Won't the priestesses be able to use the Master Wand to see what we're planning and how it will play out? It's powerful enough to give them visions and read minds, Miles pointed out. In theory, but they'd have to know the technique and understand how to interpret their visions, I replied. It takes years to learn how to control visions, and neither of them are seers, so they don't have the training. Tele-insight alone took Talia and Chloe months to figure out, with the power of the oaken wands. As for reading minds, Verla has been teaching us how to ward our minds since last Yule. As long as we keep practicing her technique, the priestesses shouldn't be able to get into our heads. Miles reached out to take Chloe's hand in his. A black antique ring on her left hand caught the light. Miles had proposed to Chloe when we returned to Octavia Falls, and of course, she'd said yes. A week ago, when we'd driven the priestesses out of town, things felt hopeful. Now, we were faced with complete uncertainty. What does this mean for our people in the meantime? Miles asked. Do we put our lives on hold until this war is over? Absolutely not, Chloe demanded. I'm not letting my grandmother take what good is left in my life, and neither should any of you. We have to continue rebuilding Octavia Falls, because no one's going to want to fight for the Coven if there's no Coven left to save. I, for one, want to live as much of my life before my grandmother arrives and tries to ruin it. Does that mean you'll be planning a wedding? I asked. Hell yeah, Chloe insisted. I've been planning my wedding since I was a kid, and I'm not giving that up just because my grandma wants to show off how big her wand is. Miles and I are getting married on the autumn equinox. Mark your calendars. Chloe had clearly already made up her mind, and there was no changing it. All right, I agreed. We've all got a job to do, and we keep at it. Miles gave a firm nod. It sounds like our new council knows what it's doing. Let's get to work. We returned to the emergency room, where we found Onyx organizing volunteers. She placed me at registration to help check patients in, while Miles helped transport medical supplies. Chloe naturally stepped into leadership mode, carefully listening to Coven members' concerns and reassuring them of their safety here in Octavia Falls. Chloe had an innate talent for articulating herself well, and she'd always been straightforward and honest. So when she spoke, people believed her. Lucas talked with families of the deceased, aiding them through their grief. He'd gotten really good at that, and was extremely professional. It was obvious he took his job very seriously. We stayed at the hospital for hours. Twice, Onyx brought me something to eat because the registration desk was so busy I hadn't been able to step away for any length of time. Finally, well after sunset, we discharged enough patients that things started to settle down. I left the registration desk and went down the hall to find my friends. I passed my primary care provider, Dr. Yonker. He'd obviously been running around all day trying to help people because his hair was disheveled and he had bags under his eyes. He didn't even notice me as he hurried to his next patient. I was glad he was here to help these people because he was a great doctor, but I could see that this was too much for even him. Even if we had the equipment to bounce back quickly from the devastation, the staff were already hanging on by a thread. One more calamity, and our healthcare system would surely collapse. I continued down the hall. One section of the emergency room housed rows of beds that were separated by curtains. As I passed, I noticed one of the curtains was open, and a frail, elderly woman I recognized lay propped up in bed. I was shocked to see that Rose was still here since this morning, as most patients had either been discharged or moved to a private room for overnight observation. I approached Rose. She noticed me and gave me a kind smile. "How are you doing, sweetie?" she asked weakly. I must have looked really tired. The fatigue had set in hours ago, but I was accustomed to pushing through it. "Doing okay," I told her as I sat down. "I'm more worried about you. What did the doctor say?" "I've got a clean bill of health," she said. "Just shaken up. Your quick response saved me from any lasting injuries." "I'm so glad to hear that, but if that's the case, why haven't they discharged you?" I wondered. "I can't drive myself, and there's no staff to transport me back to the resident facility. At least I have this bed for the night. The doctor says they'll find me a more permanent solution in the morning." Permanent solution? I wondered. I did my best to mask my emotions. I didn't want her to know I was worried. "What happened to your room at the nursing home?" "Rooms are hard to come by these days," Rose admitted. "Ever since the priestesses started shutting down nursing homes and shoving us all together in the same facility, things haven't been the same. It seems I get a new roommate every week. The priestesses wanted to conserve resources, but it has only led to a shortage. Nursing home staff were diverted here to the hospital today, and it sounds like they might need them permanently. I'm afraid they'll close my floor, and I'll have nowhere to go." Rose burst into tears, and my heart shattered for her. I reached out to take her hand, and her whole body shook with sobs. "I'm not going to let that happen," I stated firmly. "Rose, I promise I will work with your care team to make sure you have a place to go home to." She wiped her tears with her other hand. "That's so kind of you, priestess. I can't thank you enough." "You don't have to thank me," I told her. "I'm here for you." Rose gave my hand a weak squeeze. "The Coven was right to choose you to lead them, Nadine. Now that you're here, we finally have hope." I gave her a smile to mask the concern swirling in my gut. The priestesses had left a huge mess behind for us to clean up. I was more than up for the task. I just hoped my persistence was enough. I waited at Rose's bedside until she fell asleep. I stepped into the hall and found Onyx speaking in a low voice to Lucas and Chloe. The hallway was otherwise secluded. "We've done what we can to help these people today, but this attack has more than devastated our already fragile healthcare system," Onyx said. "There were over a dozen medical professionals working that wing who were killed today, and our most expensive imaging equipment is now gone." "What do you know about the nursing homes?" I asked as I approached. "Rose is worried she may not have a home to go back to." Onyx sighed heavily. "We're doing what we can, but things have changed a lot while we were in hiding. While the priestesses were in power, people were taking in the unhoused against occupancy laws, and doctors were providing services for free behind the priestesses' backs. In the months we were gone, the priestesses gutted one of our largest nursing homes to salvage supplies for the luxury apartment complex they wanted to build at the catwalk." "We can repurpose the material," I suggested. "The priestesses had other apartments built that are almost complete. We can convert those into temporary housing." "It's a good start, but that's going to take a few more weeks of heavy labor," Onyx said. "In the meantime, many elderly patients are staying with family, but these families are overwhelmed with trying to care for complex medical problems they aren't trained to help with. One of the things I've been helping with is finalizing details for a temporary home aid program that will support families who are helping provide basic care. It would allow certain patients to stay at home, while licensed staff would visit on a more part-time basis. It's far from a perfect solution, but it would help these families immensely in the meantime." "We need to help Rose," I decided. "I've spent a lot of time with her during my visits to the nursing home, and I've never seen her so worried. We need to give her a home, so she has stability." "Doesn't she have a family that can take her in?" Chloe asked. I shook my head. "She has no one. Her husband's long gone, and her son doesn't live here anymore. It seems I'm the only one giving her hope right now, and if I can be that for her, then I'm happy to." This decision wasn't just up to me, though. My friends and I were all living together at Lillian's estate, which now belonged to Chloe. If we were going to let someone else live there with us, we all had to agree. "If you're all okay with it, I'd like to take Rose in until we find a more permanent solution for her," I suggested. "I know it's not ideal, but we have to do what we can because she has nowhere else to go. I've said it before and I'll say it again. We need to care for each individual, because there's no community without them." "I agree," Chloe said. "We have an extra guest room, and Rose is more than welcome to stay." "Any chance I get to help another patient is a chance I'll take," Onyx agreed. Lucas nodded. "We'll take Rose in. It's not even a question." He wrapped me in his arms and kissed the top of my head. I felt so much of my worry melt away at his touch. I breathed a heavy sigh as I drew away. What happened today was devastating. But if there's any good to come from it, it's shown us that our people will still come together in times of need. The priestesses may have the Master Wand, but we still have our coven. They can try to take this town by force, but they can't take the heart of the people. They'd already laid this town to ruin. I'd sooner die than let them take what hope we salvaged in the aftermath.
Chapter 3. Lucas. Rose was elated when we told her we'd be taking her in. We got her settled into a guest room at the Olsen estate, and the doctors said she'd been doing much better since then. I was grateful we were able to help her, because each individual we helped was progress toward a better community. I didn't expect to rebuild Octavia Falls overnight, but I'd severely underestimated the amount of damage the priestesses had done. I'd seen with my own eyes the buildings they'd bulldozed to the ground, and I spoke with the families they'd left on the streets. Still, I was constantly learning new ways the priestesses had fucked the coven over. For one, our justice system was in shambles. The priestesses' way of holding an execution without a trial wasn't going to fly with us, which meant restructuring a lot of processes. We'd arrested our suspected traitor, Lincoln, but we didn't have any hard evidence to try him with, so we were forced to set him free. He was still hanging around town, probably ferrying information back to the priestesses, but we couldn't exile him unless we could prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was responsible for assisting the executor's escape, and he'd done a good job covering his tracks. Still, Miles was keeping an eye on him. While we hadn't heard anything from the priestesses or the executors since the hospital attack, we were presented with a new crisis every day. Everyone was looking to us now for answers, and we had to make quick, oftentimes heavy, decisions. There were so many problems that we couldn't fix them all, but we were damn well going to try. First and foremost was making sure people were safe, which meant getting a roof over their heads and food in their bellies, as well as prioritizing their health. In the following week, we volunteered our time at the Octavia Falls annual blood drive and spent our nights serving food at the local soup kitchen. We had no option but to take on debt from the United Supernatural Union. Once the funds arrived, we were able to implement grant programs to help businesses get off their feet to create new jobs, as well as provide a temporary health assistance program to help those who were currently unemployed. The money could only go so far, though. We couldn't pay everyone, and had to provide tax incentives to recruit volunteers to undergo medical training so we could increase our healthcare staff numbers. As soon as we could, we got to work contacting local construction crews to finish the apartment complexes the priestesses had started building. There were so many people who simply needed a place to live. Between massive layoffs, housing foreclosures, and forcing intercaste families apart, the priestesses had left many families homeless. Not to mention there were dozens of orphaned children with nowhere to go after the priestesses had openly executed their parents. There weren't enough families in the coven qualified to take the kids in because the approval process took so long. We'd had to make the tough call to send these kids to foster families outside the coven, even though the last thing we wanted was to take them away from their people. In just a few short weeks, the coven had finished one wing of the new apartment complexes. It was a point of contention among the coven, as certain vocal members raised concerns at our town meeting about how we were going to decide who got to stay in the apartments rent-free and who was going to have to wait for housing. We couldn't delay housing people until all the apartments were finished, though, because these people needed a warm bed to sleep in now. It was the worst feeling in the world having to turn anyone away, but we did our best to help the most vulnerable first. We were still rebuilding and would open more housing as soon as possible. The housing crisis was only the first of many problems. To aid in the food shortage, we converted several plots of city-owned land into community gardens. Teams of volunteer alchemists were working around the clock to tend to the crops. Their magic made the plants grow faster, and they'd already made their first harvest. Still, we couldn't produce fast enough. I'd been to the food pantry to help pass out produce, and I witnessed people waiting in line for hours, only to be told there was nothing left for them and to come back tomorrow. We were making progress, but there were still hundreds of people who weren't getting the help they needed. It wasn't enough. Despite what we'd done in such a short amount of time, we couldn't undo everything the priestesses had damaged, including their own people's psyche. There were still Coven members who called themselves Miriam's Chosen, and claimed that what we were doing was all a manipulation tactic to gain power. Misinformation was at an all-time high, with members of Miriam's Chosen patrolling the streets, claiming we were refusing item donations and confiscating people's belongings. They scared Coven members into believing that if they accepted help from us, the Imperium Council had the right to take their land. Even if we could help everyone, some people wouldn't accept the assistance. Nobody knew what was true or not, and there was little we could do to combat the lies. The priestesses had given a platform to idiots who no one would have taken seriously before, and now people believed them, which was a problem. Some radical members tried to burn one of our gardens, though the police department responded in time to arrest the vandals and save most of the crops. The cult's response was inconsequential compared to the contention among the volunteers. Coven members had come together to help provide resources, and though they meant well, the hardest part was getting people to decide on a solution together and start taking action. It seemed that everywhere we went, people were arguing about details that didn't matter. Every time I stopped by the community gardens, the two head gardeners were bickering about one thing or another. They couldn't get on the same page about which crops would produce the most food, and were constantly arguing about which plants to grow. Eventually, Nadine and I had to make an executive decision just to get them to put seeds in the ground. The radicals were easy to deal with, but regular people who hadn't technically done anything wrong were the hardest ones to handle, because their inaction led to big problems. That left most choices up to us, to the point where we were making hundreds of decisions every day. Before becoming a priest, I understood that the Imperium Council was responsible for everything regarding town policies, budgeting, infrastructure development and regulation, and upholding citizens' rights. However, I didn't understand how much negotiation and compromise that required. We oversaw everything, including public works, social services, maintaining roads, parks, and other local infrastructure, providing emergency medical services, managing property taxes, water supply, and sewage, protecting our local environment and managing waste, providing care to the animal shelter, managing the cemeteries, operating the food banks, shelters, and senior centers, planning for community events, and appointing officials to complete all these tasks. It was our job to stay informed on all of it, as well as make sure that each department was working in harmony and that our limited resources were allocated appropriately. Most of our days were filled with public appearances or meetings. When we had a spare moment, we volunteered where personnel was limited. Each day was different for us. A whole month had passed since we were placed on the council, and it was already July. Nadine, Grant, Talia, and I spent that morning with city staff going over the town's budget. Chloe wasn't there, because we took turns staying at the house to watch Marcus, and to be around in case Rose needed anything. Together, the council had approved a new tax rate that would provide relief for struggling families, but we were met with pushback from our staff. "We don't have the money to be lowering taxes right now," Jude Bennett said. We were on good terms on account of having protected his kid, Travis, when the gingerbread witches were kidnapping children. He worked in the city's accounting department, and though he was kind and willing to work with us, we had differing opinions on how to manage the city's funds. "The waning has forced our syrup and cider producers to slow production because we don't have the magic to infuse into the products. Alchemy magic is what makes our product superior to others, and we now have a shortage of high-quality exports. The money's just not coming into the Coven. Lowering tax rates means less money for the Council to allocate to necessary programs. We have a starting point, Grant pointed out. We've taken out loans from the United Supernatural Union, and Octavia has sent food and supplies to help us get back on our feet. It isn't enough, Jude argued. Octavia is focused on sending aid to Kimpago and rehabilitating the Hawkeye from the damage caused by their own civil war. They don't have the resources to send enough aid here. Taking on debt is only going to be bad for us later. We don't like it either, but there's no easy solution here, Talia said. We need to take out these loans to help our people. We need to be thinking about the future of the Coven. By taking out more loans, we're placing the burden of paying them back on the next generation, Jude pressed, before turning to me. Do you want your son taking on this debt? Because he'll be the one paying these loans back when he's your age. If we use the money properly, then we can rebuild our economy and pay off the loans before our children are in our position, I replied. I understood that the Coven didn't want to take on the debt, but no one had suggested any helpful alternatives. There really wasn't any other choice. You don't want to owe the United Supernatural Union. They'll come back and expect a favor, Jude insisted. Nadine stood from the conference table.
We need to do this now, because if we don't, our people will continue to suffer. If we don't help our people today, there won't be a Coven in the future.
The staff members continued to push back and complain, and by the end of our meeting, nothing got done. I wished that Chloe was here. It was difficult never having all 5 of us in a room at once, because Chloe would have been an asset when the city staff started pushing back. Nadine was pretty good at stepping in and setting them straight, but the priestesses had spread so many lies about her that she was struggling to earn certain people's respect. After our meeting that morning, we met with Judge Calloway and members of the police department to consult on new laws that would lower sentencing for first-time misdemeanors and provide more rehabilitation resources to reduce the rate of second-time offenses. Tension was high in the presence of the judge. She'd judged our trial and hadn't been kind. But she agreed to work with us because Mother Miriam declared us not guilty. That's not the way the system works, Judge Calloway insisted when we presented our idea. If you're easy on criminals, they won't learn their lesson and will offend again. You're putting people at risk by giving these criminals a second chance.
We need to give people a second chance at life,
Nadine argued.
People commit crimes for a reason, and if we can get them the help they need, there's no reason for them to offend again.
That may be the case for some, but not everyone can be helped, Judge Calloway barked back.
We need to give that chance to the people who can be helped,
Nadine pressed. This is ridiculous, an officer piped up. The Coven can't go soft on crime when we're at our most vulnerable. We need to be tough right now. Several officers mumbled in agreement. Gregory and Braden exchanged a wary glance. The other guys were all big muscles and broad shoulders, the kind of men to be out in the field taking down criminals. Gregory and Braden, on the other hand, would surely be placed in the office, pushing papers. That was fine, because we needed someone to do that work. But the poor rookies didn't know how to speak up. Miles stood, his sheriff badge shining prominently on his chest. My officers have a point. I agree with them, but at the same time, what we've been doing isn't working. So we need to try something else. I'll stick with the Imperium Council if this is what they think is best. Judge Calloway sighed. I'll endorse this new initiative because you're asking me to, but you have to understand that some of these people can't be rehabilitated. People are going to get hurt due to this policy, because you can't rehabilitate everybody. That was really the best we could ask out of this meeting, but I worried the new policy wouldn't have the effect we desired because people didn't want to enforce it. They didn't quite seem to understand what we were suggesting, and miscommunication seemed to be the most difficult hurdle for us to overcome. Later that day, we visited one of the town's residential construction sites and met with the foreman about their progress. Several more units were supposed to be ready for temporary housing, but they were running behind schedule. "We are doing our best to get this done, but we don't have enough hands," the foreman told us. "Our crew is working 7 days a week, and they're exhausted. I've got 2 guys out this week due to injuries, and another one's sick. It's not going as fast as we hoped, and we can't start letting people move in until these units are up to code. It's a public health hazard." "We'll have to adjust our timeline," I suggested. I hated to say it, but I didn't see an alternative. If we made these people work too hard, they'd burn out. But if we didn't get these units finalized, our homeless population would suffer. It seemed there was no way to take care of everyone, and that totally sucked. "In the meantime, where do you need help? We'll do what we can." Nadine, Talia, Grant, and I spent the next 2 hours installing kitchen cabinets and countertops in one of the units. We were sweating by the time we had to rush off-site for our next meeting. After lunch, we stopped by the Miriamic Messenger to host a press conference. The newspaper wanted a report on our progress, but there were so many answers we couldn't give. Where are the priestesses? Have you found them yet? What do you plan to do once they come back? I had to carefully maneuver, or downright ignore, most of their questions, because I couldn't give the answers they wanted. The journalists had more questions than we anticipated, so we stayed there an hour longer than planned. That put each of us late for our following meetings. As members of the Imperium Council, each of us had the authority to represent the council at public functions. Nadine attended a meeting at the hospital, while Grant represented us at a presentation put on by the Planning and Zoning Committee. Talia attended the school board meeting to keep us up to date on changes happening at Miriam College of Witchcraft. I met with constituents and left with 20 more problems to address. We had only minutes to update each other on what we covered in each meeting. Nadine had to deal with the hospital board arguing about which patients to help, which really pissed her off. Several board members agreed they needed to help the healthiest patients first because the sick people were already dying anyway. Grant got caught in the middle of an argument with the Planning and Zoning Committee about whether we needed more residential buildings to house our people, or if we needed to be building more businesses to stimulate the economy. Somehow, the former band members of the Wicked Warlocks, Clay and Carl, had ended up at the meeting, probably due to some connections their parents had. These two had been trouble for us before. I guess they thought they were some sort of experts because they worked in construction now, but they were just idiots intent on causing trouble. According to Grant, they kept shouting over anyone who brought up points in favor of focusing on residential housing. Grant managed to de-escalate the situation, but no decisions had been made by the end of the meeting. Talia had an even worse time at the school board meeting, which had been open to staff and school board members alike. Verla had invited several students to attend in order to give the student body a voice in upcoming changes. She'd recruited the best of the best, Darcy, Samantha, and Alex. They were good people, and I knew if anyone had the rest of the student body's best interests at heart, it was these three. Unfortunately, Camille got wind of it, and showed up to bitch about how there weren't any student mentalists in the meeting, and that she should be included to represent her caste. It wasn't an unreasonable request, and one I'm sure could have been resolved easily if she hadn't brought along Gwen and Valerie to make a scene. Apparently, the three of them screamed at the school board until everyone was on their feet arguing. The way I heard it, the meeting ended with Professor Lewis slinging slurs at Professor Richards, until Professor Lauren had to step in and use her telekinesis to force either side to opposite ends of the room. That must have been quite a sight, considering Professor Lauren was old enough to be my great-grandmother. I was sure she was more than sick of everyone acting like children. Talia complained that the meeting couldn't progress regardless of the controversy, because some people wanted to keep the curriculum as is, and others wanted to change it. She was frustrated because the school was supposed to open back up in September, and the staff couldn't even get on the same page about what to teach. That was all between determining what to do with the limited space they had, and finishing construction on the school in the meantime. There wasn't room to house students in the dorms anymore, so they had to convert the rooms on the upper level into classrooms to accommodate enrollment. Students would have to travel to campus this year until we could find a better solution, because we just didn't have the magic necessary to restore the space-bending spell to hold that many people. My friends and I wouldn't be enrolling this year because our jobs were too important to be taking classes at the same time, but the school board needed to get moving on these plans if they wanted anyone to start classes in the fall. I was more than worn out after addressing constituents' concerns. I just wanted to fix everyone's problems, and despite holding all this power, there was little to nothing I could do to fix everything. We missed dinner to meet with the event committee about the Summer Harvest Festival, which was held in August every year to celebrate our farmers and their first harvest. The tradition was quickly approaching, and it required a lot of organization ahead of time. Unfortunately, we couldn't even get started planning, because the coven couldn't decide if we should even hold the festival. You want to host a festival when we still have homeless people on the street? It's selfish to host a party when our people don't have food. Meredith balked. We'd encountered her before, once at her sister Monica's fake funeral, and once at the Festival of Santos, when she denounced her marriage and joined Miriam's Chosen on stage. I wasn't surprised her opinion differed from ours, but for once I could actually see where she was coming from. I understand it's a lot to ask the coven to plan for this, but it's important that the coven has community-wide events to look forward to, I said.
This festival is an opportunity to bring the coven together, which makes it a priority,
Nadine added. We shouldn't be wasting our time with fun stuff, Meredith argued. People are dying. Nadine and Lucas have a point. Talia stepped in. People need to feel like a part of the community, and this is a sacred event. It's our religion. I don't care about our religion, Meredith exploded. I gave up my husband for my religion, and it was all a lie. Mother Miriam has done nothing. I don't care about worshipping her anymore, and neither should the rest of you. I agree with Meredith, Krista Thomas said. She was the mother of Caleb Thomas, one of the young boys who'd been killed by the gingerbread witches. She volunteered on the program committee and had always been kind to us, but she didn't agree with our stance on this. We don't need to worship Mother Miriam if she's not going to show up for us. We can be witches without following her. What good does that do? Grant asked. Our magic is tied to Alora. If we aren't following her, we won't be witches. At least we'd survive, Meredith pressed. We're losing our magic to the waning anyway. We'll inevitably lose our magic anyway. That made me really sad to hear, because our magic was our identity. And if we didn't find a permanent solution to bring it back, we'd lose who we were entirely. Some days it felt like we were fighting a losing battle. We'd fought so hard to stop what the priestesses were doing and to make the coven better. But we didn't realize how bad things really were. It was becoming clear that we weren't able to do this by ourselves. As much as I hated to admit it, I was starting to understand why the priestesses had put their foot down and control everything. I thought they were being dictators, but it occurred to me now that they had to be forceful, or no one was going to listen. But that's not the way any of us wanted to lead the coven. We weren't going to take people's choices away, even if we had a difference of opinion. No matter how hard it was, we would continue to do everything in our power to rebuild these people's lives while maintaining their autonomy. The event committee eventually agreed that we would host the festival, but I didn't have high hopes that it would be anything like it was in years past. These people didn't seem very excited or motivated to make it anything special. We were all exhausted. It didn't help that my parents had been blowing up my phone all day, as usual. I hadn't wanted to see or talk to them when we returned to Octavia Falls, but now that my contact details were public, they hadn't stopped trying to get in touch with me. Dad was constantly sending messages to my work email with ideas for the council. He acted like he wanted to help, but it was obvious he was only interested in bolstering his own position, as most of his suggestions were completely insane. Last week, he'd emailed a massive rant about how we needed to start forcing ungrateful college kids into the workforce, even though they hadn't finished their degrees and didn't have the qualifications yet. Not to mention there weren't enough jobs in Octavia Falls to go around right now. I stopped reading the email once I got to the part that said, "If these entitled kids don't get off their asses, people like me are never going to retire. We can't hand off these skilled jobs to morons." Dad thought his opinion meant more because he was employed. It baffled me that anyone would hire him because he was a nightmare to work with. But he did get the job done. Dad was a functioning alcoholic who'd managed to hold down a factory job since I'd been away. But Mom had been laid off from the cider mill a few months ago. She sent multiple texts per day, trying to get me to visit her. It was obvious what they were doing. My parents hadn't given a rat's ass about me when I was a broke, struggling college kid. But now that I had something to give them, they wouldn't let up. Dad thought because I was a priest, I could change the laws to benefit him. And Mom only wanted to see me because I had a grandchild to give her. By the time we got home that night, Marcus had already been asleep for hours, and Chloe was passed out on the couch. She hadn't been at work today, but she was just as tired as the rest of us. We'd made a promise to the coven, and we took that pledge to heart. We were working 16-hour days, and none of us had taken a day off in over a month. I didn't mind committing everything I had to the coven, so I hadn't realized the kind of toll it was taking. I sat on the couch in our wing of the estate the following morning, cradling Marcus in my arms. Our wing was like its own mini apartment, with a small living room open to a kitchenette area and a walkway behind the couch leading to the bedroom and bathroom. I fed Marcus a bottle while Nadine took a quick shower. Rishi was playing with a toy mouse, while Issa lounged on the back of the couch, and Oliver groomed himself on the floor. We didn't usually take the cats to work with us, because we were constantly running around town, and we felt better leaving them home with Marcus. The sun hadn't risen yet. We were up this early most days, and we wouldn't be in bed until long after midnight. Yesterday had been one of our longest days, and with Marcus up half the night after we returned home, I was running on less than 3 hours of sleep. I rocked my son back and forth while he stared up at me with a curious expression. I sang him a lullaby. The moon will come out, the owls will hoot, a cat catches a mouse that runs over your boot. The bumps in the night are just soft lullabies. You're safe in your bed till the morning sunrise. A wide smile spread across Marcus's face, and it melted my heart on the spot. He was 7 weeks old now, and it was the first time I'd ever seen him smile. It might have been the first time he smiled ever. "You like the song?" I cooed in a high-pitched voice. "Daddy's a little off-key, but I can sing more if you'd like." Marcus's smile had already faded, and he went back to sucking on the bottle. Quite viciously, I might add. If I didn't know his feeding schedule, I'd have thought he hadn't been fed in days. He was a tiny little glutton, and nearly ripped the bottle right out of my hands. "Whoa, slow down, buddy," I teased. "You're a hungry fella, aren't you?" Marcus crossed his eyes, and I tickled his toes to see if he'd smile again. He gave the tiniest of smiles and stared up at me like I was his whole world. And he was mine. Him and his mother. It was a strange experience becoming a parent for the first time. I couldn't shake this sense of detachment I felt from my own body. I loved my son more than anything. Being a dad was my greatest joy. But even after all this time, we had to prepare. Since the day I learned Nadine was pregnant, it still didn't feel real. I always thought I'd hold my kid for the first time, and that'd be the moment I became a dad. But it wasn't instant like I had expected. Becoming a parent was a process, and no one had prepared me for that. I was sitting here holding my own baby, and I couldn't believe that I, of all people, was a father. It was incredible, really. But this moment felt more like a dream than anything. It didn't make sense that I could be a father when I was still a kid myself. Nadine emerged from the bathroom, and I snapped my attention back to the present. I was here in the flesh, holding my baby boy, and I knew it was real. It had to be. Nadine was already dressed for work, though her hair was still wet. She dried it with a towel as she walked across the living room.
"How's he doing?"
she asked as she leaned over the back of the couch. The warmth of her skin was inviting. I tilted my head back to give her a kiss, then turned back to Marcus. "He's perfect. Watch this, Nade." I tickled his feet again, and Marcus flashed a huge smile at both of us.
"Oh, you're a happy little boy."
Nadine tickled his belly, and he smiled wider.
"Oh, that's the biggest smile I've seen yet."
"You've seen him smile already?" I asked. Nadine went over to the kitchen counter to prepare a pot of coffee. She pulled 2 mugs down from the cupboard. Neither of us had been coffee drinkers before now, but these days we couldn't go without it.
"Yeah, he was lying on his belly and lifted his head up. It was so cute. I clapped and we celebrated, and he gave the cutest smile."
"He lifted his head?" My tone had fallen flat. Marcus didn't have a lot of strength in his neck, on account of being born a preemie. He also had a really big head for his tiny body, which didn't help. The healing treatments he'd been given had made him so much stronger, but we'd been waiting for the day he could lift his head. It was a big milestone, and he'd come so far.
"Didn't I tell you?"
Nadine trailed off, then pressed her fingers to her lips.
"Oh, Lucas, I'm sorry. You got home late that night, and I was going to tell you, but you were in bed before we got a chance to talk. We've just been so busy."
"Don't worry about it," I assured her. "I get it. We have a lot of responsibilities right now, and it's hard to keep track of all these things." I was still sad I missed it. Marcus had only been in this world for a few short weeks, and he was growing so fast. At this rate, it felt like he was going to be off to college next week. Nadine placed her mug on the coffee table and sat beside me on the couch.
"Lucas, I'm sorry."
"I want to be a dad. I want to be here for him. and I'm realizing how much of his life I'm already missing. We're missing. We're working so damn hard, and it doesn't feel like enough.
We're only getting started,
Nadine encouraged. She snuggled into me and ran her fingers through my hair.
Maybe I can help. What's on your mind?
I sighed, because I didn't even know where to start. I just want to help people and fix all their problems. You and I, we're so good at problem solving, but I didn't realize how many problems we can't fix. This stuff is really hard to correct because people are resistant to change and don't want to cooperate. They have a different set of values and beliefs, and if Mother Miriam isn't coming in to tell them what to do, they don't agree. It doesn't matter if we all worship Mother Miriam because everyone has a different idea of what that means. If we can't get people on the same page on what our religion and identity is, then we can't solve anything. If we don't have an identity, we don't have a coven. I didn't understand the scope and scale of what we were trying to do. Nadine nodded in understanding.
These things take time. People are being difficult because their lives have been decimated, and they're just trying to survive. But once we get them back to a safe place, they'll see our good intentions and work with us.
How do we convince these people they're safe? I wondered. We know that even when you're physically safe, your mind can still convince you you're in danger. Our life is better than it's ever been, and some days I don't feel any different than I did when our circumstances were at their worst. Nadine curled her arms around me until I was laying my head on her shoulder. The tightness in my chest eased, though my hands felt ice cold. Oliver rested his head on my leg and began purring.
With time, things will get better. But everything we've been through is still fresh. We can't expect ourselves to just move on,
she said. I feel like I have to, I admitted. Because life is still moving forward regardless. It felt like years had passed since we took our seats on the Imperium Council, and at the same time, the last month had flown by in the blink of an eye. Time seemed to hold no meaning anymore, and it was really starting to fuck with me. I gazed down at our son, whose eyes were starting to droop. It's strange. I'm holding Marcus in my arms, but it feels like a dream. Life can't be this good, can it?
It can, and it is. But that doesn't undo everything else you've been through,
Nadine said gently.
Now that we're in a good place, we can finally work on healing ourselves in ways we couldn't before. I'm here for you, whatever you need.
I don't really know what I need, I admitted. Marcus had nearly fallen asleep again, so I placed him in his bouncer next to the couch. I strapped him in and turned back to Nadine. I'm so used to going from one extreme to another. I've either got this impending feeling of doom, or I just can't be bothered to care. I feel like I'm in a constant war between my mind and my body. I want to feel normal, but I don't even know what that's like. I feel like I can't keep up. I'm slipping, Nade, and I want to catch it this time before it gets worse.
You've already taken the first step by becoming aware of it,
she pointed out.
We can use some of the tools Dr. Mack taught you to ground ourselves. You haven't written in your journal for a while, and that always helped. We can do meditations together, or come up with affirmations to bring us back to a better place when we start slipping.
I shook my head. None of that is going to help. I was in a different place then. The stuff we've been through can't be undone by journal prompts and affirmations. I've sat down to try to journal it out, and I just get frustrated. I barely feel anything when I drink Maida's tea. Even music doesn't work anymore. I don't want to put you through this, and I'm sorry. But I wouldn't bring this up to you if I hadn't tried everything already to fix it.
Asking for help is a really important step,
Nadine encouraged.
It shows a lot of growth that you're able to do that.
Thanks. I've found the good in my depression before. I know I can do it again. I'm just not sure where to start this time.
It might help to go back to therapy,
Nadine suggested.
You were doing so well with it last time.
When am I going to find the time to do that? I asked. Not to mention the coven's going to have some big opinions about their priest going to therapy. They're going to question my capacity to help them if I can't even help myself.
Or you can be an example to them,
Nadine replied.
Therapy isn't anything to be ashamed of.
I know that. Doesn't mean I'll convince other people.
If you don't want to go back to therapy, I won't make you,
Nadine assured me.
But I think it's important to explore alternatives. You said you feel like you're warring between your brain and your body. And maybe you're right. Your nervous system is very complex, and just because you consciously want to change it doesn't mean it's going to respond to that thought. Not if the chemicals aren't there to elicit a change. Maybe you don't know what you need because you're trying to change your thoughts when it's actually a biological response.
Maybe, I mused.
When we were in Octavia, Dr. Metzi said that healing magic doesn't work on mental illness because healing magic is limited by the body's own capabilities. Magic can't heal lupus because my immune system doesn't have the capability to cure itself. But that's going to be different for someone with a healthy immune system. Maybe your biology is different, and your body doesn't make the chemicals you're supposed to make to stabilize your mood. Made's tea worked for you because it altered your brain chemistry. If it's not working anymore, perhaps it's time to try something stronger.
I hesitated. Like medication?
Yes, if you're willing to give it a try,
Nadine said.
It's another tool we haven't explored.
I shook my head firmly. I don't want to go on meds. She ran her hand up and down my back.
It's not a moral failing. There's strength in calling out the bullshit society has led you to believe about your depression and find what tools work for you. I think medication is at least worth a try. If it doesn't work, we'll try something else.
If the meds don't work, there's nothing more to try, I pressed. I need to find a way to work with my own mind and body instead of trying to change who I am.
I would never want to change you,
she promised.
But there's so much of you underneath your pain, and I don't want to watch my husband suffer anymore.
What if the suffering never goes away? Then it's just a part of who I am. Are you okay with that? I asked curiously.
Yes. I will always be here, no matter what. But I still want to help in any way I can.
I pulled her close to me. Having you here is more helpful than anything else. There's no guarantee that meds will always be there, and I don't want to develop a dependency on them.
I don't think that's a fair way to look at it,
Nadine insisted.
You're sick, Lucas. You would never say that I should stop taking my meds because I'm dependent on them. I need medication for my body to function. And maybe you do too. I think antidepressants could be useful. We don't know until we try.
I was starting to get frustrated because I'd already had this conversation with Grant and Miles over a year ago. And now Nadine was going to push this on me too. I'm not going to just slap on a Band-Aid and lean on a crutch. I need to really dig deep and heal myself, because that's the only way I'm going to get better. Nadine scowled
Meds aren't a crutch. It sounds like you're not interested in trying to get better.
You're not listening to me. I'm saying there are other options. You want to throw all these solutions at me when all I really need is your support. I drew away from her and stood. All I really needed was Nadine to hear me, and I didn't feel like she was. I paced around the room. A lot of my depression is circumstantial. Life is good, but we're overworked and stressed out. I think if I could solve some of these problems, I'd feel a lot better.
A lot of these problems we either can't control or need to give it more time.
There's gotta be something we can control, I insisted. The Imperium Council makes dozens of decisions every day, but we're being pulled in so many different directions that we aren't making the progress I hoped for. It doesn't help that all 5 council members aren't ever in the same room at the same time.
Someone has to stay and watch Marcus,
Nadine reminded me.
There's no way we're bringing him to work with us.
After what happened with the priestesses, the last thing we wanted was to put our child in the eyes of the public. That's why we'd come up with the solution to trade off days watching him. But to do so meant our council was running on fumes. I completely agree, I told her. But there has to be another way.
The only other option is to get someone else to watch him. But we've put our trust in so many people who have turned their backs on us,
Nadine said.
I wouldn't trust anyone but family to watch him.
That gave me an idea. One of my biggest problems was with my family. If I could fix my relationship with them, then maybe this stress would go away. I didn't really want to contact my parents, but maybe this was what we needed to get to a better place. At a bare minimum, I needed them to stop contacting me because it was interfering with my work. They'd never stop trying to contact me unless I reached out somehow. At some point, they were going to show up here, and a big blowout fight in front of Marcus and all our friends at the manor was the last thing we needed. If my family was better, maybe I wouldn't be so bad, and I wouldn't have to go on meds. At the very least, talking to my parents would make them stop bothering me, and that needed to happen if the council was going to get anything done. My mom could watch him, I suggested. She was the only family either of us had left. Nadine crossed her arms.
Do you really think that's a good idea? I thought you'd decided to cut your parents out.
Maybe that was never meant to be a permanent thing, I said thoughtfully. We're here to bring the community back together, so it's fitting to extend an olive branch to my mom. How can we expect the coven to unite and forgive each other if I can't forgive my parents and fix things with them? It's hypocritical to expect our entire town to get along if I can't mend the relationship I have with my own family. I have to take responsibility for my part too. Nadine hesitated.
I really don't like this.
My mom isn't like my dad. She's more reasonable. She has experience with babies, and she keeps asking to spend time with her grandson. If we don't get help, we're going to keep missing work, and the council will keep struggling.
We work long days,
Nadine pressed.
We can't expect your mom to be here all day.
We'll start with a couple of hours, I suggested. My parents are driving me nuts, blowing up my phone all day. If I don't give them something, they're going to show up at work and make things harder for us. Maybe this will help me too. If I can't be around them without being triggered, then I haven't learned my lesson yet. I'd really like to get to a place where we're all at peace with each other. My depression isn't going to get better if this problem with my mom and dad isn't fixed.
If we do this, your mom has to come here,
Nadine demanded. There was no arguing with her on that.
I don't want Marcus anywhere near your dad.
Me either, I agreed. I'll fix things with my dad eventually, because I know I need to in order to heal. But I'm not ready for that yet. But Mom's a different story, because she'll be more considerate of what we have to say. Starting with her is a good idea. It's my day with Marcus, so my mom can come over this morning. I'll be home once our morning meetings are done. We need to get all 5 council members in a room again, because it just wastes time to constantly be updating each other. It'll only be for a few hours. If my mom can watch Marcus in the mornings, we'll be much more efficient as a council. Nadine frowned.
I'm really not sure about this. But if you think it will help, then we can start with a few hours and see how it goes.
I'll give her a call. I paced around the room as I waited for her to pick up. My heart rate quickened, so much that I could hear my pulse in my ears over the sound of her line ringing.
Lucas?
She answered.
Nice of you to finally return my calls.
She said it was nice, but she sounded less than pleased. Hey, Mom, I started. I could feel the tension over the line. I'd kept my distance from my parents since returning to Octavia Falls, because if I went to see Mom, I knew Dad would be there. I felt bad for her more than anything, because she still had to deal with my dad. But I genuinely believed she didn't know any better and didn't have the tools to leave him. Maybe if I showed her there was another way, she'd finally see that she deserved better.
What do you want?
She demanded. I know I haven't reached out to you in a while, but we could really use some help with Marcus. Would you like to watch him for a few hours, just so Nadine and I can get some stuff done? I promise it won't take up too much of your time.
I thought you didn't want me to meet him,
she replied, rather harshly. I needed some space. But now that Nadine and I are back in town, I thought maybe you could get to know your grandson. Mom's tone instantly brightened, because I was finally giving her what she wanted.
Well, okay. If you really need the favor, I'll be right over.
My mom seemed really excited to help out with Marcus. She arrived at the estate only 20 minutes later. Nadine gave her a hug when she stepped in the house, though the embrace seemed stilted from both of them.
It's nice to see you, Margot,
Nadine said kindly.
Good to see you again, Nadine,
Mom replied. She squeezed Nadine's hand, and her gaze darted down to Nadine's wedding ring.
It's been a while. I bet your wedding was so beautiful. I wish I'd been there to see it.
I ignored her passive-aggressive comment, but my voice still came out flat. Thanks for coming, Mom.
Of course. Marcus and I are going to have a great day together. Can I hold him?
Mom reached out for the baby in my arms. He was asleep now and wrapped in a bundle of blankets. It was strange welcoming her back into our home, because back when we were living at the safe house, I was certain I'd never see my parents again. Now that we were back in town, it was inevitable that they'd be a part of our lives again. I gently placed Marcus in my mother's arms, and he didn't even stir. She rocked him back and forth.
Hello, Marcus, dear,
she sang.
Don't worry, Grandma Margot's here. All the supplies you should need are on the counter,
Nadine instructed.
If he's still crying after changing and feeding him, he usually just wants his pacifier. His bassinet is in our room, but he gets really cranky when we set him down. He sleeps best when he's held.
That's natural, my mother said. All babies cry when you set them down. You just need to let them cry for a bit, and they'll eventually fall asleep. You can't go to them every time they fuss, or you'll train them to expect you to always be there. Nadine frowned, though my mother didn't surprise me at all. A lot of people her age thought that way.
I will always be there for him, so there's no harm in making sure he knows that,
Nadine emphasized.
Studies show that you can't possibly spoil your child in the first year of life, and that creating a healthy environment for them where they know they're safe is important for their development.
Lots of parents would disagree with you, and their kids still turn out fine, Mom stated coolly. I quickly stepped in. Mom, I understand that you're going to do some things differently than we are, but if you're going to watch Marcus, you need to respect our parenting style.
I understand.
Mom waved her hand like it was no big deal.
I didn't mean anything by it. If you want to spoil your kid, it's not my place to question it.
Nadine shot me a glance like she was about ready to call off the arrangement. The last thing I wanted was to settle a fight between my wife and my mother in the first minute of this arrangement. My mom may not agree with us on everything, but she was harmless. There's no need to make a big deal out of small details, I said. Just keep Marcus alive for a couple of hours. That's all we ask.
One more rule,
Nadine added.
We don't want Marcus around Jay.
Mom's features fell. She appeared very hurt by the request. Almost confused, actually. It's like she didn't know why we didn't want my dad to be a part of our son's life. She stared down at Marcus in her arms, ducking her face.
If that's what you want, I'll do my best to keep him alive.
We showed my mom where to find everything and introduced her to Rose. We didn't expect her to help with Rose, since Rose usually kept to herself in her guest room. But it was good to have my mom with her in case of an emergency. By the time we left the house, the others were already gone. Octavia Hall had been destroyed the night we faced the priestesses, so the Imperium Council headquarters had been moved to a room in the courthouse. We met Chloe, Talia, and Grant there, and got to work. It was good to finally work with all 5 of us at once, though our meeting stretched over 2 hours, since we had so much to update Chloe on from the day before. Even though today's meeting felt cumbersome, I was positive that if we were able to keep up a morning schedule like this, things would start running more efficiently in no time. Just as we were wrapping up our meeting, my phone rang. I quickly grabbed it, thinking it was my mom. Instead, it was Miles. "Hey, we just got a call that there's a water main break on Oak Street," Miles said. "You guys need to get down here." We hurried to respond quickly, and I called my mom on our way. "We might need you to stay with Marcus a little while longer," I told her.
Not a problem,
Mom assured me.
Take all the time you need.
The emergency response crews were already there when we arrived, but it was our job to direct everyone. We ordered the crews to block off the streets, which were flooding, and made sure the nearby businesses closed down while we worked on repairing the break. The crews worked for hours to excavate, inspect, and flush the pipe before we could reconnect it to the system. The sidewalk and road in the immediate vicinity were cracked and would need complete repair. This was devastating news, because so many businesses were already shut down for good, and now many of those that still had their doors open were literally underwater or ruined. After some investigation, we learned that the issue was due to old pipes, which the previous council had failed to replace years prior when it was needed. Now we were the ones who had to deal with their oversight, and it was another problem we had to budget for. We stayed as long as we could to help and didn't make it home until after dinner time. Marcus's loud cries came from the main living room when we arrived home. Onyx was already back from work, and I overheard her say,
"It's a nasty bruise, but he's going to be all right. There are no signs of a concussion."
Nadine's features paled, and she rushed down the hall. We entered the living room to find Onyx rocking Marcus in her arms, and my mother sitting across from her. My mom brought a teacup to her lips, though her hands shook. Her hair was a mess, and she appeared absolutely exhausted. She looked like she hadn't slept in 2 days. I didn't realize how hard watching an infant would be on her, but it had clearly taken its toll.
"What's going on here?"
Nadine demanded. Mom set her cup aside and shot to her feet, appearing stunned to see us. I didn't think she'd heard us come in over the sound of Marcus's screams.
"Everything's all right."
I quickly took Marcus from Onyx's arms. My stomach dropped when I saw the goose egg of a bruise on the side of his forehead. Talia, Grant, and Chloe stopped in the doorway behind us, but they were all too stunned to say anything. Marcus began to quiet in my arms. Nadine turned toward my mother.
"What happened?"
"I'm so sorry,"
my mom started.
"Marcus was in his swing, and I guess he didn't get strapped in properly. He wiggled himself down and fell out. He bumped his head on the floor." "Is he going to be okay?"
Talia asked in worry.
"Yes,"
Mom replied.
"Onyx got home shortly after, and she looked him over. She says there's no permanent damage. It's just a bruise."
Grant eyed Marcus apprehensively.
"That's one hell of a bruise."
He wasn't afraid to say what we were all thinking.
"Mom, you can't just brush this off,"
I said incredulously.
"It's just a bruise now, but what if it was something more serious? If you'd have walked out of the room and he fell on his face, he could have suffocated. He can't roll himself over yet." "I was right there, I swear. I picked him up and snuggled him immediately, and he's okay," she insisted.
Talia stepped between us.
"Let's all calm down and talk this out. Guys, I know you're very protective because you're new parents, but it sounds like it was an accident."
I sighed heavily. I was hoping we could get through day one without a catastrophe. My words trailed off when I realized there were 2 teacups on the coffee table. There was my mom's, which was half empty, and another that was completely gone. The empty teacup sat directly on the table next to the saucer. I didn't know how many times I'd heard my mother ask my dad to use a coaster. He never listened. I became so enraged that I placed Marcus in Nadine's arms because I couldn't hold him right now. I snatched the teacup from the coffee table.
"You let him in here, didn't you?"
I growled. I didn't even need her answer because I already knew the truth. Mom's face drained of color.
"Let me explain."
"What's there to explain?" I demanded. "We asked you for one thing only, and you didn't listen. You let Dad come see Marcus." It was so fucking obvious, and the room went dead silent. The betrayal cut deep, so much deeper than I ever thought a mother could inflict upon her child. She knew how I felt about my father. I'd trusted her with my own child, and she did the one thing I asked her not to do. I couldn't believe her. Nadine took a step back, equally horrified. Our friends glanced between each other like they wanted to help, but couldn't.
"How could you?"
Nadine asked in a broken tone.
"I promise I didn't plan this,"
my mother practically begged.
"I was only trying to help. Your father hit his head this morning. I didn't know he was going to see a doctor about it. They wouldn't let him drive home by himself, so he called me to pick him up. I was going to call you, but you said you had an emergency and I couldn't take you away from your work. You're a priest now, and that's a very important job. I didn't want to stress you out, and I knew I could handle this."
"This isn't handled, Mom!" I cried. "Dad's the one who didn't strap Marcus into the swing, isn't he?" I knew it didn't sound like something my mother would do. But my father, the careless fuck? Absolutely.
"Yes,"
Mom admitted.
"We told you he couldn't see Marcus."
Nadine snapped, pulling our child closer to her chest.
"This was an emergency,"
my mom pressed.
I was only going to pick Jay up from the doctor and drop him off back home, but Marcus started fussing in the car, and I realized I forgot his diaper bag. Your house is on the way home, so we stopped here to get his diaper changed. While I put on some tea, Jay set Marcus in the swing, and he was fine. Until he wasn't, I bit sharply. I wish you would have just called. There is nothing that is more important than my family. Then why do you never come see us? Mom demanded. If we're so important, then why treat us as if we don't matter? My jaw clenched and my voice shook as I said, I wasn't talking about you. Mom's lip quivered. If that's the way you feel, then I guess I know where we stand. If all I am to you is a free babysitter, then you can find yourself a new one. She started toward the door, but I tried to stop her. Mom, please. That's not what I meant. She whirled toward me. You never appreciated how hard I tried. I did everything for you boys. You did your best, I stated, and that's really all I could give her. I knew she did everything she could, but my mother barely had the capacity to help herself, let alone 2 children. We both did, she cried. Your father made mistakes, but that doesn't make him a bad guy. You spend so much time focusing on the bad that you can't even recall the good memories. It's time to forget the past so you can finally move on. This wasn't in the past, Mom. This happened today, to my son. I keep letting you in because I want to help you. I want you to be a part of my life. But I can't do that if you're going to keep making excuses for him. How many more times are we going to run around this circle? I'm so sick of saying goodbye. Tears beaded in the corner of her eyes. Then make sure the next time you say goodbye, it's for good. Then my mother whirled around and stormed out of the house. The whole room went dead silent. Nadine gently placed a hand on my shoulder.
Lucas, are you okay?
I shook off my shock and turned back to my family. I didn't really have the energy to give to my mother right now. I'm more worried about Marcus. I stroked the top of his head, but he'd already fallen asleep in Nadine's arms. Onyx stood from the couch.
Lucas, I'm so sorry. I didn't know your dad had been here. He must have left before I got home.
You have nothing to apologize for, I told her. Thank you for looking Marcus over.
There's something else you should know.
Onyx started.
I shouldn't be telling you this, because it goes against patient privacy laws. But I know what your relationship with your dad is like, because my mom's the same way. You deserve to know what's going on.
I didn't like where this was going.
Your dad came into the clinic earlier with a huge bruise on his forehead,
Onyx explained.
His employer must have sent him because he made a huge scene about how he didn't need to be there. The receptionist was trying to explain that his insurance would cover the appointment, so it couldn't hurt to see a doctor. He went on this big rant about you guys saying the new Imperium Council wanted to give everyone handouts, but the handouts were for lazy people.
I scoffed. Why am I not surprised? We don't even have anything to do with his employer's insurance, yet we're the ones to blame.
There's more,
Onyx continued.
The doctors gave him a psyche eval, and they were concerned by the results. They suspect some sort of personality disorder, though I didn't hear which one. They wanted to schedule him with a specialist to get him a proper diagnosis and treatment plan, but he refused. He went on and on about how he didn't want their handouts because he's a hard worker. He stormed out of the clinic.
Honestly, I'd be surprised if he hadn't, I said.
I saw the bruise on his head,
Onyx admitted.
He said he hit it on the edge of the counter, but I knew he was lying.
I've seen enough bruises to know he was hit by something flat and heavy. Then when I got home, your mom said something about having a rough morning. I think your parents got in a fight and your mom whacked him in the head. I expected this day to come eventually. Mom had always sat back and let my father rampage around the house. She'd yell and fight with him, but never fought back physically. I knew one day she'd be done with his bullshit. What I didn't understand is why she went to pick him up at the hospital after all that. If I had to guess, I'd say she hit him with a frying pan, Onyx added. Nadine turned to me.
I guess she got inspired by you.
No kidding, I replied. The last time I saw Dad, I whacked him over the side of the head with a pot of clam chowder. I bet he was mad Mom hit him, so he had to give our son a bruise to match. Grant frowned. That's fucked up. Marcus is just a baby. That's my dad for you, I said flatly. He never has to come near your son again, Talia promised. We're all here for you, and one of us will be with Marcus at all times. I'd love it if that were true, but it's not realistic, I said. We don't work efficiently if someone's always taking off to watch him. I'm not letting my mom watch him, but we need to find someone who can. Chloe crossed her arms. I don't get why you'd let your parents back in, Lucas. You should know better than this. You know how they are, but you let your mom have access to your kid anyway. That was the last thing I wanted to hear right now. When you had narcissistic parents, people always found a way to blame you, even when it wasn't your fault, because they didn't understand. Chloe didn't have the best parents, but hers weren't anything like mine. She thought you could just tell them off and they'd listen, but no amount of boundaries worked with my parents. We're stretched thin as it is, Chloe. What other choice did we have? I demanded. You want to fix the coven, but you're also demanding I completely cut out my parents, which doesn't fit what we're trying to do. The coven needs to be reunited. I get that. But we need to admit to ourselves that some people are never going to be able to be reunified with us no matter what, because they're shit people and they're always going to be. Chloe argued. There's no reforming my grandmother, and there's no reforming your parents either. Some people are going to have to be left behind in this new society we're building because we can't take everyone. So we just take the people we like and leave the rest? I asked incredulously. You're oversimplifying it, Chloe demanded. I'm saying some people aren't going to work with us. You're insistent people can change, but can we really build our foundation on that? I think it's worth trusting people to some degree, I argued. I get that I shouldn't trust my mom, but it's a really fucking low blow to blame what happened on me. Talia stepped between us. I think everyone can acknowledge there's a problem here. Let's focus on solutions. We get that things are hard right now. Marcus wasn't planned, but you guys also chose to have him, and now we have to deal with the consequences.
What are you saying?
Nadine snapped.
That we shouldn't have had Marcus? I wasn't going to do what that stupid doctor said and have an abortion.
Grant sighed in frustration. Come on, Nadine. You know that's not what Talia meant. We all love Marcus and want him to be here, but we have to recognize that things are harder with a baby around. Tal and I got Plan B when we had a pregnancy scare, because we knew we weren't ready. But you guys went ahead with having a kid when you weren't prepared for one.
We didn't know we'd be running an entire town and raising a newborn,
Nadine insisted. But you knew you were on the run and in the middle of a war when you had him, Grant countered. It's all difficult, but these were your choices. All Talia's saying is if having a baby was your choice, you need to figure out who you trust with him. Last-minute irresponsible decisions aren't going to help you here. Thanks for the advice, I said sarcastically. Our son just got hit in the head, and you've all been really fucking helpful. Nadine and I don't have to stand here and listen to this. We should all get some rest, and we can talk solutions in the morning, Onyx suggested. Nobody argued with that, because we all knew this conversation was going nowhere after the long day we had. Nadine and I returned to our suite and got Marcus settled into bed. Rishi snuggled beside him in the bassinet. I trusted Onyx's medical assessment, but still the nasty bruise on his head worried me. Nadine paced around the living room of our suite, while I leaned against the bedroom doorway.
I said I didn't want Marcus anywhere near your dad, and this is exactly why.
She raged.
I don't condone hanging, but I understand why the priestesses hang people like that man.
I rubbed my hands over my face. I was angry too, but that was a heavy thing to say. Didn't matter when it came to our child, though. We're not going to hang him.
Well, he sure as hell isn't going to see our son again.
We can try to protect Marcus from him, but we live in the same town, I pointed out. We're bound to run into him.
Being in close proximity to your parents doesn't mean they have to be a part of our lives. Why are you still trying?
I want to help my mom, I insisted. She's not the same as my dad. She's a product of her upbringing. She's an abuse victim too.
That doesn't make it okay,
Nadine snapped.
People have the choice to use that as an excuse or to learn and grow and do better. She failed us today, and there's no excuse for that.
I wish I could say goodbye for good, but these things aren't easy. My voice grew louder with frustration. Chloe didn't understand, and neither did Nadine. Ever since we've been back in Octavia Falls, they won't leave me alone, no matter how much I ignore their messages. How do you propose we fix this? Because if you think my family is going to stay away, you're delusional. She placed a hand on her hip.
Delusional?
It's true. I can't control them, so tell me what you want me to do. She crossed her arms.
You can start by cutting your parents out for good, because being around them puts our family in danger. Put up boundaries, block them, or do whatever you have to. They need to know they aren't welcome in our lives.
If I block them, they'll just show up at the house or to work, I told her.
They need to know that isn't an option, because this has gone too far,
she stated firmly.
Your connection to your family got our son hurt. Our son isn't going to be fucked up because you come from a fucked up family.
I reeled back. You agree with Chloe that this is my fault? That's not fair.
None of this is fair, Lucas. I'm not blaming you for what happened. I'm here for you, and I'm going to help you through this. But to do that, we need to face this issue, and you're not facing it. We need to do something to put an end to this, because I don't want you to continue hurting like this.
I don't want anyone getting hurt, I insisted. Maybe my mom was right, and dropping Marcus really was an accident. My dad's a broken person, but I know he can do better if he tried. We can get there with him, but we just need more time.
How can you still give him the benefit of the doubt?
Nadine demanded. What else am I supposed to do? I shot back. Blocking them and burying my head in the sand isn't going to actually solve any problems. You act like it's easy, but you don't understand. Your parents were perfect. You don't know what it's like to be a child of an abuser.
My parents are dead!
She yelled, as if she couldn't believe I'd bring them up. That doesn't change how good you had it, I countered. I'd rather have a good childhood and have my parents be gone than to have them be alive and they treat me like shit. It doesn't matter if I go months without talking to my parents, because the second they're back in my life, everything's back to the way it was. Cutting them out, continuing to talk to them, it doesn't matter. There isn't a perfect solution. There isn't even a permanent one. You can't reason with these people.
Maybe that's the problem, that you're trying to reason with them. Your need to please your parents and have them love you does not come before our son. I didn't really want your mom to watch him, but you pushed for it.
You said you were fine with it, I shouted.
I wanted to support you, but at some point I need to draw a line.
Her voice cracked. It took everything to make Nadine cry. And that's how I knew we had both reached a breaking point. The weight of the coven stood on our shoulders, and now we had a family to protect as well.
You're putting your mom before Marcus, but her feelings aren't more important than our son.
Nadine cried.
What if something really bad happened and Marcus was affected by it because you felt bad for your mom? As long as you keep letting them come around, he's in danger. It seems like you want to please your parents more than you want to keep him safe.
I hated this. Nadine and I never yelled at each other. But the pressure of the last few months was finally catching up to us. I'd done a lot of fucked up things to piss her off, but Nadine had never been this mad at me. I crossed my arms. I didn't know what to say to her, because everything she said was correct. Yet my heart and my emotions told me she was wrong. I came back here to help people, and if I couldn't fix the family I came from, how could I be the dad Marcus needed me to be? I tried to steady my voice, but it nonetheless came out sounding harsh. You can't put this all on me. My mom's not the greatest, but she'd never let anything terrible happen to Marcus. This isn't her fault. This is my dad's fault.
That's not true,
Nadine argued.
Your mom's an enabler, and as long as she's around your dad, she can't be around our kid. We already lost one kid. We're not losing another.
That really fucking hurt. It wasn't anybody's fault that Dean had died. But by her saying that, it felt like she was putting his death on me. I would never do anything to hurt our son, I said cruelly. Don't act like I've forgotten about Dean, because I think of him every goddamn day. I'm sorry you can go about life after a loved one dies, but I can't. I accepted my grief, but underlying it all is this ache that feels like it's never going to go away.
You don't think I feel that too?
Nadine screamed.
I came back here to become the priestess I was born to be, and be a mom and do it all. But I'm not Superwoman. I want to help these people, all while spending time with my family. There's just not enough hours in the day. I haven't even had a chance to look for the Cursebreaker wand because we're working so much. Between all that, I'm supposed to find time to grieve our son properly.
I have things I want to do too. I want to start writing a Reaper guide to pass on to my apprentice someday, and I want to finish my degree. I'm fine putting all that off for now because of what we're doing here, but I'm not okay with missing my son's life. I want to see him smile for the first time. I've barely held him all month. I've changed 2 diapers and given him a bottle a couple of times. You can't even breastfeed like you wanted because you're never with him.
Yes, and that tears me apart inside,
she bellowed.
I want to spend time with my son too. Please understand that I know what you're going through.
Do you, though? I asked. You're so good at keeping it together. Meanwhile, I'm really struggling. Tears leaked from her eyes as she shouted,
I have to keep it together, because if I don't, who will?
If her words stung before, it was nothing like the knife to my gut now. The unspoken meaning in her words was clear. She didn't think I was capable. I'd made so much progress these last few years. I didn't feel like the same person I was when we met, and Nadine had helped me through so much. But when she said that, it felt like she only saw the guy I used to be. And I needed her to see me for who I was now. Our lives were difficult at the moment, but I'd come to her to work through it before things got worse. And it felt like she was throwing that in my face. She didn't understand my struggle with my parents, and she didn't get this either. My shoulders slumped. You don't have any faith in me, do you? Nadine's tone softened, like she realized she'd taken it too far.
That's not what I meant, Lucas. It's not about having faith in you. It's about how much you can take. You're so close to breaking again that I can feel it every day. I couldn't run a marathon when I was in the worst throes of my lupus. And you can't handle all of this either. I know you can't because I'm watching you, and you're falling apart in front of my eyes. So don't blame me for trying to hold us all together.
I'm sick of doing that to you, Nadine. I'm the man of this family. I'm the one who's supposed to be holding us together.
I know. But you can't right now. So if I have to step up to do that, then I will.
That wasn't what I wanted. I'd wanted us to work together. But it was clear Nadine felt the emotional burden fall on her. The last thing I ever intended was to hurt her. I slumped to the couch. Forget it. I'll sleep out here tonight.
Please don't,
she begged.
Married couples should never go to bed angry at each other.
Maybe we should, I suggested. Perhaps we'll feel better in the morning. Maybe we're not angry at all, but just fucking tired. Nate, I'm so exhausted. It's been one thing after another, and we haven't had a chance to slow down. My wife choked back her tears.
Let's table this for now, then. But please don't sleep out here alone. Come to bed.
She reached out for me, and I reluctantly took her hand. I had nothing more to say, because if we kept this up, I didn't know if there'd be a marriage to save by the end of the night. I felt like a walking shell of a human being as I followed her into the bedroom. I went through the motions, getting ready for bed. Nadine and I crawled under the sheets together. But for the first time in our marriage, we fell asleep with our backs to each other. This issue with my parents went far deeper than I realized, because it was starting to affect my marriage. And that fucking sucked. I could deal with all these other problems, but I couldn't handle Nadine and me not getting along. We'd come back here to rebuild the coven. But I feared saving our people might cost us our family.
Chapter 4. Nadine. I'd been so angry the night of our fight, but I hadn't wanted to hurt my husband. I wished we could talk things out, but I didn't think either of us knew where to go with these issues. If we tried to talk about it now, it'd result in a blow-up fight again, and neither of us wanted that. Instead, Lucas would tell me I was right about things, just to keep the peace. Meanwhile, he'd bury his feelings so deep inside I didn't know how to reach him. That was hard, because we'd always been able to solve problems together before. This time felt different. Sleeping it off had helped us cool down. We were back to talking in the morning, but our conversations didn't go more than surface level deep. "Have you seen Marcus's pacifier?" I asked. "No," he replied simply. "Do you need me to run to the store to get more formula?" "Yes, we're almost out. How many meetings do we have today?" I was certain we could both feel the energy shift, and I was waiting for Lucas to say something more, but he didn't. Several days passed, and neither of us brought up the fight. I could tell he was bothered we hadn't reached a conclusion, but I also didn't want to push him. Eventually, we'd find solutions to all these problems, but Lucas needed more time to get there. I resolved to let him come at his own pace. I wasn't a very patient person, but for my husband, I'd wait as long as he needed. When we weren't at work, I kept myself busy by caring for Marcus, tidying the house, or cooking meals. Lucas told me not to worry about all that, and that everyone else would help out, but I felt like if I slowed down, none of it was ever going to get done. Obviously, the workload was starting to take its toll on all of us. We agreed we needed a day off, so we cleared our schedule on Saturday. Professor Warren had gotten his hands on some potion that mimicked snowfall, so the guys were taking it up to a trail in the mountains to go snowboarding. Meanwhile, the girls had planned an at-home spa day with aromatherapy potions and homemade face masks. We had plans to meet up with the guys this afternoon for a game night. Chloe had suggested playing poker with a deck of tarot cards and using caramel candies as our currency. It was going to be a lot of fun. I woke that morning to Marcus's cries from the bassinet beside me. I shifted on the bed and winced as a shooting pain traveled down my shoulder. Every muscle in my body was stiff as a board, and I had to bite down on my lower lip to keep from crying out in pain. I was used to adjusting to changes in my body because every day was different for someone with a chronic illness. My body had changed a lot during pregnancy, and I was okay with the loose skin and stretch marks over my belly. It was a symbol of everything I went through to bring our babies into the world, and I wouldn't change that for the world. But this was a different kind of change. I was still recovering from delivery, and we truly didn't know the lasting effect pregnancy would have on me. I hadn't felt this shitty since before the kidney transplant. Not good news. Deep breath in, deep breath out, I told myself. Marcus's cries grew louder, and Rishi started yowling to get my attention. The kitten jumped onto the bed beside my head and batted his sharp claws at my cheek. I rolled over and tried to reach out for my baby, but I winced at the pain in my joints. "Lucas," I mumbled as I reached for his spot on the bed. "Can you get Marcus?" No response came, and my hand met only sheets. I opened my eyes to see that the sun was already shining through the window. Lucas's side of the bed was empty. In his place sat a note. "I didn't want to wake you. Marcus has been fed and changed, and I put him down for his morning nap. I'm off to the mountains with the guys. Have a wonderful day. Love, Lucas." I looked at the clock to see it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. I pushed past the aches and sat upright in bed. "Mama's here," I whispered as I stroked Marcus's cheek. He only cried louder. I reached into his bassinet and lifted him, but an intense pain shot through my wrist as his weight bared down on my joints. I gasped as I yanked him close to my chest, and thank the goddess he remained safe in my trembling arms. My racing heart took a moment to settle because I realized I could have dropped him. It was the most terrifying feeling in the world. When I became a mother, I'd chosen to share my body with another human being, and I was confident in that choice. I wouldn't choose anything less than to give my son my all. But at the same time, the physical limitations I'd learned to manage for myself now affected my child, and no amount of conscious effort could make up for it. I'd been able to brush off these worries before, but now I had no choice but to face them. I wanted to give everything to my son, and I feared it may not be enough. I'd scared Marcus, and he began to scream. All I could do was hold him close to my chest, because I worried that if I shifted, I might not have the strength to support his weight. It seemed so fucking silly, because he was a tiny little peanut. But there was nothing I could do when my hands stopped working like this. I'd been here many times before, unable to open a water bottle or perform simple tasks, but those moments now seemed inconsequential compared to this. I'd been managing my pain so well this past year, and the thought of going back there scared me, because I wasn't the same person I was a year ago. I was a mother now. I didn't just need to stay healthy for myself anymore, but for him. I wasn't the kind of person to freeze up, but with my son in my arms, I did. Footsteps sounded down the hall. "Nadine?" Talia asked, with a light knock at the door. "Everything all right?" "No!" I cried in a trembling voice. Talia threw the bedroom door open and rushed over to me. "Take him," I begged. She took Marcus from my arms, and I breathed a sigh of relief that immediately turned into tears. I couldn't do it, Tal," I sobbed. "I almost dropped him." Talia cradled Marcus and swayed him from side to side. He stopped screaming, though he continued to fuss. "You didn't drop him, and Marcus is safe." I drew in deep breaths to try to steady my sobs. It took a lot to get me to break down, but this had barely taken an instant. "He needs a diaper change and a bottle," I told her. I didn't like asking for help, but this was for Marcus, and he needed a caregiver right now. "Don't worry, Nadine. I'm here," Talia promised. "Thank you," I replied weakly. Talia moved around our suite, quickly finding the diaper supplies and then mixing up formula to give Marcus a bottle. I was so thankful she'd come to check on us, because I didn't know what I'd do without her here. Marcus settled, and he seemed content once he had his bottle. I tried calling Lucas. I really needed him here, right now, but his phone went straight to voicemail. He obviously didn't have service in the mountains, and I had no other way of getting in touch with him. I got really frustrated that my husband wasn't here, but that only made me angry with myself, because it wasn't fair to take him away from something fun, because I was having a crisis again. It didn't really matter either way, because the situation was out of my control. I couldn't contact him, and without service, he wasn't going to be able to reach out to me either. I had to focus on what I could control, and right now, that meant taking a shower. I forced myself to go to the bathroom, because staying in bed all day wasn't an option. Talia was taking care of Marcus, but I had to take care of myself. Each task I performed that morning just to take care of my basic hygiene felt monumental. I came out of the bathroom feeling as if I'd already spent all my energy for the day, and more. Chloe and Onyx had come into our suite, and they sat with Talia on the couch, all cooing over Marcus. Chloe sat in the middle, rocking Marcus back and forth, while Onyx shook a rattle at him, and Talia sang him a lullaby. I nearly teared up all over again, because to them this was probably nothing, but to me, their friendship was invaluable. "Oh, I want one," Chloe sang. "Babies are so cute," Talia awed. I leaned against the bathroom door to catch my breath, but my friends hadn't noticed me there yet. Chloe sat up straighter, like she just had a great idea. "Hey, Tal, if everything works out with our men and we coordinate, we could both give birth at the same time. Our kids would be cousins, so it'd be perfect. They can grow up together." Talia gave a nervous laugh. Yeah, someday." "Oof," Chloe winced. "Sorry, I shouldn't have assumed you want kids." "It's not that," Talia insisted. "I just want to wait. You saw what the priestesses did to Marcus, and I couldn't willingly bring a child into this situation. Not while certain people are still out there." It was obvious she was talking about her ex-boyfriend, Cody. He'd escaped with the executors, and I didn't blame her for being scared of him. He'd manipulated her before. I wouldn't put it past him to use a child against her, too. I'd been really angry at my friends the other night, but now that I had a chance to cool down, I had a better understanding of where they were coming from. I couldn't fault any one of them for waiting to have kids right now, because the constant fear that something bad could happen to your child was overwhelming. I wouldn't give Marcus up for the world, but if I could have delayed his arrival until after this was all over, I'd have done it in a heartbeat. A silent moment passed before Chloe spoke. "Tal, can I ask you something? If it's too much, you don't have to answer." Talia shrugged. "Sure, ask me anything." "I saw the fear in your eyes when we told you Cody escaped." Chloe proceeded cautiously. "You never reported him for what he did. Did he threaten you so you wouldn't go to the cops?" Talia sighed. "No, though now I wish I had reported him. Maybe then he'd be locked up for different reasons, and he'd have never joined the executors. But at the time, I didn't think anyone would take me seriously." I recalled the night at the dungeon when I learned that Cody had coerced Talia into things she didn't want to do. I'd sliced his face with a broken beer bottle and called him a rapist to his face. That had unfortunately been the worst of his punishment, and I wished he'd been faced with a greater sentence. The day she caught Cody cheating and broke up with him, I told her that if she needed anything, I was there for her. I meant it in every way. If she'd wanted to report him, I'd be the one driving her down to the police station that minute. I wanted to tell her to report him then, but she was already going through so much. It was a huge step just to break up with him, and I could tell then that she just wanted to move on. I would have rather seen her get away from him than watch her relive it all in a courtroom. Society wasn't kind to women who'd been domestically abused, always twisting it back on the victim. I understood where Talia was coming from. I would always support my friend on what was right for her, and taking him to court would have fucked her up more than he already did. "You've always been so sure of yourself," Talia told Chloe. "I admire that about you, but I wasn't like that. I don't think people can understand what goes through a person's head after being treated like that, unless they've been through it themselves. People like Cody tear you down so hard you don't trust yourself. At the time, I thought I was to blame. I wasn't even sure I'd been abused, or that it wasn't all my fault. I thought I deserved everything that happened to me, that somehow I caused him to cheat, because I wasn't enough. Nadine believed me, but I didn't think anyone else would. I didn't really believe I could report him. He would say that I consented to it, and technically I did say yes. By the time I saw it for what it was too late. He was on the priestesses' side, and they'd do everything in their power to paint him out as the golden boy, while making me look like a psycho. They would have used the case to turn the coven further against us. Chloe placed a hand on Talia's. I haven't always been sure of myself. Believe it or not, I understand and respect your decision. As women, everyone thinks we should just stand up for ourselves in situations like that, but it isn't that simple. Cody took your voice away, and speaking up was more dangerous than what he'd already put you through. If we ever find him and you want to take him to court this time, I'll support that. Talia laughed. If I ever see him again, I'm ripping his balls off." "That's our girl," Onyx exclaimed. She and Chloe exchanged a proud high five. Chloe became serious again. "He didn't take your voice forever, Tal. Clearly, you've already got it back, or you wouldn't be saying things like that." Talia's shoulders fell. "I'm finding my voice. Truth is, I don't know what I'd do if I saw Cody again." "Let's hope I find him first, then, because I'll fuck him up before he ever gets a chance to touch you," Chloe said. Talia gave a light smile. "Thanks." I winced as I shifted. The door creaked, and my friends turned to look at me. I would have really preferred to act as if everything was normal. Instead, they watched me intently, like I was about to keel over and die. "Girl, you're gonna have to fight me to see who gets to him first." I tried to crack a joke, but my tone fell flat. Talia picked up on it, and she looked worried. "Feeling any better?" I scoffed. "No." I needed to give myself something to do, so I crossed the room and turned on the burner under the tea kettle, which Lucas had left full for me this morning. I didn't sit down, because staying in one place for too long, absorbing all the pain and discomfort, only made it worse. It was more comfortable to keep moving, even if it was exhausting. "Why don't you tell us what happened?" Chloe asked gently. "I woke up in pain. Normally, I just push through it," I admitted. "Marcus was crying, so I tried to pick him up, and my wrists gave out." Saying it out loud made me feel worse, because it was really fucked up that I couldn't even hold my own infant. It made me wonder if maybe that angel doctor was right, and I shouldn't have had kids. I hated thinking that way. "This pain came on suddenly?" Chloe asked, sounding concerned. "Yeah, for the most part," I said. "I mean, I've noticed I've been slowing down lately, and I'm more tired, but that's normal when you have a newborn." Onyx frowned. "It sounds like it's more than that. You need to get in with your doctor as soon as possible." "I'll be fine," I insisted. "I don't want to ruin all the fun we have planned for the day. This could go away in a couple of hours." "If it's a lupus flare, which it sounds like it is, then you need to get on the front end of it," Onyx pressed. No way. It was our first day off in over a month, and I didn't want to spend it at the hospital. "What are your treatment options?" Chloe wondered. "My doctor's probably going to recommend a steroid injection," I said. "It's supposed to take the edge off the joint pain." If it even works, I thought. "How long will the effects last?" Talia asked. "At least a couple of weeks," I answered. "A few months, if I'm lucky." Goddess, this fucking sucks. I don't want to go through this again. I'm so sick of being poked and prodded by doctors and not being well enough to perform simple tasks. If I can't even pick up my own child, what kind of mother am I? "Don't you dare say that," Chloe demanded. "You're a great mom, and your disability doesn't change that." "It does, Chloe," I argued. "If I can't do a simple task like changing my son's diaper, then I'm not the same kind of mom everyone else is. I knew this was a very real possibility when I decided to continue my pregnancy, and I thought I could be okay with that, but I'm not. This isn't fair." "You're right, it isn't," Talia agreed. "But it's important to get care. I'll drive you to the clinic, and Onyx and Chloe can stay here with Marcus and Rose. You don't know if this will turn into something worse, so it's better to get treated now." "I'm okay," I snapped. I hadn't meant to be harsh with them, but I also didn't feel like they were listening. My friends didn't understand. I wanted them to stop pushing this and leave me alone. Their insistence felt patronizing, because I was already aware of everything they were saying. I knew I needed to go to the doctor. I just didn't want to, so I wished they'd stop hounding me about it. I'd been to the doctor 1,000,000 times, and it was a miracle when they could do anything to help me. My friends had the experience where the doctor could just give them a pill and make it all better, but that didn't work for me most of the time. The steroid shot might work now, but who knew if it would keep working, or if it could make it worse? If going into the clinic today wasn't a waste of my time, I'd be shocked. I was so medically burnt out. I couldn't stand the thought of going to the hospital again, let alone on my day off. Even a quick appointment turned into hours. Between traveling to the clinic and back, and sitting in the waiting room, my whole day would be gone, and I'd be back to work tomorrow. I wanted to spend the day with my friends and snuggling my son. That wouldn't happen if I went in for treatment. Now I had to decide between them and my medical care, and it wasn't a choice I wanted to make. The collective experience of being disabled was exhausting, and my friends didn't get that. I knew this was a big deal, and I wasn't downplaying the flare-up, but it was easier to ignore it than let it consume me. Just the thought of me going back to the hospital and enduring all that wore me out. I wanted to live a normal life, and to do that, I had to act as if this wasn't happening. I was going to spend the day with my friends and family, damn it. I wasn't going into the clinic unless it was a dire emergency, no matter how much pain I was in. I softened my tone. I appreciate everyone's help with Marcus, and that's really all I need right now. Does anyone want tea? I was really good at masking my pain, but today the three of them didn't seem convinced. I could see it clear as day on their faces. Talia and Chloe both shook their heads, but Onyx hopped up from the couch and hurried over to the teapot before I could get to it. "I'll pour my own, thanks," she rushed to say. I didn't want to be coddled. I should be able to do something as simple as pouring a cup of tea. I reached into the cupboard to pull down a teacup. We had a beautiful collection from Grammy, which she'd hand-painted with purple and blue flower designs. This set was one of the few things I had left of hers. My hands trembled, and I wasn't quick enough to react. 1 second the teacup was in my hand, and the next it had slipped from my fingers. The ceramic shattered into hundreds of pieces at my feet. I could swear the sound it made could be heard for over a mile. I felt detached from my body as an intense sadness entered my chest. We'd only had 6 matching teacups, and now we were down to 5, which just wasn't enough when I had so little of my grandmother left. The noise startled Marcus. Chloe soothed him, while Talia rushed over with the garbage to pick up the largest pieces. Onyx hurried to get the broom. "It's okay, we've got this." My friends were trying to be kind, but I didn't want them to have to clean up after me. My body had taken another thing from me, and the devastation of losing another piece of my grandmother I'd never get back was all-encompassing. Talia looked up at me from where she knelt on the floor. "I really think you should go in." Obviously, I couldn't ignore this anymore. I couldn't even function enough to pick up a simple teacup. "Fine, I'll go in," I caved. I didn't have to like this, but I needed help to get my hands back. I called my doctor, and Dr. Yonker agreed to squeeze me in between his other appointments. I knew he was doing it because I was a priestess. It felt awful to use my privilege to get care when other people were going without it, but I couldn't help myself in this state, let alone anyone else. I went to grab my keys off the hook by the door. With the unpredictability of the waning, I didn't chance leaving important items like that in my magical stash anymore. I'll see you guys in a couple of hours. Talia quickly stopped me. You're not driving yourself. I don't need a babysitter, I protested. I can handle myself. Nadine? Talia frowned and looked at the shattered bits of teacup in the trash. Clearly, I wasn't going to be operating a steering wheel today. I'm driving you. You can call me when you're done, and I'll pick you up. I didn't really have a choice, so I followed Talia to her car and climbed in. Issa came along to support me. I knew my friends were only trying to help, but I couldn't shake the resentment that I felt at my loss of autonomy. I couldn't even drive myself to my own doctor's office, and I needed my friends to give up their day off to help me. It was ridiculous that I had this big destiny to fulfill, that I had to lead our people, find the Cursebreaker wand, and defeat the priestesses' master wand. Yet I couldn't drive myself across town. My friends were right, and I needed to see a doctor. But part of that didn't matter, because I felt like my identity as a person was being stripped away from me. This wasn't my choice. My body and my friends were forcing me to do this, and I was angry at everyone, because I didn't consent to this at all. I didn't consent to waking up feeling like shit this morning, for my hands to betray me and not work, and for everything to fall apart on the one free day I had, a day I desperately needed for myself. Talia dropped me off at the clinic entrance. I got checked in and went to sit in the waiting room. Issa hopped onto my lap and began purring. There was another woman there who looked to be about 10 years older than me. I sat several chairs down from her. She shot me a few glances, but it looked like she was trying not to stare. I finally locked eyes with her. If she wanted to say something, she needed to fucking spit it out, because I didn't have the time or energy for this game. Can I help you with something? I don't want to bother you, but, you're Priestess Nadine. I'm Lucas's cousin, Jess. Great. Another Taylor. Couldn't Lucas's crazy relatives leave me alone? I'd already had enough of his parents the other day. Jess gestured to the chair beside me. Would you mind? I didn't have the energy to decline. Sure. Jess didn't reach out to shake my hand, and I was grateful for that, because I didn't want to have to decline. People thought it was rude, but I didn't have the capacity for a handshake when my condition flared like this. As Jess sat closer, I noticed the mild redness in her cheeks and across the bridge of her nose. Most people wouldn't think anything of it, because hers wasn't obvious at first glance, but I was all too familiar with the butterfly rash that appeared in lupus patients. There was a reason she hadn't reached out for a handshake, and that's because she knew what it felt like. I realized Lucas had mentioned her before, years ago when I first told him about my diagnosis. He'd told me he had a cousin with lupus, just like me. It's great to finally meet you, Jess raved. You're such an incredible inspiration to so many people. I was shocked to hear it, because so often in my position I was told how I wasn't doing enough or helping enough people. You really think so? Yes! The way that you show up for this community, it's obvious how much you care. And you're doing it all as a brand new mom. That's more than anyone can ask for. You shouldn't have to do this, but you still show up to help people. I know what it's like, trying to manage your energy like that. I've got lupus too. I'm sure what you're going through can't be easy, but don't overdo it. I scoffed lightly. Too late for that. I didn't want to talk about my flare-up, So instead, I asked, "Do you have kids?" Jess shook her head. "No, my lupus is so advanced that I'm not able to carry children. My doctors and I agreed that the health risks were too great." I had a doctor who said the same thing. I was still bitter about it, too. I'd never forget that appointment with the angel doctor in Octavia. I hadn't been trying to get pregnant, so when I found out, he wanted me to abort. Jess wrinkled her nose. "He sounds awful." "It was terrible," I told her. "He told me I was going to die if I chose to continue the pregnancy, even though I'd been in remission for months. On top of that, he tried to imply I was some sort of slut for sleeping with my husband." Jess gasped. "He did not. Who was this guy? I'll give him a piece of my mind." I wasn't sure about Jess at first, but I was quickly warming up to her. "He doesn't work here, thankfully. It was at a clinic in another supernatural settlement. He got fired." Jess chuckled. "Good. He got what he deserved." "I'm glad I didn't listen to him, because he was wrong," I added. "I had preeclampsia complications, but now I have this amazing baby boy at home, and I wouldn't give him up for the world." I didn't mention losing Dean, because I figured Jess already had to know about that. The whole coven did. And it was a really heavy topic to bring up to someone I just met. I ended up getting a second opinion, and my doctor was so good at taking care of me, I continued. It helped that she had healing magic. Honestly, I'm not sure I would have made it through delivery without her. Have you ever thought of getting a second opinion from another supernatural clinic that might have more resources to help? I considered it, Jess said with a sigh. But honestly, healing magic can only go so far, and unless I was in a really good place with my health already, it wouldn't help me. I've never really been in a place where I could take that risk. I'm so glad that you were able to continue your pregnancy, but I made the decision a long time ago that that's not my path. I've got a husband, a great career trajectory, and 2 cats at home. We're really happy with the life we have. What do you do for work? I asked. I'm an artist, Jess said. I run my own business selling art prints of my paintings online. It's great for me because I absolutely love what I do, and it gives me the flexibility I need to take off when I need to. See that painting there? Jess pointed to a large canvas hung on the wall in the waiting room. It was abstract, in all shades of green, with thick and thin lines that reminded me of tree trunks. It very much gave off a forest vibe, and I loved it. That's one of mine, Jess noted proudly. The hospital commissioned 3 of my paintings a few years ago. I was going for a witchy coven vibe. It's spot on, I praised. You're really good. The art thing going well for you then? Oh, yeah. My husband doesn't work, apart from helping in the business. He's living his dream as a house husband, which is great because I have high support needs, and he's literally the greatest. That's amazing, I told her genuinely. I love that for you. I'm really glad I have children, but I don't buy into the rhetoric that you have to have kids to be happy and successful. It sounds like your family's doing great. We really are, Jess agreed. And honestly, kids aren't for everyone. I've seen what some people can do to kids, and it's just heartbreaking. You've met Lucas's dad, right? Oh, yeah, I grumbled. He's a charming guy. My father's the same way. Those brothers are cut from the same cloth. Our whole family has problems. My parents are narcissists, just like Jay, and I didn't want to bring another kid into that kind of family dynamic. I know Lucas doesn't see much of his parents anymore, but mine are still around, and the way my family works, I can't really get away from them. You shouldn't have to deal with that, I said gently. Jess shrugged. We've all got our own ways of dealing with it, you know? It's not easy, but I do what I can to placate them and keep moving forward. When you're the child of a narcissist, it's a lifelong endeavor. Even when your parents are gone, they leave you with a lot of baggage, and that's not something you can ever really be done with. Jess was merely making conversation, but she didn't know the impact her words had on me. I thought of Lucas and everything he'd been through. I realized maybe I wasn't understanding him simply because I couldn't. The same way most people would never understand what it was like to live with a disability. They could try to imagine what it was like and have sympathy for my situation, but they would never truly know without going through it firsthand. It occurred to me that Lucas had pushed back when I suggested going on pills, because even if it could be good for him, that didn't mean he wanted it. At the time, I thought he was declining because he didn't know how they could help him. But that wasn't the case at all. I was pushed by my friends to come to the doctors today, even when I knew I should but didn't want to. Lucas was only trying to hold on to his autonomy, same as I was. Jess was right. This kind of stuff was lifelong, and that's why it kept coming up over and over again, because these weren't problems you could just solve once and be done with. We were constantly learning how to navigate these situations under new circumstances, and it was futile to expect them to go away permanently. In the same way, the kidney transplant wasn't the cure I thought it was going to be. I thought it would fix all my problems with lupus, but it didn't. I was still having symptoms. Lucas's depression wasn't going to be fixed with a treatment either, because there wasn't really a cure for disabled people, only ways to manage it. You learn to live with your illness, because even if the treatments worked and you went into remission, it was never going to go away 100%. Your illness was always going to be a part of you. I had to be okay with the fact that my disability was going to change over time. Sometimes it would get better, and sometimes it would get worse. But I had to work with what I had, not with what I wanted. I simply couldn't willpower my way through everything and wish things were different. The what if didn't matter, because the fact was, my son was here, and he was being raised by disabled parents, and there was no changing that. All I could do was be the best mom I could be with what I had. Some days that meant I couldn't show up for him, and that I had to ask for help. I didn't get to be a mom 100% of the time. There would be days I had to step back, and while I didn't like it, that was our reality. Lucas had a disability too, and it worked the same way. Sometimes he was going to have worse days than others. He would always be this way. But it didn't matter, because I was going to stay with him and love him regardless. And to love him meant backing him up and supporting him on what he needed, not what I wanted or thought was best for him. Maybe he still needed his parents in his life, but I couldn't understand that because I didn't know what it was like to deal with them. Perhaps it was like Jess said, and it was easier to placate them and move forward than trying to fight against them. I'd meant well, and I wanted to keep our family safe, but it'd be foolish to assume Lucas didn't want the same. But at the same time, Marcus had gotten hurt because of his parents' actions. There didn't seem to be a good middle ground. "Thank you, Jess," I told her. "I appreciate you sharing that because sometimes it's hard to understand Lucas when I haven't gone through that myself." Jess wore a look of sympathy. "How's he doing?" "Better," I said. "Some days are harder than others." "Keep fighting for him," Jess encouraged. He's a good guy. The best, I agreed. I know you guys are really busy, but maybe we can get together soon, Jess suggested. We're going to be moving, and I hope to see Lucas before we leave. Moving outside the coven? I asked. Yes, we're finalizing the details on a rental in Boston. Luckily, I can take my work anywhere, and my husband thinks this will be good for us. I've been seeing a lupus specialist in Boston, but it's a long commute, and I need to be closer to my health team. My lupus is getting to a point where I need a higher quality of care than our hospital can provide. That was really sad to hear, because we'd been working so hard to get the healthcare system back up and running efficiently, and it just wasn't fast enough. I know the Coven's healthcare system isn't as good as it used to be, I admitted. When I came here, I was so impressed by the staff, but everything changed so quickly. I have faith we can get it back to where it needs to be. We've made so much progress, but we just need to give it more time. Please know, this is no reflection on you or the Imperium Council, Jess insisted. I know you're trying as hard as you can, but time isn't something that I have. It was clear what she was getting at. If she didn't get the help she needed on a consistent basis, she was going to die. Lupus wasn't usually fatal if managed properly, but it could cause organ damage, like what happened to my kidneys. Poor access to healthcare was one of the leading risk factors for complications. I understand you have to do what's best for you, I said. But I hope that we can make improvements, and one day you can come back. We shouldn't be losing Coven members over this. Thanks, but coming back here isn't something I ever plan on doing, Jess admitted. I need to build a life somewhere else, and my magic is basically gone already from the waning. There's no point in being a witch anymore if I can't be in a place where I'm healthy and living my life. I need to start over and leave the supernatural world behind. That was devastating to hear. While I respected her decision, I knew Jess couldn't be the only person making this choice. I was witnessing the Coven dissolving before my eyes, and I worried how long it'd be until there was no coming back from this. I swallowed the lump rising in my throat. I understand. A nurse came into the waiting room then and called Jess's name. Jess offered me a light smile before she left. Take care of yourself, Nadine. Coming from her, it wasn't just a pleasantry. She really meant it. I was left alone with my thoughts, which were nothing more than melancholy. I was doing all I could to help people, but even my best wasn't enough, because people were still dying. No matter how hard I tried, or what I did, I couldn't control everything. This flare-up was the result of pushing myself so hard that my body was forcing me to slow down. I was actively hurting myself by trying to help these people, and it was a cold realization to come to terms with the fact that no matter how much of myself I gave, there were still going to be people left behind. To do better, I had to take care of myself, because there wasn't any more I could do than what I was already doing. I wouldn't be here in the clinic today if I'd have slowed down, and now I couldn't help anybody, including myself, because I'd pushed so hard I couldn't function anymore. I thought giving my all to the job would result in faster change, but really, we were spinning our wheels thinking it would get us somewhere. We needed to do better for ourselves so we could give our best to our people. That started with our family.
Chapter 5. Lucas. Snowflakes whizzed past me as I sped down the side of the mountain. I hadn't snowboarded much before, but I found that I was a natural on the slopes. I shifted my weight from side to side, then jumped to do a full 360 rotation and landed it with ease. Snowboarding was the perfect activity for our day off, because it really took my mind off things. I hadn't been sure I wanted to come, but at this point we'd been at it for hours, and I'd lost count how many times I'd gone down the slopes. I was really glad Professor Warren had suggested this. Warren had brought along a potion infused with fey illusion magic, which created isolated snowfall along a smooth slope. It was strange, because it was summer and the forest was green with foliage, yet the path ahead was nothing but ice and snow. The air was warm, and I was dressed in a t-shirt, but as I bent my knees and dragged my hand through the snow to steady myself around a curve, the snowflakes were ice cold on my fingers. The illusion would disappear in a couple of hours, but for now, it was as good as the real thing.
"Beat you to the bottom,"
Professor Warren called from behind me. I saw a flash of color, and then he was gone around another bend. "Not if I beat you first," I called. His laughter echoed behind him, and I bent my knees to pick up speed. Professor Warren used to be a competitive snowboarder and knew his way around the slopes. I would have thought his leg injury from the night Octavia Hall was destroyed would slow him down, but after being treated by a healer in Octavia a few weeks ago, he was doing much better. As I rounded the corner, I saw that I was catching up fast, and the end of the slope was quickly approaching. I caught up with him just as the ground evened out, and we reached the bottom of the slope at the same time. We slowed beside each other.
"Nicely done,"
he praised.
"Ready for another go?"
I smirked playfully. "How about this time we race to the top? You think you can keep up, old man?"
"Who are you calling old man?"
he teased. Warren grabbed his snowboard under his arm and took off up the trail next to the slope. I immediately raced after him and quickly passed him. The slope wasn't super long. It hardly made it a fraction of the way down the mountain, but it was perfect for a day like this. By the time I made it to the peak, I was out of breath. I set my board aside and took a swig from my water bottle, which was sitting in a pile of snacks and supplies we'd left near a large boulder. I could see Professor Warren through the trees. He must have realized he didn't stand a chance, because he'd slowed down and was only halfway up the slope by now. I sat on the boulder and breathed in the fresh mountain air. The sun had already dipped low in the horizon. We'd been here all day. The sound of Miles and Grant's laughter echoed over the mountain top as they sped down the trail. From this vantage point, beautiful greenery seemed to stretch on forever, interrupted only by the peaks of Gothic structures nestled in the valley below. Octavia Falls appeared so quiet and peaceful from up here, which was strange given everything happening in the Coven right now. Looking at our town from this angle could really give a guy perspective. I'd been sitting there alone for a few minutes when Professor Warren reached the top of the trail.
"Ooh, that was a close one,"
he joked. "Yeah, I won by mere inches," I teased. "Thanks for doing this. We all really needed a break." Warren obviously heard my tone turn serious. He set his snowboard aside and came to sit beside me.
"You want to talk?"
I knew I could trust him with anything. "I'm just thinking about how big this town is, how big the world is, and why I choose to focus on little things that don't matter."
"But they do matter,"
Professor Warren countered.
"Why do you wish to diminish your problems?"
He thought I was getting down on myself, but that wasn't what this was about. Still, his question prompted me to really think about the answer. I guess if I can see that these problems aren't as big as I'm making them out to be, then it's easier to find solutions.
"Does it help you to see things that way?"
Warren asked curiously. "Sometimes," I admitted. "When I get caught up in ruminating, a slap in the face can really wake me up." it's helpful to be able to separate the real problems from the bullshit. Losing your kid, that's a real fucking problem. Things like helping feed and house our people are real problems. I gave a sigh. But trying to gain my parents' approval when I already know they'll never give it is useless. I don't understand why I'm still trying.
Because you care.
Warren encouraged. It's just so silly to be sad all the time when all I'm really doing is just battling a voice in my head, I said thoughtfully.
And why shouldn't that be treated as real as any other problem?
Warren questioned.
We filter the world through our own minds, so if we don't treat our minds right, everything else falls to pieces.
I propped my elbows on my knees and kept my gaze on the town below. I guess so. But can't I just choose to make it easier? It's my own mind, after all. I've got control of it.
Yes, but there are parts of life we can't control. Things that happen to us that alter us forever. You cannot wrestle your mind out of feeling.
But I can change how I feel, I replied. It was an easy decision to leave my parents behind when we weren't living in Octavia Falls, because I didn't have to see or deal with them. Now that we're back, I've got to make things right. To feel better about my parents, all I have to do is forgive them. So why does that feel like the hardest thing in the world?
Just because it's simple doesn't mean it's easy,
Warren said.
Have you considered that if you've tried to forgive them and it hasn't worked, perhaps that's not what you need? Sometimes there are problems we can't fix, and so all we can do is move on, because the damage is already done, and trying to fix them isn't ever going to make it feel better.
I furrowed my brow. How can you move on without forgiving people?
Forgiveness is a misnomer, because everyone has a different way of viewing it. For some people, forgiveness is not about accepting or excusing behavior, but simply releasing anger and resentment, even if the person who did them wrong doesn't deserve it. But for others, the anger and resentment is serving them, and so to release does them a disservice.
How can anger and resentment be a good thing when it doesn't feel good? I asked curiously.
It only feels bad when you're resisting it and wallowing in it. If you're willing to accept your anger, it no longer has a hold on you, and you can use it to fuel yourself until that anger dissipates without the need for forgiveness at all.
I mused on his words. Let me get this straight. I let my parents back in because I thought that was the path to forgiveness and healing. But you're saying if I accepted my anger, I could use that to uphold my boundaries, which would have protected my family. I don't have to sit in the anger, but just use it as needed? Professor Warren nodded.
That's it exactly.
I sighed heavily. Does it ever end, Professor? I'm so sick of learning these lessons over and over again. Warren chuckled lightly.
I'm in my 40s, Lucas. I'm not an ancient wise man. I'm still learning a lot myself. But I will say it does get better as long as you put in the work. This is a lifelong journey. What worked for you yesterday may not work today. Life can't be solved by a single epiphany. But progress can be made, and you've made so much progress. But you don't have to do it alone. We're all here for you. Whatever you need, we're going to back you up.
What does Lucas need? Miles asked as he trudged up the trail. Grant followed closely behind him. A fucking happy pill, that's what I need. I cracked. It felt good to laugh about it, because I always took life so seriously, and it wasn't doing me any favors. Nothing to worry about. Just the same shit, different day. Warren wore a curious expression.
It's not the same, though. You're discovering new facets of yourself all the time. This problem with your parents is a new angle you haven't dealt with before.
because you've never been the person you are now. You're a husband and a father now. You're not just dealing with your parents, but with your son's grandparents. Before, the decision was whether or not to let them be a part of your life. Now you have to decide if you want them to be a part of your son's life. I guess that's true, I said. It's hard because I want my kid to grow up around family, but I don't want him around my dad. But if they aren't around, he won't grow up with grandparents. I think my mom would be a really good grandma, but not if my dad's around. Nadine's already made the decision. As long as my mom's still with my dad, she doesn't get to see Marcus. Is that what you want? Grant asked, sounding concerned. I don't think Nadine's wrong, I admitted. My mom screwed up bringing my dad around, and I'm not about to give her a second chance on that. But I do think it'd be all right for my mom to come see Marcus if Nadine and I were there. Grant frowned. It sounds like Nadine gave you an ultimatum, which isn't fair. She's got to realize Marcus is your kid, too. If you want him to have a relationship with your mom, Nadine needs to support you. Miles scowled. I'm sure it's not that simple. Nothing's more important than keeping Marcus safe. Nadine's just trying to protect our kid, and I don't blame her for that, I said. I think that what's hard about this stuff is that there's so much nuance, and on top of that, everyone's emotions are involved. Did you mean it? About the happy pill? Miles wondered. I scoffed. Nadine seems to think I need one. I'm really not sure it's for me. It could be worth trying, Miles suggested. Antidepressants really helped me by stabilizing my emotions. It's like all my life I've been on this emotional roller coaster, either climbing a mountain or standing at the edge of a cliff ready to fall off. Now it's like a weight has been lifted. This impending worry and rage that used to follow me everywhere has calmed down. I still feel like me, but it's like my mood swings don't control me anymore. The track ahead feels smooth. I'm telling you this because I resisted meds for a long time, thinking that I was weak to give in. But it's just another tool, and there's nothing weak about accepting help. Our brains don't work the same way other people's do. But that just means that our version of normal is different, and we need to find our own tools to operate effectively. You should have seen this guy a couple years ago, Grant said. Miles couldn't hardly operate a fork. He was all like, "What's the point in eating? Nothing tastes good anyway." It was bad, Miles admitted. But I finally took control of my life, and now look at me. I'm the youngest sheriff Octavia Falls has ever had. I've got great friends, and I'm engaged to the hottest chick in the state. I'm finally in a good place, and I want that for you too, Lucas. Warren turned to me. At the very least, it may be worth speaking to your therapist about your options. I've got to do something, I agreed. The last thing I want is to let my parents affect my life any more than they already have. I just don't want to be a bad dad and make the wrong decisions for my son. You're a brand new father, Warren encouraged. You haven't had the time to be a bad dad yet. So go say hello to your baby boy and be the best damn father there ever was. Yeah, you know what? I am a great dad, I said as I stood from the boulder. I'd do anything for my son, and that's more than my dad could ever say about me. My child isn't going to be raised by a broken father like I was. I'll never be like him, because no matter what, I'll be there for Marcus. That starts with taking care of myself, so I can give him all of me. Yeah! Grant cheered, throwing a fist into the air. That's the priest we know and love, Miles exclaimed. What exactly is your plan? Warren asked. I need to get my health back on track and go back to therapy, I said. At the very least, I've got to start meeting with Dr. Mack again. Warren offered a kind smile. I'm proud of you, Lucas. Thanks, all of you, I said. I know it's not easy listening to me whine.
But we love whiny Lucas,
Grant teased. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, I'm sure I'm a joy to be around.
No, you know what?
Grant stated firmly.
I'm serious. Whiny Lucas is a guy who's aware of his problems and determined as hell to find a solution. You're always looking for ways to make things better, and then you go out there and you do it, damn it. I'll take whiny Lucas any day over some complacent warlock who's just gonna sit inside their comfort zone and accept shit for the way it is. Does it get annoying sometimes? Sure. But you know what? You're our whiny, annoying little bitch, and goddess, we'd love you for it.
Everyone stared at Grant as his passionate speech echoed across the mountaintop. A silent beat passed, and then I broke into laughter. Full body, clutch my stomach, laughter. Fuck, man, I cracked up. You just don't hold back, do you? Come here. I pulled Grant into a hug and clapped him on the back. Strangely enough, he told me exactly what I needed to hear. Goddess, you make me sound so emo, I joked. Miles shrugged. Well, I mean, if it quacks like a duck. I slugged him lightly, and he ducked away from me, laughing. If that's what I am, I'll own it. I'll be the best damn emo dad there ever was. Grant snickered.
You'll raise little emo babies.
Maybe I will, I challenged playfully. At least if Marcus grows up to be a little emo kid like me, I'll know how to handle him. Grant nudged me to the side.
You say that until you realize you're just raising a carbon copy of yourself.
Dear goddess, no, I groaned. I can't imagine.
Marcus will be his own person with his own set of interests and challenges, Professor Warren encouraged. But no matter what happens, he'll have great parents to lead him in the right direction.
Thanks, I said. Professor Warren shot a glance at the setting sun.
We should gather our things and head back to town. One last race down the mountain? Grant suggested. The winner gets all the glory.
You're on, I agreed. We gathered our things, then took off down the slope one last time.
Speed it up, Grandpa,
Miles trash-talked Warren. Warren didn't say a thing as he passed Miles, spun 180 degrees to board backwards, and still outmaneuvered us all. We laughed all the way to the bottom. Warren had beat us all by a mile, and Grant came in second. He wouldn't let us forget it either.
Professor Warren used to snowboard competitively, so it doesn't really count that he won, Grant claimed. So technically, I came in first place.
Miles clapped him on the back.
If that's what you want to believe.
Professor Warren had brought his own car, and we'd come in mine. We piled into our respective vehicles and descended the mountain, going our separate ways. When we arrived home, the girls were in the living room, doing their nails. The cats lazed around, all except Rishi, who was chasing a toy bat.
Times have changed since I was young,
Rose was saying. She sat in her wheelchair, holding her hands out in Chloe's direction. Chloe painted Rose's nails a deep red.
When I was a kid, my friends and I would sneak out of the house, strip down under the night sky, and perform seances in the woods.
Chloe gasped playfully. Rose, you naughty girl!
Wasn't nudity more taboo when you were younger?
Talia asked. She wiggled a stuffed animal at Marcus, who was squirming around on the floor. Rose scoffed.
I was a rebellious child, and very in touch with my sexuality. Don't tell me you girls have never danced naked under the full moon. Never in a group, but I would not be opposed,
Onyx said. She leaned over and painted polish onto Nadine's toes.
It sounds so freeing,
Nadine agreed. She sat curled up under a blanket next to Onyx. Miles chuckled as we stepped into the room. "Count me in!" Chloe threw a cotton ball at him. "You weren't invited." He kissed her on the side of the cheek. "I guess we'll have to schedule a ritual of our own." "Oh, please." Chloe rolled her eyes, but she couldn't hide the blush rising to her cheeks. She wouldn't admit it, but she was totally smitten by him. Grant went to sit beside Talia on the floor, and he tickled Marcus's belly. I leaned over the arm of the couch to give Nadine a kiss, but I immediately picked up that something was off. The kiss wasn't as soft as normal, and there was a hint of concern in her eyes. "Did you have a good day?" I asked. The girls went quiet, and all eyes turned to Nadine. She pulled the blanket off of herself, revealing an ice pack on her hands underneath. My stomach dropped. "Nade, what happened?"
A flare-up.
She cleared her throat, because just saying that seemed to choke her up.
Everything's going to be okay. I went to the doctor and I got a steroid injection. It should help.
"I should have been here for you," I insisted.
There's nothing you could have done,
she replied.
I tried calling, but you didn't have service. I had my girls here and they helped.
Marcus started crying then, and Grant quickly backed away. "I didn't do anything, I swear." "He's okay," I assured him. "He's just hungry."
"Tired too, I'm sure," Talia said. "He missed his afternoon nap."
She went to pick him up, but Nadine cut in.
Lucas and I can put him to bed. You guys have helped so much already.
I took Marcus from Talia's arms and rocked him back and forth. "I'll start his bottle," I told Nadine. "Come to our suite whenever you're ready." I wanted to hear all about her day, but I didn't want to rush her. I went to our room and changed Marcus, then fed him a bottle. He was out cold before he finished the whole thing. I set him in the bassinet and quickly closed the bedroom door behind me. Nadine was sitting on the couch in our living area, and the door to our suite was closed. I sat beside her. A tear fell down her cheek, and I reached out to wipe it away. "Nade, I'm sorry I wasn't here. I should have checked on how you were doing before I left. I thought I was letting you sleep in, and goddess knows none of us are getting enough of it lately. I didn't stop to think that there was something more going on."
It's not your fault,
she assured me.
There's no use in assigning blame. I'm not angry. I'm frustrated. But I gained some perspective today, and I don't want to keep fighting.
"Thank Alora, because I can't handle fighting with you either," I said. "I came to you for help, but I should have realized you were struggling too. I'm really sorry I put all that on you."
I'm your wife, and it's okay to come to me if you need help,
she countered.
I don't want you to ever feel as if you can't lean on me, because that's what marriage is for. I really wanted to help you, and I got frustrated when it felt like I couldn't. It wasn't right of me to take it out on you. When things get hard, we have to recognize where we're at and figure out what works for us at different times. Some days I'm going to have to lean on you more, and others you'll lean on me. Marriage isn't about never fighting, but navigating those disagreements together.
I agree. I know you were just worried about our family, and I could have done a better job at trying to understand your perspective. I'd like to work together on this, and I'm willing to explore all our options.
Maybe my suggestions weren't the best solutions,
Nadine admitted.
I pushed when I shouldn't have, and I'm sorry. Your depression is like my disability. It doesn't ever go away, even when you get better. But we can work with it and find solutions. Ultimately, that means the decision is up to you. I will be here to support you whatever you decide on the medication issue and with your parents.
She had no idea how much those words warmed my heart. And I'll be here for you. I promised. I want you to know how deeply I value your opinion, and if you don't want Marcus around my parents, we can take a step back from them for now. If we decide to change our minds in the future, we can talk about that. But we need to be on the same page and make that decision together. Nadine sniffled.
I don't want you to feel pressured by my opinion, though. I want you to stay true to yourself, and then we come together and find ways that work for both of us.
And I don't want you to ever stop expressing yourself, I insisted. You weren't trying to push me, you were just offering options because you care. I thought about what you said, and I've decided to resume therapy with Dr. Mack. I'll talk to her about medication. I still don't know if it's for me, but the least I can do is get more information about it, so I can make an informed decision.
If that's what feels good to you, then I'll support that,
Nadine replied.
I know we can take care of each other, but to do that, things need to change. Our work schedule isn't sustainable. We can only get so much done in a day before we crash, and anything after that is wasted time anyway, because our productivity plummets.
Are you suggesting we cut back our hours?
I don't think we have any other option,
she said.
My illness flared up, and your depression is coming back because we're running ourselves into the ground.
I was apprehensive, but deep down I knew she was right. If we focus on ourselves, the community is going to suffer. There aren't enough hours in the day to focus on the coven and ourselves. If we make this choice to take time off, it's a selfish one.
I know, but we have to do it, even if we don't want to,
Nadine said sadly.
I don't know about you, but I can't keep going like this. I'm not capable of working efficiently through this kind of flare-up. I need to heal so I can give my all to the coven and fix these problems for everyone.
I chewed the inner side of my lip. How can this be the right decision? Our people need us.
And we'll help them as much as we can, but we need to know our limits.
Nadine frowned. She clearly didn't like this any more than I did.
I thought we could help everyone, but now I'm not so sure, because so many people don't even want our help. We need to get our health in order before we face the priestesses, or we don't stand a chance. That's really the only way we can help everyone.
I took her hand in mine. All right, we'll reduce our hours and focus on getting better. Nadine let out a sigh of relief.
I really appreciate you being here, because even though we had a fight, I know we can come together and solve it. We just need to communicate.
And we're improving, I agreed. Nadine, I promise you that no matter what comes our way, I will never stop putting in the effort. She wiped her eyes.
I will always be here too, Lucas.
I love you, I whispered as I caressed the side of her face. I leaned in, and my heart lifted as my wife closed the space between us. I placed a gentle kiss on her lips, and she responded with a soft moan. She tasted so sweet. Desire for her ignited deep in my belly. Our passion was unmatched as our emotions ran high, tangling into one another and igniting a fervor between us.
I love you too.
Nadine's hand traveled up my chest, then to the back of my neck, where she ran her fingers in my hair. She drew me closer.
I've missed this.
I tenderly kissed her again, intentionally being careful with her. She kissed me over and over. It had been so long since we'd been intimate, because we'd been waiting for her body to recover from delivery. I pulled away from her. Nade, we should wait. I don't want to hurt you. Her fingers tightened in my hair as she pulled me closer and parted her lips against mine.
So be gentle,
she breathed. She was deliberately trying to drive me wild, and it was working. My head spun as she leaned back until she was lying on the couch. I was extra careful not to put any weight on her. I had to practically wrestle myself away from my wife, and by the time I did, I was already panting in wanting. Are you sure you want this? I had to make sure we weren't getting ahead of ourselves. Desperation flared in her gaze as she locked eyes on me.
I don't want it, Lucas. I need it. Being close to you like this, it helps. So please, Lucas, make me yours.
She dragged me close again, sealing her request with a kiss. I knelt beside her and kissed her belly, which was different now that she'd given birth. The skin there wasn't as firm as it used to be, and she had stretch marks that were still fading. I kissed each one of them, because honestly, it was the sexiest fucking thing in the world. She'd carried my babies and given life to our children. So yeah, if I had the chance to kneel at her side and give her all of me, I was going to fucking worship this woman. It felt more than appropriate, because Nadine might as well have been a goddess herself with the hold she had on me. I didn't mind falling to my knees and worshipping her. In fact, I found great pleasure in succumbing to her every desire. Nadine had always said she wanted us to stand on equal ground in the relationship, and for the most part we did. But when it came to moments like this, our primal nature emerged, and I realized it was natural to submit to her. Not because I put her on a pedestal for everything I thought she could be, but because I honored her for everything she already was. I kissed the top of her head and played with the ends of her hair. Thank you for being here, Nadine. You don't have to be, but the fact that you chose me and continue to choose me every day makes me the luckiest guy in the world. She entwined her fingers in mine.
It's easy to choose you when you're so kind and gentle with me. Even when things get tough, you come in and say, I want to do better, and I'm going to. Being able to grow alongside each other and build a life together means so much to me. If we were perfect, there'd be no room for growth, and I want to keep growing and experiencing life with you. As long as we keep working together, we'll make it through anything.
We will, I promised. At least I hoped so. Professor Warren was right when he said some of these problems didn't have solutions and never would. That didn't mean we'd ever stop trying to fix them.
Chapter 6. Nadine. Over the next few weeks, we began to find a rhythm that worked better for us. The side effects of my treatment lasted for a few days, which mostly left me tired, but I found that the treatment helped. Lucas was seeing Dr. Mack again and attending weekly appointments, though he was still on the fence about starting medication. Professor Wyckoff had volunteered to watch Marcus while we were working, and it turned out to be a great arrangement. She had been with us the night the priestesses kidnapped Marcus, and she'd risked her life to protect him. We trusted her more than anyone else, and she was really great with our son. Council duties continued to take up most of our time, but we were committed to being home before dinner and taking one day off every week. I'd spent the better part of the summer poring over Imperium records and meeting with our allies about the Cursebreaker wand, but I had yet to stumble across a credible lead. The autumn equinox was quickly approaching, which meant Halloween wasn't far behind. I kept reminding myself that we still had time before the priestess's arrival, and I was staying confident until then. The waning was only getting worse and slowing us down, though, and we were already running short on magically charged crystal reserves by casting spells to help the coven. The first week of September arrived, and the waning hit me so hard that I could barely even access my intuition, let alone any simple spells. Onyx and Miles didn't have any magic either. Saturdays were our day off, and my friends and I always planned a laid-back activity to help us unwind. It was less than 2 weeks until Miles and Chloe's wedding, and we agreed to help prepare party favors. Talia and I had gone shopping with Marcus at a craft store after work one day, and we picked up supplies to make pendulum jars for the wedding guests. They were super simple. All we had to do was attach a pendulum to a cork, fill the small vials with crystals, leaves, or whatever else we wanted inside, then seal the corks on the jars. Then we could use them to commune with spirits, with the pendulum able to answer yes or no questions, depending on the direction it swung within the jar. Miles thought they were the best wedding favors ever. While we were shopping, we found shadow boxes at the craft store, which were like a deep picture frame meant to put memorabilia inside. I thought it'd be fun to make a display of keepsakes from Miles and Chloe's dates to put on display at the reception. Chloe loved the idea. I bought extra shadow boxes for myself because I'd always wanted to make one for Marcus and Dean with the hats and onesies from their birth, along with photos from our ultrasound appointments and the footprints we'd taken after they were born. I figured if I was making one for them, I wanted to make others. One for our wedding, and one for my parents. I had all these keepsakes hidden away in a box, but it was time to stop hiding them. We had a home now, where we could put all these things on display. My dad's collector's license plate and my mom's apron shouldn't be left sitting in a box somewhere. They should be hanging on the wall, where I could look at them every day. My friends and I gathered in the kitchen that morning and spread our art supplies over the long dining room table. Talia, Grant, and Onyx formed an assembly line to begin crafting the pendulum jars, while Miles started on the shadow box. Talia leaned over to Onyx to eye one of the pendulum jars she'd just finished. "Ooh, I like that one." "Here, have it." Onyx placed it in Talia's hand. "We have tons of extra supplies." Talia beamed as she slipped the jar into her pocket. "How can I help?" I asked. Onyx glued one cork onto a vial before quickly moving on to the next pendulum jar. "I think we have this covered. I know you had some other shadow boxes you wanted to make. You and Lucas can work on those." "Yeah, we're here to have fun," Miles agreed. Lucas started on the kids' shadow boxes, while I brought out my parents' keepsakes and started organizing them for their display. Marcus sat beside us in his bouncer, appearing fascinated by the rattles and toys that hung above his head. The cats were batting around a marble that had fallen from our craft supplies. Rose had declined to join us, as she wasn't feeling well today. Chloe plopped down next to Miles, smacking a thick binder on the table. "Now that everyone's here, we need to finalize wedding details." We didn't have a lot of time for wedding planning, but we didn't really need it, because Chloe had been planning her wedding her whole life, so all the details were already decided on. Booking a venue wasn't an issue, because Chloe wanted to have the wedding in the backyard under the garden arch. It was one of the most beautiful places in town. Miles didn't care about the details. All he wanted was for her to have the wedding of her dreams. "Nadine, how did that adjustment on your bridesmaid dress work?" Chloe asked. "We're running out of time to make any more changes." I pulled my collection of handwritten birthday cards from my parents out of their box. Luckily, they hadn't been destroyed when Lucas accidentally knocked my things into the sink a few months ago. "It fits great. Everyone's going to look really good." Chloe had planned a black and white wedding, where all the guests would be in black and the bride and groom would both be wearing white. "If you don't mind me asking, why the rush to get married?" Talia asked, sounding genuinely curious. "Yeah, is there something you're not telling us?" Grant teased, wiggling his eyebrows at his brother. Miles wrapped an arm around Chloe's waist. "We're not rushing. We're just excited. You never know what the future holds, and we want to make it official, sooner rather than later." Chloe planted a kiss on his lips. "We can't wait when we're this madly in love." Talia dropped crushed petals into one of the vials. "There's no question you two are perfect for each other. It's just that Marriage is a big step, and there are a lot of details to think about. What's life going to look like after the wedding? Things like that. Chloe shrugged, keeping her eyes on Miles. He stared back dreamily. The two were absolutely smitten by each other. "I guess we'll figure that out when we get there," Chloe said. "I know some people need to plan out their whole futures together to be comfortable moving forward with something like this, but Miles and I agree that we can't know what the future holds, so why not live life now?" I understood where both couples were coming from. Chloe and Miles were the kind of people who were certain of what they wanted, and once they made a decision, you couldn't convince them otherwise. It didn't make sense for them to wait on the wedding, because to them, there was nothing to wait for. Talia and Grant were a different story. They'd always taken their relationship slowly, and they had to map out every detail of their futures before they said "I do." Sometimes I thought Grant and Talia could be too rigid, because there would be things they couldn't predict, that no amount of planning could prepare them for. But they also had to do what worked for them, and if they needed to agree on which color to paint the nursery before walking down the aisle, that's what they had to do. Nadine and Lucas planned their wedding pretty quickly, Onyx pointed out. Do you guys ever wonder if you should have waited longer? Lucas shook his head. I like the pace we took things, but every couple has their own timeline. Lucas is right, I agreed as I cut one of my birthday cards straight down the middle. I was going to arrange the cards in a way where the front image peeked out from behind the message written on the inside. When I was finished, it'd be a collage that covered the back of the shadow box. I'm glad we didn't wait, because if we hadn't gotten married when we did, I might have never gotten pregnant, and Marcus wouldn't be here with us now. But I don't think everyone has to go at the same pace. I trailed off, and all eyes turned toward me. Huh, I mused as I stared down at my parents' birthday letters. Everything all right? Lucas asked. Yeah, it's just... Hold on. I laid the letters out across the table, starting with the earliest date, all the way up to the card my parents had left me a few months before my 19th birthday. I noticed something strange about my mother's handwriting that I'd never caught before. The anomaly appeared in each card, all the way back to when I was born. It was sporadic and didn't seem to have any rhyme or reason to it. I placed a hand on my hip as I looked them over curiously. I can spot my mom's handwriting anywhere. She always writes in print. So, why are some of these letters in cursive? I pointed to an S at the end of a word, which swirled in a way that no other letter on the page did. Lucas leaned over to inspect the cards. Maybe it's some sort of code. Your mom knew you liked puzzles. There's gotta be a meaning behind this. I got really excited at the idea that my parents had left something behind for me. If it really was a hidden message, it'd be really fun to highlight that in the shadow box. It was like one last game with my parents. Let's work together to figure it out, I suggested. Lucas found a pen and notepad in one of the kitchen drawers, then returned to the table. He started scribbling down each letter that my mom had written in cursive. Everyone gathered around to hunt down the cursive letters together. By the time Lucas finished writing them down, he'd filled up the whole sheet of paper. Lucas tapped his pen against the table. These letters don't make sense in order. Maybe they mean something if you mix them up? There's gotta be 50 letters here, Miles pointed out. You could make any combination of words with that if you wanted. Maybe you're looking too deep into it. It might not mean anything. Maybe it doesn't, but it does seem strange for my mother to do. If my parents left me a message, I want to know what it is. I picked up the oldest card. Some of these have more cursive letters than others. Let's try treating each card like its own separate piece of a whole, instead of trying to interpret these letters all together. Lucas tore off the top sheet of the notepad, giving himself a fresh piece of paper. What letters do we have in the first card? Just one, I told him. The letter I. He wrote that down. The second card? O-T-O-K, I listed out. We continued on like this until we'd organized each cursive letter by their respective cards. I looked over the list Lucas came up with. It became very clear that all together, the card spelled out a full sentence. It's still gibberish, Miles insisted. I shook my head. No, the pattern's there, but each word is mixed up. Each card spells out its own word, and if we can unscramble them individually, we can figure out the whole message. See this second card here? O-T-O-K. That can only be took. I took. Lucas started writing down the unscrambled version. Let's keep going. As we worked our way through the next cards, my pulse began to quicken. I thought this was a fun game my parents had left behind, like the puzzles my dad and I used to solve together. But as the words started to form a sentence, I realized this was something else entirely. I stared down at the sentence Lucas had written out once we reached the last card. I took the curse you seek from Octavia Falls and hid it in a place close to my heart, I read aloud in a shaky tone. Onyx's gaze darted between me and the cards. What does that mean? She must be talking about Nadine's family curse, Grant theorized. Except Nadine broke it. She says the curse you seek, I emphasized. There's only one thing we're looking for. My mom took the Cursebreaker wand. I stepped back as the weight of the realization hit me. Talia furrowed her brow. Why wouldn't she just say that? Why call it a curse? Because this message is meant for me, I said. She didn't want to be too obvious in case someone else deciphered it, but these cards are written to me, which means this message is referring to me. The curse you seek. The curse I, Nadine, seeks, which can only mean the Cursebreaker wand. The curse in this message isn't the item, it's a clue. For me. It fits everything we know, Lucas added. Helena had the Cursebreaker wand for years after Nicholas died, and then she lost it. She said someone took it from her house. Faith must have found it when she was living there, and took it with her when she left town over 20 years ago. But how did she know? I wondered. This message took her 19 years to write, and more than that, she wrote the last card before my 19th birthday, shortly before she died. You think your mom knew she was going to die? Chloe asked. I shook my head. I don't think so. It's more like she knew she had to get the last of the message to me sooner than later, but I'm not sure she knew why. If she knew she was going to die, she would have left more behind for me, or hinted in some way that she wouldn't be around anymore. Why wouldn't she just tell you all this, instead of leaving a message in these cards? Miles asked. Haven't you seen your mother's spirit since she died? My parents' spirits appeared at our wedding to give their blessing, but they were only there for a few seconds, I said. She didn't have time to tell me any of this, even if she wanted to. Talia and I tried contacting my parents in a seance when I first moved to Octavia Falls, but the connection wasn't very good. We didn't get through to them. The only other time I've seen them since their death was in a vision during my evoking ceremony, but I don't think it was really their spirits. That vision was more like a projection of them from my own subconscious. So, no, I haven't really spoken to her since she died. Clearly, your mom knew something, Chloe pointed out. How she knew to leave you this message isn't as important as the message itself. If this really does refer to the Cursebreaker wand, then we need to go find where she hid it. Any idea what this second half of the message means? Hid it in a place close to my heart? I think so, I admitted. Mom always said home is where the heart is. I think she hid it in the house I grew up in. Any idea what might have happened to it when you moved? Grant asked. I racked my brain, trying to remember if we ran across anything that looked like a wand when we packed up the house, but I couldn't recall anything like that. If we'd found the wand while packing, Grammy would have recognized it. What if it's still there? Talia theorized. I shook my head. Grammy and I completely emptied the house after my parents died. Unless she hid it somewhere you wouldn't think to check, Miles suggested. I inhaled a sharp breath as I realized something. When I was a kid, my mom and I were playing hide-and-seek, and I hid inside her closet. I found a hidden panel in the wall that led to a cubby space, just big enough to hide a few valuables. I don't remember finding anything there at the time, but I do remember Mom saying it was a secret. I forgot about it until now. You think that's where she hid the Cursebreaker wand? Lucas asked. It's gotta be, I said. We have to go check it out. There wasn't time to waste. We quickly agreed that anyone who had access to their magic should come along with me. Chloe, Miles, and Onyx offered to stay back and watch Marcus. Lucas created a portal, and we stepped through it alongside Grant and Talia. All 4 cats followed at our feet. We emerged into a cluster of trees behind my childhood home. I could see the white siding and green shutters from here, and my heart ached for the home that was once mine. It didn't feel the same, though. Various building materials and construction equipment were stacked in the driveway. The inside of the house was dark, and there weren't any cars parked outside. The backyard was all torn up, with mounds of dirt piled in various places. My mother's bushes she tended to on the side of the house weren't there anymore, and her flower gardens were completely gone. The old car Dad had parked out behind the garage hadn't been there since we sold it after his funeral. The swing set I used to play on as a child, along with the tall oak tree I used to climb, were both missing. The yard was completely unrecognizable, and that made me sick to my stomach. We approached the back of the house, and I peered in through the sliding glass door. Ladders, buckets of paint, and various sheets of plastic scattered the house. Clearly, no one was living here right now, as the house was undergoing a major remodel. I couldn't understand why the new owners would want to change something that was already so beautiful. It was really sad to witness. Grant muttered an incantation, and his green magic swirled around the door handle before disengaging the lock. We entered the house, our footsteps echoing off the hardwood floor. The cats were silent as they slunk through the house beside us. It was strange being here again, because it felt so familiar, yet so distant at the same time. This had been my home growing up, but I'd changed so much since I left this place. I'd made a new home now, and it was surreal coming to this place that was merely a memory. I led my friends upstairs to my parents' old bedroom, which smelled of new paint, but was otherwise empty. "It's in here," I said as I entered my parents' old closet. I knelt beside a shoe storage shelf and reached for the hidden panel. I held my breath and popped the panel out of place. My stomach sank. It was empty. "I don't get it," I said. "I was so certain of what the message meant, but there's nothing here." "Do you think the priestesses could have gotten to it first?" Grant wondered. I shook my head. "I don't think so. They pushed me so hard to find the Cursebreaker wand, and we never had a lead. I don't see how they could have learned that my mom had it." "You could still be right about the message, but it's just not in this spot," Talia suggested. "Are there any other places in the house where she could have hidden it?" "I don't have any ideas, but we should look while we're here," I said. My friends and I scoured the whole house, and the cat sniffed around for clues. We searched under the sinks for hidden panels and inspected every floorboard in the house for potential hiding spots. We searched every nook and cranny of the basement and even lifted Talia into the attic crawl space. But we found nothing. We met back in my parents' empty bedroom. Grant sighed. "There's nothing here." "There's got to be something. We can't use magic to track an oaken wand, but what if we can feel its magic?" Lucas wondered. "Maybe if I had an ounce of magical access," I said. I lifted my fingers, but not even a spark appeared. I turned my gaze to Issa. "Any ideas, girl? You're the one who hid it." Issa stared up at me helplessly and gave a small meow. "She's not going to remember anything from a past life," Grant pointed out. "But she would remember in the afterlife," I said, forming an idea. "That piece of her that's still in Alora knows where she hid it. I know we're not supposed to summon loved ones because it complicates the healing process, but this is different. We need to contact my mom and ask her where she put the Cursebreaker wand." "I think this is a valid exception," Talia agreed. She withdrew the pendulum jar she'd slipped into her pocket earlier. The crystal was contained within a small vial that fit in the palm of her hand. "I can lead the seance." Lucas nodded in agreement. "Let's see what Faith can tell us." We sat in a circle in the center of the empty room, and Talia placed the pendulum jar in the center. We joined hands, and the cat circled us to keep us protected as we performed the seance. Talia led us through a guided meditation until she felt confident in our connection to the other side. "Faith?" Talia called out. "We're looking for information about the message you wrote to Nadine on her birthday cards. You hid the Cursebreaker wand, but we need more information to find it. Are you here with us now?" I expected to feel something, but not so much as a breeze passed through the trees outside. The room remained completely silent. Then the pendulum gave the smallest shudder. We all noticed it, and Talia gave a start. "I think she's here," she announced excitedly. "Faith, can you show us yes?" The pendulum didn't move. Talia tried again. "Can you show us no?" The pendulum wiggled slightly, but in no discernible direction. "Mom, please," I begged. "If there was ever a time for you to come through, now is it. This is our first lead on the Cursebreaker wand, and we need to find it if we stand a chance against the priestesses. I know you had your secrets, and there was something you were trying to tell me in those cards. But to fully understand where to find the wand, we need you here now. Is the wand here in the house?" Nothing happened. We must have sat there for minutes awaiting an answer, but the pendulum didn't move. I leaned back. "I don't get it. Why won't my mom come through?" Lucas looked to Issa. Your mom's already reincarnated. That makes it harder to contact her, even though there's still a piece of her soul in the afterlife. Can we use Issa to amplify the spell somehow? I asked desperately. We could do a past life regression on the cat or something. There has to be some way to get answers. There's no spell for a past life regression on cats, Talia said. But maybe your dad knew something. We could try getting through to him. I agreed to give it a shot, and Talia began calling out to my father. Nathan? Are you here? Your daughter Nadine needs you now, Talia said. We believe Faith hid an object from the Miriamic Coven here in your house. Do you know where to find it? For a brief moment, I thought that the temperature in the room dropped a few degrees, but I couldn't be sure it wasn't just my imagination. I kept my gaze firmly locked on the pendulum jar, willing my father to give us an answer. The sound of shattering glass filled the room, and we all jumped as the jar exploded. The cat scurried in all directions. Lucas threw himself in front of me, but he wasn't fast enough. A shard of glass sliced the back of my hand. A line of blood quickly formed over my skin. I winced as I pressed my other palm over the wound to stop the bleeding. Grant was so startled that he jumped to his feet and put his fists up. What the hell was that? I don't know. That's never happened to me before. The waning must be affecting our spell, Talia theorized. She lifted her hand, but only a few sparks emitted from her fingers. I must have overdone it, and my spell failed. Lucas conjured a first aid kit and placed a bandage over my cut. Mine and Grant's magic should have been enough. Then maybe it wasn't the waning this time, Talia said. We can't force spirits to talk to us if they don't want to. I sat back on my heels, heartbroken. I don't get why my parents wouldn't talk to me. We need them to find the wand, or the entire coven is going to die out. Maybe they didn't have any answers to give, Talia offered kindly as she picked up pieces of shattered glass. We might have confused them. I can't say for sure why the séance didn't work, but I think this is a clear sign we can't try again. I got to my feet, feeling wholly disappointed that we'd come here only to walk away with nothing. I guess I was wrong. The Cursebreaker wand isn't here. That doesn't mean your mom didn't have it, Lucas encouraged. She must have hidden it somewhere else. Then we need to find out where that is, I stated. If we hope to get any information about where to go next, then we need to talk to the one person alive who knew my mother best. We need to tell her about the message we found, and maybe she'll be able to piece together something my mother told her. We need to visit Headmistress Verla as soon as possible. Lucas raised his hands. I'll portal us there right away. I hesitated, because I knew speaking to Verla about my mother was going to feel heavy, no matter how I approached it. When I had lost my mother, Verla had lost a best friend, and the topic of my mother's passing was never an easy one for either of us. I needed my mother more than I needed answers about the Cursebreaker wand, but she couldn't be here. Verla could provide comfort in a way my friends couldn't, because she knew my mom better than anyone else. I should go alone, I suggested. I need to tell Verla about what we found on my own. Lucas nodded. We understand. Call me whenever you're ready, and I'll come pick you up. Lucas portaled us back to Octavia Falls and dropped me off on Headmistress Verla's doorstep. It was a Saturday, which was her day off, so I figured she'd be home. I knocked, and she answered right away. Nadine, she greeted brightly. Come in, I just put on some tea. I entered her house and sat next to the fireplace in the living room. Odin lazed next to a faded carpet stain beside the coffee table, where it looked like someone had spilled tea long ago. Verla brought a tray from the kitchen with tea and tiny sandwiches on it. She sat in the chair beside me. To what do I owe the pleasure? We have information about the Cursebreaker wand, and I'm hoping you might be able to help us find it, I said. Verla sat up straighter. She appeared genuinely shocked that we'd found something after all this time. I'll help in any way I can. I dove into an explanation about the message we'd found this morning, and then told her how we'd been to my parents' old house but didn't find anything. By the time I finished, tears had beaded in the corners of my eyes. Do you have any idea where my mom might have hidden the wand? Anything she might have said to you before she died? I asked. Verla noticed my broken tone, and she set her teacup aside. I suspect that's not the main reason you're visiting me today, is it? Tears leaked from my eyes, and I dashed them away. No, I admitted, my voice cracking. She didn't show up, Clarice. I need her now. The Coven needs her. And she wasn't there. I don't understand. My friends are some of the most powerful witches I know. The seance should have worked. If Mom wanted to send me a message, then why wouldn't she show up to provide clarity? Verla placed a gentle hand on mine. I gazed down at the long scars on her arm, which she'd obtained when trying to protect me from the questing beast on our way to the abyss. Verla cared so much, but even her love couldn't fill the hole inside of me that formed without my mother here. Nadine, I am so sorry, she said genuinely. I know it seems that magic can answer all our questions and solve all problems, but that is far from the truth. I'm certain your mother wanted to be there for you today, but even the most powerful of witches can't guarantee results, especially when it comes to tricky spells like seances. Seances are supposed to be easy, I said in a small voice. Verla's features grew even sadder. Even when we open that connection, we don't know which spirits might come through. I don't want you to think you and your friends failed, or that your mother didn't want to show up for you, because that's not true. Believe me, I know. I noticed something in her eyes, something she'd buried so far down that only the deepest of sorrows could unearth. My gaze darted to a picture framed on the mantel. In it, Verla stood beside her sister on their graduation day. They looked so much alike that I wasn't entirely sure which one was her. The twins shared the same eyes and bright smile. You're not just talking about my mom, are you? I asked slowly. No, honey. Verla followed my gaze to the photograph. I tried contacting my sister many times after her death, but each attempt failed. She wasn't the kind of person to abandon me, so I know there are greater forces at play. Something, or someone, here or in the afterlife, has prevented us from meeting again. I am certain that is the case, because Nicole would never leave me. Verla seemed sad, but it came with a spark of joy at the memories. She rarely talked about her sister, but I got the sense that maybe she was just waiting for someone to ask first. I can tell you loved her very much, I said. Are you okay talking about her? Of course, Verla replied. You can ask me anything. What was your sister like? Verla drew a deep breath. Nicole was my rock. She kept me grounded when I took life too seriously. She was always singing and dancing, trying to lift people's spirits. To others, she appeared to have no care in the world, but between you and me, I believe she acted the way she did to make people feel better. She couldn't stand to see people get hurt. I picked up a deeper meaning in her tone. Someone hurt her, didn't they? She didn't want anyone to feel the way she did. She sounds very noble. She was, Verla said fondly. Nicole and I both grew up with a strong sense of justice. Our father was a lawyer, and we were both expected to follow in his footsteps. I loved and admired my father very dearly, but he wasn't always kind to our mother. When we were 9 years old, we came home from playing in the woods with a tree branch we wanted to show him. It was twisted like his wand, and we thought he'd like it. When we entered the house, he was screaming at our mother. Nicole begged him to stop, and when he didn't, she stood between them. He smacked Nicole with the back of his hand, and she fell to the ground. My mother cowered, but I knew that he was wrong. I wasn't going to stand for it. I smacked him across the face with that tree branch so hard he fell to the ground. My father never dared to lay a hand on any of us again. "I'm sorry that happened to you," I told her. "You were too young to have to stand up to a full-grown man." "I did what I had to do," Verla replied. "It was that day that I became my sister's fierce protector. I was the older one, even if only by a few minutes. It was my job to take care of her, but at the same time, and in her own way, she became my protector as well. I stood up physically to my father, but Nicole found her own ways to fight back. She was always coming up with creative ideas on things we could build with sticks in the backyard, or activities that would get us out of the house. My father wanted her to become a corporate lawyer like him, but her greatest rebellion was choosing to specialize in family law instead." "It doesn't sound like she loved him the way you did," I noted. "Our relationship with our father was complicated. He loved in his own way, often buying us presents and praising us endlessly for our accomplishments. His love for his daughters was never a question, but he never should have married my mother, because he couldn't love her in the way she deserved. Once we were old enough to care for ourselves, my mother left my father. Soon after, she moved away from Octavia Falls altogether. My parents were right to get divorced, but things changed once they did. It seemed that when my mother left him, my father just stopped caring. He threw himself so deep into his work that he didn't even show up for our graduation." "I'm sure that wasn't easy for either of you." "Nicole and I took it in different ways," Verla admitted. "I saw my father's grief, and I recognized his struggle. I did everything I could to show him I was still there, to be his little girl, to follow in his footsteps and become that great leader he wanted me to be. Nicole didn't understand why I was still trying to please him. She thought I was taking his side over my mother's, but I wasn't. My mother was happy for the first time in her life, and I was so grateful for that. But I wanted that for both of them. Nothing could excuse or undo the way he treated my mother. But I thought, if I could be there for him, maybe he could have a second chance. Nicole didn't think he deserved it." "Where's your father now?" I wondered. "He died of a heart attack many years ago," she said sadly. "He left us with a large inheritance and willed the house to me before I became headmistress. The financial security is what allowed me to pursue a new career in teaching after working as a lawyer, although Nicole continued to practice law. "What happened to her?" I asked. "I've heard bits and pieces of the story, but not the whole thing." Verla dropped her gaze. Nicole took a case prosecuting a man who had brutally beaten his wife. Despite all the evidence against him, the jury ruled him not guilty. That night, the wife drove her car off the road, presumably because she could not live with the ruling. Nicole took it personally and believed that if she'd done a better job presenting the case, the man would have been convicted and the woman would have lived. We were both highly ambitious people, and we always had this saying that we were going to make this world a better place, whatever it takes. She took this one personally. She believed it was her fault that she couldn't convince the jury. Verla let out a shaky breath. Something within her broke after that trial. She quit her job, lost her apartment, and moved back in with me here in our childhood home. She started seeing strange visions after that. They say it's something that can happen to seers. Disunion, they call it. The night she died, she took an axe to the protection tree. The priestesses caught her in the act and hanged her for it. Did she ever tell you why she did that? I wondered. It seemed like such a strange thing for her to do after everything Verla had told me about her. I believe it was my sister's final form of protest, Verla said. She always held on to the faith that the Coven would protect each other, but this trial that she lost proved otherwise. The Coven had stopped protecting its people, and in her eyes, I don't think she believed we deserved protecting anymore. I heard she called the tree a murder tree, and no one knew what she meant, I said. Could she have been referring to her client? The tree was a symbol of the Coven protecting the wrong person, and she blamed the Coven for her client's death. It has to be, Verla replied. What people don't understand was that my sister had no intention of harming anyone. She just wanted them to listen. I can understand that, I said. It's hard getting people to listen. Sometimes it feels hopeless altogether. I just hope that's not ultimately the witch's fate. The what? Verla's brow furrowed. The fate of our Coven, I clarified. It can't be hopeless. Verla's shoulders relaxed. Just because we're presented with challenges doesn't mean it's hopeless, Nadine. I tried so many times to contact my sister, but even though it didn't work, I've learned that if I still have these memories, that's good enough. It doesn't feel like enough when my mom has answers to the wand, which we need to face off against the priestesses, and she's not answering us, I countered. There have to be answers somewhere, Verla encouraged. But continuing to try contacting your mother will only distract you from the work that needs to be done. She never told you anything about the wand? I asked in desperation. Verla shook her head regrettably. I'm afraid not. But I know your mom wouldn't leave you hanging. That's not the type of person she is. I know you're right. I'm just not sure where to look next. I'm not your mother, but I knew her well enough to know what she'd say, Verla said. Look within yourself, Nadine, because your heart already has the answers. That was exactly what my mom would say. Thank you. Verla pulled me into a hug. It was so motherly, so comforting, that it was like receiving a hug from my mother herself. My mom had picked a really wonderful friend. I was so glad they never lost touch, because Verla was everything I needed in a motherly figure when my own mom couldn't be here anymore. I drew away and wiped my eyes. You're right. The Cursebreaker wand is still out there, and I can't be wasting time on spells that don't work. My mom would have left something more for me. I just have to find her other clues. I just hoped I could decipher her messages before it was too late.
Chapter 7. Lucas. We finally had a lead on the Cursebreaker wand, and Nadine was utilizing every spare moment she had looking for more clues, though she hadn't found any yet. My cousin Jess invited Nadine and me out for coffee the following week. It was her last day in town, and she'd be leaving for Boston in the morning with a moving van.
Lucas, it's been a while,
Jess said brightly as we entered the Cozy Cat Cafe.
Nadine, it's good to see you again.
We exchanged hugs, then placed our orders at the counter. The cafe featured a large selection of paninis and specialty sandwiches. I ordered a chicken bacon ranch panini, which sounded really good. We gathered around a table near the window with our coffees as we waited for our food to come out. I turned to Jess. It really has been a while. I haven't seen you since that family reunion back when I was in high school.
Don't remind me,
Jess groaned. Nadine glanced between us.
I take it things didn't go well?
Our dads tried to start a fist fight, Jess said casually. Nadine sipped her coffee.
You say that like it's a regular occurrence.
It is when you get those two men in a room together, I stated.
Men? You mean children?
Jess cracked.
Goddess, those two never grew up. I don't want to talk about our family, though. How have you been?
I cupped my hands around my mug, really contemplating the question. Better, I said honestly. I'm back in therapy, which has helped a lot, but we're talking about putting me on meds. Jess's shoulders fell sympathetically.
I'm not going to tell you what to do, Lucas, but I went on antidepressants a few years back, and there are a lot of side effects they never tell you about. Just be sure you know what you're getting into.
They didn't work for you? I asked.
That depends on your definition, she replied. I wasn't as sad anymore, but I became numb to everything. So much that I'd say whatever I was feeling without questioning if it was appropriate or not. Sometimes that could really hurt the people around me. All intimacy with my husband stopped because my desire went away. I thought I went on meds for my own mental health, but I learned that it affected everyone around me. I thought doing it would make it easier on everyone else, but I realized that the way I treat my illness affected other people too.
How did they make you feel? I wondered.
There was an emptiness inside of me, but it was a different kind of emptiness than I'd ever felt before,
Jess explained.
In the worst of my depression, the emptiness felt lonely and all-consuming, like I could be swallowed up by a black hole, and I'd be relieved if I didn't wake up in the morning.
I understood that feeling far too well. Jess sighed.
This wasn't like that. It didn't feel like I was on the precipice of a deep, dark hole that wanted to consume me. It was more like there was nothing there at all. No darkness, but also no light. Meds really did stabilize my mood, but it was to the extreme. There was no sadness like I used to feel, but those rare glimmers of joy were gone too. It seemed I could only feel one thing, and everything else had gone foggy. If I didn't know better, I'd have thought my spirit had left my body and I was watching my life from above, because I didn't feel attached to my body at all. I didn't even notice it until my husband pointed it out. I felt like I was just going through the motions, and I didn't like the way that felt.
That's the opposite of how my friend Miles talks about his experience, I said.
It's different for everyone,
Jess replied.
I was angry about it for a long time. Antidepressants were helping my friends live better lives, but they were only making me feel worse, It felt unfair. I couldn't even be treated for my depression because the treatments weren't working. I did everything I was supposed to, followed all the doctor's advice, and even though I was doing everything right, I didn't see the payoff.
Jess wasn't trying to scare me. She was only sharing her own lived experience. But her story made me hesitate, because I didn't want this if my body was going to react the same way hers did. "I'm sorry you went through that," I said. "It's hard to know what to do when some people have a great experience and others don't. I really appreciate you sharing your experience with me. Hearing from both sides will help me make a better decision when I'm ready."
"I'm sure whatever you decide will be the right choice,"
Jess assured me. Our paninis arrived then. We didn't have a lot of time until she left town, so I changed the topic to something more cheerful. "Tell us about Boston. What's your new place like?" Jess started talking about her move, telling us about the apartment she'd found and how it was so close to her treatment center, as well as an art gallery she wanted to get involved in. The way she raved about the neighborhood, it sounded like she was going to be really happy there. Nadine's phone rang near the end of our meal. She looked like she was about to decline the call until she glanced at the screen and her features fell.
"It's Chloe. Sorry, I have to take this."
Chloe's voice was muffled from the other end of the line, so I didn't hear what she said. But it was clear as day by the look on Nadine's face that it was an emergency.
"We'll be right there,"
Nadine said quickly before hanging up. She turned to me, her features ashen.
"Grant had a diabetic reaction. He's in the emergency room."
I stood right away. "I'll drive. Sorry to cut this short, Jess. It was good to see you again. I wish you the best of luck in Boston."
"Thank you, and don't worry about me. Go visit your friend."
Jess stood to give me a goodbye hug, and she squeezed me a bit tighter than normal.
"And Lucas, I know you'll never hear this from anyone else in our family, so I want you to hear it from me. You've got this."
"That means a lot," I told her. Jess and I weren't close, but she was family, and it was nice to know that she cared. Nadine and I hurried out of the Cozy Cat Cafe and drove to the hospital. When we got there, the nurses let us through to the patient rooms right away. We found Chloe and Onyx talking in the hall outside a private room with a glass wall. The curtains around the bed were drawn, and I could only assume Grant was inside. It looked like a private room, which the staff must have prepared just for him since he was a priest, because beds were limited now.
"How's Grant?"
Nadine asked immediately.
"He's stable,"
Onyx assured us.
"Talia's with him, and the doctors have hooked him up to an IV to help with dehydration. He got an insulin shot, which will help bring his blood sugar back to normal."
"What happened?" I asked. Chloe looked shaken, which wasn't a good sign. It took a lot to crack her hard exterior.
"Grant and I were having lunch together, just the two of us, because Talia had gone to a meeting at the school. Grant's meeting got canceled, so I invited him to eat with me at headquarters. Everything was fine at first. We had our food delivered. He took his potion, and we started eating and chatting."
The potion she mentioned had to be the one Grant was brewing for his diabetes. He'd been taking it for over a year now, ever since the priestesses cut his insurance, and he couldn't afford his insulin shots anymore. I'd hoped he'd go back on insulin when we returned to Octavia Falls, but medical resources were already stretched thin, and he didn't want to risk being unable to fill his prescription. In my opinion, brewing potions was just as risky right now, with the waning getting worse by the day. But he had a large stock of potion that wouldn't spoil.
"Then Grant's breathing changed, and he started giving one-word answers,"
Chloe continued.
"His face flushed, and when I asked him if he was okay, he said he was really tired and had a headache. I said something might be wrong with his medication, but he didn't even get a chance to respond before he was vomiting. I immediately called an ambulance." "Can we see him?"
Nadine asked.
"Of course."
Onyx stepped aside, and we entered the treatment room. Grant was lying on the bed, and though his features were a bit ashen, he was awake and coherent. Talia sat beside him, holding his hand. Bella and Gus were both curled up on the bed next to Grant. "How are you feeling?" I asked him.
"Crappy, but I'll live,"
he admitted before turning to Onyx.
"What's the verdict?"
"The doctors are still working on getting you answers," Onyx said. "I've spoken to your care team, but really I'm here as a friend. The doctors want to run more tests."
Talia dotted her eyes with the tissue.
"Could this be a side effect of the potion he's been brewing?"
"It could be,"
Onyx said carefully, like she was trying not to freak anyone out.
"Symptoms like this aren't unusual in diabetic patients, but it usually takes hours or days to develop, and it appears this came on more suddenly."
"Why would Grant have a reaction now?" I asked. "He's been taking this brew for over a year now, and nothing like this has ever happened before." Onyx frowned. I didn't think she wanted to say much without Grant's care providers in the room.
"The thing is, there isn't any viable research on the potion Grant was brewing, so we don't know the long-term effects it might have. That's something to ask his doctors about."
Grant sighed.
"You can say it, Onyx. I screwed up. Everyone told me I shouldn't be brewing my own medication, and they were right. But also I didn't have a lot of options, and that brew kept me alive when the medical system couldn't. Sometimes you gotta take these things into your own hands, even if it comes back to bite you in the ass later."
He leaned over to rub his butt.
"And ouch, I bit myself hard."
I nudged him in the shoulder. "Good to see you still have your sense of humor." He shrugged weakly.
"Someone's got to. Eventually you get so sick of seeing the inside of a hospital that laughing about it is the only way to get through it. Gotta keep our spirits alive."
"You're going to be okay then?"
Talia asked, stroking his arm.
"I'm not going anywhere,"
Grant promised.
"Literally, not as long as they've got me hooked up to this IV."
We all chuckled, though it was uncomfortable laughter.
"In all seriousness, I let this go on too long,"
Grant admitted.
"I should have sought out proper care in Octavia, or at the very least checked in with my doctors when we returned to Octavia Falls. I'm going to get back on the right medication, and I'll be back to normal soon. I'm just lucky Chloe was there to help."
Chloe waved a hand.
"It was nothing. Anyone would have done the same thing."
"Anyone can call an ambulance, but not just anyone can chew an EMT out the way you did when they didn't strap me in properly,"
Grant said.
"Oh, yeah. Our ride to the hospital was fun," Chloe replied sarcastically. "We'd have been here sooner if the driver hadn't taken a wrong turn."
"You guys should have seen her barking directions," Grant chuckled. "I mean it, Chloe. I'm glad you were there. I know things haven't always been easy between the two of us. I wasn't sure for the longest time that you could be trusted, or that you really meant it when you said you wanted to change. But after all this time together, I can honestly say I misjudged you. I'm lucky to call you my friend."
Chloe teared up, but she quickly cleared her throat.
"After today, you don't have a choice. I saved your life."
"Trauma bond!"
Grant joked in a high-pitched voice. He lifted his fist, and Chloe fist-bumped him in agreement. It was nice to finally see them getting along. Shouts from out in the hall caught our attention.
"Miss, you can't come back here,"
a nurse said loudly.
"It's okay, my daughter works here,"
a woman insisted. Onyx went visibly rigid.
"My break is over. I'll see you guys after work."
She raced out of the room like her ass was on fire. We all exchanged an uncomfortable glance. I went over to the curtain and peered out the door.
"I'll handle it,"
Onyx told another nurse, before turning to a woman who clearly didn't work here. The woman was tall and wore business slacks with a black blazer. Her auburn hair fell in neat curls, and she looked like she'd just come from work at an office job. Onyx spoke to her in hushed whispers, so I couldn't hear, but whatever conversation they were having appeared heated. The woman sneered something back, though she kept her features calm. All I could hear was the word ungrateful. Onyx lost her cool, and her voice rose. "Mom, you cannot come into my place of work like this. This is the 3rd time this week." I'd heard stories of Onyx's mother before, and none of them were good. I remembered Onyx had told us her mom's name was Heidi. Heidi took a step back, acting shocked. "I merely wanted to take my only daughter out for lunch, but you never showed up. Am I not worth the courtesy of an explanation?" Onyx glanced up and down the hall. There were other nurses and patients there, and it was obvious Onyx was trying to keep the situation under control. "Mom," she stated in a calm but firm tone, "you need to leave." Heidi didn't bat an eye. "I'm not leaving until I get an explanation." "I've said all I need to say to you," Onyx replied. "You know why I wasn't at lunch. I told you last time I wasn't coming." Onyx's mother grabbed her so hard by the arm that I could see her skin turning red beneath her mother's grip. "Keep your voice down," her mom sneered. "I will not have you embarrass me in front of other people." Nope, I was not letting this happen. I stepped out into the hall, and Onyx's gaze locked with mine. She wore a pleading expression, begging me not to get involved. I knew that feeling of sheer embarrassment all too well. Heidi didn't notice me as she yanked Onyx around the corner. "You've been very distant lately, and frankly, your distance is depressing me," I overheard Heidi say. "What more do you want from me?" "I want you to go to therapy," Onyx begged. "I've asked you to do that 1,000,000 times, and it's like you don't hear me." "I don't need to waste my time and money for some shrink to tell me how I feel," Heidi sneered. "I already know how I feel, and I know we could fix this if you'd work with me, but you won't do that, because it's always about you and what you think you deserve." "I deserve a mom who's willing to work on herself," Onyx insisted. Heidi scoffed. "I deserve a daughter who thinks I'm great. I did everything for you. I put a roof over your head and food on the table, yet the second you had a chance to go live with your little friends, you completely abandoned me. You've changed, Onyx." "Good!" Onyx cried. "That's what children are supposed to do, Mom. They grow up. I'm in my 20s. You need to stop treating me like I'm 9. "You just love to make me feel worthless, don't you?" Heidi sneered. "You're such a little bitch, prancing around the hospital all day, caring for your patients. But what about your mother?" "I'm a nurse," Onyx said. "It's my job to care about these people." "You're my daughter," Heidi shot back. "It's your job to care about me. If you think any of these people care about you, you're stupid." "I'm not stupid, Mom," Onyx demanded. "You always said I wasn't smart enough to work in healthcare, but you were wrong. I got my nursing license despite everything working against me, and I'm a damn good nurse. I will never let you tell me differently." Onyx stormed past me before her mom could respond. She ran down the hall and around the corner. Our friends had followed me into the hall, but they looked confused. I didn't think they'd caught the whole conversation, and I was glad they hadn't. Onyx didn't need everyone to know the depth of her mother's abuse. There was understanding in Nadine's eyes, though. I knew Onyx had confided in her about her mother before, but that had been Onyx's story to tell, and Nadine never mentioned much about it. I suspected Nadine knew more than I did up until today. "I'll talk to Onyx," I told them. Nadine lifted her chin as Heidi stepped around the corner. The older woman appeared horrified when she saw us standing there, and she knew she'd been caught. "We'll take care of this," Nadine told me. Chloe crossed her arms and pursed her lips. I was already on my way down the hall, but I heard her say to Heidi, "Are you going to leave this building on your own, Or are you going to make priestesses do it for you? I'm going, Heidi snapped. I followed Onyx outside and into the hospital gardens. A pathway cut from one entrance of the hospital to another and was surrounded by trees and flowers. A fountain sat in the middle of the gardens, along with a gazebo on the other end. It should have been beautiful, but the gardens appeared abandoned. Flowers were dying, and the fountain hadn't been turned on. The gardens were empty, apart from the two of us. I found Onyx sitting on a bench in the gazebo with her face in her hands. Her shoulders shook in sobs. "Hey," I said lightly. "Mind some company?" Onyx lifted her head and wiped her eyes. She moved over on the bench.
"Sorry you had to see that."
"You have nothing to apologize for," I assured her as I took a seat beside her. "You don't deserve to be treated that way."
"I know, but I also don't know how to stop it,"
Onyx admitted.
"Everyone wants to talk about setting boundaries and standing up for yourself, but it isn't that simple when people plow straight through those boundaries and keep on going. To act as if I'm just letting her step all over me is an insult to my character, because I do set boundaries, I do stand up for myself, and I still get shit on. It doesn't matter if I'm being nice to her or aggressively telling her exactly what I think, because nothing works. Some people will stop at nothing to break you. What she said in there isn't a fraction as bad as how she usually treats me."
"I understand," I said gently. "These solutions are nice in theory, but the chances of it actually working on people like this are slim to none." Onyx wiped her eyes.
"I try not to let her bother me, but her persistence is overwhelming. If I'm not answering her texts at all hours of the day, she shows up at my work and makes a scene. I can't get my work done efficiently or be there for my patients when I'm afraid she's going to be lurking around the corner. She shows up here almost every day to harass me. She wants me to be at her every beck and call, and if I'm not available, she has to do something rash to exercise control over me."
Heidi was a lot like my parents, but she seemed even more persistent and controlling. I had a good idea of what Onyx was going through, but there were aspects of her mother I'd never understand. It was hard to watch my friend go through this, especially someone so resilient and strong like Onyx. I didn't think I'd ever seen her cry, and that was sad, because there was a reason she'd always held it together. She'd had to, from an early age, and it wasn't fair. "I can talk to your mom," I offered. "If the only language she speaks is aggression, I can be so fucking mean she'll never show her face around here again."
"I appreciate the offer, but I don't want you to do that."
"I'm not going to hurt her," I promised. "But I can be so scary she'll have to listen." I was already plotting on donning my Reaper robe and bringing along my scythe to scare the living hell out of her. Onyx frowned.
"Has that ever worked on your parents?"
"No," I admitted. "But Heidi isn't my mom. She can't control me." Onyx hung her head hopelessly.
"You know as well as I do that's not going to work. There's nothing we can do that will make our parents listen. Lucas, I've tried everything. My mom never wanted a kid, and from the day I was born, she made certain I knew it. I was always an extension of her, instead of my own person. She was sick of beating herself up, so she found a new toy to play with. She wanted me to be as miserable as she was. I'm not a person to her, and I'm so sick of being her personal punching bag."
"I know this is hard," I told her. "We're all here to help you, and we're going to do whatever it takes to make sure you're safe."
"I know, and your friendship means the world to me,"
Onyx replied.
"When I was growing up, my mom sabotaged every friendship I ever had. Every time I thought I found a friend, they'd meet my mom and go running off in the other direction. I was the luckiest girl in the world when you guys welcomed me in, because for the first time in my life, I felt like I had real friends. Friends my mother couldn't touch. Our time together living at the safe house was the happiest time of my life because my mom didn't know where I was and couldn't get in touch with me.
Onyx shuddered.
I thought she might have changed in the time we were gone, that she would realize her mistakes and commit to doing better. But if anything, she's been worse since we've been back. It's like all that time we were gone, she's been plotting new ways to destroy me. I'm so happy you guys are my friends, but friends alone can't solve this.
We're going to do our damnedest, I promised. I'm going to start by talking to the hospital staff and making sure they know she's banned from the building. Onyx shook her head.
That would help me at my job, but it doesn't solve the problem outside of work. She'll still be blowing up my phone, and if I block her, she'll track me down outside of work. We both know what I need to do, Lucas.
I really hoped it wouldn't come to this. We really enjoyed having Onyx around. She was one of the kindest, caring people I knew, and she always had creative ideas and suggestions that helped the team out. But I already knew what she was thinking, because I knew what it was like to be in her place. I didn't have to put myself in her shoes, because I was already there, and I shared her sentiment. Living in the safe house had been great, because for the first time in my life, I'd felt a reprieve from the constant humiliation and dehumanization. Onyx needed a safe house of her own now. We heard a door open and turned to see Nadine, Chloe, and Talia stepping into the gardens. They looked apprehensive, like they didn't want to interrupt anything, but Onyx stood and waved them over.
We got rid of that bitch,
Chloe said harshly as the three of them entered the gazebo. Onyx just looked sad.
I appreciate your trying to cheer me up, but talking shit about my mom isn't going to help. I know what I need to do. I have to leave Octavia Falls. As long as my mother's here, I can't stay. I have to go somewhere where she can't find me or get in contact with me. That can't be the only way, Nadine said sadly. We don't want you to leave. I don't want to leave either, Onyx replied. But I need to follow my gut, and this is what I feel I have to do right now.
This isn't a permanent solution, I said gently, though I knew there was nothing I could say to convince her to stay. Her mind was already made up, and I couldn't fault her for her decision.
I know leaving town isn't going to undo everything she's done to me, but at least I'll have a chance at a good life, Onyx said. I know the Coven needs help right now, and I committed to helping the Council restructure our healthcare system, but as long as I'm around my mother, I can't do my job. I wanted to be a leader, and someday I will be in that position. But to do that, I have to go somewhere where I can be of more service, and I truly believe I'm going to better help our community outside of it.
Where will you go? Talia asked.
With permission from the Council, I'd like to go to Malovia, Onyx requested. I want to be a part of real change, and I think I have what it takes to begin fostering peace with the Fae. I want to work on building diplomatic relations with the King and Queen there. If I can't be here, that's what I need to be doing.
It seems you put a lot of thought into this, I remarked.
I have, Onyx said. I've stayed because I thought it was what was best for the Coven. But I'm realizing that if I don't have the tools to thrive here, I'm never going to be able to help in the capacity I want to.
You need to do what's best for you, I stated. The Coven needs you, but if your community can't take care of you and give you what you need, then it doesn't deserve to keep you.
You come first, Nadine agreed. Whatever you need to do, you have our full support. We're just really going to miss you.
Onyx choked back tears.
I'm really going to miss you guys too.
We wrapped Onyx in a group hug and held her for a long time. It was sad and melancholy, because it truly felt like the goodbye hug that it was. This wasn't just some idea Onyx came up with in the heat of the moment. This was real, and we had to come to terms with the fact that one of our closest friends was leaving for good. I didn't know when or if we'd ever see her again. We didn't want to see her go, but we also didn't fight to make her stay, because no matter how hard this was, we all knew this was what was best for her. Didn't make it any easier, though. Onyx finally drew away, wiping her eyes.
Thank you all for being here. I'm ready for this, and that means it's time to turn in my resignation papers. I'll come with you,
Chloe offered. Chloe and Onyx headed off in one direction, and Nadine and I followed Talia back to Grant's room.
Do you think this is the right decision, sending Onyx to make alliances with the Fae?
Talia asked as we entered the building. I'm not sure, I confessed. But I do know that sometimes being there for a friend means giving them space, and right now we have to support whatever Onyx decides. Nadine sighed heavily.
I wish we could fix everything for our friends. Grant's sick, and Onyx is going through a crisis. Jess is leaving town. Everyone's having problems, and it seems there's nothing we can do about it.
We can be there for them, I said. That's all we really can do.
We need to prepare better for these kinds of things,
Nadine insisted.
The priestesses are still out there building an army. We can't predict what kind of emergencies we might face in the future. If one of us gets sick or we get separated, we need a way to stay in contact with each other, magical or otherwise.
I agree, I said. We've all been learning how to astral travel, and we can use it if all else fails. It's something even humans can do, which means we should be able to use it even if we're cut off from our magic. We need to agree on a place on the astral plane where we can meet if we ever get separated. We didn't want to bother Grant with any heavy topics, so we stopped outside his room. Through the curtain, I could see that he had fallen asleep.
We could meet at the Olsen estate,
Talia offered. That's too obvious, I countered. If the priestesses found out we were on the astral plane, they could come looking for us, and we don't want them messing with our spirits while they're outside our bodies. We all still wore our protection beads we'd received from Professor Ward after her death. They protected us from astral travelers and spiritual spies. I could still feel the magic pulsing through the beads, and we were protected for now. Either the priestesses were too preoccupied building their army, or even the Master Wand couldn't break through this spell, because the protection charm hadn't been broken. But that didn't mean the priestesses wouldn't try if they got desperate.
There's one place they don't know about,
Nadine stated.
The abandoned mansion behind the school.
Everyone knows that place is there,
Talia said.
They know it exists, but they don't know what the place means to us,
Nadine pointed out.
They wouldn't think to look for us there.
That's the perfect spot, I agreed.
That mansion is protected by magic,
Talia pointed out.
Will the spell prevent us from going there on the astral plane?
Nadine wore a contemplative look.
We've never tried. We should test it out.
Nadine and I can handle that, I offered. You should stay here with Grant. We'll let you know what we find. Talia nodded.
All right, I'll keep you updated on his progress.
Nadine and I left the hospital, and we drove home. The house was empty except for the cats because Professor Wyckoff had taken Marcus and Rose to story time at the library. It was nice coming home to a quiet house in the middle of the day, because we rarely had this time off work. I kicked off my shoes, and Nadine put on calming music as we climbed into bed together. We had to lock Rishi out of the room, or he'd bat at our faces and wouldn't let us meditate. Issa curled up in Nadine's arms, and Oliver snuggled against my leg. Nadine curled into me.
Meet you on the other side.
We fell into a deep meditation together, which was getting easier to do the more we practiced. I pictured my spirit melting into the mattress, imagining my body and mind separating. Soon my body felt as if it was spinning, and I lost all sense of direction as I meditated to the astral plane. As I became aware again, I found myself transported to the grounds outside the abandoned mansion. We hadn't been there all summer, and it was as beautiful as ever, with ivy growing up the side of the house. The stone steps leading up to the front door were cracked, but there was a charm beneath the layers of overgrown bushes and towering trees. This had been our place when we'd been attending Miriam College of Witchcraft, and I didn't realize how much I missed it until now. The abandoned mansion was even more beautiful on the astral plane. Here, colors didn't quite match up with their shapes, so each ivy leaf glowed a rainbow of ethereal colors, displaying all shades of green at once. The house itself glimmered against the backdrop of a purple sky. Nadine was already standing on the front steps waiting for me. Issa's and Oliver's spirits prowled at her feet.
You made it,
Nadine teased. I wouldn't miss it, I said. I was still staring up at the towering turret in wonder. This building was on the verge of falling down on the physical plane, but here it seemed more solid. It felt like looking at two images at the same time, as if I could see the potential of what this house could be, overlaid against the dangling shingles. I couldn't tell which was real. I took Nadine's outstretched hand, which was solid against my own, though my skin tingled where we touched. We approached the doorway, and together we stepped straight through the wall. I got the overwhelming sensation that I was coming home. Nadine paused in the entryway and looked back at the door.
It looks like the home's protection spell still lets us through on the astral plane.
Then we can tell the others this is our official meeting place, I said. Though let's hope we never have to use it. The sound of a cat meowing caught our attention. Issa and Oliver were standing at our feet in spirit form, but it sounded like it had come from down the hall. Curiously, I stepped forward. Here, little fella, I called, though I didn't know if the cat could hear me. A cat poked its head out from behind a doorway, perking its ears and tilting its head at us. At first I thought it was standing on a piece of furniture around the corner, but it leapt out from behind the doorway and appeared to be floating in midair. The cat somersaulted in the air, leaving behind a trail of colors. The cat had a solid gray coat of fur, but here on the astral plane it glowed a bright purple and magenta. The creature let out a happy trill, and Issa and Oliver leapt into the air to greet the cat, floating alongside it as ethereal beings. The cats sniffed one another, then started licking each other's ears in approval.
Aw,
Nadine cooed.
It's a spirit cat. He must be really lonely living here by himself.
Technically not living, I joked. We stepped forward, and the cat let us scratch him behind the ears. He purred loudly, which seemed amplified in our spirit form. The sound was really comforting. I wonder how long he's been here, I mused. If he's been left behind by the previous owners, it's been over a decade.
He's been here a while,
Nadine stated with certainty.
Every time we've come here, I can feel a welcoming but lonely energy. I think this cat has been waiting for company.
You don't have to wait any more, buddy, I told him as I stroked his tail. We're here. The cat's ears perked up when I said the word buddy.
Is that your name?
Nadine asked.
Buddy?
The cat jumped, then spun around in a circle. Either way, I think he likes it, I said. Don't worry, buddy. We'll come to visit you as often as we can. I scratched him under the chin, and Buddy pulled away to sniff my fingers. He must have decided he really liked me, because he started rubbing his cheeks over my knuckles and purring even louder. Buddy crawled up my arm until he was standing on my shoulders and nuzzling against my face. Then he bit me in the ear, and his sharp fangs pierced me hard. "Ow, Buddy!" I scolded. Buddy jumped down from my shoulders and scurried over to the stairs near us. I held my ear, but the pain quickly subsided, like I'd only imagined it. Nadine chuckled.
You must have done something he didn't like.
I didn't do anything. I was only petting him. Buddy cocked his head, and I realized there was intention behind his eyes. I think he's trying to get my attention, I said. It looks like he wants us to follow him. Buddy hopped down from the stairs and ran down the hall. Isa and Oliver chased after him, and Nadine and I followed. Buddy stopped in front of the door that led to the primary bedroom and pawed at the floor. It had been years since Nadine and I had been in this part of the house. Being back here made my heart skip a beat as I thought of the night we'd shared together in this very room. It had been here that we'd gotten back together after our breakup, and here that we'd seen each other naked for the first time. That night had been a massive turning point in our relationship, and I would forever cherish it.
I think he wants us to see what's inside.
Nadine went to walk through the door, but she stumbled back, as if she'd been shocked. I caught her, though she didn't appear hurt. You okay? She eyed the door curiously.
That's weird. This door shouldn't be solid.
Instinctually, I reached for the door handle to test it out, and my hand met solid metal. I twisted the handle, and the door swung open. I was surprised to see the bedroom I expected to find there was gone, replaced by what appeared to be a small, dark closet. It was filled with all kinds of odds and ends, some of them hovering in midair like gravity didn't exist here. There were two items that stood out amongst the other: a black robe and a scythe. I reached out to run my fingers over the smooth fabric of the robe. It's mine. All this stuff is mine.
Lucas, it's your stash,
Nadine exclaimed.
We found it, just like how we found mine back at my dorm room at school during our astral travel lessons.
I wonder how Buddy knew.
I think he recognized your scent,
Nadine said. I pulled my Reaper robe out of the closet and slipped it on. It was completely solid, and I ran my fingers over the fabric to help make sense of it. I don't understand why it's here, of all places.
You keep your stash wherever you feel safe and at home, right?
Nadine asked.
It makes sense that you would keep yours here, because this has always been a safe place for us.
But I never came here until I met you, I pointed out. I had my magic long before then. Nadine shrugged.
Who's to say the location of your stash can't change? After everything that happened at the school, I'm certain my stash isn't in my dorm room anymore.
Where do you think it is? I asked. Nadine pressed her lips together.
Probably back at the estate, though I'm not sure what door it's behind.
We could go check, I offered. It's good to know we can move our stashes, in case their safety is ever compromised. Nadine bent down to scratch Buddy behind the ears, and he purred loudly.
Thanks for showing us this. We'll be back again to see you, we promise.
Buddy gave a cheerful meow, then bowed his head to say goodbye. To get back home, all we had to do was visualize where we wanted to go. Our spirits materialized back in the main room of our suite. Isa and Oliver followed us in spirit form. Rishi noticed us right away, circling around our feet like he was happy to see us. I bent to stroke him on the top of the head, but I couldn't touch him in my spirit form.
My best guess is that my stash is at the entrance to our suite,
Nadine said. But when she tried the door, her hand went straight through it. Maybe the bedroom? I suggested. Only that didn't work either. We went around the suite trying different doors, but nothing happened. The only door we haven't tried is the bedroom closet, I offered. I stepped straight through the bedroom door where mine and Nadine's bodies were soundlessly sleeping on the bed. Issa's spirit jumped onto the mattress, and she stared down at her body in Nadine's arms. Nadine followed me into the bedroom. She tried the closet door, and she let out a gleeful yelp when the door swung open.
I found it.
The door swung open to reveal a small closet with her things inside. A folded piece of paper floated by our heads.
Oh, hey, I forgot I had this.
Nadine plucked it out of the air. What is it? I asked. She handed me the piece of paper.
See for yourself.
I unfurled the paper to find my own handwriting on the inside. Our hands entwined, just like our fate. The day we met, you stole my heart away. I'm forever yours, I'll always be, because you'll always have this part of me. It's one of the first poems I wrote for you, I realized. I didn't know you'd kept it.
Of course I did,
Nadine said.
I keep all of them. They're really special. I love looking back on them.
It means a lot that you keep them, I told her. My body stirred on the bed, and I realized I was starting to wake up. Nadine noticed, too.
Looks like our time on the astral plane is over.
I held out my hand to give her the poem back, but before I could, the room around me vanished. My eyes opened, and I lay flat on my back on the bed. Nadine awoke beside me, and the cats both stretched as they came out of the meditation. Nadine rolled toward me, and I curled her in my arms, but I paused abruptly when I heard the crinkle of paper. Nadine looked confused, and we both sat upright. I glanced down at myself to see I was still wearing the Reaper robe I'd put on while we were astral traveling, and the poem I'd been holding was in my hands, just as solid as the bed beneath me. Nadine stared down at the piece of paper.
Lucas, how are you still holding that poem?
I don't know. I ran my fingers over the robes, and those were solid too. I must have conjured it.
But the poem wasn't in your stash to conjure,
Nadine pointed out. She reached out for it, and it crinkled in her hand.
And if you'd have conjured your robes, you wouldn't be wearing them. This is different than conjuring magic. It's like you pulled objects straight from the astral plane onto the physical. But I don't know how that's possible. I've never heard of magic like that.
It's got to have something to do with my Reaper magic, I theorized. The Reaper plane is another level of existence that goes beyond even the astral plane. So it stands to reason I have some sort of influence on the astral plane that other people don't. If I can move souls between realms, then maybe I'm powerful enough to move objects between planes of existence too.
This could be useful,
Nadine mused. What she was getting at clicked immediately. Do you think the priestesses are hiding something on the astral plane?
It could be possible,
Nadine theorized.
They might have some sort of weapon that we don't know about hiding there. And if they aren't showing their hand, we don't know what's coming.
Then I'm going to use whatever spare time I have to keep searching the astral plane, I decided. We don't have enough information about what the priestesses are planning. We know they're building a golem army to attack on Halloween, but there could be information that we're missing. We could use astral traveling to learn more about their planned attack. We need to make sure, just in case. We had to at least try, because if the priestesses showed up with even more surprises, we were done for. I needed to get ahead of whatever they were planning. Otherwise, the coven wouldn't survive the outcome.
Chapter 8. Nadine. The autumn equinox arrived, along with the wedding. Chloe was the most beautiful bride I'd ever seen. We'd fashioned her black hair in a half updo, and the rest lay over her shoulders in perfect curls. On top of her head sat an elaborate crown that made her look like a queen. Her wedding dress was super sexy, with long, sheer sleeves that fell off her shoulders and crystals embedded all over the bodice. The skirt was made of layers of tulle that had a slit going all the way up to her hip. I'd never seen her smile as much as she did today. Talia, Verla, and I gathered around Chloe in her bedroom that afternoon, once our hair and makeup was done. Verla wasn't in the wedding party, but she'd come up to help out and watch Marcus while we got ready. Chloe had invited her to stay for the blessing brew. Talia and I were dressed in black off-the-shoulder gowns that Chloe had picked out. Chloe and Miles had kept their wedding party small, and Talia and I were the only bridesmaids. Chloe had wanted Onyx to be a bridesmaid as well, but she'd already left last week in a tearful goodbye, and she wasn't able to make it back for the wedding. Onyx was in Paris now, settling into a supernatural community there. It was the closest neutral settlement to Malovia. Last we heard from her, things were going well, and she felt she'd made the right decision leaving Octavia Falls. I couldn't help but notice that our group continued to shrink. So many of our friends had left town because it was no longer safe for them here, and we had lost others completely. I found solace in knowing those who'd left were free from danger, but I still missed them. While Chloe had been getting ready, I'd set up an altar with a cauldron in the center, just like my bridesmaids had done on my wedding day. She'd asked me to lead the ceremony, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't touched by the invitation. I took in the glamour as she spun around in her dress. "What do you think?" she asked, before touching her crown to make sure it was straight. "You look amazing," Talia raved. "Absolutely beautiful," Verla agreed as she rocked Marcus back and forth. "Chloe," I was at a loss for words. If someone had told me when I met Chloe that I would be standing here on her wedding day, I wouldn't have believed them. I'd have been certain one of us would sooner kill the other than celebrate their love, but that was a poor assumption. Back then, I thought Chloe and I were polar opposites, but the more I got to know her, the more I found we were alike, and her headstrong nature I so much despised at first was actually what I admired about her most. "You're stunning," I finally said. "But more than beauty, you radiate a regal energy, and I see so much strength, passion, and power in you." I started to tear up, and I quickly dashed the tears from my eyes. "It's okay," Chloe said gently. "You don't have to say anything." I sniffled. "I want to. You deserve to hear it." I reached for Chloe, and she took my hands. "Chloe, it is an honor to be standing with you on your wedding day. Since I've known you, you've exuded this strength that transcends any limitations or barriers set in place by others. You've always known what you wanted and gone for it, and I admire you for that. You're someone I can look to and say, I want to be like her. We were both a mess when we met, and we made mistakes that we can never take back. But to grow up alongside you has been one of the greatest privileges of my life. You've found the one person who has made you the happiest girl in the world, and it's amazing to witness you two come together and help each other grow into better people. I'm lucky to have been your rival, and even more fortunate to be your friend. I love you." Chloe pressed her fingers to her eyes. "Bitch, I just did my makeup." She chuckled lightheartedly as she wiped away tears. "I love you too. Thank you for being here." She pulled me into a hug, and I squeezed her back tightly. "I'll do my best not to make you cry," I said as I pulled away. Everyone, gather around. Verla set Marcus in his playpen, and the 4 of us stood around the altar. Issa, Odin, Marley, and Gus jumped onto the table and began circling the cauldron. I began to recite the prayer I'd learned. Mother Miriam, we call upon you to bless this union so that we may celebrate the love between Chloe and Miles and bring the coven closer together. The cauldron began to bubble as we recited the blessing brew incantation together. On this night, this bride becomes a wife. Through this potion, take our blessings into a new life. So shall it be. Verla stated her blessing first. Chloe, I gift you ginkgo to symbolize mental clarity. May you be clear in your intentions and communication with your spouse. I will be clear, Chloe said as Verla sprinkled the leaves from the altar into the potion. Talia went next. Chloe, I gift you ashwagandha to symbolize energy and vitality. May you have the strength to face any obstacles that come between you and your husband, and the energy to overcome them. Chloe nodded. I will be strong. I picked up my vial of herbs on the altar. Chloe, I gift you chamomile to symbolize balance. May you find balance in your relationship, to see from both sides and find solutions that work for the good of all, to balance your own emotions, and to know when to remain calm and when to take action. I will have balance, Chloe promised. Together, our blessings will become one, that you may step into your marriage as a new witch, with these blessings to guide the way, I said. Talia, Verla, and I placed our hands together on a wooden spoon and stirred the cauldron. Our powers mixed, and the potion lit up with a white hue. It seemed a miracle that we were able to brew the potion at all, because we didn't have access to much magic these days. But this potion and this ceremony were an important part of our religion, so we used what we could to bless Chloe on this important day. The goddess has accepted our blessing, I announced. I spooned a small amount into a cup and handed it to Chloe. Will you accept our blessings as well? Chloe took the cup from me. So shall it be. She drank the potion and beamed as she set the cup aside. Now we will don the veil to ward off evil spirits, I said. Talia and Verla went over to the bed with me, where we'd laid out Chloe's veil. Together we placed it into her hair. The veil was sheer and sparkly, and she looked absolutely divine in it. So shall it be, I whispered. So shall it be, Talia and Verla echoed in unison. Chloe sniffed and fanned her face to keep from crying. I can't believe it's actually happening. Believe it, girl. You've been waiting for this day for a long time. You always talked about wanting to change your last name, Talia joked. It's funny you bring that up, Chloe said. Remember when we started the Coven's Shield, and we were all sitting around the gravestone talking about me changing my name? Miles was like, you should change it to Bryant. I said it was a dumb idea, but deep down, something about it felt right. But I didn't know how to tell anyone that, because it didn't make sense at the time. Looking back, I can see that my intuition was telling me we'd be together all along, and I just needed my heart to listen. You've made the right choice, Verla told her. We can all see that you and Miles are very happy together. Thank you, Chloe replied. A lot of our relationship has grown in private. The flirting, the dates, the stories we share with each other, that all happened when other people weren't looking. Sometimes it feels like people don't get us, because they haven't seen the way he looks at me like I'm the only girl in the world, and they can't know that my heart skips a beat every time he enters the room. My parents have barely met him, and while they're here today to support us, they don't quite understand why we're getting married only a year into our relationship. Chloe picked up her bouquet of white roses from the dresser and ran her fingers over the petals. But they don't know that Miles is the funniest guy I've ever met, and that when I get too serious about life, he brings me back to a place of security and comfort. They haven't seen how he pulls a chair out for me every time I sit down, or that he opens the door every time I enter a room. Every other guy I dated always told me I was too much and overbearing. I didn't know if I'd actually get married one day, because I knew I'd never compromise who I was for a man. But Miles? He loves every part of me, and he honors the parts that I still have to work on. Through him, I'm truly becoming a better woman. It means a lot to know that our love is recognized. I appreciate you all being here to celebrate that. Verla smiled. Of course. Are you ready? Chloe took a deep, steadying breath. I'd never seen her so nervous before, but I knew it couldn't be cold feet, because she wasn't the kind of person to second-guess a decision. Chloe was excited, and we were all super happy for her. Ready, Chloe said confidently. Verla picked up Marcus, and the cats all followed at her feet. Then we'll see you out there shortly. Best of luck, Mrs. Bryant. Chloe squealed at the sound of her new name. Goddess, start the ceremony already! I can't wait! Chloe's parents arrived to escort her to the ceremony, and the rest of us left to prepare the altar. Outside in the gardens, we'd set up a circle of chairs that guests had already filled, all facing the garden archway that was covered in ivy. The wedding was small, but the guest list was large enough to warrant seating, unlike during mine and Lucas's wedding, where all guests participated in the ceremony. Both Chloe's and Miles's parents were here, along with Miles and Grant's younger brothers, who had traveled with their mom to attend. Several professors sat in the circle around the altar, including Professor Warren and Professor Wyckoff, along with Hattie and her familiar. Rose sat in her wheelchair next to the professors. There were a few people I didn't know, who I assumed were members of the bride and groom's extended families. It was late September now, and the ivy around the archway had started turning shades of red and orange. All around us, fall colors graced the landscape. Beautiful flowers bloomed in all different colors, and white and black candles lined the aisles. Chloe had wanted to get married at sunset, and the sun was nearly at the horizon now. Talia and I stood on one end of the garden, while Grant and Lucas, who served as Miles's groomsmen, stood opposite us at another entrance. Lucas looked really good in his suit, and he caught my gaze and smiled. I noticed Grant and Talia making eyes at each other. It was really good to see everyone happy. Music began to play over speakers. It was a beautiful melody Talia had written and recorded before the ceremony. The four of us began our way down the garden pathway until we met beneath the archway at the altar. The couple had hired a professional photographer, and she snapped pictures as we entered. Chloe and Miles wanted to do an equinox ceremony during their wedding, so they had selected offerings that were set in a bowl atop the altar. A collection of leaves, pine cones, 2 apples, and a small pumpkin filled the bowl as a symbolism of the abundance of the fall harvest and their connection with nature. A small pot of dirt, along with a lily bulb, were on the altar as well. Beside the bowl was a candle, as well as 4 cedar bundles. Each one of us took one of the cedar bundles and lit them with a match, then cleansed the space around the guests. When we were satisfied that the space was clear and protected, we began singing the Coven's traditional wedding song. Hush, now, the time for vows is coming all so soon. Tonight we seek our mother's blessing underneath the moon. Protect this space and hear our prayers to bless this sacred union. The guests joined in on the song, but it was only Grant, Lucas, Talia, and me who formed the inner circle and danced with orbs in our hands, which was done to bless the ceremony space. Orbs were one of the simplest spells a witch could create, and still our lights didn't seem as bright as they should be. I only hoped the waning wouldn't affect the rest of the ceremony. As we danced and sang, Chloe and Miles were led down the aisle by their parents. Ahead of Chloe came the ring-bearer, and my heart melted on the spot when Marcus appeared. Verla had helped strap him into a wagon, which had reins attached. Kiki and Marley pulled the wagon as if they were tiny horses, which made it look like a miniature fairy tale carriage. Talk about baby fever. I wanted another one right now. It was absolutely adorable. Everyone awed at our child. When Miles spotted Chloe, he got the biggest goofy grin on his face. Chloe's eyes lit up, and she appeared impatient as she nearly ran down the aisle. Her parents had to hold her back and remind her to slow down. Marcus reached the altar, and Lucas pulled the rings from a pillow inside the carriage. Verla helped wheel the wagon to the side, then held Marcus as the ceremony started. Chloe and Miles met at the altar and joined hands. Talia and I stood on either side of Chloe and pulled her veil back. She glowed from the magic of the ceremony, a symbolism of the light and dark combining. Grant lifted a hand, and the song faded as the guests took a seat. Miles had asked him to officiate the ceremony, so he stepped forward while Talia, Lucas, and I joined hands to form a circle around them. "Welcome," Grant said loudly for all to hear. "The bride and groom would like to thank you all for being here, to celebrate and bless their union on this powerful day. The autumn equinox represents a time to reflect on the abundance the previous year has brought, while letting go of the old and welcoming the new." Grant turned to the couple. "Chloe, Miles, you have chosen me to act as Mother Miriam's proxy, to facilitate this ceremony so that you may be wed in the eyes of the goddess. Join hands." The two couldn't seem to touch each other soon enough. They looked like they'd fuck each other right here on the altar if we weren't all watching. Grant recited the traditional wedding speech. "We are gathered here tonight because you have asked your family and friends to bless your union, so that you may be bound together in this life and become one amongst the coven. We will begin by inviting the community to give their blessings." Grant spoke to Lucas first. "Do you accept this union?" "I accept this union, and bless the couple with the sign of the wand, to cast your dreams into reality. So shall it be," Lucas replied. "So shall it be," the guests murmured. Lucas had chosen the same blessing Miles had given us on our wedding day, which seemed appropriate. It fit the couple well. I went next and blessed the couple with the sign of the fox to represent playfulness, so they always remembered to enjoy life and not let it pass them by. Talia blessed them with the sign of a cauldron, so they could alchemize their emotions into empowerment each time. Grant blessed them with the sign of the toad for abundance. Other guests were welcome to join in the blessing ceremony, and they received blessings of wisdom, courage, communication, and joy. "Goddess, gods, ancestors, and guides," Grant said, "descend upon us to bless this union between this witch and warlock through sacred matrimony." Spiritual lights appeared just as the sun was setting, forming into the image of ancestors I didn't recognize. The spirits seemed to struggle with the connection, though, because their forms blinked in and out of existence. A few guests gasped, and the ceremony got really quiet as people looked around for an explanation. Chloe and Miles exchanged a worried glance, and Grant hesitated, like he wasn't sure if he should continue. "Our ancestors aren't rejecting the union, are they?" Miles whispered to Grant. Chloe quickly steeled her nerves. "It's just the waning," she said under her breath. "Our magic's growing more unstable by the day, but the ceremony must go on." Miles nodded. "Keep going," he whispered to his brother. "Your ancestors will now bless you with a message," Grant announced. He withdrew a wedding deck of tarot cards, and together, Miles and Chloe selected a card from the deck. They pulled the 3 of Wands. "This is a card of foresight, one that shows that your partner is aligned with your goals," Grant stated. "Your relationship will thrive as you come together and share your ideas, plans, and goals to create something new. Lean on each other and seek guidance within one another, because it is through each other that you will find your strength." "It's perfect," Chloe whispered to Miles. "You're perfect," he replied, and she blushed. "And now, the bride and groom would like to perform an autumn equinox releasing ceremony as they express their gratitude and speak the vows they've written," Grant said. He stepped back and joined hands with Talia and Lucas. Together, Miles and Chloe lit the candle on the altar. Miles reached into his white suit coat and unfurled a piece of paper. His hands shook as he began reading. "Chloe Jane Olsen. When we met, people warned me about you." The crowd laughed, and Chloe added loudly, "And rightfully so." "Rightfully so," Miles agreed with a chuckle. "But I was right not to listen. From the moment I met you, I knew you were special. You intrigued me as much as you terrified me, and I have so much gratitude in my heart that I didn't listen to fear. Through our friendship and our partnership, you have shown me a love that I never felt before, and a passion I didn't know existed. I'm grateful for the space you hold for me in your heart, the secret moments that we shared when no one else was around, and the strength that you continue to show me every day that makes me want to be a better man. Today, I let go of all my fears, because through you I have learned that even fear can't hold me back, and nothing can stop me from loving you." Miles held the paper over the flame, and the page burned to ashes. Chloe choked up as she began reading off a paper she'd tucked between the offerings on the altar. "Miles, I cannot tell you how grateful I am to call myself your friend, your girlfriend, your fiancée, and tonight, your wife. There is no ceremony and no promise I can make to express my gratitude that you are in my life. Some days, I question if this is real, because I never truly thought we'd find each other. My best friend and partner, who will stick by my side through anything. I will always cherish the memories we've made, but more than that, I am grateful to have you with me right here, right now, and in every moment after. I've never known a love like ours, and tonight, I choose to let go of the love I thought I knew, but was not serving me. Thank you for showing me what love can be. There is no love in this world greater than yours, and I'm beyond grateful to be taking your last name." Knowing Chloe's background, her vows were obvious. She was leaving her old family behind and becoming part of a new one, though she didn't say it so blatantly in front of her parents. I'd wondered why she wanted them to walk her down the aisle, because it seemed so unlike Chloe, who was fiercely independent. She was the kind of girl to firmly say she could walk her own damn self down the aisle, but I understood it now. It was a symbolism of the family she was parting from, into the family that she'd chosen. Chloe burned her paper, and I noticed her shoulders drop in relief. The couple has shared their gratitude for what has passed and released what isn't serving them, Grant announced. Now they wish to honor their union by performing a plant your prayer ritual. The bride and groom will speak their intentions for their marriage and plant them in the dirt to ground their prayers and give them life. They have chosen to plant their intentions alongside a stargazer lily to represent love, commitment, prosperity, and the fulfillment of dreams. Miles pulled another piece of paper from his pocket. Chloe, today I promise you to always be by your side, to always communicate what I'm feeling, to open every door for you and pull out every chair, to always save you a seat at the table, and to always put the toilet lid down. Chloe started laughing, but it came with tears that streaked her cheeks. My prayer for us is that no matter what hardships we face, and no matter what the future holds, we never stop loving each other. So shall it be. Miles folded his piece of paper and placed it in the pot of dirt. Chloe sniffled as she began reading her own notes. Miles, I promise to care for you always in sickness and in health, to work together as your equal in all things, to fiercely defend and protect you, and to always remind you to put the toilet seat down. Everyone laughed. My hope for our future is that just like this flower we are planting together, we continue to grow and to blossom, and that our love may never die, Chloe concluded. She planted her paper, and together the two placed the lily bulb into the pot, then covered it with dirt. They concluded the ceremony by kneeling beside an oak tree at the edge of the garden and forging their wedding wand from the trunk. I noticed they both held a crystal in their hands that they'd reserved specifically for this spell. We'd depleted our crystal stores helping the coven, but this was an important spell for their ceremony, and I wasn't sure they could pull it off without the extra help. A 10-inch wand appeared beneath their hands, with an intricate twisted blade and a heart at the end of the handle. They returned to the altar and exchanged rings. Your word is your intention. I now pronounce you warlock and wife, Grant announced. You may now seal this union with the show of your love. Miles dipped Chloe into a kiss, and the magic surrounding their forms exploded upward like fireworks. Witches and warlocks, I present to you Mr. and Mrs. Bryant, Grant cried. The guests cheered loudly, and an upbeat tune started playing over the speakers. The energy of the crowd was palpable, and the happiness I felt for my friends seemed like it could explode out of my chest. The struggles we'd been facing this past year seemed forgotten today, because all there was in this moment was joy. Chloe and Miles went dancing down the garden path. I took Lucas's hand, and he spun me around as we followed behind them. My skirt swirled around my ankles, and I felt so carefree, surrounded by family and friends. Talia jumped on Grant's back, and the two laughed cheerfully as he piggybacked her down the aisle. The photographer smiled brightly and quickly snapped their photo. "Send me that picture," Grant told her. "We're framing that." "You've got it," the photographer replied. We were all laughing as we left the gardens and made our way into a large white tent set up in the backyard. Lucas wrapped his arm around my waist, and I leaned into him. The sun had set now, but inside the tent were hundreds of candles that lit up dinner tables and a dance floor. "That was beautiful," I said. "I'm so glad Chloe and Miles got the wedding they wanted." Lucas smiled. "It brings back good memories of our wedding." I noticed he added the good caveat. Our wedding night had been tainted with the arrival of the executors at the safe house, but everything before that moment had been happy and joyful. I cherished those last few moments with my grandmother, and I'd never forget how happy we were during the ceremony. It was nice to revisit that joy and witness our friends celebrating their love. But it also put me on edge. The priestesses had found a way to ruin mine and Lucas's wedding night. I worried that they might try to do the same tonight. Miles had recruited a bunch of guys from the police force to run security, though, so if the priestesses tried anything, we'd be alerted right away. As the night wore on, I relaxed. We hadn't heard anything from the priestesses in months. It was unlikely they'd strike tonight. We deserved a night off from worrying about the future, to just enjoy this moment with our friends. Lucas and I sat beside each other at the head table, and we traded off feeding Marcus throughout dinner. We feasted on tender pork roast, mashed potatoes and squash, braised corn, and the best apple cider in town. After dinner, Talia's brother Tyler grabbed a microphone to shout, "Let's get this party started!" Music blasted over the speakers as he pressed a button on his computer. Chloe had hired Tyler to DJ for the wedding. She'd wanted a live band, but seeing as the Wicked Warlocks had broken up, Tyler agreed to DJ the party rather than show up as a singular Wicked Warlock. She was willing to compromise, and I was glad she did, because Tyler was really good. He played a lot of fun songs and kept the guests entertained by telling jokes between songs. "Hey, why aren't there any vampires at this wedding?" he asked the guests. "Because they suck!" The crowd roared in laughter, and it felt great to let our guard down for once. Chloe and Miles shared their first dance, and they looked like the happiest couple in the world, spinning around the dance floor. Professor Wyckoff offered to hold Marcus while Lucas and I stepped onto the dance floor for a slow song. My husband pulled me close, and I felt warm and safe in his arms. He seemed relaxed as he swayed me back and forth, which was certainly a first in a long time. I leaned my head against his shoulder and sighed heavily. Lucas noticed. "Everything all right, Nade?" I turned my back to Chloe and Miles so they wouldn't see the concern I knew was plainly written across my face. "I'm just worried. Have you learned anything on the astral plane yet?" Lucas frowned. "No, I've been astral traveling every day, but the priestesses have too many protections in place. I can't get through to see if they're hiding anything there." "Maybe we're being paranoid, and they don't have anything else planned," I suggested hopefully. "If they do, the astral plane isn't giving us any answers." I forced a smile on my face. "We don't have to talk about work right now. As long as the priestesses stay away tonight, we can enjoy this peaceful evening." Lucas took in the wedding around us. "I suppose even in the worst times, life still goes on." "You're right," I agreed. "We're still technically in the middle of a war with the priestesses, and rebuilding the town is a work in progress. It'd be so easy to feel like giving up right now, but we're here. In the midst of it all, we can still watch our friends get married and start a new life together, and that's so beautiful. It reminds me why we're doing all this, because love is most important. It gives me hope." Lucas rubbed my back as we spun around. "I agree. This all makes me feel really good." "Good enough to take this dress off me later?" I winked at him. We'd been so busy lately that we didn't have a lot of time for intimacy. Just being close to him was making me want to go back to our room right now. Lucas smirked. "I'm sure that can be arranged." "It's late," I said. "We should probably get Marcus to bed." Lucas looked over to Professor Warren, who was shaking a rattle at Marcus. Our son grabbed it and stuck it in his mouth. "He seems all right for now," Lucas replied. Clearly, I had to be more direct, because that one went way over his head. "Lucas, we should get Marcus to bed so that we can get to bed." I wiggled my eyebrows very obviously. "Oh," Lucas dragged out the word. "Yeah, he's very tired." The party was already winding down at this point. We said goodbye to everyone and returned to our suite with Marcus and our cats. It was late, so Marcus fell asleep in my arms before we even made it back to our room. We tucked him into his bassinet in the living room and left our cats to watch over him. We made our way to the bedroom, and Lucas playfully tossed me onto the bed. I caught sight of his Reaper robe hung on a hook by the door, and my eyes locked on it. Lucas noticed. "You like my Reaper robe?" "Hell yeah," I told him. "Your powers are sexy. You should put it on. I dare you." Lucas smirked. "It's been a long time since we dared each other to do anything. I like that you're being playful." Lucas pulled his robe off the hook and slipped it on. I chuckled as I reached out to pull the hood over his head. "You like the dark and mysterious vibe?" he asked. "Absolutely. You can keep the robe on. I think it's hot." I leaned over the side of the bed. "Show me what a bad Reaper can do to me." "Am I the bad guy, or have you been a bad girl?" he growled in my ear. "Oh, I've been a very bad girl," I giggled. "You know what Reapers do with bad girls? They take them to realms they've never been before." "Take me then," I begged breathlessly. He rolled over and curled me in his arms as I rested my head on his chest. "That was amazing," he breathed. "It really was," I replied dreamily. "We haven't gotten much time alone lately, and I cherish these moments of bliss." "Me too." Lucas gave a shudder, and I noticed his skin turn cold for a second before returning to normal. "You all right?" I asked. "Yeah, just a dying thought," he admitted. "Lately, the voices of the recently deceased don't come in as loud and clear as they used to, due in part to the waning. This one seemed really melancholy, with tones of shock and regret. Those ones are always a bit louder." "You seem to be handling it better," I remarked. "I am." Lucas wrapped me closer in his arms and kissed the top of my head. "Thanks for being here and not giving up on me. It really means a lot." "I'll always be here for you," I promised. "I know we've both been trying to hold ourselves together these last few months, and things haven't been easy. Taking time for ourselves isn't a luxury we have as new parents or Imperium Council members. But in the midst of it all, we still have this perfect day. And when I'm with you like this, I see that we can still honor our connection, even when we're trying to help everyone else." I knew we both felt the strain in our relationship, but I didn't realize just how much of a toll it was taking until I said it out loud. Our relationship was suffering because we were putting all our effort into helping other people instead of ourselves. I didn't want to have to choose anymore. My people needed me, but so did my husband, and I needed him. "Honoring our connection is really important to me," Lucas said. "I want to honor it in every way, both in the bedroom and out of it." "We'll work on it," I promised. "Together." A bang sounded as the front door of our suite burst open. My heart dropped, and the color drained from Lucas's face. "Marcus!" we cried in unison. Lucas leapt out of bed and shoved the gap in his robe closed as he raced into the main room where Marcus was sleeping. I threw on a nearby bathrobe and ran out behind him. Talia stood opposite Lucas, panting like she'd run to get here. Miles just got a call from the police station. They have an executor in custody. Everyone else is already on their way downtown. They need you both down there. Now!
Chapter 9. Lucas. So much for a peaceful evening. Nadine and I got dressed in record time. Talia stayed with Marcus while we hurried down to the police station. Our tires squealed as I slammed on the brakes in front of the building. I shoved the car into park and we ran inside. Miles wrapped his arms around Chloe while Grant paced back and forth with clenched fists. The newlyweds hadn't had a chance to change their clothes yet, and were still in their wedding attire. "This is bullshit," Chloe cried. "Of all nights, he had to show up here on my wedding night. This bastard is going to pay." "Bring us up to speed," I demanded, as Nadine and I marched into the station. "One of the escaped executors was found lurking around the perimeter of town, in the flesh, no golems this time. 3 officers went after him, and unfortunately—" Miles choked up, but he took a deep breath to steady himself. "Unfortunately, Professor Blackbird was hit by a spell, and our assistant sheriff is no longer with us." "Let me at him," Grant growled. "I'll kick his ass."
Where's the executor now?
Nadine asked. "My officers immobilized him and brought him in," Miles replied. "It's up to the council what to do with him. We can start building the execution block the second you give the orders." "No!" I cut him off. "No more executions." I shot a glance at my friends, and I could tell by the wary expressions on their faces that we were all in agreement. Chloe seemed particularly reserved, though I didn't know why. "We agreed to run this coven differently than the council before us," I added. "I don't care what his crimes are. We'll find another way to handle this."
Lucas is right,
Nadine agreed.
We chose to lead with love, and that applies to all coven members.
"What do you want to do with him?" Miles asked. "I want to talk to him," I said. Miles gestured down the hall. "He's all yours." Nadine and Grant followed me down the hall, and we entered the holding cell area. I could feel my energy drain immediately at the presence of Noxite in the cell bars. 2 officers stood guard at the entrance to make sure the executor didn't escape again. A broad-shouldered man sat on a bench in the farthest cell with his back toward us. Although he wasn't facing us, I recognized him immediately. It was Ryan Grayson, former leader of the treacherous Tarantulas. He was the last of his little gang left, though by now I was sure he'd started a new gang with Cody, Leroy, and James. Those 4 were peas in a pod. Ryan had been one of the priestesses' loudest supporters, and among the most ruthless executors. I now understood Chloe's hesitation earlier, and why she hadn't followed us into the holding cells. Ryan was Chloe's ex-boyfriend, and though I didn't think she felt any love for him anymore, I wondered if there was a small part of her that still cared. It also made sense why Miles wanted to go trigger-happy on him. Ryan had broken Chloe's heart, and Miles didn't want anyone around who could hurt his wife. Ryan was going to be an absolute joy to talk to. I held up a hand to Nadine and Grant, gesturing for them to stay behind me. Nadine wanted to lead with love, but I wasn't counting on that working here. I knew how Ryan ticked, and the only way to get him to talk was to rile him up, unfortunately. "Well, well, well." I clicked my tongue as I approached his cell. "If it isn't Ryan Grayson. I thought the former priestesses would have gotten sick of your mouth running and taken out the trash by now." Ryan scoffed, but he didn't turn to me. "Don't act so surprised. You'd know if I were dead. I'm certain you're just waiting for the day you hear my voice enter your head." The voices have been pretty quiet lately, actually, I stated coolly. Funny how the death toll falls when you stop murdering your own people. Ryan finally turned toward me, curling his lip up in disgust. Don't act like you're better than them, former priestesses. As if you can just sit in their place and call it your own. You're a fake. I assure you the work I'm doing here is very real, I said, though I didn't see any reason to try convincing him. He'd already made up his mind. Where are your friends? I came alone, he stated bluntly. As if I would believe that. Why would you do that? Ryan shot to his feet so fast that I jumped back a step. He lunged toward the bars like a rabid dog, shaking them violently. Spittle flew from his mouth as he shouted, My friends are dead! Finn, Nolan, Declan, Corbin, all my brothers are fucking gone, and it's your fault! I hadn't been the one to kill his friends, but whatever. I could see where the priestesses would convince him it was my doing. Everyone I cared about had their lives ripped away from them, and the priestesses want to bide their time, Ryan sneered. I'm done waiting for my revenge. The priestesses are taking too long, so I came to finish the job myself. You really think you can walk in here on your own and just take me on yourself? I asked. Honestly, I was confused by his thought process. Probably wasn't thinking at all, I guess. Ryan cocked his head toward Nadine and Grant, who were standing near the door. Take on you, your weakling girlfriend, and your lame-ass sidekick? Yeah, I'd do it all in one night and feel no remorse. You really thought we'd have no security measures in place and you'd just walk into town unnoticed? I demanded. If those officers hadn't spotted me before Professor Blackbird got there, yeah, Ryan said with a shrug. The dying thought I'd heard earlier came back to me. We were supposed to do this together. At the time, I thought the elderly man's voice expressed sadness about dying without his loved ones, but I'd completely misinterpreted it. It had been Professor Blackbird's thought. The pieces fell into place as the realization hit me. You intended to reach Blackbird so he could escort you into town, I accused. He's the one who let all you executors out of the cells that day the hospital was bombed. It was clear by his last thought that he regretted trusting Ryan and trying to help him. Professor Blackbird had suggested Lincoln had been the one to let the executors out, even though we weren't able to find any evidence to pin it on him. Blackbird had accused the guy intentionally to thwart suspicion off himself. For once, I actually believed what Ryan was saying. Congratulations, Ryan mocked. You're so smart, Taylor. Couldn't see who was working for the other side when he was staring you right in the face, though, could you? You trust too easily. Ryan wasn't exactly wrong, but he said it as if it was a moral failing. It was true that we'd put our trust in the wrong people far too many times, but the alternative was to trust no one at all. If we resorted to that, we wouldn't have any allies at all, and we'd never accomplish anything. We'd thought Professor Blackbird had been one of those allies. He'd been friends with Professor Wyckoff, who had stood up against the priestesses to protect us more than once, and Professor Daniels, who had been an ally to her dying day. He stood up against the executors the night the space-bending spell on the school failed. I thought Blackbird was like our other allies, but I'd been wrong. If he'd been on our side at any point, he'd clearly changed his tune in the time we'd been away. Blackbird was ex-military, and he'd been hired as the assistant sheriff for his experience, but I realize now we should have been more cautious about that. Guys like him were trained to answer to the highest authority, and to him, that would always be the priestesses. If Blackbird was on your side, why'd you kill him? Grant asked. The police said he was hit by a spell when they brought you in. Were you afraid he was going to talk? Ryan gave a cold laugh. Blackbird knew nothing. He only did as he was told. I didn't intend to kill him. I was aiming at the other guy. It disgusted me how nonchalant he was about it. Like Blackbird was merely a casualty he couldn't give a fuck about. You gonna hang me for it? Ryan taunted. Gonna execute me for my crimes? You can't wait to get rid of me, can you, Taylor? Might as well get it over with, or the priestesses will beat you to it.
What game are you trying to play?
Nadine demanded.
The priestesses aren't known to kill their followers.
Of course they would, Ryan said simply. I went against their orders, and I have nothing to show for it. I failed, and now I'm done for. Either you're going to do the honors, or the priestesses will finish me off once they get here. Ryan seemed resolved to his fate, because he slowly sank back down onto the bench in his cell, staring ahead at the blank wall in front of him. It won't be long now. I didn't like the ominous way he said that. What do you mean? I demanded. Ryan didn't respond, which pissed me off. I stomped up to the bars and got as close to him as I possibly could. What do you mean? The golems we captured said the priestesses would be here at Harvest's End. That's Halloween, which is weeks away. Ryan merely smirked, clearly enjoying that he was getting a rise out of me, but he still wouldn't talk. Tell us, or so help me. You'll what? Ryan cut me off, finally turning his mischievous gaze on me. You'll torture it out of me? He knew exactly how to toy with me. It was clear my friends and I had no intention of executing or torturing anyone, and Ryan was challenging us to go against our morals. It was a dare I wasn't willing to take, even for all the headache he'd caused us in the past. Resorting to such measures would undo all the progress we'd made in the last few months, and Ryan knew we weren't going to go down that road. He didn't really seem to care either, because he knew there was no way out of this. Either we killed him, or we would keep him locked in this jail cell, where the priestesses would find him and finish him off themselves. They wouldn't hesitate to make him an example to keep the rest of their followers in line. Ryan, if you don't tell us what the priestesses are planning, then they will come here and level the entire coven, I urged. This isn't about us. This is about the thousands of people who will be caught in the crosshairs. Frankly, my friends and I can handle death, but to let everyone else suffer for us? No, not going to happen. Ryan didn't move, as if he hadn't heard me at all. Isn't there anyone else left you care about? I demanded. Anyone you'd wish to save from the priestess's wrath? Because if you don't talk and they bring their army before we're ready for them, then everyone is going to die. There won't be a coven left, and everything you fought for will be for nothing. They don't care about these people, Ryan. All they want is to be in charge, and if they can't have their way, then no one can. Ryan was as stone cold as a statue, and I realized there was absolutely nothing I could say to get through to him. What happened to you? I asked hollowly as I took a step back. We used to be friends. You used to be a good person. Something changed in you when we went to college. I couldn't understand how you passed your evoking ceremony after getting into the drugs and treating people like a complete shithead. I thought one day it might make sense, but maybe you were never the person I thought you were to begin with. I thought I saw a muscle twitch in Ryan's jaw, but still he didn't respond. And he wouldn't. He'd said all he wanted to say, and now there was nothing left for him. I turned away in frustration. He's not going to talk. Come on. Nadine and Grant followed me out of the holding cells, but both were seething once we made it to the end of the hall.
We need Ryan to talk,
Nadine insisted. How? I stopped before the door at the end of the hall. For all we know, Ryan is screwing with us.
He probably is, but right now we know nothing except what the golems told us.
Nadine pressed.
Getting Ryan to talk could give us a huge advantage.
I'm telling you he's done talking. I pushed the door open, and we returned to the front of the station, where Miles and Chloe were waiting. Chloe had been pacing, but she stopped when she saw us.
Did he say anything?
He outed Professor Blackbird as the traitor who let him out last summer, I said. Claims he killed him by accident tonight. That's about all we got, apart from some insults.
Ryan also said it won't be long now,
Nadine added.
That could mean the priestesses are on their way, but he didn't say anything more. He obviously knows something.
I'll give it to him. That guy's got a thick skin, Grant said with a sigh. Even if we did resort to torture, I don't think he'd crack.
No, he wouldn't,
Chloe agreed.
Goddess damn it,
I growled, smacking a hand on a nearby desk.
We're not going to torture anybody, but we have to do something. Our whole philosophy of ruling with love isn't working. Love only cooperates with love, and Ryan wouldn't know love if we shoved it up his ass. Now we have to make a difficult decision to throw him out of the coven, execute him, or let him continue hurting people, none of which are an option.
Nadine crossed her arms and pursed her lips.
There has to be another way. We can still operate with love. I know we can.
I'm open to suggestions, I said, though anything other than letting the priestesses come for Ryan seemed futile. Slowly, Nadine's gaze traveled over to Chloe.
Maybe he'll listen to you.
If you think Ryan ever loved me, you're insane, Chloe said.
But I can think of one person he loved.
I scoffed. Did it happen to be the face in the mirror? Chloe frowned, clearly not amused.
I'm talking about his grandma, Lola. His parents split when he was a kid, and his grandma took custody. If there's anyone left he cares about, it's her.
Let's get her here then, I demanded. Miles quickly started barking orders, and several officers were already on the move to bring Ryan's grandmother in. They returned within half an hour. Lola was a short, elderly woman with salt and pepper hair and cat-eye glasses. I'd met Lola many times before, back when Ryan and I were friends, but I hadn't seen her in years. I recognized that permanent purse of her lips, which was usually followed up by, "What trouble are you boys getting into this time?" Apparently Lola had dealt with enough of Ryan's shit because she didn't seem at all shocked or worried when she entered the station. Instead, she merely sighed as she set her purse on one of the desks like she owned the place. Her eyes landed on me instead of one of the officers.
Take me to him.
I'll show you the way, I offered. I led Lola down the hall, past the officers standing guard, and into the holding cell area. Nadine followed close to me, but the others stayed behind. Ryan obviously heard our footsteps, but he didn't turn toward us. Nadine and I kept our distance, while the heels of Lola's shoes clicked as she approached his cell. Lola stood there for nearly a minute, waiting for Ryan to do something. He didn't move. Finally, she cleared her throat. Slowly, Ryan turned, like he wasn't sure if he was hearing things. His eyes went slightly wide when he saw her.
Good to see you're back in town,
Lola stated flatly, sounding wholly disappointed in him. Ryan shot a wary glance my way, then turned his gaze back to his grandma.
Unless you're here to bail me out, you can leave.
I don't believe bail's an option, Lola stated. I heard you killed a man tonight.
Accidents happen, Ryan said coolly. You shouldn't have bothered coming, Gran.
Why wouldn't I? Lola's voice grew stern. You're my grandson. I promised you long ago that I'd drop everything in a heartbeat to be there for you if you were in trouble. I don't intend to break that promise.
Ryan blew a hopeless breath, You can't help me, Gran. I got caught, and now it's over. Now I just wait for my sentencing. Lola tilted her head. You think I came here to save you from the authorities? Ryan, you greatly misunderstand. I came to save you from yourself. Ryan looked taken aback. What's that supposed to mean? Nobody made you come here and kill that man, Lola said calmly. Your trouble is not with these people, but with what's going on inside of you. Nobody can help you and give you what you need if you are not willing to help yourself. Ryan wore a confused expression, as if his grandmother was speaking another language. Do you recall the breathing exercises we used to do together when you were a kid? Lola asked. You loved meditating with me. Breathe with me now. Lola inhaled a deep, audible breath. You can save your New Age lecture, Ryan spat. Meditation's not going to fix anything. My dear, you're missing the point, Lola replied. I'm not telling you to breathe to calm down. I'm reminding you of a lesson I taught you long ago. Love is like breathing, Ryan. We can breathe together, but I can't take your breaths for you. All I can do is lead by example and serve others by breathing in a rhythm they can follow. But you need to do your part and tune in. People can be by your side to help out, but no one has the ability to take your pain away but yourself. Ryan scowled. Fuck off. Lola remained surprisingly calm as she closed her eyes to take another deep breath. Breathe with me, Ryan, she pressed, her tone growing more urgent. Ryan just sat there. You aren't breathing. Breathe, Ryan. Breathe. I am breathing! Ryan screamed as he leapt from the bench and smacked his palms against the cell bars. The clang rang throughout the room. You'd rather I suffocate? I want you to see the lesson here, Lola replied. I've learned my lessons, Ryan seethed. I know how this world works, and I've seen firsthand that no one's going to watch out for you but yourself. I did everything for you, Gran, and at the end of the day I'm still sitting in this jail cell with nothing to show for it. Who was the one who risked everything to raise the money to pay your doctor bills when you couldn't work anymore? That was me. Everyone wants to know how a guy like me passed his evoking ceremony. It should be obvious to every goddamn person in this town that I did it for you. I didn't get into dealing drugs because I needed the hit. I did it to keep you here, to keep you alive, to have more time with you. Because someone had to pay the rent and put food on the table. I put my neck on the line for you and did everything the priestesses asked of me because they promised me they could fix everything. You gave me the world growing up, and all I wanted was to give it back to you. And now you just want to tell me to breathe? Just calm down and get over it? What a fucking insult to everything I've done for you! Lola took a step back. I'm terribly sorry, dear. If you can't understand that, I'm trying to help you, but I need your consent to do so. Then there's nothing more I can do, no matter how much I love you. Then she turned on her heel and started for the door, breezing past Nadine and me. I witnessed the anguish on Lola's face. She tried to hold it in, but tears spilled from her eyes before she made it to the door. She kept her back to her grandson so he couldn't see. Gran! Gran! Ryan shouted after her, but she kept on moving. She paused for a beat at the doorway, but she didn't turn back as she whispered, Goodbye. Ryan sagged against the bars of his cell until he'd fallen to his knees. A mournful cry filled the room, and his shoulders shook in agonizing sobs. "Gran!" I'd never seen Ryan shed a tear in his life. Didn't know he was capable of it, to be honest. Despite the way he'd treated my friends and me throughout the years, and everything he'd done as an executor, witnessing his breakdown was absolutely heartbreaking. Ryan didn't understand what his grandma was trying to say, but I heard her message loud and clear. He never would. More than that, I didn't think he could understand her. It occurred to me then, as I watched Ryan sink to the floor of his cell, looking so helpless and drained, that he wasn't the terrible, heartless person I thought he was. Ryan was everything I could have become, what any of us could have become. Hell, some of the decisions I'd made weren't so different from his. We both just wanted to protect the people we loved, though we disagreed on the methods. Nothing excused the choices he'd made, but I realized that maybe from his perspective, he didn't have the means to make any other decisions. He didn't have the tools or resources, and he truly didn't understand how. He was merely a wounded person who never learned that he didn't have to settle with the hand he'd been dealt in life. It was wholly tragic. I turned toward Nadine, who wore a sad expression as she watched Ryan's cold exterior fracture before our eyes. I took her fingers in mine as the weight of the decision fell over me. "I know what we have to do." Her eyes glimmered as she looked up at me, and understanding crossed her features.
It's a huge risk that could undo all our progress.
"We need to," I told her.
All right.
Nadine agreed, before turning to the officers.
Unlock his cell.
"Priestess," the first officer protested. "He's a dangerous criminal." Nadine lifted her chin higher.
Yes, and he's going to get his chance to answer for his crimes. Open his cell door.
The officer stepped forward to fit a key into the lock. Ryan just sat there on the ground, appearing completely defeated. I stepped into his cell and grabbed him by the back of the collar. He was a big guy, but I managed to drag him to his feet. He didn't even protest. The officers aimed their wands at him in warning. "Let's get this over with," I said, clapping him on the back. Ryan kept his gaze down as I led him out of his cell and down the hall. "How are you going to do it?" he asked hollowly. "Are you going to draw the execution out, make me suffer?" We turned a corner, and power flooded through me again once we were far enough away from the knock site. "Who said anything about an execution? You and I are going to finish our warlock's duel." My magic bloomed outward in an instant, and a portal opened beneath our feet. Ryan and I went tumbling through the portal. We fell out of the treetops and into the middle of a dark forest far past the edge of town. I rolled on my side a couple of times before coming to a stop at the base of a tree. I didn't give myself a second to catch my breath before I was on my feet. Ryan was already moving in for the attack, and a deathly battle spell flew in my direction. I ducked, and the spell exploded against a tree behind me, making such a loud boom that it rocked the forest. I threw a stunning spell in his direction, but he jumped behind a thick trunk. The spell missed him. Ryan gave a deranged laugh. "Of course you'd want to finish me off yourself." Tree branches snapped from overhead, and Ryan used his telekinesis to send sharp branches flying at me like arrows. I threw up a shield, and the branches splintered against its surface. I thrust my shield outward, causing trees to bow and snap under my power. Tall, powerful maple trees that had stood for at least a century toppled over. Ryan jumped out of the way until the two of us stood in a newly formed clearing under the stars. Ryan thrust his hand outward, catching my ankle with his telekinetic powers. With a flick of his wrist, I was swept off my feet and left hanging 6 feet above the ground. Ryan drew his arm back, and the intense power of a killing spell crackled in his palm. "Preligo hostilis!" I shouted. The binding spell was a difficult one to pull off, and it nearly took all my strength, but I'd done it before, and I knew I could do it again. Ryan's spell died in his hand, his arms pinned to his sides, and he collapsed to the ground. I fell from the air, doing a flip that landed me on my feet in a crouch. I jumped upward, conjuring my magical scythe as I raced across the clearing. The scythe glowed bright with the power of its enchantment. Within an instant I was standing over top of Ryan, the tip of my scythe pressing into the side of his neck. Just one swing, and this weapon could take his head clean off his shoulders. It reminded me so much of the position we'd been in before, when we'd first declared a warlock's duel outside the Cafe all those years ago. Students had surrounded us and hyped up the fight before Professor Warren stepped in and called it off. Ryan heaved heavy breaths. "Picking up right where we left off, eh? No one's around to save me now, so I guess that means you win." My shoulders sagged in relief. Finally, we can declare this duel over. "Then what are you waiting for?" Ryan demanded. "Stop standing around and do it already." I took a step back and slowly lowered the scythe to my side. "I don't have to kill you to end this." Ryan had declared my victory, which meant the duel was finally over. I knew it because I felt an intense and powerful energy wash over me. I'd learned how to harness the power of death magic, and just like the death card in the tarot deck, death was an energy of transformation. We had reached the end of a cycle, and a rebirth was already starting to take place with the power of one single decision. The magic pulsing through me now was more than enough to rip Ryan's soul from his body in an instant, to destroy his soul completely from the inside out. But there was only one thing I wanted to destroy, and that was all the malice, hatred, and resentment we'd chosen to carry with us until this moment. We didn't have to get along, but we didn't have to keep fighting either. I released the spell binding him, and Ryan pushed himself to his elbows, blinking incredulously. "What is this? Are you trying to prove you're better than me or something?" I shook my head. "I don't think I'm better than you. I believe we all have our demons. That doesn't excuse or condone wrongdoings, but I think that can help us understand each other better. I don't believe we should ever use our demons to hurt each other. But I understand if you felt you didn't have any other choice." "So, you're letting me go?" Ryan asked warily. "I'm giving you the chance to make a choice," I said. "Your Gran was trying to teach you back there that the path you walk is up to you. The question is, where are you going to go now, Ryan?" I lifted my hand to conjure a small crystal. The transformational energy pulsing through the clearing began to concentrate as a pinpoint of light hovering above my palm. White light illuminated the entire forest, and Ryan had to shield his eyes from the intensity. The magic funneled into the crystal until the power of our transformation manifested into physical form. The light dimmed, and the magic pulsing through my body ebbed away, bound now into the crystal in my hand. I held the crystal out toward Ryan. He hesitated. "What is it?" "It's a new beginning," I told him. "I can't do this for just anyone. This is once-in-a-lifetime magic. The magic within this crystal was forged out of a choice we made just now to stop fighting with each other. This power belongs to us both. Our past is over, and this is a symbol of all the potential you have in front of you. This crystal contains some of my death magic, which will be just enough to open a portal anywhere in the world. It's a one-way ticket meant only for you. You can go anywhere you want, but you don't ever get to come back. Slowly, Ryan got to his feet. What reason do I have to trust you? Trust isn't based in reason, Ryan, I said. That, too, is a choice. If this magic is real, then I could use my one chance to run back to the priestesses, Ryan pointed out. Why would you risk that? Because I don't think you ever wanted to help them destroy our people, I answered. You know they don't have your best interests at heart, or you wouldn't have been talking about them the way you did tonight. You followed them because you didn't think you had any other choice. But now you get to make your own decision. What will you choose? Warily he reached out, and I placed the crystal into his hand. He flipped it around as if trying to decide if it was dangerous or not. I don't understand why you would do this for me, after everything I've done. I'm not doing it for you, I stated simply. I'm doing it for all of us. I've got to take a breath myself, so that others can too. Ryan closed his eyes and took a long, deep inhale, letting his shoulders sag when he breathed out. You could have killed me, he said softly. I had every intention of coming here and making certain you didn't make it until morning. You're a better warlock than I could ever be, in more ways than one. I never imagined you'd let me go. Didn't even cross my mind that it was an option. Perhaps there are more choices in front of us than I thought. Ryan curled his fingers around the crystal. Nadine didn't know you were going to let me go. She said I'd answer for my crimes. She knew, I told him. And you will answer for it. One day, when you stand before your Reaper, you will choose Alora or the Abyss. And that's when you'll know if the choice you make now was worth it. Ryan looked deeply contemplative, like he couldn't think of a place in the world he really wanted to go. Then he closed his eyes, and a single tear streaked his cheek. A portal bloomed in the middle of the clearing as he made his decision, and the crystal he held was reduced to sand. I peered into the portal, curious to see where he chose to go, but all I saw was a forest much like this one. I glanced between him and the portal. What is this place? It's a midnighter settlement, Ryan said, sounding wholly at peace with his decision. I spent a summer there dealing nightshade. I met a vamp who was trying to get me off the stuff. She said if I ever returned, she'd be there to help me. I know vampires are dangerous, but I also know Octavia Falls is no longer my place. There's nothing left for me here. If I'm going to find my place in the world, then I've got to go somewhere far away from here. The vampires will take me in. If this is the choice you really want to make, then I won't stop you, I told him. I know you won't, Ryan replied. Maybe I don't understand what Gran was saying, but I'd like to try. I'm going to take my chance with the Midnighters, and maybe one day it'll all make sense. Your power's enough to get me there, but it's your compassion that's going to let me actually go. I guess what I'm trying to say is, thank you for giving me another chance. The transformational power we'd created had clearly been stronger than even I realized, because Ryan sounded genuine in his gratitude. Something glimmered in his eyes, a hint of the man he used to be before desperation dictated his descent into cruelty. For a brief second, I saw the guy who used to stand up to bullies in the hallways in high school, back before he became one of them. Beneath his cold exterior, there was still the kid inside of him who wanted to help people. Ryan stepped toward the portal, but paused at its edge to turn back to me.
Before I go, you should know that the priestesses have been trying to read your minds to figure out when it's most advantageous to attack. Whatever spells you're working to keep them out of your minds must be powerful, because they can't see anything. They plan on moving in before you can make any big moves.
I furrowed my brow. The golems we encountered said we have until Halloween. Ryan shook his head.
Those golems only repeated what the priestesses told them. Their plans have changed. It's why I came here in a rage. I didn't want to wait any longer, even if it was only a couple more days.
My whole body tensed in panic. How much time do we have?
3 days,
he said. I thought I detected regret in his tone. 3 days wasn't enough time, but I didn't express my concern to Ryan. Instead, I offered a kind nod. Thank you.
You're giving me the option to start over. The least I can do in return is give you a fighting chance. Tell Gran I love her,
Ryan requested, before turning to take another step. The portal encompassed him until he had disappeared from the clearing completely. The portal vanished, and I was left standing in the dark alone. I knew Ryan couldn't be changed by a single act of kindness. There was still anger and bitterness within him, and that would take time to shift. But when I had him under my scythe, poised to take his life from his hands, and I chose not to, I saw a spark of hope flicker inside of him. I had despised Ryan with every fiber of my being. But now I wondered if all he ever wanted was that fresh start, and I could understand that. Now he had the chance at it. I didn't know what choices he'd make from this point on, but I knew he'd taken a step in the right direction, and it was worth letting him discover who he could become from that decision. Ryan had made the choice that was right for him. He'd taken a breath, and in turn, I had to take my own. I tried to create a portal to take me back to the police station, but not even sparks of magic emitted from my fingers. I'd exhausted everything I had with that final spell, and now the waning had come back with a vengeance. I started walking toward town. The police station was on the edge of the city, but it still took a good half an hour of hiking to get back. When I entered the station, my friends looked wholly relieved to see me.
"Thank goodness you're back,"
Grant exclaimed.
"We were about to launch a search party."
"What happened out there?" Chloe asked, though she sounded a bit scared to hear the answer. "I let Ryan go," I stated simply. "You let him go?" Chloe demanded. "After he ruined my wedding? That's some nice wedding present there, Lucas. I know you and Nadine left the party early to fuck, but I'm sure not getting any on my wedding night."
"Sorry, but you've got to seize the moment when you've got some spare time, since we never have any,"
Nadine said with a shrug. "Clearly, since you snuck out of my reception to screw around. I still haven't consummated my vows, and now I've got to deal with this bullshit," Chloe sneered back. Grant quickly stepped in.
"All right, we get it, Chloe. Your wedding was ruined, but you're not actually mad at Nadine and Lucas. You're pissed your ex showed up to crash your party. Let's get back to the topic at hand."
Miles crossed his arms. "Letting Ryan go is a big risk. He could come back to town, or run and get the priestesses. I know you all want to try a different way, but he's a threat." "He won't be back," I promised. "Letting him go was the right call. We can't keep fighting our own coven members." I told them about how Ryan had surrendered to the duel and declared me the winner, and how the transformational energy had created the spell to take him anywhere. I told them about the choice he'd made. "I know my decision to set him free goes against conventional wisdom," I stated. "But I could feel it in my bones what had to be done. I'm glad I listened to my gut, because even though Ryan's my enemy, I got to give him the choice that everyone in the coven should have. In return, his decision made me realize that I'm done fighting who I really am. I sighed. I keep going back and forth about taking pills because people are giving me this blanket statement that certain tools help everyone. But I have to consider what I need. So often we make the safe choice because we can't see where our intuition will lead us. But I'm sick of not being in alignment with myself. Logically, it seems letting Ryan go was a bad decision. But I know it was the right choice for both of us. I have to do the same with my healthcare and my future. I can listen to other people's experiences to gain insight and understanding I didn't have before, but I can't keep looking outside myself for answers. In the end, I know what's best for me, and I need to start making the right decisions for myself. We're all built to do things differently, and I have to listen to my intuition and do things my way. I expected my friends to protest, to tell me to give it more time and try new things, but they didn't. Nadine stepped forward and looped her arm through mine.
Whatever you need, Lucas, we're here to support you.
Yeah, I'm proud of you, man, Miles added. Pills are working for me, but they aren't for everyone. I never meant to push this on you. You didn't, I assured him. You all meant really well, and I know you just want to see me get better. And I will, but I need to commit to my own process. We'll be here to support you the whole way, Grant promised. There's one more thing, I added. According to Ryan, the priestesses will be here in 3 days. Everyone started shouting over each other at once that I couldn't make out what anyone said.
The golem said we had until Halloween,
Nadine panicked. Ryan said their plans have changed, I told them. Is his information credible? Chloe demanded. I nodded. I believe Ryan was telling the truth. That doesn't give us enough time, Grant cried. Then we have to make every minute count, I said. We need to find the Cursebreaker wand, and we need to find it now.
Chapter 10. Nadine. The priestesses will be here in 3 days. Lucas's words repeated over and over in my head, feeling like a bass drum pounding against the sides of my skull. I felt the blood drain from my face, and I steadied myself against an officer's desk. The oaken wands were our last line of defense, and their magic was locked down tight by the curse the priestesses had put over them. If we didn't find the Cursebreaker wand now, we'd be completely defenseless once the priestesses arrived. Finding the Cursebreaker wand is going to take a miracle, Grant said breathlessly. We were all thinking it, but Grant was the only one brave enough to say it out loud. The rest of us went silent as the harrowing reality fell over the group. We had a mere 3 days to do what we'd spent years trying to accomplish. It wasn't enough time. We knew my mom had taken the Cursebreaker wand out of Octavia Falls and hidden it, but we didn't know where. The message we'd found in my birthday cards was our only lead, and I'd pored over my mother's belongings every day since, looking for clues. I came up short each time. I didn't know how we were going to find the wand in the limited time we had. Chloe cleared her throat. We've pulled off miracles before. If we do find the wand, what are we going to do with the priestesses if we win the fight? Miles asked. We can't just let them go like Lucas did with Ryan. I know you guys want to play nice, but compassion won't work on the priestesses. We could stand around all night discussing possible outcomes, but that wasn't going to help us find the Cursebreaker wand. We needed to get moving right away. I stepped forward. Every moment we spend talking about it is time away from pursuing the Cursebreaker wand, and we aren't going to win this fight without it. We can figure out what to do with the priestesses once we destroy their army and seize the Master Wand. If we can pull that off, they'll be forced to surrender. In the meantime, we developed a plan months ago for this invasion, and it's time to move on it. I'll focus on getting the Cursebreaker wand, and the rest of you need to implement the protocol and start the evacuations. The priestesses want a coven to control. It's not about Octavia Falls to them, it's about the people, Chloe pointed out. Without the oaken wands, how can we ensure the evacuation will actually keep anyone safe? All eyes turned to me, which was the absolute worst feeling in the world. I could feel my friends giving up, and the little hope I had left was hanging on by a thread. It was tragic to witness, because we'd always been the kind of people to persevere through anything. I wasn't sure how things were going to play out this time, and I couldn't bring myself to give false promises. We can't say for sure that everyone's going to be safe, I answered carefully. But we have to save as many people as we can. No matter how unlikely and how much the evidence is stacked against us, we're going to find a way out of this. We always do. The Shield Squad has faced haunted mansions, demon possessions, and literal torture. The priestesses have thrown everything they can at us, and we've outwitted them before. I know we're at the 11th hour, but even when I'm disconnected from my magic, my intuition is still there, telling me we stand a chance. We have to persist down to our final moment, because that's what the Shield Squad does. Yeah, Grant agreed. Nadine's right. We've got to hold on to the team motto. To hell and back, even if it kills us. I wasn't sure I believed a word I'd said, but it got Grant excited, and that was all I could ask for. More than anything, I needed my friends to keep going, because if they gave up hope, then I would too. And if that happened, then we'd already lost. We're not going to just sit down and take this, I added. We're going to continue following my mother's clues to the Cursebreaker wand, and if we don't find it, then we'll die trying. I'll be by your side, through it all, Lucas vowed. Whatever you need, Nade. I'm here. I'm with you, Chloe added. We're not going down without a fight, even if there's no magic left to fight with. Miles nodded. All right. You're in charge, Nadine. Miles, brief your officers and start the evacuation protocol, I ordered. Evacuating this many people is going to take time, and we need officers directing traffic at all of the town's exit points. You've got it, Miles said. I'll hold a press conference and inform civilians of the evacuation, Lucas offered. If they want to stay and fight the priestesses, they're more than welcome to, but otherwise, they need to leave. I'll contact Verla and Warren on my way, and they can start transporting students out of town. Dr. Mack has connections down at the hospital, and I know she'll help us get as many patients out as we can. I turned to Grant. Call the bus garage. We need all public school buses working to get as many people out of town as possible. Send them to the nursing homes, and anywhere else we can to pick up people who can't drive themselves. I choked up a bit as I added, the rest of us have to stay here to fight, but you make sure Rose gets on one of those buses. I will, Grant promised. Chloe, you're with me, I ordered. We'll meet up with Talia at home, and the three of us will follow my mom's clues to locate the Cursebreaker wand. Chloe clapped her hands together. All right, you heard the boss. Let's get to work. We all got moving right away and went our separate directions. When Chloe and I returned home, Talia already had Marcus tucked in for the night. We quickly filled her in on what was happening. What do you need from me? She asked immediately. Whatever it is, I'm with you until the end. We need to decipher the clues my mom left behind, I told her. The three of us gathered around the dining room table, and I spread all of my mother's belongings across the surface. I tapped my fingernails against the tabletop. We're missing something, but no matter how many times I look at her things, I can't see it. I know my mom, and she wouldn't have spent 19 years crafting a message for me, only to lead us to a dead end. She would have left something else behind to guide me. We just have to find the missing piece and fit it all together. We must have sat there for hours, looking for coded messages like the one we'd found before. We tried decoding the first letter of every sentence in the cards, rearranging birth dates and other important numbers, but ultimately came up with nothing. Issa kept letting out heavy sighs at my feet, like she wanted to help, but couldn't. My head sagged into the palms of my hands. It was my job to find this wand, and I had failed to do so at every turn. My mother left this message behind for me, and I felt like the worst daughter because I couldn't figure out what she was trying to tell me. It didn't matter how many codes I'd cracked or how many complicated puzzles I'd solved in the past if I came up empty-handed here. If I couldn't figure this out, then the fate of the coven fell solely on me. "Something's missing," I said through gritted teeth. As I stared down at my mother's things, I had to face the horrifying truth that perhaps I couldn't crack the code this time. I had so few things of hers left, and perhaps the message I was supposed to find just wasn't here anymore. Chloe picked up a photograph that was only half visible. The rest of the photo had been ruined when Lucas knocked my things into the sink a few months ago. The edges were crumpled, and the ink had bled together into splotches that covered most of the image. Most of my photos had suffered some sort of damage in the accident. "It's possible you're missing something that was here, but is gone now," Chloe suggested. "I've considered that, but there's nothing we can do to restore the images," I insisted. "I don't have any spare copies of these pictures." "What if we could use magic to restore them?" Talia wondered. "You don't think I've thought of that?" I asked hopelessly. I shoved one of the photos in her direction. "Touch it, Tal. Use your seer powers to look into the past and tell me what this photo used to look like." Talia frowned hopelessly. She'd barely conjured a spark of magic since our seance failed, but that had been weeks ago. The waning had drained so much of our powers that even she couldn't uncover what was lost. "If we could use magic to reverse the damage, the waning has made that basically impossible," I said. "I could try using a seer crystal," Talia offered. "Where are you going to find one?" I demanded. "We've used up the last of our crystal reserves helping the coven, and you can't just waltz into a crystal store and buy magically charged crystals anymore. Verla's been supplying us what she can from the crystalery at the school. But we've used all that, too. There's not enough magic to go around." "Maybe your mom left something else behind," Chloe suggested. "There's nothing!" I snapped. I knew they were trying to help, but I'd already considered all these angles, and it killed me to admit that I had no answers to give them. If we'd found this clue months ago, maybe we could have used magic to learn more, but the waning had never been worse than these last few weeks. We encountered spurts of magic here and there, and Lucas's powers were strong, but it was seer magic we needed, and we didn't have any right now. "Everything else I had left was destroyed in Grammy's house fire," I reminded them. "It's a miracle any of this survived. If the rest of my mom's message was in one of my other boxes, it's gone now. It has to be here, or we're done. We failed." There has to be something more, Talia pressed. If it's not in her things, then it's in the message she left behind in your birthday cards. Is there anything else she could have meant by it? I don't know, I cried, smacking my palms against the tabletop. Everyone wants me to have the answers because I'm the chosen one, but I don't have a plan. I'm supposed to be the leader here, but that doesn't mean I have an endless supply of answers. I'm not some savior born to redeem you all. I'm just a girl who wants to do right by her people, but I can't do it anymore. I've been at this for months, and I'm out of solutions. I wish I could say I knew what to do to take care of everyone, because I know it's my job to save them. But we're out of time, and I have nothing to show for it. There's nothing I can say that can express how sorry I am. And even if I could, apologies won't find the Cursebreaker wand. Talia shot Chloe a nervous glance, looking desperate to help me. I'd completely broken down. I said I needed my friends to hold it together or I'd crack, but the truth was, I was going to crack regardless. Because no matter how much I tried to hold on, I'd already reached the end of my rope. There was nothing else I could give them. Nadine, I'm sorry, Talia apologized. I never meant to imply you had all the answers. You don't have to do this alone, Chloe added. Talia and I are going to figure this out. You go get some sleep. I sighed, because that wasn't what I wanted. I'm not giving up. You need a break, along with our help to provide a fresh perspective, Chloe demanded. We said we were here for whatever you needed, so let us support you. Go to bed, and we'll let you know what we find in the morning. Chloe, I started. That wasn't a suggestion, she pressed. You're obviously frustrated and tired, and we need you at the top of your game. This is not optional, and it's not up for discussion. Chloe knew how to get me to listen, because she was right. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and I wasn't going to be much help here without sleep. If it was anyone else, I would have protested more. But the great thing about Chloe is she knew how to take charge when the situation called for it. She could see what needed to be done, even if I was too stubborn to admit it. All right, I agreed. I'll see you in the morning. I slumped to my bedroom, and though I was completely wiped out, I tossed and turned all night. Still, the morning came far too soon, along with a harrowing reality I wasn't ready for. The priestesses' impending arrival required unthinkable preparations that Lucas and I hadn't had a chance to talk about last night. I knew the decision ahead of us was inevitable, but that didn't mean I wanted to go through with it. I awoke to a quiet house, which felt oddly surreal following the chaos of the previous night. The cat slept at my feet, but the bed and bassinet beside me were empty. I could hear the soft sounds of Marcus sucking a bottle from the next room. Slowly, I got out of bed. The air felt ice-cold on my skin, so I grabbed my bathrobe and wrapped it around myself. It wasn't enough to ward off the chill. Nothing could ever be. I stepped into the main room, where I found Lucas sitting on the couch, rocking Marcus back and forth. He stared down at our baby boy, stroking Marcus's nose with the tip of his finger a few times. It was like he had to remind himself that Marcus was really there, and not just a figment of his imagination. I understood, because I did the same thing when no one was looking. When you'd had everything stripped from you before, it was hard to believe in miracles, even when you held them in your arms. I wasn't sure I could do this again. I sniffled, and Lucas looked up at me. He must have noticed the sad look on my face, because he quickly asked, "Do you want to hold him?" I couldn't get the words out. I nodded, then rounded the couch to sit beside him. Lucas placed Marcus in my arms, and I steadied his bottle for him. My husband draped an arm around me, until the three of us were snuggled together. "What time did you get back?" I asked. I'd heard him return home before sunrise, but I hadn't noticed him get up. "Around 6 o'clock, Lucas said. "It's 10 now. Grant and Miles are still evacuating citizens, but they sent me home so we could take turns sleeping. I'm not sure where Talia and Chloe are. They must have left before I got home." Under other circumstances, their absence might have worried me. But right now, I couldn't be bothered to care. My family had immediate issues to address, and I was honestly glad Lucas and I were alone for it. "Did you get any sleep?" I asked, though my voice was strained. "A little," he replied vaguely. "It's hard to sleep, knowing the evacuations that need to take place." I stared down at Marcus, who was scrunching up his nose in the cutest possible way. He had no idea what was about to happen, or that my heart was already breaking into a million pieces. If I had one wish, it'd be to take all the pain from my child's life in every moment, past, present, and future. But no amount of magic could stop the agony from coming. "I had really hoped it wouldn't come to this," I whispered. Lucas pulled me closer until my head rested on his shoulder. "We have to do it, Nate, even if we don't want to." A tear streaked down my cheek. "I know. I just didn't think it'd be so soon." "You don't have to let him go until you're ready," Lucas promised. I stroked the dark tuft of hair on top of my son's head. "I'll never be ready, but I know it has to be done. It's too dangerous for Marcus to stay here. He has to evacuate with the rest of them. We can't put it off." Lucas kissed the top of my head, then started to stand. His tone came out sounding hollow as he said, "I'll call Professor Wyckoff." She was the obvious choice to care for our son and get him out of town, because she was the only person we trusted outside our closest circle. She'd promised us the night we rescued Marcus from the priestesses that she would always protect him. She'd said that if we ever needed her help, we just had to ask. This was a monumental request, but we had no other choice. The rest of us had to stay here and fight. Lucas and I had been through so much together that we barely had to discuss the plan out loud. We just knew what we had to do, though I wasn't sure we could have a full conversation about sending our son away. Usually we could open up and talk about anything with each other, but this was different. This wasn't just something that happened to us. It was a tragedy we were choosing. One that was happening right here, in real time, and I feared that if we gave it too much consideration, we'd back out of the decision. That would be the worst possible thing for our son. I wanted him as far away from Octavia Falls as possible when the priestesses arrived. I'd sooner die than ever let them lay a hand on my son again. I held Marcus closer than I ever had before. We got half an hour with our son. That was it, before Professor Wyckoff showed up at our doorstep with her bags packed. It was the shortest 30 minutes of my entire life, and I wanted every precious second of snuggling my son back. Mother Miriam could freeze our family in time, right there, for 1,000,000 years, and it still wouldn't be enough. "Marcus will be safe with me," Professor Wyckoff promised. She stood in our suite awaiting the exchange, but I just couldn't bring myself to hand my son over. "Where will you take him?" I asked as I rocked him. Marcus laid his head on my shoulder, which made it all the harder to let him go. Issa, Oliver, and Rishi meowed at our feet, like they could sense the melancholy of the moment. "Off to Paris," Wyckoff answered. "I've already been in touch with Onyx, and she'll have a room ready for us when we get there. It's the safest place for your son, because even with the Master Wand, the priestesses will hesitate to get that close to Malovia." "Marcus doesn't have a passport, and I don't have enough magic to portal you," Lucas pointed out. "How are you going to get him out of the country?" "I have allies that can get me there," Wyckoff said. "I've been researching demigods extensively since we rescued your son from the priestesses. I've heard whispers of a group of people who will protect your child. They're called the Demigod Guardians, and I'm in contact with one of them." Marcus tugged on my hair, and I shifted uncomfortably, though for entirely different reasons. "How can we be sure we can trust these people?" "Believe me, I've asked myself the same question," Wyckoff said. "I, too, am cautious about anyone claiming to have information on demigods, let alone wanting to protect them, but in the research I've done, I know these allies to be genuine. They are a group I hope to join myself someday." "Who are they, exactly?" Lucas asked. "The Demigod Guardians are a secret organization made up of elder supernaturals who seek to protect demigod children from all around the world," Professor Wyckoff explained. "Many of their members are like us and have personal experience with demigods. They believe that demigod children deserve a proper upbringing, and that a demigod's powers are not for others to exploit, but that their magic should only be used for good. Therefore, it is their mission to protect these children from being exposed to anyone who wishes to use their powers for their own gain. If they had to, members of the Demigod Guardians would step in to care for a demigod child and raise them to do the best for the world." I took a step back. I didn't like the way she was talking. "I don't want anyone else raising our child." "Of course not," Wyckoff said gently. "The Demigod Guardians believe in preserving a demigod child's family unit and wouldn't interfere with how you choose to raise him. I simply mean that if we were faced with the worst-case scenario, your child would be taken care of." Lucas quickly stepped in. "We don't know that it will come to that." The thought of making plans for if we didn't make it was absolutely crushing. It was so unlike us to consider every possible scenario. But if we had to think about dying and leaving our son behind, I wasn't sure either of us would be willing to go through with this. "Lucas is right," I agreed. "We don't know these people and can't trust them. But we trust you. You use your allies to get to Paris, and that's it. You don't take our son to these people unless we're dead. Right now, you just protect him and bring him back when it's safe." "Yes, of course," Wyckoff said. "You're his parents, and I will honor your wishes." Lucas had already packed up Marcus's things, but I noticed his blanket with the cartoon kittens on it was still draped across the back of the couch. I reached for it and wrapped it around my son's shoulders. "Marcus fusses when he's cold," I said with a sniffle. "Lucas, did you pack his teether?" "Yes, all 3 of them." "Including the one shaped like a wolf?" I asked. Lucas nodded. "And the wyvern and unicorn." "What about his pacifier? He can't sleep without one," I worried. Lucas wrapped his arm around my waist. "He's got everything he needs. I packed the teethers, pacifiers, rattles, bottles, formula, diapers. It's all there, Nade. I promise." I turned to Professor Wyckoff, but I hesitated. I couldn't hand Marcus over. Instead, I handed him to Lucas. You didn't get a chance to hold him yet." Truth was, Lucas had been holding Marcus most of the morning. I only handed him off because I knew Lucas would be able to give him to Wyckoff, whereas I never could. Lucas pulled Marcus close and touched his forehead to our son's. "You're going to go on an adventure now, Pumpkin. Professor Wyckoff is going to keep you safe, so Mommy and Daddy can build a better world for you here. When you get back, all will be better, and everyone will be safe. Don't worry about us. We've got an important job to do, and we'll do our best. We love you, Nugget, and nothing will ever change that." I choked back my tears. "There's one thing he's missing." I hurried into our bedroom, then came out carrying mine and Lucas's wedding wand. It didn't hold any power of its own, and our magic was useless right now with the waning. But once this was all over, this wand would be as powerful as the magic caster wielding it. "Mommy and Daddy made this wand, just like we made you," I said, holding our wedding wand above Marcus. He reached for it like it was a rattle, then started chewing on the end of it. "If you ever need us, just hold this wand tight. Mommy and Daddy forged this wand from our love, and it will always hold our love for you." I kissed the top of Marcus's forehead. "Goodbye, honey. I love you so, so much." "Goodbye," Lucas whispered. Then he knelt down and strapped Marcus into his car seat. It was hard to watch, harder than I imagined it would be. Rishi meowed mournfully and batted at the edge of the car seat. Carefully, Lucas lifted the kitten and placed him in Marcus's lap. "Take Rishi with you," Lucas told Wyckoff. "He belongs with Marcus, and he can help protect him." "I will," Wyckoff replied. Lucas lifted the car seat by the handle. "We'll be in touch when it's safe to come back. Let us walk you out." Professor Wyckoff took the stroller, and I grabbed Marcus's bag. We loaded it all into the back of Wyckoff's car, while Lucas strapped Marcus into the back seat. We must have said goodbye to our son 1,000,000 more times, but it still didn't feel like enough. I reached into the car seat to take Marcus's hands, then leaned down to kiss his tiny little fingers. Marcus giggled like I was tickling him, and I wanted to keep that beautiful sound of my son's laughter with me forever. There was no amount of goodbyes that would be enough. "I love you, honey. Mama loves you so much." I repeated it at least 100 times, and it still didn't feel right to step back and let him go. Lucas grabbed my hand, and I knew I had to do it now, or I never would. Professor Wyckoff kindly shut the back door, then turned to us. "Thank you for trusting me with your son. I will protect him with my life, and more, if the goddess wills it. You are both very brave in many aspects, but rest assured your son will be safe. You have my number if you need anything." "Thank you, Professor," Lucas said. Then she got in the car and backed out of the driveway. Just like that, our son was gone. Tears stung my eyes. That couldn't be it, could it? Lucas wrapped his arms around me and whispered, "We did the right thing." "I know, but that doesn't make it any easier," I replied bitterly. "We'll see him again," Lucas said with a sniffle. He was sad, but I was pissed. "We have to," I insisted harshly. "I won't let that be the last time we see our son. We've said goodbye for now, but it isn't forever." "No, it's not," he agreed. "I know it feels like a bad thing right now, but we're saving our son. I'm willing to take on all this pain for him so he can live, because I love him, and that's what parents do. If I have to take on that pain for you, too, I'll do it in a heartbeat. No matter what it takes, I'll do anything to save our son and get him back, even if it kills me." It was an admirable stance to take, but one I couldn't accept. I couldn't lose my husband, too. Lucas's phone went off then, and he sighed heavily. "What now?" He pulled out his phone, and I saw that it was his alarm for his weekly therapy session. He silenced the alarm and slipped it back in his pocket like it was nothing, then wrapped his arms around me again. I shuddered under his touch. "You should go to your session." Lucas shook his head. "We don't have the time. I saw Dr. Mack last night after I left the police station, and she said she was keeping her clinic operations going to help people who needed counseling through this time. She more or less said she hoped to see me at my session today, but I wasn't counting on it. There's too much work that needs to be done." "Lucas, we just gave our son away," I insisted. "We can take 1 hour to process this. If there's any time you need a therapist, it's right now." Lucas pulled away from me, searching my eyes for answers. "Do you want to come with me?" He'd misinterpreted that I was speaking about myself. Truth was, we both needed to give each other permission to process this, because we sure as hell weren't getting anything done in the state we were in now. I loved Lucas and wanted him close to me, but at the same time I needed to be completely alone now that we'd sent Marcus away. Last night, everyone was looking to me for answers I couldn't give, and now my son was gone. I just needed a moment to pull myself together. "No, I think you should go alone," I said. "Nade, it's a waste of time." "Lucas, I need you to understand." I grabbed him by the shirt desperately. If there was ever a time I needed him to hear me, it was now. We both need to be in the right headspace to face this, because we can't afford a mistake. I have lost my parents and my grandmother, everyone I ever loved before I knew you. You're my family now, you and Marcus. We've already lost one son, and I won't lose another family member. You talk to Dr. Mack, and do whatever you have to do to get into the right frame of mind, because I won't let you face the priestesses with the intent to die. You promise that you'll stay alive, because I didn't go through all of this just to lose you both. We will both be holding our son by the end of this, or so help me goddess, I will hunt you down in the afterlife and drag you back here myself." Lucas trembled beneath my touch. I must have really scared him, but he composed himself and spoke gently. "All right. We'll take 1 hour, then we'll reconvene and get back to work." Lucas left the house under my insistence. I was grateful to be alone so I could break down in private, but the seclusion didn't give me the reprieve I'd hoped for. There were no sounds of my son's coos coming from the next room, and that silence came with the appalling thought that I'd just said goodbye to my son for the last time. I said we'd get him back, but who knew if that were true? Lucas and I could promise each other to do everything in our power to make this right, but no one knew if our power was enough anymore. I cried hot, angry tears until I couldn't cry them any longer. I thought this time was different because Lucas and I were sending our son away willingly as a means to protect him, but the loss was devastating all the same. I went to the bedroom and sagged into the mattress beside Marcus's bassinet. His swaddle from that morning was draped over the corner. I lifted it to my nose and inhaled the sweet scent of my child. I already missed him so much. I'd witnessed torture beyond what most people could ever comprehend, and none of that was as excruciating as this. I gazed into the bassinet, and my eyes locked on one of Marcus's pacifiers that had been left behind. That was my complete undoing. Ugh! An angry scream erupted from my lungs. I flung Marcus's swaddle across the room and kicked his bassinet so hard it fell over. His pacifier bounced and rolled under the bed. Issa had been watching me curiously, and she jumped at my sudden outburst. I couldn't torture myself like this. I'd been here 1,000,000 times before, and I had enough experience to know that wallowing in this sorrow wouldn't get me anywhere. I could stew in this sadness and anger, or I could let it drive me. I was Nadine fucking Taylor. I wasn't the kind of girl to just sit around and take this. No matter how bad it got, I kept on forging ahead. I'd been through hell and back, and I could do it again. This time was different, because the person I loved was still alive to fight for. If we couldn't find a weapon strong enough to defeat the priestesses for good this time, then my son wouldn't have a family to come back to. I knew what it was like to lose your parents, and I wasn't letting my son live through that. I'd been faced with death more times than I could count, and I wouldn't allow 2 bitter old ladies with a thirst for power to do me in. I was going to find the Cursebreaker wand and defeat the priestesses. If not for the coven, then for my son, because we would see him again. When he came back to the coven, he'd come back to safety, and nothing and no one would ever threaten his life again. Issa followed me into the kitchen. I sat at the dining room table and began arranging my mother's photographs in chronological order. To anyone else, they probably seemed like everyday pictures. There were photos of me as a child, playing with my mom on the playground, and others of us traveling. To me, they meant everything, because these photos and memories were all that was left of her life. Issa jumped onto the table, and I stroked her fur. I wish you remembered more from your past life. We're out of time. I was glad Issa was here, but all she could provide was emotional support. She couldn't tell us where to find more clues, or if there even were any. Even an intelligent cat like Issa couldn't recall past life experiences. Everything my mom knew and remembered remained with a piece of her soul in the afterlife, and despite all our efforts, we couldn't contact her. Issa purred under my touch, then pawed lightly at the corner of one of the water-damaged photographs. I picked it up. I must have been only 4 years old in this picture, because my mom was carrying me on her hip. I had my face scrunched up in a funny way, and my hand over my eyes to block out the sun, while my mom smiled brightly in front of a red carousel. I remembered that day, because I'd fallen down and skinned my knee on the driveway. To cheer me up, my parents took me to a carnival and bought me ice cream. It was one of my earliest memories. It had been so long ago that the memory was fading right along with the picture. My mother's smile was only half visible, due to the other half of the photo being ruined. I flipped the picture over, but there wasn't anything on the back. There's got to be more to it, I muttered. The front door opened, and I recognized the sound of Chloe's and Talia's footsteps coming down the hall. The soft pad of their cat's paws followed them. "Do you really think it will work?" Talia asked Chloe in a hushed whisper. "It has to," Chloe replied. "We're out of options." I turned as they entered the dining room. The girls stripped off their coats and purses and hung them over the backs of the chairs. "What has to work?" I asked. "This." Chloe slapped a black drawstring bag onto the table in front of me. It made a thunking sound, like there were several heavy objects inside. Talia pulled a leather-bound journal from under her arm and flipped it open to a marked page. "We found this hidden in the basement. It's one of Priestess Lillian's grimoires. There's a spell inside that can help." She pointed to the top of the page, which read, "Thoughtography Potion." My brow furrowed as I opened the bag to find 2 crystals inside, a purple amethyst point and a rose quartz stone, along with various herbs. I looked up at my friends standing on either side of me. "I don't understand." "It's a thoughtography spell," Talia exclaimed. "We can use it to restore the ink on the photographs and see what's beneath the water damage." "I know how thoughtography works," I said. "I took a thoughtography class for my caste diversity credit my second semester, but none of us have the power of thoughtography." "That's what the crystals are for," Chloe stated proudly. I withdrew the crystals from the bag, and I noticed they both pulsed with magic. "Where did you get these?" Chloe waved her hand. "Not important." They must have been out all night trying to find these ingredients for the spell, which meant procuring these items couldn't have been easy. Something told me the girls had stolen them from somewhere, but I didn't ask where. "What's important right now is doing this spell and finding out what else your mom left behind," Chloe said. "How are we possibly going to do this?" I asked. "None of us has any access to our magic." "You're a curse breaker. You've got access to magic right here." Chloe reached for my fingers and curled them around the crystals in my palm. "We've got the magic we need, and all you have to do is manipulate it to create the spell. You've used alchemy crystals to brew potions 1,000,000 times. You can do this one." I looked down at the spell book. "How does it work?" Talia plopped into the chair beside me. "This spell combines thoughtography magic with alchemy magic to briefly provide the person who drinks the potion with the powers of thoughtography. This rose quartz crystal is infused with thoughtography magic, and you can use the alchemy magic in the other crystal to transform the power and make it your own. You took a thoughtography class. You know the technique." My heart lifted in the hope that we could actually pull this off. We didn't actually know if these photographs contained any clues from my mother, but we'd be foolish not to try. "I'll do my best," I told them. Chloe was already in the kitchen, placing a cauldron on the stove. "Let's get to work." The 3 of us gathered around the burner and began mixing the ingredients. Our cats jumped onto the counter to join us. Talia poured water into the cauldron, while Chloe sprinkled in the herbs. The cauldron began to bubble as I stirred it all together. In my other hand, I clutched the alchemy and thoughtography crystals tightly. Magic began to swirl up my arm as I commanded the crystal energy to transfer into the potion. My knees nearly buckled in relief as the magic filled me up, because it had been weeks since I'd been able to access magic properly. It felt so invigorating. Dark blue magic sparked from my fingers and funneled into the mixture. The potion began to glow with tiny pinpricks of light, as if 1,000 tiny stars were being lit inside the liquid. Poof. The potion gave off a purple puff of smoke, making the 3 of us jump. The crystals in my hand grew cold, and I knew I'd used up all the energy inside of them. I set them aside. "We did it," Talia said as she peered into the cauldron. I leaned over to see the potion had turned black and inky. "Looks tasty." Chloe turned off the burner, then pulled a cup from the cupboard. "Bottoms up, girl." I ladled the potion into the cup, though there wasn't much there. It was only enough for one of us, and since I was the one who'd taken a thoughtography class and knew the technique, it was all mine. "Cheers," I said as I lifted the glass. I threw my head back and drank the potion. It was thick going down, but it had a slight citrus taste that wasn't all terrible. As the potion settled in my stomach, I could feel the magic tingling up my body, all the way from my toes to my head. As soon as it came, I could already feel it fading. "We have to move quickly," I instructed. We hurried over to the table, and I sat next to the pile of photographs I'd left lying there. I laid the first damaged photo flat in front of me, the one of my mom holding me in front of the carousel. I closed my eyes, trying to recall everything Professor Clark had taught me years ago. I set the intention to see into the past and bring forth what was lost. I pressed my hand to the photo paper, and as the magic tingled down my fingers, the ink began to form into clear images. The half of my mother's face that had been water damaged became clear again, and her smile was as bright as I always remembered it. The smudge of the carousel horses was gone, and the picture appeared as if it had never been damaged in the first place. "Any clues?" Chloe asked as she leaned closer. I shook my head. "No, it's just me and my mom. Wait." I caught sight of something in the background. It was a green street sign that was barely legible behind the poles of the carousel. There might be something here. I squinted my eyes, but I couldn't read the tiny letters. Talia hurried over to the cupboard and returned with a glass that I used to magnify the words. "Chamber Street," I read off. My heart surged in excitement because I knew we were finally onto something. "There's a Chamber Street on the other side of town," Chloe said thoughtfully. "You think it's a clue?" Talia wondered. "It could be a coincidence." I reached for another damaged photo. After my mom's message in my birthday cards, I don't believe anything here is a coincidence. "Does that mean she left the Cursebreaker wand somewhere on Chamber Street?" Talia asked. I shook my head. "It can't be. She said she took the wand out of Octavia Falls. But it's got to be leading us there for a reason. There has to be more to it." I pressed my hand to the next photograph, one of me holding a kitten in our living room when I was a kid. The damaged ink formed a clear picture at my command. In the background, I noticed the scattered bits of a wooden number puzzle that I recalled from my childhood. All of the numbers were flipped over, except for a prominent red 7. "It's an address," I realized. "My mom is leading us to an address. We have to hurry up, because the magic's fading." Chloe shoved photographs at me, and I quickly worked the magic to restore them. Talia arranged the fresh photos, sorting them into a pile that contained any numbers or letters, and a pile that didn't. I held my breath as I felt the magic fade from me completely the moment I restored the last 2 photographs. In the last one, my mother was pushing me on a swing. My hair was blown back, and my features were frozen into a permanent smile. Behind me, my mother held up 3 fingers. It was such a strange gesture. I couldn't believe I hadn't noticed it before. "I've got a 3, I said. "What else did you find, Tall?" She laid out the picture of the carousel and the kitten, along with a photo of my dad and me standing in front of one of his collector cars. We stood blocking most of the license plate, but the last number peeked out from behind my leg. "I found an 8 in this photo," Talia said, "which gives us 783. Chloe stared down at the photos. "Nadine was right. It's an address. But how do we know which order the numbers go in?" "I'm not sure." Talia tapped her chin. "We could start knocking on doors and try all combinations." As my eyes roamed over the photos, the answer became immediately clear. It goes in chronological order. I look roughly the same age in all these photographs, but I'm not. I remember this carnival picture was taken at the end of summer, but this photo of me with the cat was earlier that year, in January, right after Christmas. I picked up the photo of me standing beside my father, searching for clues as to when that took place. The image with the car and the one with the swing could have both been taken in the summer, but I didn't know which came first. Then I noticed I was wearing different sneakers in each photograph. I pointed to the photo with my father. I remember getting these shoes right before I started school because I was so excited that they lit up. I wore them all the time. The photo with my dad must come after the swing photo because I'm not wearing these shoes on the swing. I must have not had them yet. No one else would know these little details, but this message is for me, so it has to go in the order I remember. I arranged the photographs, revealing the clues in order. 738 Chamber Street. Chloe grabbed her coat. Looks like we have a lead. Let's go. We hurried to Chloe's car, and she floored the gas. Talia hadn't buckled in yet and fell across the back seat. Goddess, Chloe! Slow down! Chloe shrugged. My husband is the sheriff. I'm not going to get a speeding ticket. Talia straightened herself up. Just try not to kill us, okay? Your grandmother's trying hard enough. You're safe with me, Chloe promised. And if my grandma wants to show her face around here, I'll kick her ass, oaken wands or not. A few minutes later, we pulled up in front of an old Victorian house at 738 Chamber Street. The lawn was overgrown, and there was no vehicle in the driveway. I wasn't sure anyone lived here. Talia eyed the house warily as we stepped out of the car. Are we sure this is the right place? Chloe didn't miss a beat as she started up the walkway. I guess we're going to find out. What are you going to do? Just knock on the door? Talia hissed as she followed. It's only polite to check if someone's home first, Chloe said. The street appeared eerily quiet as we approached the house. We climbed the stairs to a large wraparound porch. Instead of a turret, the house had a gazebo attached to the corner of the porch. Inside the gazebo sat a small table surrounded by metal chairs with intricate floral designs. I knocked on the door, but no answer came. I turned to Chloe. Think your husband will let you off on breaking and entering charges, too? He's going to have to, because we have to find out what clue your mom left behind here. Chloe leaned down to inspect the door handle. You know how to pick locks, right? Before I could answer, the door swung open. Chloe jumped back, straightening her spine. An elderly woman stood in front of us, and though I'd never seen her before, she appeared to recognize me. She held her chin high, almost regally, as her gaze traveled over me. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Your mother didn't believe you'd come. You knew my mom? I asked warily. The woman nodded. Yes, I knew Faith for a brief time. You're Nadine, aren't you? Yes, I said. These are my friends, Chloe and Talia. It's nice to finally meet you, she replied. Please, come in. She opened the door wider, revealing a dark, ominous hallway beyond. The hair on the back of my neck stood, but while my body was screaming danger, my mind was totally at ease. I'd interpreted my mother's message correctly, and I knew I'd ended up at the right place. I went to take a step forward, but Chloe shoved her arm in front of me. Hang on, Nadine. Chloe sniffed the woman. Actually sniffed her like a dog. This is a trick. You're a fae. I knew something about this felt off, Talia agreed. She scratched her arms, like she too felt her hair standing upright. The old woman took a step back, as if to reassure us she wasn't dangerous. Before our eyes, insect-like wings appeared to grow out of her back. At the same time, she pulled the collar of her shirt over her shoulder to reveal an eye tattoo identical to Talia's. "It's true," the woman said. "I am Fae, but I'm also a seer. I mean you no harm." I didn't have to question it. I could feel the truth of her statement in my bones. My mother wouldn't have led me here if it was going to get me hurt. I believe her. We've encountered part Fae, part witch allies before. Most of the Coven's magic is gone, but our protection spell around the town hasn't failed yet. She wouldn't have been able to make it into Octavia Falls if she were our enemy. "If Nadine trusts you, then so do I," Chloe said. "But I'm still not falling for any Fae tricks. We aren't coming inside." "I understand," the woman replied kindly. "We can talk out here." The four of us gathered around the table in the gazebo. I knew Faye maneuvered with grace, but this woman appeared very frail and moved slowly. She coughed a few times as she settled into her chair. "How did you know my mom?" I asked once we were all seated. "I was a Fae professor who taught enchanting at Arcania University. Professor Calliope is my name," she said. "I've lived most of my life in Malovia, but I spent some years on and off studying in Octavia Falls to learn more of my witch heritage. I met your mother during one of my sabbaticals here in the States." "You said you were a professor?" Chloe pointed out. "Not anymore?" Calliope sighed. "I'm afraid things aren't as they used to be in Malovia. The Fae Queen has been missing for a while now. No one knows where she is. The rival monarch is going to win the war, so I came to say goodbye. I had hoped to move to the Malovian countryside with my daughter after my retirement, to live out the rest of my days. I only have so many now." "What do you mean?" Chloe asked. "A terrible illness, I'm afraid. There is no cure," Calliope replied. "I am living on borrowed time. I wish to spend the rest of my life with my daughter, but I had to come here first. There's still work to be done." "What kind of work?" Talia asked. Although my best friend had asked the question, Calliope's eyes fell on me. "Work with the demigod guardians, of course." A sharp inhale passed my lips. "You're Professor Wyckoff's contact, aren't you?" Calliope nodded. "Yes. I sent her and your son off in a portal this morning." I was stunned, but Chloe spoke up before I could. "What are the demigod guardians?" "They're a group of people whose mission it is to protect demigods. Professor Wyckoff told me about them," I explained, before turning back to Calliope. "If you wanted to help us, why didn't you contact us?" Calliope cocked an eyebrow. "Would you have trusted me?" Not a bit. This woman was a Fae, and while I liked to believe the best in people, and I knew we had allies throughout all supernatural societies, I'd have never handed my son off to a fairy who approached me. Professor Wyckoff had warned us of people who would use our son's demigod power for their own, much like the priestesses had done in forging the Master Wand. I wouldn't have let a stranger get close enough to touch my son, let alone a Fae known for their trickery. "No, I wouldn't have," I told her honestly. "The only reason I'm trusting you now is because my mother left me a message. She wanted me to come find you." "I trusted she would do as I told her," Calliope said with a fond smile. "I knew it would only work if you came to me yourself. You wouldn't trust me otherwise. You and your son are the reason I came back to Octavia Falls now. I don't have much time left, and you are one of the few visions I've had that has yet to be fulfilled." "What vision?" I asked. "What did you tell my mom to do?" "While I was in Octavia Falls last time, I performed readings part-time. Your mother came to me to ask me about her future, Calliope explained. She had found an object of great power, though she never shared with me what it was. She wanted to know what to do with it. When I looked into the future, I saw that this object would one day end up in your hands, sometime after your mother had passed. So she knew she was going to die? I asked. We all die eventually, Calliope pointed out. Your mother did not know she would die young. I'm sure she assumed this would all happen after she died of old age. I told your mother to hang on to the object, that one day her daughter would need it, but that it had to be passed down at the right time. To ensure you'd find it, I instructed her to leave clues behind that only you could decipher. I told her which clues to use and where to place them. I gave her this address so that one day you could find me. This had to be what my mom's last thought meant. The Coven's in danger. Stay safe, Nadine. I love you. I'd never been able to figure out what danger she knew of, but if Calliope had told her I'd pursue the Cursebreaker wand after her death, she must have known something bad was coming, and that I'd be involved. Why didn't she just tell me this? I wondered. Why leave all these puzzles for me to solve? In my visions, I could see that there were other people looking for this object. Knowing what I know now, I can only assume that refers to the Miriamic priestesses. I knew that if your mother handed it down to you too soon, the object would end up in the wrong hands, Calliope said. However, the vision I had so long ago is coming true now. Your time has come. You are free to pursue the object she kept for you. My eyebrows pinched together. I don't understand what good this vision is if I don't know where to find it. My dear, it's as I said. Your mother kept this object with her at all times. Keep it in your stash, I told her. Your daughter will come for it when you're dead. I gasped. It was the answer we'd been looking for all this time. Her stash? I can access that, even though she's dead? I couldn't believe it hadn't occurred to me. The thought of the Cursebreaker wand being in her stash, even after her death, seemed so outside of the realm of possibility that I hadn't considered it. Calliope wore a light smile. Your mother asked the same question. Just trust me, I said. This is what you need to do. How do I access it? I asked desperately. It wasn't something my friends and I had ever done before. I can't say for sure, Calliope answered. Usually, if a person dies with items in their stash, those things are forever lost. But I know from my visions that in this case, this is what needs to be done. I can't say for sure if your mother followed those instructions to her dying day, but that is what I told her. My Fae identity was discovered, and I was chased out of Octavia Falls soon after. I never spoke to her again. I stood quickly, ready to follow this clue through to the end. Thank you very much, Professor Calliope. I don't know how I'm going to get into my mom's stash, but I'll find a way. My grandmother ordered the executors to perform stash searches, Chloe said. I bet there's a spell for it in the grimoire we found in her house. We have to tell the guys, Talia added urgently. We can't thank you enough, I told Professor Calliope. If there's anything we can do to return the favor, please let us know. Calliope grabbed my wrist, and desperation filled her eyes. You see this through to the end, Nadine. I told you, I didn't come back here for you. Demigods are being born in supernatural societies from all across the world, and my visions led me here. My work here with the demigod guardians is to confirm the presence of a demigod child so that we may protect him. I am not here to interfere. It's not his time yet. There are other young demigods like your son, and one day they will all be important to the future of the world. The demigod guardians will do what we can to protect him in the meantime. There's nothing you need to do now, except defeat the priestesses so your son has a coven to grow up in. We'll reach out when the time is right. A shiver traveled down my spine. The last thing I wanted was some cryptic prophecy about my son, but she didn't tell me anything I didn't already know. Talia had similar visions earlier this year at our baby shower. There was no denying that Marcus was destined for great things. As much as that scared me, it was more terrifying to think he may never get a chance to fulfill his destiny if I failed. He wouldn't be raised under the priestess's tyranny. It was time to finish this, once and for all.
Chapter 11. Lucas. Nadine wanted me to talk to Dr. Mack about sending Marcus away, but that was the last thing I wanted to talk about. Dr. Mack couldn't change my mind about laying my life down for my family. Nadine didn't understand that I'd do everything in my power to stay alive, but if it came down to her and Marcus versus me, it was them every single time. I didn't have to question that. But Nadine was right about one thing. I had to get in the right headspace. The priestesses would be here soon, and the only way I'd be able to get my son back was if these witches were dead. The last thing I should be doing was going about my day as normal, but I needed to get the bullshit off my chest just to think straight. I entered the clinic, with Oliver following at my feet, just as Gregory Walker was leaving. I was surprised to see him, considering I'd told him years ago he needed to see a psychologist, and he'd refused. He looked different than normal. The frizz in his wild curls had been tamed, and his skin looked clearer and healthier. I'd never seen him look so put together. Gregory ducked his head, then quickly tugged at the end of his sleeve to cover up the chosen tattoo on his wrist. His cheeks turned bright red in embarrassment. I felt really bad for him, because Gregory had received all kinds of false promises from the priestesses and joined their cult, only to leave later on. Yet he was clearly still struggling because of it. I didn't want him to think being here was at all shameful, because he was doing the right thing by getting help. "Hey, Gregory, good to see you." I nodded kindly as I passed him. I didn't intend to stop him for conversation, because I didn't want to make him more uncomfortable than he was. I just wanted to give him a bit of encouragement, because we could all use that every now and then. "Hey, Lucas." He fidgeted with a loose thread on his sleeve. I should probably tell you thanks. You once mentioned that you were seeing Dr. Mack, and I figured if she could help you, maybe she could help me. She's been really helpful, so thanks." "Of course, no problem," I said. "I'm glad to hear she's helping." Gregory tugged on his sleeve again, and though he'd fully covered the tattoo on his wrist, he seemed really self-conscious about it. "Don't judge, okay? Braden and I are both getting them removed once we have the funds." "I'm not judging," I promised. Gregory took a deep breath. "Sorry, that's something I'm working on with Dr. Mack. I feel like I made a huge mistake joining Miriam's Chosen, and I'm anxious that I have to justify it with everyone." "You don't have to justify anything with me," I told him. "Being aware of your feelings is a big step. You're doing great, Gregory." "Thank you," he replied genuinely. "I like Dr. Mack a lot. Enough to say goodbye. That's why I had to see her this morning." "Goodbye?" I asked. "Aren't you on the police force? I thought you were all staying to get people out of town." He sighed. Braden and I quit a week ago. We wanted to help, but we're just not cut out for this kind of work. I want to be an artist, not chase down criminals on the street. You're an artist? I didn't know that about you. Gregory shrugged. I've had such a shitty life. I just wanted to use my necromancy magic for good, you know? I taxidermy mice and dress them up in costume. They make great displays. I know, it's weird, but people love them. Not that my necromancy magic is much use anymore, but I can continue my art without it. Braden and I are evacuating today. We're going to get as far away from here as we can, then maybe we'll settle down and start a business. He's great with numbers, so I'll make the art and he'll manage the business. Maybe in a few years, if things do well, we'll be able to get married and adopt a kid. I felt bad for Gregory, because he'd been thrust into this conflict when it wasn't his battle to fight. He'd done a lot to help us, but in the end, all he wanted was a quiet life with his boyfriend. I didn't blame him for wanting to leave. If we manage to win, I'll pull whatever strings I can as a priest to save you a shopfront, I said. I'll be your first customer. Gregory offered a shy smile. Thanks, Lucas. I really hope you do win. I guess I'll let you get to your appointment. It was nice seeing you. I really hoped Gregory found what he was looking for outside of Octavia Falls, because despite the differences we'd had in the past, I truly wished him the best. Gregory left the clinic while I went to check in with registration. Lucas. Dr. Mack greeted brightly when I stepped into her office. Have a seat. How are you doing today? I sat on the couch across from her. I wasn't sure I was going to come in. It was my wife's idea. She leaned back in her chair, looking curious. I understand Nadine is a headstrong woman, but I also know you, and you wouldn't have come if a part of you didn't want to be here. What made you come in today? I didn't tell her about Marcus, because we'd end up talking about that the whole session, and I wasn't worried about sending him away. Only concerned with getting him back. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees. You know, the priestesses will be here in 2 days' time. We've been in charge for a while now, and even though we've made plans, we aren't accurately prepared for an attack. I need to be ready. We know there's a weapon out there that we can use to stand against them, but we have yet to find it. I worry that we've wasted our energy trying to rebuild the Coven when we should have been defending it first and foremost and rebuilding in the aftermath. You can't discount the progress you've made because you're afraid of losing it, she encouraged. If the priestesses have their way, they'll undo all the progress we made. And if you hadn't done anything, there'd be no Coven left to save, she replied. This new Imperium Council cares deeply about its people, and you're getting the Coven back on their feet. People are happy to be working again and going back to school. Because of the health assistance program you implemented, I'm able to see patients who need me, but otherwise couldn't afford care. People are starting to believe we can thrive again. The priestesses can't take that away, because the progress is within the people, not in the politics. They could break these people all over again, I said. I'm not going to let that happen. I came to see you today because I need to be at the top of my game to face the priestesses. I want to try a new type of treatment. Dr. Mack furrowed her brow. What type of treatment? We've talked about medication, but that can take months to adjust to. I shook my head. I've decided I don't want to go on meds. She set her clipboard aside, appearing sympathetic. There's no shame in trying different things. I'm actually not ashamed at all. I used to think medication was a crutch or a band-aid for mental illness, but I have such a respect for it after listening to other people's experience. I know pills are super helpful and a tool a lot of people need, but I also don't think they're right for me. I want to come back to myself, and I realize the medication is just one road there, but not the final destination. Our therapy together has worked for me before, and I want to go deeper into that and try new modalities we haven't used before. I respect that, she said kindly. The choice is entirely up to you, and I will be here to support you the whole way. Is there a certain treatment you have in mind? You wouldn't happen to be able to look into the future, would you? I joked. She frowned, though she looked more amused than upset. Lucas, you know my visions can be unclear, and I don't tell my patients what I see. That's on days when the waning isn't affecting my powers, which means my visions are few and far between these days. It's my philosophy that healing comes from within you. While I can use my visions to guide you in the right direction, I can't give you the answers, or it would negate the role your experience plays in your growth. I sighed. I thought you'd say that, though it was worth a shot. But this isn't about me, it's about the entire coven. I'm afraid I don't have knowledge of the outcome. I can see the potential within people, and sometimes I get visions of what they could become to help guide my practice, but I can't give concrete answers. However, there is something we can try that may help. I think you're ready for it. I'd like to lead you through a shadow meditation. I hesitated. That sounds almost demonic. Quite the opposite, actually. Shadow work is about shedding a light on the parts of ourselves that we're hiding. Those parts aren't bad or malicious. You merely aren't consciously aware of them. You've been doing this kind of work for years, though you may not have used this terminology. You've brought so many pieces of yourself to light and made so much progress. But through this meditation, I believe we can go even deeper and perhaps find areas that you haven't yet acknowledged or embraced. This can be very intense work that can be too overwhelming for many patients, especially those starting out on their healing journey. But you've been doing this work long enough that I think you can handle whatever comes up, if you're willing. I am, I said. I know what it's like to be afraid of myself, so I'm sure whatever comes up won't be a surprise to either of us. If it helps, I'll do it. I can't promise results, Dr. Mack warned. You may not see anything at all, or you may not like what you see. What comes up may not be at all what you expect, but if you let the meditation unfold, you may find the answers you need. She made it sound scary, but I wasn't nervous at all. I was serious about doing this work, and I was ready to take it to the next level. I'm open to anything. Dr. Mack gave an agreeable nod and stood. She went over to the cabinets behind her desk and opened a drawer. She withdrew a bundle of herbs, a miniature ceramic cauldron, and a lighter. To perform this meditation, I will be putting you into a dreamlike state using specialized seer herbs. This will bring your subconscious to the surface, with the hope that you may reveal some of those deeper layers of yourself to provide clarity. You will still be consciously aware, but you will be unable to influence the events in your dream. Do I have your permission to do that? Yes. I laid back on the couch, propping my head up on a pillow. Dr. Mack placed the mini cauldron on the end table near my head, then sat in a chair on the other side of the table. I closed my eyes to relax into the cushions, and Oliver curled into my lap. Linda's lighter clicked, and the sweet aroma of the burning herbs filled the room. Inhale deeply and feel your breath fill every cell in your body, all the way from the top of your head and deep into your toes. Dr. Mack started. She continued guiding me to relax, and I thought I heard her mutter an incantation. I didn't process what she'd said, as the seer herbs started to take effect quickly. I found myself drifting off. I stood alone in the middle of the street in downtown Octavia Falls. It looked like it had years ago, before the priestesses had torn down some of the older buildings. It didn't register that anything was out of place, though. The sky was dark, and a thick layer of clouds blocked out all the stars. Nearby, a singular street lamp flickered. The bulb appeared to be dying out because it cast a dull blue hue around the street. I didn't remember what brought me here. I thought I'd been looking for something, but I couldn't place my finger on what it was. Movement out of the corner of my eye caught my attention. I whirled toward a nearby alleyway, but it was completely deserted. I told myself it must have been a cat, but a shiver traveled up my spine, indicating something far more sinister. I started walking down the street, and the sound of my shoes on the pavement seemed to echo off the empty buildings. The hairs on the back of my neck stood, and though I listened closely for the sounds of anything following me, I heard nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had its eyes on me. I picked up the pace, and my heart started to pound to the rhythm of my footsteps. I heard the scratch of something behind me, like claws against one of the shop windows. I shot a glance over my shoulder, and that's when I saw the creature following me. I couldn't make it out clearly in the shadows, but it looked like a man, only taller and slimmer, and it had long, spindly fingers. The creature's silhouette wasn't clearly defined, as if he wasn't entirely solid, but made up of some sort of dark, thick, gaseous material instead. The creature was there 1 second, and then gone in the blink of an eye. The street lamp flickered, and I was once again alone on the street. But I didn't slow my pace. I could still feel the creature lurking, though I had no idea where he'd gone. I shot nervous glances up and down the street. The light flickered once more, revealing a second creature standing on the sidewalk ahead of me. This one was bipedal like the other, but not as tall. It appeared to be made from thousands of thin threads. The creature's form looked chaotic and disordered, like a child had scribbled across the outline of a man, and the drawing had come to life. My pulse pounded in my ears, and sheer panic sent me searching for the closest exit. I spotted an alley to my right, and I took off running to escape from the terrifying creatures. They were hunting me, and I was certain that if they caught me, they'd consume me entirely. The creatures raced after me, following me down the alleyway. With every footstep I took, they came in closer. Their shadows seemed to loom over me, and I felt the whoosh of the wind as their claws swiped out at me, just barely missing my skin. I broke out of the alleyway and onto the next street. I quickly veered left and grabbed the handle of the nearest shop door. The door wasn't locked, so I ducked inside. I crouched behind the window display, curling my knees to my chest as I covered my ears and squeezed my eyes shut tightly. It was something a child would do when they were afraid of the monsters in their closet. If I couldn't see or hear them, they didn't exist. It's all in your head, I told myself. Slowly, my heart rate began to stabilize, and I opened my eyes. I scanned the shop for signs of the monsters, startling when the shadows of a clothing rack appeared too lifelike. I lowered my hands and listened for movement, but I was alone. I got to my feet and peered out the door, but the street was empty now. When the coast was clear, I stepped outside and back onto the street. As I started walking down the road, I noticed the hairs on my arm rising again, and that familiar sense of being watched overcame me. I glanced around the street, but the monsters were nowhere in sight. I was scared to look behind me, because everything in my being told me that that's where they'd be, and I feared facing them again. "You're ready to face them," I heard a voice within me say. It sounded like my own, though I didn't know where it had come from. Somewhere inside of me, I knew that voice was safe to listen to. Slowly I turned my body, trembling with each micro-movement. The two creatures stood side by side in the middle of the street, but they didn't pursue me like I expected. Surely I was merely their prey, and they wanted to harm me. So why were they just standing there? I wished I could say facing them eased my fears, but it did the exact opposite. I felt myself contracting, and every cell within my body became alive with discomfort. I wanted to run again, but I didn't, because running away wasn't going to get rid of them. It'd only wear me down until they finally captured me. "What do you want?" I called down the street. The tall one with the spindly fingers slowly stepped forward, and I noticed he was clutching his stomach. I hesitated, nearly breaking out into a sprint again, but I forced myself to keep my feet grounded. As he came closer, I realized something about him seemed familiar, but I couldn't quite define it. He stepped under the light of a street lamp and slowly opened his arms, revealing his full torso to me. In the pit of the creature's stomach was a swirling vortex. It looked like gray smoke funneling into the depths of a black hole that took up the entirety of the creature's abdominal cavity. Then I realized what was so familiar about him. It was the energy he gave off. I sympathized with the creature, because I too knew what that dark, swirling vortex in the pit of your stomach felt like. Such an affliction could suck the life out of you until you became nothing more than a shell of a being. This monster seemed to be even less than a shell. With his smoky outline, it appeared like he was fading away. "You're hurt," I realized. The creature nodded, then pointed down the street. I turned to see a man slumped over a large desk. He had his head in his hands, appearing hopeless as he looked over mounds of paperwork. He drew a long, deep sigh and dropped his hands, revealing his features under the light of the desk lamp next to him. It was me. An exact copy, right down to the shoes I'd worn thin. Only there was something different about him, too. He had bags under his eyes, and looked like he hadn't slept in days. His hair was unkempt, and the distress in his features was impossible to miss. A sandwich sat next to him on the desk, though it had gone completely untouched. He appeared to be working so hard he wasn't even eating. I didn't understand how he'd let it get that bad. The other Lucas scribbled a few things on a piece of paper, then began to drift off. His head sagged, and he jolted awake suddenly. Sighing, he set down his pen and stood from his chair. A bed appeared nearby, along with the distant grunting of a baby. The infant wasn't in distress or in trouble, but the other Lucas also didn't seem to hear him. Someone was already sleeping in the bed, but I couldn't make out who, because they had the blankets pulled up around them. The other Lucas didn't acknowledge the sleeping figure as he collapsed into bed and was out in seconds. I realized the other person was Nadine, and it bothered me that this man hadn't even acknowledged his family. The monster swiped his hand through the air. The scene washed away in a smoky mass, like the creature had erased it before my eyes. In its place, two men appeared in the street. One was a mirror image of myself, and the other was my father. "All you ever do is disrespect and disobey me," my father raged at my duplicate. "You'll amount to nothing." The other Lucas cowered under my father's insults. I didn't understand why he would do that, and my heart broke to witness it. "Stand up to him," I told my other self. "Why aren't you fighting back?" But the duplicate didn't hear me. In an instant, the figures vanished. I didn't understand. I turned back to the creature, hoping he could explain, but the one with the pit in its stomach had stepped back. The shorter, chaotic-looking one stepped forward, pointing toward the sidewalk. I followed its gaze and noticed a man sitting beneath one of the shop windows, his knees curled to his chest. He was muttering something under his breath, though I couldn't hear him. Curiously, I stepped toward the man. In just a few paces, it became apparent that it was another version of me. "I can't do it," he muttered. "It's all on me, and I'm bound to amount to nothing." A pang entered my chest because it hurt to watch him suffer. I didn't understand how he could think like that. We'd left behind that kind of thinking long ago. I knelt at his side and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Hey, Lucas." My duplicate looked up at me. and I realized he wasn't a perfect copy. His hair was a little shorter than I wore it now, and his face was a bit smoother, without the bit of stubble I'd grown out. This version of me must have been at least 3 years younger than I was now. I sat at his side and wrapped an arm around him. "I know what it's like to feel like you won't make it," I told him. "It's a valid fear, because you've been there before, and you've lost everything, and all seemed hopeless. I know you're afraid of going back there, but you never have to go back to the past, ever. That time in your life is over. Even if the circumstances look the same in the future, they won't be, because you aren't the same person who experienced them the first time. I'm here for you now, and I'm going to take care of you." The younger version of myself didn't say anything, but I felt his shoulders sag beneath my arm. "I know it's hard to believe in your destiny, because the future is a place you've never been before," I said. "You're afraid you won't fulfill your promises because you can't be sure of how it's all going to play out. But one thing I know to be true, you've already put in the work, and there's no amount of doubting your power that could ever stop your momentum. One way or another, your destiny will be fulfilled, and we can't stop it now. Whatever happens, I'm here for you. We are a whole, complete being, and whatever happens on this physical plane can't damage who we are at our core. You can do this, and you are capable." The crease between the other Lucas's brows deepened. "Can I trust you?" "Yes," I promised. "I accept you for all you are, and I'm going to take care of you." "Thank you for acknowledging me," he whispered. Younger Lucas leaned into me, and I pulled him into a hug. As I did so, I felt his energy melding into my own. He faded away until we became one being. I could still feel him there deep inside of me, but it was like he'd stepped aside to allow me to take control. I stood and faced the monsters. "I know why you seem familiar now. I've met you before. Even though we've worked together, there's still a part of me that's running from you. And maybe I'll never stop, but perhaps I can slow down and listen closer." The two creatures bowed their heads in unison as a sign of respect. They agreed with me. "That's the part I've been missing about this whole thing, isn't it?" I asked. "I don't have to get to a point where these old pieces aren't a part of me anymore. I just have to listen, because all they want is to be acknowledged, just like the two of you. And I can do that, while still knowing that my past is not where I'm going." I'd picked up on bits and pieces of the healing process before, but it was one thing to have the information, and another to truly know it and be able to put it into practice. I addressed the taller figure with the pit in his stomach. "I know who you are. You're my depression. You're here to show me where I'm not being true to myself, and I thank you for showing me that." I turned to the other creature. "And you're my anxiety. You're here to show me where I'm not trusting myself." Both of the creatures nodded. All the caution I felt before vanished, and I stepped toward them. I reached my arms outward and wrapped them both in a hug. Depression rested his head on my shoulder, and anxiety pressed his heart space into my side. I could feel anxiety's racing pulse, and I sensed the darkness of depression's pit. But within my own body, I felt neither. It was a profound feeling to witness each of them without taking them on as my whole truth. "Thank you for being here," I told them. "Maybe you are in my head, but that doesn't mean you aren't real. I don't need to run from you, because I see you're trying to work with me and not against me. You'll always be a part of me, but now I know you aren't my enemy, but my ally. All you ever wanted was to be heard. Even though it's going to take some practice, I can do that for you." Anxiety and depression began to fade away, their energy becoming my own, just as I'd done with younger Lucas. I was left standing on the empty street, only this time I knew I wasn't alone, and I never would be. I would always have these pieces of myself guiding me. All I had to do was listen. I awoke in Dr. Mack's office, not quite sure how much time had passed. Something within me felt profoundly different, though I couldn't explain it. Something had clicked that I'd known all along but hadn't understood until this moment. "How do you feel?" Dr. Mack asked as I pushed myself upright. I looked into the bowl of seer herbs and saw that they were burning their last embers. "I feel like I'm learning new layers to this journey every day," I admitted. "I can know something for years, but then it all changes when I see it from another angle or put a different lens on it. I can't put it into words, because to someone else it may look exactly the same, but to me, it's like opening my eyes to a whole new world. Thank you for doing that for me, Dr. Mack." "Any time, Lucas," she said with a kind smile. "Did you get what you needed?" "Yes, and perhaps even more," I replied. My phone rang, and I quickly pulled it from my pocket to see Nadine was calling. "It's my wife." "Take the call," Dr. Mack said approvingly. "Our session is over, and I'll see you next week." Dr. Mack knew exactly what she was saying. I'd just told her there was a chance the priestesses could destroy the coven in 2 days, and she was acting as if we'd all be here in a week. It was her way of showing me she believed in me. Oliver and I stepped out of her office, and I answered my phone. "Nade, is everything okay?"
"Lucas, we know where the Cursebreaker wand is,"
my wife replied urgently.
"You need to come home, because we're going after it. Today."
Chapter 12. Nadine. We rushed home and got there the same time Lucas returned. "I called Grant," Talia said. "He's on his way." "Tell me everything," Lucas urged as we entered the house. "The Cursebreaker wand is in my mom's stash," I told him. "We were right. She had it all this time." We hurried into the dining room, where Chloe had left her grandmother's grimoire lying on the table. She flipped through it quickly while I told Lucas about the clues we'd found. "We think this grimoire could contain the spell the executors used to force stash searches," I said. "We can go to my mom's grave, do the spell, and we'll finally have the wand. Lucas, we're so close." "This is great news, but how are we going to pull this off?" Lucas wondered. "I'm out of magic since last night. Does anyone else have access?" "We have enough." Talia grabbed her purse off the back of one of the chairs and plopped it on the table. The contents thunked, and crystals of all sizes and shapes spilled out of the bag. Lucas's eyes widened. "Where did you get all these? I thought we'd used up our stores." "We did," Talia said. "Chloe and I went looking through Lillian's boxes in the basement last night, hoping she had information we could use. That's how we found the grimoire. We also discovered records of a storage unit she rented out. We went there and found these crystals. We're pretty sure it's all that's left of what the priestesses had." Lucas picked up one of the stones, a Mortana crystal by the looks of it. "All right. How do we cast the spell?" Chloe's features fell as her eyes traveled over a page in the grimoire. I found the spell, but there's a caveat. To pull it off, the subject has to remain conscious so we can look in their stash, which clearly doesn't apply in this case. It's not going to work." I didn't understand. I was so certain we were moments away from finding the Cursebreaker wand. It didn't make sense for my mom to lead us this far if we couldn't actually obtain it. I leaned my hands on the table, scanning all of the clues that were scattered there. My mom sent us to Calliope for a reason. We just have to find another way to access her stash. What do we know about witches' stashes? There are individual pocket universes set on the astral plane, Talia rattled off. A witch can manipulate the space around themselves to conjure and subconjure items out of their stash, though there are limitations. Your stash is only so big, and you can't subconjure a living being. The astral plane, Lucas said thoughtfully. Talented supernaturals like Nadine and I can access our stashes when we're astral traveling. We just have to know where your mom's stash is, and we can get to it on the astral plane. I picked up one of my birthday cards, my eyes roaming over the sporadic cursive letters my mom had left behind. I reread the piece of paper where we'd written out her clues. I took the curse you seek from Octavia Falls and hid it in a place close to my heart. It was back at home. It had to be. There was no other place she'd have left it. I wasn't wrong about where she hid the wand, I realized. A person's stash is kept wherever they feel safe, somewhere that feels like home. The Cursebreaker wand is in the closet. It has been this whole time. We were just looking on the wrong plane. If that's correct, how do we access your mom's stash? Chloe asked. Lucas tapped his chin. Good question. When I tried to access Nadine's stash on the astral plane, I was blasted backward. She couldn't get into mine either. If my mom knew I was coming for the wand, she must have found a way to unlock her stash for me, I said. She left all these other clues behind, leading me here. She wouldn't do all of that if I couldn't get to it, right? Lucas looked unsure. We won't know until we try. You guys are forgetting something, Talia said. Even if we found the wand in Faith's stash, how do we get it back here? Wouldn't it be stuck on the astral plane? Lucas and I exchanged a glance. I thought back to that night we astral traveled to the abandoned mansion, where we met the spirit cat and found Lucas's stash. He'd been able to draw things from my own stash onto the physical plane. As a Reaper, Lucas has power over the realms, which includes the astral plane, I said. He can move items from the astral plane onto the physical. I've seen him do it before. Lucas lifted the Mortana crystal he'd been holding. I've got the magic to do it. Let's get to work. Lucas and I gathered blankets and pillows from the linen closet, while Talia closed the drapes in the living room. Chloe lit a few candles and started burning cedar to cleanse and protect the space. Talia and I will stay here to facilitate from the physical plane and ensure your safety, Chloe said. Take as much time as you need. Lucas and I laid our blankets out in front of the fireplace, and Talia turned on soothing music. Our cats gathered around as we began our deep meditation. The familiar sensation of separating my spirit from my body came over me. We'd been practicing astral travel for years now that it came easily to us, even without use of our magic. My skin tingled, and my spirit seemed to fly through space 100 miles from my body. When I opened my eyes, I found myself standing in my mother's old bedroom. It looked different from the last time we were here. The builders had made progress on the house, and a bed, nightstand, and dresser stood in the room now. All the furniture was white, and there was no artwork on the walls. My mother would have hated it. She was the kind of person to lay a colorful quilt over her bed and hang pictures on every wall. I bet she was rolling over in her grave at the lack of character the house had now. Even the astral plane appeared duller than normal. The new owners had stripped this house of all its wonder. Every memory we'd had here was gone. Lucas appeared beside me, the outline of his ethereal shape glowing. He must have sensed my sadness as I looked around the room. You okay? It's just hard being back here, I admitted. Her stash is like a piece of herself she left behind when everything else has been erased. Your mother can't be erased, Nade, Lucas said gently. She may be gone from this house, but you took her with you when you left. Even though she's not here in person, she's been with you all this time. I turned toward the closet door. My life as a witch seems completely separate from her. She wasn't here to watch me come into my power, but in a way, you're right. She still got to be a part of it because, in the end, she led me here. Everything she did to set this up was to protect me this whole time, and now my mom gets to be a part of this final stage. I'm ready. I stepped forward and reached for the doorknob. The second I touched it, a sting like an electric shock darted up my arm. My shoulder lurched backward like I'd been punched. I stumbled back a few steps, clutching my arm. Lucas was at my side in an instant, helping me stay upright. Nade! I'll be all right, I assured him, though I winced as I stood taller. I don't get it. She went through all the trouble leading me here. She would have found a way to let me through. Unless... A horrifying thought hit me then, and even my spiritual legs became unsteady. Unless she thought she had more time. Maybe she never got this far before she died. Lucas shook his head, refusing to believe it. We didn't come this far for it not to work. We've never been able to access someone else's stash before, I reminded him. I can give it a shot. He lifted his hand, and wisps of purple magic rose from his palm. I'm still holding the Mortana crystal back at the estate. What are you going to do? You can't just barge down the door. We're on the astral plane. Things work differently here. I'll use my Reaper magic. We know I have influence over realms that other people don't. Maybe I can get inside. I took a wary step to the side. Please don't hurt yourself. I'll be fine, he started to say, but the moment he touched the door, a blast of blinding protection magic exploded through the room. The blast sent my spirit reeling backward. My heart leapt to my throat, and the floor beneath me failed to catch me. I felt like I was tumbling off a cliff, diving hundreds of feet head first before my spirit slammed back into my body. I gasped as I jolted upright, my pulse racing. I clutched at my heart, yanking on my shirt. For a moment, I feared I'd been sent to a different realm entirely. Hands landed on me, and I heard the muffled sound of Talia's voice. You're back at the estate, on the physical plane, she said reassuringly. After a beat, my surroundings came into focus. I sat in front of the fireplace exactly where I'd left my body. Issa nudged her nose into my arm. My whole body shook as I turned toward Lucas, only he hadn't awoken like I had. He lay perfectly still at my side, oblivious to my urgent awakening. He must still be on the astral plane. What happened? Chloe asked. My mom's stash backfired on us, I replied through ragged breaths. It wasn't too bad when I tried to get in, but it hit us like a freight train when Lucas did. It was like the first time was a warning, and when we tried again, the spell freaked. I don't know how Lucas didn't wake up from it. He was closer to the blast than I was. Instinctually, I reached for my husband, but Chloe stopped me. Wait! He might have gotten inside her stash. Give him a minute. I held my breath, waiting for my husband to wake, but the hair on the back of my neck stood straighter with each passing moment. 10 seconds turned into 30, which dragged into a long, agonizing minute. Oliver slowly approached Lucas with hunched shoulders. He sniffed him, then batted at the back of his hand. Lucas still didn't wake. Oliver turned his nose to the sky and let out a mournful cry. Something's wrong, I insisted as panic set in. Lucas! I shook my husband hard, but he didn't respond. He was a light sleeper, and usually just shifting beside him would wake him up. Even on the astral plane, I should be able to break through his meditation and get him to hear me. He didn't so much as flutter his eyelids. Out of the corner of my eye, I witnessed Talia and Chloe exchange a desperate glance. Chloe hunched over my husband. "Lucas!" she called as she smacked the side of his face. She was gentle at first, before smacking him so hard his head wrenched to the other side. "Wake up!" A red welt formed on Lucas's cheek, but his head fell limply against his pillow. Even Chloe's aggressive assault couldn't wake him. "Give me every crystal you have," I stated firmly, rolling onto my back again. "I'm going back." Chloe scrambled to her feet and ran to the kitchen. She came back a moment later with the bag full of crystals, along with her grandmother's grimoire. She handed me the bag, then started flipping through the spellbook. "Watch over them," she ordered Talia. "I'm going to see if there's any answers here." I clutched the bag of crystals tightly to my chest. I needed every ounce of power I could get. It wasn't easy getting myself back into a state of relaxation, but for my husband, I'd do anything. The tingling sensation of separating my spirit from my body came over me, and I imagined myself traveling back to my mother's old bedroom. In the distance, I could hear Talia's and Chloe's hushed whispers, though I couldn't tell what they were saying. My connection to the astral plane was unstable, but I pushed myself to focus more on my spirit and less on my body. My mother's bedroom appeared before me, and the closet door remained latched shut. I nearly slingshotted back into my body when I realized my husband was nowhere to be found. The room started to fade, but I forced my breath to stabilize, willing my spirit to remain in place. "Lucas!" I cried out desperately. "Nade?" a muffled voice answered back. Relief flooded through me, both here in spirit and back in my body. "Lucas, where are you?" I couldn't tell where the voice had come from. Dear goddess, had his Reaper powers transported him to some other realm adjacent to this one? "I don't know." His voice remained steady, though a hint of panic bled through his tone. "There was a bright light, and I felt like I was blasted into some other place. It's dark here. I'm trying to get back to my body, but I can't connect with it." As he talked, the direction of his voice became clear. Slowly, I stepped toward the closet door, and his voice grew louder. "Nade, where are you?" "I'm in my mom's bedroom on the astral plane. Lucas, are you inside my mom's stash?" Maybe. That would explain the tight space." A knock rapped at the closet door. I closed the last few feet in an instant. I knocked back, and I heard Lucas sigh in relief from the other side. "How did you get in there?" I asked. "I touched the door handle, and the magic must have blasted me through the doorway. I can't get out. Nade, I'm stuck." "Try opening the door from the inside," I suggested. The door handle rattled, but it appeared to be magically locked. "I'm trying, but I can't." Even in death, my mom's stash was still magically protected. "Let me try something." I closed my eyes and tuned into the power of my mother's spell. I could feel the power pulsing throughout the room. I tried to siphon the magic for my own, to dissolve the protection magic around her stash. The power shuddered, but with it I felt the entire spell tremble. I had the horrifying realization that if I tried to dismantle this spell, I could very well destroy her stash completely, effectively wiping out everything inside, including my husband. That wasn't a risk worth taking, so I had to try something else. I didn't want to demolish the whole spell, only break through the protection magic standing between Lucas and me. If I couldn't siphon the magic, perhaps I could overpower it with force. "Stand back," I ordered, though I wasn't sure how much room Lucas had in there. I pedaled back a few steps. Magic from the crystals I held back at the estate swelled through my body and funneled into my spirit. I formed a battle spell that surged throughout my whole being. Aiming my palm at the doorway, I blasted the spell forward like a fire hose. The power blazed brighter than any spell I'd created before, slamming into the doorway so hard it would have leveled the whole house on the physical plane. Here, on the astral plane, it did nothing but bounce off the doorway, like it was hitting into a shield. The spell took everything I had in me, and it was like I hadn't cast it at all. I tried again, desperately commanding my spell to break down all barriers around my mother's stash. I ordered the spell to shatter the protection magic in place and blast through the doorway. I gave it my all, and still, the results were of no consequence at all. No matter how hard I tried, my desire to achieve the spell wasn't enough. I dropped my arms, gasping as the magic ebbed away. It wasn't adequate. We simply didn't have the magic to break through this. Pure devastation twisted in my guts. It was one thing to come this far and lose the Cursebreaker wand. It was another entirely to lose my husband along with it. "I can't get through," I told Lucas in a broken voice. I stepped toward the doorway again, splaying my hand over its surface. I imagined Lucas doing the same from the other side. Years ago, in one of my first lessons at Miriam College, Professor Carlyle said that snooping into someone else's stash could have dire consequences. This must be what he meant. "We'll find a way out of this, Nade," Lucas pressed. I sniffled. "I can try opening the door again, but there's a chance I'll get stuck in there with you." "Don't," Lucas demanded. "We'll try something else." "I'll think of something," I choked out. The promise felt entirely hollow. I didn't have enough information on how this magic worked, or whether or not this entrapment was permanent. We were told not to mess with this type of magic, and we didn't listen. I'd had no idea the weight of the consequences our professors had warned us about, and now I wasn't sure how to fix it. I dropped to my knees in front of the door. My parents had raised me to solve puzzles, a skill that my mother knew one day I'd need. This was just another puzzle to solve. I just had to be clever. Only this time, I feared that my ingenuity had run out. I tried to hold back the tears, but they were already welling in my eyes. I could even feel the warmth of their sting on the physical plane. We'd gone against the rules of the game. My husband had tried to use his magic to solve a puzzle that was built for me. We cheated, and now the broken bits of that puzzle lay scattered out in front of us with no solution. Lucas's spirit could very well be trapped here, unable to return to his body, and his physical form would remain a shell until his organs gave out. He'd be taken from me just as everyone I ever loved had gone before. My parents and beloved grandmother were gone, along with my children. Now it was my husband's turn. It was a sick, twisted reality we lived in. I'd begged my husband not to die, and his ending wouldn't come with death, but I may very well lose him anyway. Although he said I didn't lose people, that I brought them with me, his memory could never compare to having him with me in the flesh. How could he be so foolish to say my mother was still with me, when her absence was the reason we were here in the first place? Tears leaked from my eyes. I needed her here right now in a way I never needed her before. In the past, it was the little girl inside of me that craved her company. I just wanted to be cradled and protected, for her embrace to heal a part of myself stuck in the past. Now, I needed her here for the sake of my future, because a life without Lucas was not one I wanted to live. We always promised each other we'd move on if we lost one another, but I wasn't sure anymore that I could actually go through with that. I couldn't walk out of here without him and return to a broken coven alone. I couldn't raise our son on my own. He was my light, my rock, and my family. When all felt wrong in the world, he was there to show me the good. Lucas and I could always pull each other out of a hole. When he was having a hard time, I could wrap him in my arms and assure him everything was going to be all right, and he believed me. When I felt hopeless, he'd cling to the final threads of hope that I couldn't hold on to myself and drag them back to me. Together, we had discovered who we were and supported each other through every painful step of our growth. All I ever wanted was to keep on growing with him. Even though there were parts of me that could stand on their own, the best parts of me were the ones I shared with him. I wished I had an answer to give him, but this time I didn't know how to tell him that I couldn't see a way out of this.
"Nade?"
Lucas called softly from the other side of the door.
"You still there?"
"I'm here. I'm not going anywhere," I promised.
"Do you believe me when I say your mom's still with you?"
he asked. I wish I did.
"Ask her what to do,"
Lucas encouraged. I scoffed. She's not going to answer. I've tried to contact her 1,000,000 times.
"She may not show up in a seance, but she'll show up in your heart," Lucas said. "Magic or not, you've still got your intuition. If your mom left you any solutions, then they're inside of you."
I wanted to believe Lucas so badly. I wanted to trust that my mom was still with me in ways I couldn't understand. I knew her spirit was still out there, but she remained realms away, and I couldn't reach her. We'd been caught in a bind more times than I could count, and each time we'd found a way to pull miracles out of our asses. Lucas wanted me to turn inside of myself, but this time we were playing with volatile magic beyond our current capacity. There were no creative spells to pull off, no loopholes to play with. My mother's stash was inaccessible, and even if I could overpower it, I didn't have the magic to do so. She had protected the Cursebreaker wand from the priestesses all these years. To get to it now and reach my husband, I needed her. "There's nothing inside of me, Lucas." My voice squeaked as I tried to hold back the sobs and failed. I sank all the way to the floor, my back pressed against the closet door. I curled my arms around my knees and dropped my head. "I have no answers." A brief silence settled over the room. Then Lucas breathed a solemn sigh.
"I'm not asking you to have the answers."
I didn't understand what he meant. It had always been up to me to find the Cursebreaker wand. If there was one last clue to uncover, then it was for me to figure out. I had to pull myself together like I had every time before this, because no one else was going to save me. I tried to recall how I'd dragged myself back from desolation before, how I'd clung desperately to my faith to defy the odds time and time again. I needed to find that strength within me now, because I couldn't let myself give up. Turbulent memories invaded my mind, some so fresh I still hadn't had a chance to process them. I thought back to earlier this year when I'd experienced a bad flare-up. I remembered how helpless and out of control I felt because I couldn't just make it go away on my own. Then I thought of my desperation when I couldn't solve my mother's clues on my own, how I'd exploded at Talia and Chloe in the heat of the moment. I realized then that I hadn't pulled myself out of that on my own. My friends had been there the whole time.
When I'd had my flare-up, my girls had rallied around me and got me the care I needed. It had been my friends who figured out the thoughtography spell to uncover the last of my mother's messages. And when I'd sent my son away, I'd begged my husband to leave me be in the devastating aftermath of the heartbreak. It hadn't helped because I'd needed Lucas to be there for me, and instead I pushed him away. It was a recurring pattern of mine, and I didn't realize until now how deep it went. I had no problem working with others on large-scale tasks like running the council, but when it came to my duties, anything deemed my job or responsibility, I still felt ashamed if I couldn't carry the burden and solve the problem myself. I kept telling Lucas there was no shame in asking for help or seeking assistance from the tools available to him, but I hadn't realized how much I struggled with that myself. Despite my fierce independence, I still needed my community. They were everything that drove me forward, and it's why I couldn't stand the thought of losing Lucas now. Lucas's words echoed in my mind.
I'm not asking you to have the answers.
I felt like I had to be on top of my game all the time and to be strong so everyone else didn't fall apart, because I was the leader. But great leaders didn't work alone. Their job was to coordinate the group, to know each individual's strengths and delegate tasks effectively. My greatest strength wasn't in solving these mysteries all on my own, but in bringing people together to work it out as a group. I'd been so upset last night because I didn't have answers to give my friends, but they'd never been asking me to spell out the solution. They'd only been seeking guidance, which I'd failed to provide. Chloe had been forced to step up and take control when I'd lost it. At first, I thought that was a failing on my part, but perhaps it wasn't a bad thing at all. That was how we operated, because we were a team who stood on equal ground. When one of us fell, everyone else was there to pick us back up. I'd been so afraid to fall all this time, but I realized it didn't have to hurt if I let others catch me. The truth was, I didn't have answers on how to get into my mother's stash. Lucas said I didn't need them, and he was right. I couldn't expect to put the solution on my shoulders all the time. It was okay to hand this over to someone else, because even though I didn't have a solution, that didn't mean there wasn't one. I rose to my knees and folded my hands in front of my heart. Closing my eyes, I bowed my head. It went against all logic, but deep down, I knew what was required. I'd said I needed my mom here, and I meant it. I knew how impossible it sounded because she couldn't cross realms to be here with me, but somehow, some way, I had to believe she'd find a way to answer my prayers. Mom, I prayed, you've been here every step of the way to guide me to this point. You may not be here in the flesh, but your memory, your letters, and your pictures have brought you to me through time. You left me clues so I can finish what you started, but I'm stuck at the final stage. If there's anything else that can bring us together, then I'm open and ready for it. I realize now that this isn't just my puzzle to figure out. It's ours. Even if you can't come back, I have to believe we can still do this together. A calmness washed over me, but the room remained dead silent. I wasn't sure what to expect. She hadn't responded to any of my pleas before. How could I expect her to answer me now? I peeled my eyes open, hoping to find something profound. Perhaps not my mother, but a way for her to communicate with me regardless. A glowing key under the floorboards would be great right about now. But there was nothing. No glowing magic, no voice calling to me from beyond. I didn't understand it, but I didn't have to.
I wasn't the one who held the key to this door. She was. I just had to be ready to receive it. "Help me, Mom," I whispered. They were some of the hardest words I'd ever uttered, but at the same time, the most comforting. "I can't do this without you." A soft mew met my ears. It was so quiet that I wasn't sure I'd actually heard it. Slowly, I turned my head to see an ethereal black cat with green eyes padding toward me. "Isa!" I cried. She jumped into my arms, meowing happily and nuzzling her head into my neck. My heart filled to the brim with gratitude, overflowing with great happiness and comfort as I pulled her close. My tears of despair morphed into those of joy as I scratched Isa behind the ears. "Of course," I laughed in pure relief. "You don't remember the clues you left behind for me, and you can't give me answers, but you're still here." Isa licked my tears, then pressed her forehead into my third eye. The sorrow that had been coursing through my veins ebbed away, and a deep feeling of love swelled through me. I was still sad my mom couldn't be here the way I wished. I couldn't see her or speak to her flesh or spirit, and she wouldn't come back the way I remembered her. But she had shown up in her own way. I realized then that my mother had found a way to cross realms to be here with me. She'd known years ago when she died that one day I'd end up here, and she'd come back to be a part of it. She never intended for me to do this alone.
"Nadine, what's going on?"
Lucas asked. "It's Isa," I told him. "She must have heard me calling out for her. She's here." I could hear Lucas's sigh of relief.
"Nade, she's a piece of your mom's spirit, which means this stash is hers."
I gasped as the monumental weight of what Lucas was suggesting hit me. It was never my job to break through the protection spell and get into my mother's stash, because Isa could. The spell would respond to her. I set Isa on the floor and got to my feet. She bowed her head to me respectfully, her emerald eyes glinting up at me like she understood. Then she turned to the door and placed her paw on it. The door swung open with ease, as if it hadn't been latched in the first place, let alone locked. Lucas stood behind the door. His gaze landed upon me, and his face lit up brighter than I'd ever seen. Before I had a chance to say anything, he stepped out of the closet and took a long stride in my direction. I rushed to close the distance between us. His hands came to the side of my face, and he leaned down to plant a deep, passionate kiss on my lips. Warmth pooled in my belly. I threw my arms around his neck, but before I could drag him closer to me, I was falling again. My pure elation at having my husband back in my arms sent my spirit spiraling back into my body. My eyes sprang open, and the intricate swirling patterns carved out on the ceiling at the estate became clear in my vision. I sat upright to find Isa purring in my lap. She had already awoken and was kneading at my leg with her paws. Talia and Chloe were still gathered around us, and they went silent as I woke up. Chloe paused mid-page turn as she frantically searched her grandmother's grimoire. "Lucas!" I gasped. I whirled toward him, practically flinging Isa off my lap. I grabbed for him to shake him awake, but he was already stirring. His eyes fluttered open. I threw my body over his chest, squeezing him tightly. "You're back!"
"I'm here,"
he assured me as he ran a hand, a very real, solid hand, down my back. I planted a kiss on his lips. "I'm so glad you're safe." I drew away from Lucas, and we finally got to our feet. "Where's the Cursebreaker wand?" Talia asked. Her question stalled me in my tracks. I'd been so worried about Lucas, I'd barely given a thought to why we'd been there in the first place.
We didn't get it. We woke up too soon." A smirk crossed Lucas's features. His eyes sparkled in a way that instantly sparked hope in my chest.
"Who says we didn't get it?"
He lifted his hand, and in it he gripped a beautiful wand with a honey oak finish, 9 inches in length and a crescent moon carved into the end of it. "Lucas, you got it!" I cried.
"It was there, just like you said."
Lucas unfurled his other hand to show that the Mortana crystal he'd held had turned to sand. He must have used all its energy in one go to pull the Cursebreaker wand onto the astral plane, so much that it shattered the crystal completely. Lucas held the Cursebreaker wand out in my direction.
"Are you ready to end this?"
Determination filled my chest. My mother had answered my prayers. She was here, and had been all along. Together, we'd accomplished what she set out to do decades ago, and I knew that if we continued working together, nothing could stop us. Hell yeah. Let's claim our power back. I took the Cursebreaker wand from his outstretched hand. It fit perfectly in my grip, like it had been specifically crafted for me. Immediately, powerful magic surged through my body like a tidal wave rising up from my feet. It was so strong I stumbled back a few steps, nearly falling over at the wand's impressive energy. My friends backpedaled, their mouths agape as they witnessed the wand work its power. The wand glowed a blue magic to match my own, and tendrils of magic reached out to swirl around me. The power circled me like a vortex, lifting me upward. My feet never left the ground, but my spine straightened, and I pushed my shoulders back as the wand filled me with a confidence I hadn't felt in months. More than that, I could feel all the Cursebreaker magic in the Coven pouring into me. Such extreme power would kill me under normal circumstances, but I didn't have to harness it all on my own. The power of the Cursebreaker wand steadied the magic, which I could feel flowing through me from Elora. I'd never felt a connection to our afterlife so strong before. The wand energized me in a way I never knew, as if together, the two of us could completely restore cities that had previously been leveled. It was a strange thought, I realized, one that certainly had come from the wand. Usually, people described power like this as destructive, something that could destroy whole civilizations. But the Cursebreaker wand didn't think that way. It wanted to build and restore, and it had chosen me to be its companion in that endeavor. The Cursebreaker wand glowed white on the end and sang a beautiful chord as its power reached a peak, filling my body all the way from my head to my toes. I could sense her magic edging its way deep into my soul, but she hesitated a moment, as if asking my permission. "Yes," I told her. My heart gave a mighty jolt as her power latched onto me completely, sealing our agreement to work together as one. She didn't speak, but with her power came a deep knowing of what she wanted, and in turn, my own desires influenced hers. We were bound together now, until one of us chose to sever the connection. Something told me we never would, because my soul resonated with her song, like she was a missing piece of my ancestry that had been calling to me all throughout time and space. She wanted to be mine, and I desired to be hers. I could feel through our connection that the Cursebreaker wand was an honest, benevolent being who desired to pursue the good of all. There was a calmness about her, but beneath that, a fierceness brewed. Like me, she wasn't afraid to do what she had to do, and that made us the perfect pair. The spell ebbed away, though I could still feel her power pulsing through my veins. My friends stared in awe from several paces away. "Thank the goddess the wand chose you!" Talia cried happily. How do you convince her?
I'm not sure, I admitted. I wasn't trying. You didn't have to try, Lucas said gently. The wand would know if you were lying or trying to force it. All you had to do was be yourself and show the wand who you were. At your core, you're amazing. Anyone can see that. My cheeks warmed at his compliment. I can feel something within her that desires connection. I don't know if this makes any sense, but I think I convinced her by asking for help.
It makes perfect sense, Chloe replied. Cursebreakers are more powerful when they're working with others. You showed the wand that you won't lead with pride, but will consider other people's expertise and assistance instead of taking all the credit for yourself. The wand's intentions resounded through me like her song. She'd been designed for the purpose of sharing power, and it saddened her to witness what had happened to the Coven's magic. Above all else, she wanted to be reunited with her brothers and sisters, so that together we could restore what was lost. The front door burst open, and we all turned to see Grant rushing into the house. He wore an urgent expression and wiped a bead of sweat from his brow.
I got here as quickly as I could.
What took you so long? Talia asked. I called you a while ago.
Grant's breathing slowed as he stepped further into the room. You said you were going after the Cursebreaker wand. I figured you'd want all of the oaken wands together once you found it, so we could finally break the curse the priestesses put on them and get their power back.
Grant lifted his hand to reveal the alchemy wand, with its spiral handle and bulb on the end.
We were all tasked with keeping track of our own wands, so I hid mine to keep it safe. I kept it in the locker room at the pool and used what magic I had left to cast a protection charm on its locker. Everyone else got theirs?
Mine's right here, Talia said. She walked over to an end table near the couch and opened the drawer. I modified this table as soon as we moved in and gave it a false bottom drawer. I thought it was best to keep my wand close at hand.
Talia piled the contents of the drawer atop the table. With a soft thunk, she dislodged the false bottom to reveal the seer wand lying below. She held up the delicate wand with swirls all over the blade. Lucas reached into his pocket and pulled out a white wand carved with a rib cage at the end. I kept mine on me. The Mortana wand's bound to a Reaper's soul, so I figured it was safest with me anyway.
I hid mine too, Chloe said.
How far do we have to go? Grant asked. Knowing you hid it somewhere far outside of town.
Chloe smirked. I thought of that, but that's what everyone would expect of me, including my grandma. I had to fool her and make sure it was somewhere close, so I could get to it first if she came after it. It's out in the garden. We followed Chloe outside. The air was cold and the sky overcast. All the plants in the garden had wilted in preparation for the upcoming winter. Chloe knelt beside a brick-lined flower bed and pressed on one of the bricks. I was astonished to see it move beneath her touch, because I'd never guessed it to be loose. It blended so perfectly with the others. Chloe wiggled the brick free, revealing a deep crevice behind it. She reached inside and withdrew a textured old wand. Her fingers curled tightly around the branching handle.
Let's break the curse on these wands for good, I said.
The 5 of us gathered in a circle and pointed our wands toward the center until the ends touched. With all the power of the Cursebreaker wand, I could feel the deeply horrible curse the priestesses had placed on the other wands. I knew it had to be bad if it could influence these powerful objects to such a degree, but I hadn't anticipated the depth of their abhorrent spell. I hadn't been able to feel it before because the Oaken Wand's power far exceeded my own, but now that I had the immense power of the Cursebreaker wand at my fingertips, I could perceive the curse in its entirety. It was repulsive, in a way that made me want to drop the wand immediately and run away from here.
To feel the vile hatred the priestesses used to create this spell made me want to never stop running. But I held on tight to the wand, knowing the only thing keeping me here was the hope that I could end this. The curse felt like sludge over my skin, weighing me down in a way that seemed like it might drag me to the abyss. It tasted like rot, leaving a terrible, bitter tartness on my tongue. Beneath that, though, I could sense glory like a sunrise, though it remained untouchable. It was like someone had forced the sun to remain beneath the horizon, never able to shed its light on the surface of the earth again. I realized it was the power of the oaken wands, begging to escape the chains of this curse. On their own, they couldn't break through. The oaken wands seemed to scream for their freedom. I could hear it. A high-pitched wail somewhere in the distance. It wasn't quite here, on this plane of existence, but their desperate pleas reached me. The devastation of the Cursebreaker wand constricted my airways as she screamed for the torment of her brothers and sisters. Her infernal anger matched my own. The end of the wand glowed as I ordered its magic to curl around the evil curse. The curse fought back, and this time, the high-pitched scream was real. My friends and I jumped and covered our ears as the blaring sound of an alarm echoed across town. Black smoke billowed from the ends of the 4 cursed wands, swirling into a vortex between us all. "The curse is resisting!" I shouted over the deafening noise. "Keep your wands together so we can finish this!" My friends quickly stepped closer together, and we joined the wands again at the tips. The black smoke swirled more violently, and dead leaves whipped all around the garden. The trees at the edge of the property groaned. A gust of wind swept by us, and Talia grabbed Grant's shoulder to keep from falling over. "We're not going to make it!" she cried. "We will," I insisted. "I'm almost there. Everyone hold on." I placed my left hand on Chloe's shoulder, while my right aimed the Cursebreaker wand into the center of our circle. Chloe did the same, clinging to Talia. Talia held tight to Grant, and Grant grabbed Lucas. On my right, Lucas wrapped an arm around me, squeezing me close to his side. "We do this together," I said, speaking to both my friends and the wands. Magic surged out of my body. The more I pushed, the more the curse shoved back. The dark smoke encompassed us from all angles, closing in on my friends and me. In our hands, the oaken wands shook. The curse's effect on me intensified. It felt like slimy fingers slithering down my throat, taking home in my stomach until it seemed to solidify into heavy stones. I was so repulsed by it that I gagged. "You've got this, Nadine," Lucas shouted over the roar of the wind. "You've taken on the hardest job known to the Coven, not as a priestess, but as a mother. You're incredible at it, and if I've learned anything from watching you, it's that you're capable of the extraordinary. I know that's hard to live with sometimes, because everyone's got expectations for you, but meeting those expectations isn't what makes you incredible. It's your tenacity to take on any challenge, knowing you're capable. You started this because you know deep down inside of you, you have what it takes to finish it. But you don't have to do it alone. We're by your side the whole way." "You can do it," Grant agreed. "Anytime one of us decides it's too hopeless, you're there to pull us out of the dumps. Whenever we hit a wall, you're always telling us there's got to be another way, and then you show us how to do it. We've gotten this far because of you. Now let us do the same for you." "I love you," Talia cried. The smoke was so close now that it blocked out the daylight. I could barely see Talia across from me. "I had no one when I met you, but you became my greatest friend, to depths I didn't know friendship could go.
Before I met you, I was a shy, meek girl who couldn't stand in front of the class without toppling over in embarrassment. You taught me how to stand up for myself, and I learned how to find my voice through you. You gave me a power that magic can't, so fuck this curse, because no matter how strong it isn't stronger than you. Talia's right, Chloe added. I've known a lot of strong witches, but it's not a witch's magical aptitude that makes them powerful. It's their fortitude. You've stood against the greatest of our enemies with the intent to win, no matter the cost, and you've beaten them time and time again. This curse was cast with powerful magic, but it was cast by my grandmother's intent. You're stronger than her, Nadine. We all are. Tears streamed down my cheeks. I knew my friends loved me, but their faith in me was astounding. We'd been through so much together, and I'd promised them that if we had to walk through hell and back again, we could. But we didn't have to this time, because we had everything we needed right here. I love you guys, I shouted back. Instead of directing my magic down through the wand, I sent it through our circle, filling my friends with power. By the time the magic circled back around to me, it felt stronger than ever before. My friends didn't have access to their magic, and their wands couldn't break through the curse binding them. But it didn't matter, because together we were still stronger than we were alone. My power wedged its way into the heart of the curse, and upon my command, the spell shattered. The Cursebreaker wand gained control, and the black smoke surrounding us spiraled into the end of the wand in a swirling vortex. Around us, the wind died down, until fallen leaves merely tumbled across the stone pathway. The siren-like scream that filled the skies moments ago went silent. The magic the curse contained remained within the Cursebreaker wand, lying dormant for a time we deemed it necessary to use again. I took a ragged step back. Before my eyes, the end of each oaken wand glowed a glorious white light. My friends and I lifted our wands in unison, and the light magic streamed upward in tendrils that wrapped together. I could feel their power binding together, committing to collaborating as one to reach our goals. The oaken wands had never been stronger. The lights exploded above our heads like a beautiful fireworks display. "We did it!" Grant cried. He whirled around to test his wand. Green magic swirled around a flower bed, settling into the dirt there. Grant alchemized the soil as some sort of magical fertilizer, and the wilted plants immediately grew color before our eyes. Lucas tested his wand, and the skeletal remains of a mouse that had died in the garden came skittering from beneath a flower bed. "We've got our magic back." In his excitement, he conjured his Reaper robe and slipped it on. "I feel so powerful," Talia cried happily. She lifted her wand, and a vision of party confetti raining down on us flashed through my mind, like an image of a daydream layered upon my eyesight. It wasn't real, but it might as well have been. Chloe used the Mentalist wand to lift herself into the air, performing a front flip with her telekinesis. "Oh yeah! I'm back, baby!" She landed gracefully, with a big smile on her face. "So, when do I get to beat my grandmother's ass?" "Soon," I promised. "The priestesses will be here in 2 days. Once they arrive, our goal is to immobilize them and get our hands on the Master Wand. Without it, they'll be as powerless as the rest of the Coven." "Then they'll stand trial," Grant said. "Though it's not looking good for them." "That depends on what the Coven decides," Lucas replied. "Lucas is right," I agreed. "Their crimes of openly executing Coven members and embezzling their tax dollars are not against us. We can give them a fair trial, but we'll hand their sentencing over to the Coven. In the meantime, "We've got to keep getting these people out of town," Lucas said. "We've moved a lot of them, but it's going to take all the time we have left to get everyone else out of Octavia Falls." Just then, blaring thunder rumbled across the sky. We whirled in the direction of the thunder, and my stomach dropped as I witnessed inky black storm clouds churning in the distance. They weren't there a moment ago. Already the clouds covered the horizon, and they were moving toward Octavia Falls, fast. "That isn't any ordinary storm," Grant cried. Chloe flicked the mentalist wand, and her telekinesis raised her high into the sky, giving her a vantage point above the tree line. Her voice took on a troubled edge as she shouted down at us. "You guys are going to want to see this." Quickly, I conjured the enchanted broom I kept in my stash. It had been a while since I used conjuration, but with an oaken wand in my hand, it was as easy as breathing. My friends did the same, and we mounted our brooms and kicked off. We flew higher than the rooftops, giving us a clear view of the sky miles ahead. Beyond the peaks of Miriam Mansion, on the far side of town, storm clouds rolled across the Appalachian mountain range ahead of us, raging forward like a tidal wave. Lightning struck the sky, and a loud crack of thunder reverberated throughout the town. It reminded me of the battle at Octavia Hall, when Lucas's power grew so strong it caused a storm to roll in. That meant something powerful was coming, something so strong even a witch couldn't contain its power. Then I saw it. A dark mass moving through the trees down the side of the mountain. At first, I thought it was the shadow from the storm, but this maneuvered differently, like soldiers marching in for battle. "It's the priestesses," I said hollowly. "And they've brought their golem army with them." "Ryan said we had 3 days," Grant cried. "He must have lied." I shook my head, feeling the truth resonate through my wand and deep in my soul. No, we miscalculated the effect of breaking the curse. The priestesses must have sensed that I broke it, and they know we have the power of the oaken wands now. They've moved up their attack to try to catch us by surprise. Chloe gave a chilling laugh. "Oh, it's not just a surprise. If it were, they'd have surrounded us from every angle. No, this is a show, to leave us quaking in our boots. They've got enough magic to portal hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers right to our doorstep, and they want to march them into town in one big brigade to show off just how powerful they are." "That's magic beyond anything we've ever seen," Talia panicked. "Tall, see if the seer wand has any insight," Lucas ordered. "How's this going to play out?" She closed her eyes, but winced at the overwhelm of what she saw. "There are too many possibilities. Anything could happen." "Then all we can do is press forward," I said. "We've prepared for their arrival. Everyone in position." "Are we sure the oaken wands stand a chance?" Talia asked. I leaned over the end of my broom, narrowing my eyes at the incoming storm. We're about to find out.
Chapter 13. Lucas. Nadine took off on her broom to speed over the treetops. The rest of us followed closely behind, leaving our cats back home. The bitter chill of the wind whipped by my face as I ordered my broom to fly faster. We had to stop the priestesses before they made it into the city, or the casualties would be catastrophic. Below us on the streets, civilians panicked as they turned their gazes toward the oncoming storm. We'd evacuated thousands of people last night, but there were so many more still in the middle of leaving. From this vantage point, I could see far across town to the roads leading out of Octavia Falls. So many citizens were trying to vacate the city at once that traffic was backed up for blocks. These people were stuck here, and if the priestesses made it to town, they'd make sure there was no one left to save. The inky black clouds reached the edge of town. At the same time, the wind picked up, and vehicles began to shake. Heavy raindrops splattered the street, covering every surface in seconds. People screamed as they abandoned their vehicles and ran into the nearest buildings for cover. The priestesses' army was closing in fast, and they'd almost made it to the base of the mountain. There were so many golems, far more than we could have anticipated. The lines of soldiers spanned acres upon acres, moving as a singular unit throughout the forest. We were severely outnumbered, and even with the oaken wands, I feared we were in over our heads. We'd seen what golems made by the Master Wand could do the day of the hospital bombing. These weren't any old mud puppets that would turn to mush at the touch of a finger. They had the power to fight back, and we were going to have to take out hundreds in each blow if we hoped to stand a chance. I caught sight of the priestesses, far in the distance, leading their army. Their black cloaks billowed behind them, as if mimicking the ominous swirling of the dark clouds above. 3 men marched beside them, closer than the others. They had a swagger about them that wasn't quite as ordered as the swarm of golems. Those 3 must be what was left of the executors who'd escaped town after the priestesses fled. I couldn't see faces from here, but I'd bet anything it was James, Leroy, and Cody. The shorter of the priestesses, Margaret, lifted a wand into the air, and lightning cracked through the sky. The peaks of Miriam Mansion towered over the trees ahead of us. A large crowd gathered in the parking lot below, since we designated the college as a meeting point to bus people out of town. Citizens shoved each other as they ran into the school. Professor Warren and Headmistress Verla were there, shouting orders to usher people safely inside. In the middle of the parking lot, I spotted Miles. He noticed us flying overhead and waved his arms in a wide arc to get our attention. "Keep going, and make sure the priestesses don't make it to town," I told the others. "I'm right behind you." I swooped downward to land beside Miles. I couldn't see the priestesses' army from here because the school blocked out most of the mountain, and the rest was obstructed by trees. Miles hadn't slept all night, and it showed. His black hair was in complete disarray, and he had bags under his eyes. Didn't seem to faze him, though, because he was just as panicked as the others. "What's happening?" he demanded. "We heard some sort of siren, and now this freak storm is rolling in." "It's the priestesses," I quickly explained. "They've come with a golem army thousands strong." Warren and Verla weren't that far away, and they rushed over when they heard me.
"Where's Nadine?"
Verla worried. "She's on her way to face the priestesses. They're coming from that way." I pointed. "We'll hold them off the best we can, but you have to get these people out of here. If this army makes it to town, the school will be their first stop." Miles raked his fingers through his hair. "That's it. We're done for." "Not yet," I promised. "We found the Cursebreaker wand, and Nadine broke the spell on the other oaken wands. That was the siren you heard. We have the power of the oaken wands now, so we stand a chance, despite the waning. The priestesses sensed us break their curse, then they stepped up their plans. We've got to move fast." Verla's eyes widened in panic at the news that the priestesses were back.
"What's your plan?"
"Only the oaken wands stand a chance against the priestesses, so we're going after them," I said. "The rest of you need to stay here to get these people somewhere safe. Miles, inform your officers so they can get civilians out of here." "We're out of time to evacuate all these people," Miles insisted. "Anyone left is going to have to face this army and defend our town. Waning or not, we're going to have to find a way to fight."
"We have a few stores of potions left in the school," Verla informed me. "Jonathan and I can set up a trap to hold off any golems that make it this far."
"We'll handle the golem army. The rest of you do what you have to in order to protect these people." I mounted my broom, facing toward the cemetery. Professor Warren stopped me. "Wait, Lucas. The golem army is that way." "I have a job to do first, Professor," I told him. "As it stands, we don't have the manpower to fight the priestesses' army, not without putting our people in severe danger. so I'm going to make one of our own. I kicked off the ground and flew high above the town. Then I sped toward the cemetery and flew past the gates. The ends of my reaper robe billowed around my ankles as I landed on solid ground. Determination surged through my chest as I aimed the Mortana wand to the dirt. A pulse of magic hit the earth, causing dust to rise into the air. An eerie sensation settled over the cemetery as Mortana magic sank into the graves. Moments later, the earth began to shift. Thousands of soiled hands shot out of the dirt in a singular collective motion. Some were merely made of bone, while others still had the flesh of old cadavers clinging to their gaunt frames. Zombies and skeletons climbed out of their burial plots under the command of the wand's necromancy magic. "A threat looms on the edge of Octavia Falls," I shouted. "A golem army marches toward our home, led by priestesses who have hung and burned members of the coven. They have already razed whole neighborhoods to the ground, and if they reach town, they will destroy the homes of your children and grandchildren and force them to comply with their will. We're outnumbered, and I'm calling upon you to help. If you don't wish to participate, you may return to your graves and rest in peace. But if you're willing to help protect this home that was once yours, I ask you to join me." The zombies were nothing more than shells of their former selves. Their spirits had long since moved on. But defiling their resting place was not a decision I took lightly, so I used my magic to give them a choice. From beyond the grave, their souls could make the decision for them, and if they so desired to fight with us, they could. Several skeletons rolled back into their graves, but hundreds of others stepped forward. At the front of the group, an old woman limped toward me. Her skin sagged on her form, but her body had hardly decayed. She couldn't have been dead for very long, a year at most. Her eyes appeared glossy, but she stared straight at me. It took me a few moments, but recognition set in. Though her features weren't quite the same as I remembered, the silver bun tied neatly at the base of her neck was a dead giveaway. It was Professor Willa Poppy, who'd taught crystal studies and astral travel back at Miriam College. I recalled that she'd died of a respiratory infection during the time we'd been away from Octavia Falls. The priestesses had sucked the coven dry of so many resources that she hadn't been able to get the care she needed. Beside her, another man stepped forward. He was old and wore all kinds of rings on his fingers. I'd only met him once, very briefly. It was Theodore Knox, the man who'd owned a jewelry store downtown. I'd run into him before we fled town. He'd been one of the few business owners to welcome all castes into his store, and because of that, coven members had robbed him. I'd found him in his shop, crouched behind one of the counters after the robbery. He said he believed in us, and he'd gifted me a ring to remind me of it. That was the same ring I'd used to propose to Nadine. It seemed Theodore's support for us had never wavered, because there was a dark line around his neck, the unmistakable mark of the priestess's noose. They'd executed so many people, but I'd never known he'd been one of them. They tried to silence our supporters then, but now he'd come back to stand beside us one final time. In unison, Professor Poppy and Theodore placed a hand over their hearts, then bowed their heads at me. Behind them, the others mimicked their gesture. Their message was clear as day. "We're with you, Lucas." "Thank you for your support." I bowed my head back at them, then mounted my broom and kicked off the ground. "Follow me!" Zombies weren't particularly fast, but they moved quicker than I anticipated, their motions amplified by the power of the Mortana wand. I flew above the trees, low enough so my army of reanimants could still see and follow me, but high enough to gain a vantage point. From here I could see that the priestesses and their army had stopped their advance. Through the trees, bursts of light in all colors flashed as spells whizzed through the forest. I witnessed dozens of golems levitate into the air at once, appearing to be attached to the sky by strings. It was powerful telekinetic magic. No doubt Chloe was already putting the mentalist wand to work. Green battle magic blasted upward, slamming into the golems all at once. Their bodies exploded into muddy messes that splattered across the treetops. "Behind you!" I heard Talia's distant scream, followed by the collective battle cry from the golems. The sound of their attack was quickly silenced by an explosion so strong it seemed to rock the skies. My friends had wasted no time slaughtering the priestesses' army. The cemetery wasn't far from the edge of town, but the storm hadn't quite reached the graveyard yet. As I flew closer to the priestesses, the wind picked up, and rain began to pelt me so hard I nearly fell off my broom. I clutched the handle tighter, flying faster to reach my friends. The zombies I'd raised followed righteously on foot, though I was much faster than they were. As I flew over the forest, I caught glimpses of the army below. My friends worked in a unit, casting spells, but the golem army quickly advanced between them, forcing my friends apart. The golems blasted battle spells that exploded at my friends' feet. Alone, the spells weren't particularly impressive against the oaken wands, but with hundreds of spells coming from all angles, it was enough to kill any one of us if we let our guard down. Chloe levitated into the air to dodge an attack, while Grant used battle magic to topple trees to create a barricade against the invaders. He retreated until he and Talia stood back to back, casting spell after spell to slow the army down. Golems surrounded them from all angles, but they didn't move in for the attack right away.
"Tal, what are they doing?"
Grant shouted.
"They're mindless,"
she screamed back.
"I can't read their thoughts."
In unison, the battalion targeting Grant and Talia lifted their hands to the sky. I threw a shield around my friends, a split second before the golem's spell came slamming down on them. With all the golems working together, their spell was strong, its energy reverberating up through my wand. The spell dissipated, and Grant and Talia were already on the move again. I circled around to get a better view. Up the slope on an outcropping of rock, Lillian and Margaret were mere silhouettes through the storm as they looked down upon their army. They stood with their shoulders back, looking proud of the battalion they'd brought upon us. With my eyes on them, I could finish this once and for all. But a strong wind caught the end of my broom, knocking me sideways. I flipped through the air, but never let go of my broom. I quickly righted myself and looked around, but I didn't see the outcropping. I'd been completely disoriented. I shook my head, then did a 180 to find the outcropping was behind me now. Only the priestesses weren't there anymore. Below me, the sound of Nadine's war cry caught my attention. I gazed through an opening in the trees to see her running headfirst into a group of approaching golems. She lifted her wand, but instead of blasting a battle spell outward, tendrils of magic flowed from the golems into her wand. As the magic left their bodies, they melted into piles of mud. As soon as that group was gone, another came flooding in from the other direction. Nadine whirled on them, blasting the magic she'd just siphoned from the other golems toward the newcomers. The spell slashed through them like a sword, slicing 20 golems in half all at once. Nadine was using her Cursebreaker powers to turn their own magic against them. The golems turned to piles of dirt that quickly washed away in the rain. She tossed her wet hair out of her face and gasped to catch her breath, but she didn't have the time. Behind her, a lone golem sprinted in her direction. "Nadine!" I screamed. A crack of thunder rang out at the same time, and she didn't hear me. Swooping downward, I reached the top of the treetops and subconjured my broom. I fell through the air several feet before landing on the golem and pulling him to the ground. I half expected him to turn to mud underneath me, but he remained as solid as I was. Nadine whirled toward me.
"Good work."
"Look out!" I shouted as another dozen golems charged her. She spun around to take them out. Meanwhile, the Mortana wand had fallen from my hand and lay several yards away from me. The golem I'd tackled shoved an elbow into my face, and blood spurted out of my nose. I grabbed him by the shirt and slammed my fist into his face 3 times. I'd hoped to fuck him up the way I had with the golem the day of the hospital bombing, but the priestesses had clearly improved their golem-making skills since then, because his nose remained completely intact. His features appeared human, but they were very plain, like a guy I wouldn't notice if I passed him on the street. The last time we'd encountered the priestesses' golems, they'd made duplicates of our enemies to fool us, but the rest of their army were mere pawns, their features unfamiliar to me. I guessed it was easier magic, and that's how they'd managed to create so many so fast. The golem spotted my wand and scrambled to his feet. I raced after him, but he reached the wand before I did. He bent to grab it, but he couldn't get his fingers around it, like the thing weighed 1,000 pounds. I laughed as I raised my hand. The Mortana wand flew into my outstretched palm. "Sorry to let you down, but this wand belongs to me." That was one of the greatest perks of being a Reaper. No one could take the Mortana wand from me, because it was bound to my soul. Unlike me, the golem had no soul, and he wasn't exactly living, so my death power had no influence over him. I figured the priestesses had considered that when building their army, along with Talia's inability to read their minds and Chloe's inability to control them mentally. That's why the priestesses had gravitated toward golems, on the off chance that we had magic when they faced us. But my battle magic still worked just fine, and I summoned a powerful spell that slammed into the golem's chest and blasted him to bits. Golems continued to race out of the trees, casting battle spells from all directions. I scurried backward until Nadine and I stood back to back. I threw up a shield, but the second their spells hit, my shield shattered. I did this over and over again, working in a pattern where my shield deflected their spells for a moment before shattering. I took the opening to cast powerful killing spells, and then immediately conjured a shield again. A spell whizzed by my shield and slammed into my shoulder. I was blasted off my feet and landed flat on my back 20 yards from where I'd been standing. I gasped for breath, but I didn't have a second to catch it. I leapt to my feet again, pushing through the pain of what I was certain was a dislocated shoulder. I'd been lucky. Had the spell hit me in the head, or I'd landed against a tree, I could have easily been knocked out, and it wouldn't have taken much for another one of those spells to kill me. I shot streams of magic back at the golems, slashed them in half with all my power, and blasted shields at them so strong trees cracked in half. It seemed that for every golem we killed, 10 more were there to take its place. If they couldn't defeat us by sheer power, then they were going to wear us down until we couldn't fight back any longer. It was the priestesses' plan, I was sure. Get their army to tire us out until they could come in with the master wand and kill us once and for all. There were so many golems that they started climbing on top of one another. They seemed to move as a singular unit, climbing higher and higher until they were layers deep in bodies. The motion mimicked that of a tidal wave, until the wave crested and collapsed over top of us. I grabbed Nadine and we crouched down. Our magic surged together into a singular spell, and we conjured a shield at the last second. Our shield bowed and bent under the weight of hundreds of bodies, but it thankfully kept us from being completely crushed. The golems rolled to the side, and together we thrust our shield outward to shove them back.
"Lucas, there's too many of them!"
Nadine shouted.
"We can't keep up!"
"We've got to get to the others!" I yelled back over the roaring wind. I blasted a bunch of golems back again, but others were already approaching from the opposite side. "Then we can go after the Master Wand together. We still stand a chance if we combine our powers. The golems are a distraction, but if we get the Master Wand, we can take them all out in one go."
"All right, let's move!"
Nadine continued casting powerful spells that turned the golems to mud. She blazed a trail through the woods, while I aimed magic behind us to take out the army gaining on us. I shot a glance ahead to see Grant, Talia, and Chloe were surrounded. Talia held a shield to protect them, while Grant alchemized puddles of rainwater into vats of acid. The second a golem stepped in one, the creature sizzled and liquefied into a pile of sludge. Meanwhile, Chloe used her powerful telekinesis to topple over trees, squashing dozens of golems all at once. Nadine cast a spell that blasted into the dirt and sent a bunch of golems flying. Her spell created a clear path between us and our friends. Chloe had toppled so many trees that they stood in the center of a clearing, surrounded on all sides by massive logs and tons of wood splinters. Nadine and I leapt over a huge fallen tree to reach the others.
"We've got to get moving,"
Nadine shouted.
"We can end this if we get the Master Wand."
Chloe ducked an attack, then shot another spell outward. She lifted her hands to command wood splinters into the air, then sent them spiraling in all directions to pierce through the golems' chests. "I can levitate us all out of here, but what do we do about the golems? They'll go into town, putting our people at risk. We have to hold them off." "Reinforcements are on their way," I said as I conjured my scythe to swing at an incoming attacker. The blade sliced through his middle like warm butter. I winced as my shoulders screamed in pain. I wasn't equipped to fight with a heavy weapon in hand. Instead, I funneled my death magic into the scythe, charging up the death enchantment I'd put on it months ago. The weapon glowed with purple magic, then it remained floating mid-air when I released my hold on it. "Protect us," I ordered my scythe. As if it had a mind of its own, the blade went spinning through the air, following my command to keep the golems at bay. My scythe took out 3 golems in a single swing, then sliced through 6 more within seconds. The enchanted weapon continued slashing through the horde of golems to take them out in quick succession. Still, it wasn't enough. Golems continued to pour out of the trees, and my friends and I blasted off battle spells to slow the army down. Just then, the army of zombies I'd summoned reached the forest. Their grim moans filled the mountainside, which could be heard over the storm. Golems turned their heads to follow the sound, only to come face to face with an army of the undead that wanted to rip them limb from limb. Golems attacked with battle spells that tore the zombies apart. Body parts went flying everywhere, but the golems couldn't kill them because the zombies were already dead. Dismembered hands crawled up the golems' legs, taking them by surprise. Fingers dug into the golems' eye sockets, and the mud puppets screamed. Blinded, they ran straight into trees so hard that they killed themselves instantly. Decapitated zombies picked up their own heads and threw them at the golems, then used their teeth to bite off their ears or fingers. Various zombies reconstructed themselves with other corpses' body parts in order to take the golems in hand-to-hand combat. The zombies who hadn't been blasted apart charged the golems. Skeletons detached their own arms and used them as clubs or swords. They swung their bones at the golems' heads to knock them out, or shoved them straight into the creature's guts to kill them. In the blink of an eye, my army of the undead took out hordes of golems. Talia waved the seer wand through the air. Moments later, white wisps of magic rose from the town, gathering together in a foggy cloud that sped toward our battle on the mountainside within moments. The cloud dispersed in all directions, and that's when I realized it wasn't a cloud at all. It was ghosts. All the souls of Coven members who hadn't moved on. They'd heard Talia's magical cry for help and came running. There must have been hundreds of them. Ghosts swept through the golems' bodies, using their ethereal energy to knock the creatures to the ground, where the zombies stomped the golems to mud beneath their shoes. Golems tried to fight back with spells, but their magic merely soared through the ghosts, never once slowing them down. Our army had distracted the golems long enough that I was able to pop my shoulder back into socket. Hurt like a son of a bitch, though. We barely had a second to catch our breath before another group came marching in our direction. They were mere silhouettes through the rain, but they moved forward with such confidence that I realized it couldn't be golems. One of the figures lifted a hand, and magic whizzed from their palm. The spell spun straight at my head. "Duck!" I shouted to the others. We crouched down the same time I cast a shield. The spell smashed into my shield so hard that my arms trembled as I struggled to hold it. The attack was far more powerful than any singular golem could cast. I figured it had to be the priestesses. Then lightning streaked across the sky, and I caught a glimpse of their faces. A woman led the pack, her red curls flying wildly around her face as she stared us down with a look of vengeance in her eyes. It was Judge Calloway. Hers wasn't the only face I recognized. She was flanked closely by Professor Clark and Professor Lewis. I recalled seeing them both at the Festival of Santos a year ago. They'd been handing out flyers trying to convert people to Miriam's Chosen. They obviously still fell in line with the priestesses. Nothing had changed there. Behind them, Gwen, Camille, and Valerie stood with their hands on their hips, tossing battle orbs into the air and then catching them in a threatening way. Even Clay and Carl, the Wicked Warlock's ex-band members, had joined the troops. I didn't understand how they had any magic. Even if the waning hadn't taken it away, we should be able to control their magic with the oaken wands. "You're making the wrong choice," I told Judge Calloway. "The priestesses will kill you." Calloway waved her hand, cutting me off. She had the power to silence people, which worked great in managing the courtroom. Wasn't so great out here on the battlefield, though. The judge's voice boomed across the clearing. "I tried to give you a chance, but you never were meant to lead this coven. I pride myself in being an impartial judge, but I've seen enough to determine your sentencing. I should have condemned you to the noose while I had the chance. You promised us you'd fix the coven, but you've done nothing of the sort." Now wasn't the time for arguments. I could beg her to try to understand that we couldn't fix the coven overnight, and that we'd made progress, but needed more time, but it'd do us no good. Judge Calloway had always leaned toward the priestess's side, but now she'd committed to it. There was no changing her mind now. She may be able to silence me, but she couldn't stop my magic. I readied myself for a powerful spell, and a powerful explosion rocked the mountainside. Only it hadn't come from me. Something swept through the trees so fast that I couldn't tell what it was, but it sure as hell packed a punch. Golems fell in a straight line, following the trajectory of the mysterious projectile. A moment later, a passionate battle cry rang through the storm. Judge Calloway and the others whirled in the direction of the attack. A large group of people charged out of the trees, swinging all kinds of medieval weapons at the golems: crossbows, longswords, spears, halberds, and axes. At the front of the group, Miles swung a mace at a nearby golem, spattering him into 1,000 bits of dirt. "Ready the cannon!" someone yelled. That solved the mystery of the strange projectile. They'd brought a literal cannon. Another boom sounded, and the priestess's supporters went scattering in all directions. A cannonball shot through the trees right where they'd been standing, reducing multiple trees to splinters. The golems continued closing in, and my friends and I whipped out spells in all directions to hold them off. It didn't seem to matter how many we took out, because there were so many we couldn't keep up. "Cover me," Talia ordered. "I'm going to use the seer wand to predict their attacks." The four of us surrounded her at all angles, our backs turned toward one another. I cast a portal across the forest floor that sucked multiple golems into its depths at once, where I sent them tumbling straight into an active volcano on the other side of the world. As I forced the portal larger, my magic shuddered. Sending one person through a portal at a time was hard enough. I was already pushing the limits of what witch magic could do, and I couldn't keep the portal open. I slammed it shut, but not before catching several other golems in its edges and slicing them in half when it closed. Miles raced past us, his sheriff's badge glistening against a streak of lightning. "Miles!" I shouted. "I said we'd handle this. What are you doing here?" He gave a maniacal laugh. "Joining you, of course! You didn't think this was your fight alone, did you? We've got beef with them, too!" "On our right!" Talia shouted as the end of the seer wand glowed bright. A swarm of golems closed in on us, but Chloe levitated a fallen log and used it to knock them all to the side. They fell like dominoes. She'd slowed them down long enough for Nadine to finish them off with a spell so large it boomed louder than the thunder. Chloe whirled toward her husband. "You don't have the magic to defend yourself." Miles twisted the mace around in his hand. "That's why we've got these. We raided the torture devices archives. It's the same stuff they used at Nadine and Lucas's trial. And boy, is she a beauty." I spun to the side to deflect another attack. Beside me, Grant waved the alchemy wand at a charging squadron. He must have used his magic to alchemize the mud they were made of, because the golems stumbled forward as their legs began to crumble beneath them. The skin on their faces sagged, and their eyes popped out of their sockets. It appeared their faces were melting in the rain. They fell to the ground in human-shaped clumps of mud. "You're supposed to be getting these people to safety," I demanded of Miles. "Not bringing them into battle." "I couldn't convince them to leave, so we came to help," Miles said. I quickly assessed the newcomers, and I realized I recognized so many faces. Our friend Alex was among those wielding a sword. It seemed he'd bulked up a lot while training on the police force, because he swung the weapon with ease, slicing through the guts of multiple golems at once. I spotted Lincoln, the guard we'd suspected of letting the executors out before we learned the truth of Professor Blackbird's betrayal. He'd been honest in choosing our side, and that was evident by the way he used a dagger to gut 3 golems in quick succession. The guy was well trained, and the golems didn't even see him coming before they were mud. Beside him, Jude Bennett from the city's accounting department swung an axe that decapitated every golem that got too close. I was surprised he was here. Jude was a family man who'd already been through so much, back when we thought the gingerbread witches were going to kidnap his kid, Travis. I expected him to evacuate with his wife and child, but he'd come to fight. "That's for trying to come near my family!" Jude growled at the muddy masses he'd already slaughtered. Professor Anthony Richards marched up the mountain, holding a large vial in his hand. Beside him, Professor Nina Lauren poured various substances into his glass. Richards tossed the mixture at the golems, and they disintegrated at the smallest drop. Richards was an alchemist, and they were using what little alchemy supplies they had left, and the remnants of magic within them, to create potions. It was badass for a couple of elderly professors who spent most of their time poring over textbooks in their offices. Behind them, Darcy and Samantha used all their strength to wheel a cannon through the forest. Tyler Murphy stood on the back end of it, one foot propped up on the barrel. "Fire!" he screamed as he lit the fuse. The cannon exploded, sending a cannonball careening through a swarm of golems. The golems were powerful, but they were also stupid. There were so many attacks coming from different angles that they didn't know who to fight first. A mere second passed as I took it all in. Miles waved his hand at us. "These guys can hold their own. Besides, Verla and Warren have the town covered." Just then an explosion like dynamite shook the ground. It was louder than the thunder, and the flash of light that came from near Miriam College was nearly blinding. "And they're doing a pretty good job of holding off any golems that slip past us," Miles exclaimed proudly. "They're putting their potions to good use." 2 more people emerged from the forest. They charged forward with spears aimed at the golems' middles. In an instant, they stabbed 4 of our enemies at once. The golems became a muddy mess at their feet, which cleared a path from them to continue charging forward, piercing through one abdomen after another. The men's features became clear through the rain, and I realized it was Gregory and Braden. "Gregory?" I balked as they passed close to us. They saw us, then ran to our side. I was pretty sure they thought we'd protect them, because despite their courage to shish kebab the priestesses' army, they both trembled in fear. "Lucas, good to see ya," Gregory said as he crouched down, aiming the spear out in front of himself. He pointed it one way, then the other, like he was on high alert hunting a lion. Braden stood bravely beside his boyfriend, spear at the ready. A powerful spell shot out of the end of my wand and reduced golems to mud before I turned back to the couple. "I thought you were leaving town." "We were, but we couldn't do it," Gregory admitted. "You guys needed us," Braden agreed. "I've been running all my life, always scared of what the next shitty day will bring. But I figured I'm going to be scared either way. Might as well make myself useful," Gregory said. "And Braden wouldn't leave without me, so here we are." I applauded their bravery, but these two were going to get slaughtered out here if they weren't careful. Couldn't exactly tell them to turn back now, though. I quickly cast a shield around the couple, leaving the point of their spears poking out of the shimmering dome. "Good work, both of you," I said. "This shield will follow and protect you. Just stick together and don't get hit by any powerful spells." Gregory stood upright, throwing his shoulders back confidently. "You heard the boss, Braden. Let's whoop some golem ass." Braden gripped his spear tighter. "Let's show them what we're made of." The two charged back into the army line, taking down golem after golem. I spun around, looking for the priestesses' allies, but they'd fled somewhere into the forest. "What the fuck is going on?" Grant demanded. "How did Judge Calloway get her magic back?"
The priestesses have to be feeding them magic from the Master Wand,"
Nadine said as she landed a spell to 20 golems at once.
"I tried siphoning their powers and they resisted me."
"If they can give their supporters magic, then so can we." I lifted the Mortana wand. All the death magic of the Coven pulsed through me. I directed it toward my allies, and felt my power fill them up. Gregory stopped in his tracks, and Samantha gave a cry of relief. The two Mortana cast battle spells at the same time, and their magic exploded against the golems. "I'm back, baby!" Gregory shouted with glee. My friends followed my lead, and our allies cheered in a collective chorus as they felt their magic return. "Go!" Miles shouted, shoving my shoulder, which really hurt, damn it. "You've done enough here. We'll slow these chucklefucks down. Find the priestesses and finish this." "Tall, can you use the seer wand to see where they went?" Grant asked. She shook her head. "The Master Wand is blocking me from seeing them." "I saw the priestesses up the mountain. They can't be far," I said as I lifted my hand and ordered my scythe to fly back in my direction. My scythe sliced through a few more golems before coming to a stop in my palm. I subconjured the weapon and turned to start moving up the mountain.
"Wait!"
Chloe cried. She ran forward, then grabbed Miles by the side of the face and pulled him into a passionate kiss. Nadine grabbed her by the wrist and yanked her sideways.
"There's no time. Get us into the air."
"I love you," Chloe told Miles desperately. Then she whirled toward us and lifted her arms. Her power levitated us upward. Her magic was strong, and I felt as stable as if I were standing on solid ground. Chloe guided us up the mountain, close to the treetops, so we couldn't be easily spotted. Abruptly, she let out an agonizing scream and fell out of the air, spiraling into the trees below. I wasn't quite sure what had happened until I felt an ungodly pain cinch my guts. Grant, Talia, and Nadine must have felt it too, because all 5 of us shared a collective scream of torture. Chloe's spell failed, and we fell out of the sky. Tree branches scraped my face and tore my reaper robe as I tumbled to the forest floor. My friends landed with heavy thuds beside me. The Mortana wand fell from my hand, and the other wands scattered across the forest floor. Grant tried to crawl for the alchemy wand, but he couldn't reach it. Nadine clutched her stomach and curled in on herself. I wanted to go to her, but the pain in my body intensified, rooting me in place. I managed to push myself to my knees, but even that was too much. My body felt as if it had just been dunked into a vat of acid. Every muscle seemed to be separating from my bones, and my skin felt as if it were melting, even though every part of me remained perfectly intact. I could do nothing but scream. It was a gruesome but familiar pain. I'd felt it once before. The night I'd questioned James about Nightshade, and he used his mentalist powers to trick my mind into thinking I was dying. I knew it wasn't real, and I still couldn't convince myself otherwise. "James!" I rasped out to warn the others. 3 shadowed figures emerged from the trees. I didn't have to see their faces to recognize the sound of their gloating laughter. James led the pack, flanked by Leroy and Cody. These 3 had been nothing but bullies during our time at Miriam College of Witchcraft, and they'd been the primary perpetrators of our torture during our trial. James paced back and forth, wearing a twisted smile. "Look at what we have here. The priestesses will reward us well for our capture. Perhaps they'll make us priests, Leroy suggested. The Mortana position's about to open up for me. If my jaw wasn't clenched in ungodly pain, I'd have scoffed. Leroy was the furthest thing from a leader. He'd sooner exercise his death magic and kill citizens at the touch of his hand than help them. I tried to lift my palm to call the Mortana wand back to me, but the pain was so unbearable I couldn't unclench my fists. The only reason I haven't killed you yet is because you've got our buddy prisoner, James said. Where's Ryan? Their performance was comical. All this for Ryan? He didn't give a shit about any one of these three. Ryan had mourned the loss of his closest pals, and not one of these guys made the cut. I sucked a pained breath between my teeth. Ryan doesn't care about you. Shut up, Leroy spat. You're the ones who asked the question, I gasped between shallow breaths. Leroy broke into boisterous laughter, so loud it echoed through the storm. He knelt to my level, laughing in my face as he watched me writhe. You think you're a priest who can just walk in here and stand in their place? Look who's laughing now. What a fucking loser. These three clearly weren't on the same page, because James was worried about Ryan, while Leroy just wanted to mock me. Nobody even tried to take our wands. They were more concerned with toying with us than ending this. How's it feel? Cody growled. He walked straight up to Talia and grabbed her by the hair, yanking her head back to force her to look at him. Her eyes glistened, and it wasn't from the rain. It was obvious Talia had hoped to never see his face again, because it was the face that haunted her dreams. Cody had caused her more pain than I could ever imagine while they'd been dating. He'd been a senior her freshman year of college, and knew how to target and manipulate younger girls. She'd given him all of herself, only for him to treat her like trash. He was covert about it, always framing his insults as jokes, or worse, as compliments. He'd broken down her spirit until he could coerce her into things she didn't want to do. He'd been very calculated about it. Talia hadn't been able to report him because he didn't physically force her, but it still made him a predator. You thought you could just walk away from me, like you were better than me? Cody spat. You hurt me, Talia. Huh, as if he wasn't the cheating bastard. Beside her, Grant tried to stand, but he couldn't move under James's spell. He gritted his teeth and spat out, Leave her alone! Cody scoffed as he eyed Grant up and down. I don't know what she sees in you, but I guess you losers are better off together. She was a lousy lay anyway. Talia let out a pained groan. Hard to practice when it lasts less than a minute. Fuck you, Cody spat. I faked it because you were so boring I just wanted it to end. Is that why you stayed with me for so long? Talia winced. Her eyes darted in our direction for a second, and though our enemies missed it, her message was clear. She was distracting them. Please, Cody scoffed. We barely dated. Beside me, Nadine reached out for me, and I pushed past the pain to stretch my fingers in her direction. She took Chloe's hand on her other side, and I reached for Grant. James's spell was merely a mind game, and even without magic, we should be able to break through it. We just had to convince ourselves the pain wasn't real. With my friend's hands in mine, I reminded myself that they were what was real, not this silly charade. Grant's fingers trembled as he reached out for Talia, but her attention was laser-focused on Cody. You thought you owned me, Talia gasped. Her arms spasmed under the weight of James's spell. Chloe urged past gritted teeth. Castrate him. I didn't know what she was referring to, but it must have meant something to Talia, because she began to sob. It wasn't from the pain, though. It was more like relief. or perhaps an unleashing of courage. Her sobs turned to screams. Talia's chin turned toward the sky as she let out a grueling cry of pain. "Fuck you!" she cried. "You were never the one in charge. I was the one who gave myself to you, and you abused me. You never deserved me. I will not remain silent any longer." An invisible force blasted outward from Talia, so strong the rain around us paused for the briefest of moments. At the same time, Talia lunged for the seer wand several feet away from her. She caught Cody off guard, and he dove for it too, but she was faster than him. Talia grabbed the wand and scrambled to her feet. "What the hell?" James shouted. He shook his hands like he couldn't understand why his spell wasn't working on her. Terrible pain continued to course through my veins, but I understood now what the blast had been. It was James's spell backfiring. Talia had broken through it, though the rest of us were still trapped. Leroy ran toward Talia. If he got his hands on her, he would kill her in a second. But Grant kicked his leg out to trip Leroy. The fucker landed flat on his face. James hesitated, shooting a glance between Talia and the rest of us. For a beat, his pain spell faltered, but it came back full force a second later. He'd lost control of Talia and couldn't focus on her without losing his grip on us. Talia aimed the seer wand straight at Cody. "I get it now, why you had to convince me I was nothing and that my feelings didn't matter. You couldn't handle that my magic was stronger than yours. You're a seer with empathetic abilities, but I never saw you use them. It's because you can't, isn't it? Not because your magic doesn't work, but because you don't know how to feel for someone else. Instead of caring for people, you break them down until they feel as shitty as you do. You take people's voices away because you can't handle what they'd say about you if they spoke up. You played with my head for too long, but now I'm the one in charge. I know what you did to me, and I've seen what you've done to other girls. Now you're going to see it from my perspective." The end of the seer wand glowed. Cody clutched his head and scrambled back until he stumbled into a tree. Talia must have been projecting a vision into his mind, because he squeezed his eyes together and shook his head violently, like he could rid his mind from everything she showed him. "You bitch!" he screamed. "I'm not showing you anything you didn't do yourself," Talia shot back. "You know what you did, and now you're going to know the pain it caused." Cody dropped to his knees as veins bulged in his face. He stared blankly into the forest with a look of horror permanently etched onto his face. Whatever she showed him next caused him to sag forward and spew vomit across the forest floor. Cody couldn't handle it. He scrambled to his feet and took off down the mountain, running and screaming like a maniac. Leroy pushed himself to his feet and turned on Talia. "You're going to pay for that!" Black tendrils of magic danced out of Leroy's fingers. I'd seen his magic at play before, and knew that if he got close enough to her, his spell would kill her instantly. He could have achieved the same effect with a battle spell, but it was clear he liked to show off. "Leroy, the priestesses wanted us to—" James started. "Shut up!" Leroy spat. "The priestesses aren't here. I'm going to handle this my way, and when the priestesses put me on the council, this is the way we're going to deal with people like her who step out of line. She thinks she's so powerful, but I'll show her what power looks like." Fuck that. It didn't matter if the pain tearing my body to shreds right now was real or not. I could be burning in hellfire and still wouldn't let him touch my friend. I squeezed Nadine's and Grant's hands tighter. Then something within me snapped. James recoiled as his spell broke its hold on me, blasting outward like it had with Talia. I lifted my hand, and the Mortana wand flew into it. Leroy reached Talia, but his killing spell had died on his fingers. "You won't touch her," I growled as I got to my feet. Mortana magic pulsed through me, so powerful that I didn't even have to think about cutting off Leroy's magic. The wand merely responded to my will. I felt his connection to Alora snap as the Mortana wand overpowered him completely. The tendrils of black magic swirling out of his fingers drifted away in the wind as I severed his control of power. Leroy's eyes went wide. He touched Talia again, but nothing happened. "You're right, Leroy," I said. "You are powerful. But it's not your power that matters, it's how you use it. You could have used your power for good, but you didn't even try. Instead, to prove to everyone how strong you were, you chose to use it in the most horrific of ways. You tortured us and tried to drown me at my trial. I've watched you use your power to kill innocent people. You were a bully because you couldn't figure out how to be great without harming others. Your streak is over. I have all the magic of the Mortana cast now, and I'm going to take your power so you can't keep hurting people." "No!" he panicked. "I don't want to do this," I said honestly. "I'm not in the business of taking people's power, but if I can prevent you from stealing one more innocent life, it's worth it. I'm not doing this to punish you. I'm doing it to protect all your future victims, because you've made it damn clear you won't stop hurting people unless someone stops you first. You won't hurt my friend or anyone else ever again." He backpedaled a few steps, though he kept his arms lifted like he was trying to overpower me. But the wand had already damned him, for the spell was so strong that even if I wanted to give his magic back, I couldn't. Death was a transformation, and I had transformed his magic entirely. Leroy's connection to his magic had been severed, and his power to kill was forever gone. "You can't do this!" Leroy protested. Energy rippled through my entire form as I conjured powerful Reaper magic. The chill on my skin disappeared as my magic turned me into something otherworldly. I appeared as nothing but a skeleton, my full Reaper form. My scythe appeared in my hand, and I crossed the distance between us in a split second. The empty sockets of my skeletal face stopped mere inches from his nose.
"You want to bet?"
I threatened. Sheer terror crossed his features. Then Leroy whirled around and took off running the way Cody went. I didn't know where he would go, but it was sure as hell somewhere far away from Octavia Falls. Leroy would never show his face around here again, that was for certain. "Nobody move," James warned. He still had a hold on Nadine, Grant, and Chloe, but his arms shook like he was struggling to hold the spell. "Try anything and I'll hurt your little curse-maker girlfriend."
"No, you won't!"
Nadine snarled. Her proclamation was enough to break the last of his spell. His power ricocheted in his direction, sending him flying off his feet. Grant and Chloe sagged to the ground, letting out a collective sigh of relief as the pain ebbed away. Nadine grabbed the Cursebreaker wand from beside her and got to her feet. James trembled as he scrambled back on his elbows. Nadine aimed her wand at his face.
"It's over, James. You called me a curse maker because you were afraid of people who were different than you. It's our differences that make us a coven, but you were so intent on causing pain to everyone else around you, so you never had to feel it yourself. You wanted me to make curses. Fine, I'll give you a curse. I want you to walk in the shoes of your victims. Get on your feet, turn around, and start walking. Walk until your feet bleed. Don't stop until you know what it's like to suffer like all the people you've hurt."
James whimpered as he got to his feet. Then he did exactly as Nadine ordered. He started walking, disappearing into the trees with the gait of a man who would never be seen or heard from again. I breathed a sigh of relief, then my magic subsided to bring the flesh back to my bones. I rushed over to Nadine and swept her into my arms. Grant hugged Talia so hard he picked her nearly a foot off the ground. Chloe bent down to grab the mentalist wand from the ground. "You guys, that was totally badass."
"Scared me there for a bit," Grant said as he sat Talia down. "I thought we were going to break the spell together, but when you guys started breaking it on your own, I worried I was going to have to do it by myself."
We did break the spell together,
Nadine said.
Maybe not at the same time, but we gave each other the courage to do it.
Chloe walked over to Talia and placed her palms on her shoulders.
Tal, I am so proud of you.
Then she wrapped her in a tight hug, and Talia squeezed her back.
Thank you. I never thought I could do it, but now I know I can, and nobody will ever silence me again. Certainly not some asshat like him.
Chloe pulled away, beaming proudly.
How did it feel?
Talia couldn't help but smile.
Really fucking good. Now let's go kick some priestess ass.
We've got to get a vantage point, I said. Chloe lifted her hands, and her powers raised us into the air once again. We quickly flew upward, until Chloe deposited us all gently onto the outcropping of rock I'd seen the priestesses standing on before. There were no signs of them now. We stood at the top of a steep cliff that towered over the treetops below. It gave us a clear view of the battlefield that had been carved out in the forest at the base of the mountain. So many trees had toppled over that the clearing was bigger than ever before, at least 20 acres now. Shadowed figures ran from one end of the battlefield to the other, and screams could be heard over the storm. Explosions sounded in the distance, and flashes of magic lit up the clouds. It was impossible to tell who was winning the fight, because we couldn't see much else through the rain. I figured our side must be holding up well, because I hadn't heard a single dying thought since we arrived. Then it occurred to me that James's spell very well could have distracted me long enough to not hear a thing. We had no way of knowing what was going on down there. Chloe spread her arms to the sky.
All right, we're here. Come and get us.
No answer came, except the rumbling of thunder overhead.
I don't get it,
Grant said.
Don't the priestesses want to kill us? Why aren't they coming for us?
Because they don't know where we are,
Talia realized.
Cody, Leroy, and James took power from people because they didn't feel they had it themselves, and the priestesses are no different. That's why they're blocking me from seeing them, because they don't know how to use their visions effectively. The priestesses don't know how this is going to end any more than we do.
I wiped rainwater from my eyes. Good. We can use that to our advantage. Nadine tore her gaze from the battlefield.
Tal, you said the Master Wand was blocking your visions of the priestesses. Can we get around that somehow? If we use the Seer Wand to target other people on the battlefield, maybe they have eyes on them.
Good idea,
Talia said.
Let's work the spell together.
We ducked into the cover of the trees. The 5 of us formed a circle and created a powerful shield around ourselves. As we joined hands, magic began to pulse around us like a spinning wheel. Talia's visions invaded my mind, and we seemed to be transported down the mountain, looking over the scene. The vision gave us a clearer view of the battlefield. All across the clearing, mounds of mud were piled high from the remains of hundreds of golems. The golems still fighting hid behind the mounds, aiming powerful spells at our allies who came too close. Our people hid in the trees, blasting magic and cannonballs over the clearing. Bodies lay sprawled across the battlefield. Some were corpses of the undead who had been beaten down so hard their magic couldn't sustain them any longer. Others were Coven members who had come to support our cause. The vision zoomed in on the battlefield. A line of blood left a trail to an injured man at the edge of the trees. 3 people dragged him to the tree line and laid him down gently. The Seer Wand took us closer until we could see him reaching out with a shaky hand.
Tell my wife and son I love them,
he choked out. I saw his face in my mind's eye a second before his hand went limp. Jude Bennett had a hole ripped through his stomach so wide his intestines were spilling out. Samantha was beside him, her hands bloody as she tried to shove his guts back into his abdomen. But it was too late. His features went pale as life drained out of him. My Mortana magic fused with Talia's seer powers, and together we all felt the void of death permeate the battlefield. Jude's voice entered my mind. I did this for them. Protect my family like you protected them before, Lucas. Jude had used his last thought to send me a message, a plea from beyond the grave to do everything in my power to help. The vision lingered on Jude a few moments longer, until Nadine said,
We have to keep going.
Talia cleared her throat. Right. The vision flew us over toward the other end of the battlefield. We witnessed the golems gathering a spell together, forming it in the blink of an eye. Instinctually, I went to throw up a shield, before realizing I wasn't actually on the battlefield, and my shield wouldn't reach that far. The spell exploded toward our allies, and they scrambled out of the way to dodge the attack. But one person wasn't so lucky. Professor Lauren was an old, frail woman, and she couldn't get out of the way in time. She lifted her hand to cast a shield, but the golem's spell blasted straight through it. She was hit in the shoulder and fell to the ground, panting. Nina! Professor Richards screamed. He'd been among those who dodged the spell, and he landed on his hands and knees. He crawled over to her. Richards reached into this pocket and pulled out a tiny vial of white liquid. I brought this just in case. It's the only one I have left. Take it. Professor Lauren pushed his hand away. Save your healing potion, Anthony, she rasped. I'm prepared to go. I've been ready for a long time. Tears welled in Professor Richards' eyes. Nina, no. Fight with me. We promised to fight together. Professor Lauren took his hand in hers. We did, and we fought well. I'm ready to be with my Autumn again. You were the best colleague I could ask for, Richards told her. Then her hand went limp in his. The fight has been worth it. Her voice echoed through my mind. A shiver traveled down my spine. Tall, keep going, Chloe pressed. Our vision took us into the trees, where we caught sight of Cody tearing through the battle, trying to escape the horror of the visions Talia had given him. From out of nowhere, a crackling spell whizzed through the trees and hit Cody in the back. His form went rigid, and black veins spiderwebbed up his neck. Mother Miriam, forgive me. His voice echoed through my mind as he collapsed to the ground. The power of the killing curse seemed to shudder through the trees. This wasn't just any rogue spell. Whoever had cast it had done so with a vengeance. The vision shifted its angle, and we saw Tyler standing several feet away from Cody, his chest heaving. That'll teach you to mess with my sister, he sneered. Then he spat on Cody's corpse and walked away. I can't believe he did that for me, Talia whispered. I didn't see anything, Chloe said innocently. Keep going. We need to find the priestesses. The vision shifted again, flashing from face to face on the battlefield to hunt the priestesses down. The seer wand settled upon Professor Lewis. She didn't look as angry as the others engaged in battle. Instead, she appeared desperate. Priestesses, Professor Lewis groveled. Footsteps sounded in the background of the vision, but the spell resisted changing angles. I witnessed the flash of a black cloak, but nothing more. I saw the traders heading up the mountain, Professor Lewis said. The vision turned hazy as a muffled voice responded, but we couldn't hear what they said. Professor Lewis stumbled to the side, like someone had shoved her. Wait, don't I get a reward for helping you? Another muffled voice came, and then a sinister flash of light. I didn't comprehend what happened until Professor Lewis's voice came into my mind. I was loyal. Her final thought was melancholy, almost regretful. But it all occurred so fast, I wasn't sure she fully understood what had happened to her. Talia yanked her hands away, and the vision ended. I'm sorry, that was too much. Why would the priestesses kill their own follower? Grant asked hollowly. Chloe shifted uncomfortably. Because she outlived her usefulness. She was only going to slow them down.
That means they're on their way to us.
Nadine turned her gaze skyward.
We obtain the Master Wand at all costs. Agreed? Everyone get ready. We do this together.
I nodded firmly and placed my left hand on her right shoulder. Together. Grant did the same to me, and Talia and Chloe joined us on either side. We formed a line and lifted the oaken wands to the sky. I could feel our magic pulsing as one. The wand's power spoke to us, and we didn't even have to speak aloud to know which spell we wanted to cast. I could feel the intention of my friends, and I knew the desires of each wand as if it were my own. The wands weren't just one, but we were one. I didn't shrink down to become something else. I was still a whole and complete human being on my own. But together, by standing united with each other and the oaken wands, we each became something bigger than ourselves. We were no longer 5 individuals working toward a common goal. We were one people made of 5 different parts. 2 ominous silhouettes appeared through the treetops above us, their cloaks billowing against the backdrop of flashing storm clouds. Margaret lifted the Master Wand above her, while Lillian kept her hands outward to control her levitation powers. Before they could spot us, my friends and I blasted our magic outward simultaneously. Beams of light burst from the ends of the oaken wands, becoming one as the massive spell enveloped the priestesses entirely. It was a spell unlike I'd ever seen before, the kind so strong it made the earth shake. Above us, our spell was so bright it lit the dark sky like the sun. The forest quieted as the thunder halted at our command. My ears rang as I urged my wand to push harder. Rocks tumbled down the mountainside, and trees fell over as our spell intensified. It felt as if we were pulling magic from the core of the earth itself. All the magic of the coven flowed through us, and it was enough to drain the priestesses of their power for good. They should never be able to cast another spell again, for our magic was so strong it would forever refuse their desires. The massive ball of light in the sky became brighter and brighter, expanding outward as if it were a star about to go supernova. Then it stopped. From out of nowhere, the magic simply halted. There was no explosion, no backfire. The magic just vanished, like it was never there to begin with. The sky turned dark again, and thunder returned with a vengeance. Lightning cracked 3 times in a second. Around us, the wind picked up heavier than before, whipping through the trees at least 60 miles per hour. Now the earth wasn't rumbling in response to our spell, but because of the storm. A funnel cloud began to form overhead, and I realized we'd made the storm even worse.
"Did it work?"
Grant shouted. A loud, wicked cackle rang through the sky. I shielded my eyes from the rain and looked up to see the priestesses descending upon us. They landed in the forest with ease, like our spell hadn't even shaken them.
What a sad attempt at exhibiting your power,
Lillian mocked.
Too bad all that determination will go to waste.
We didn't let her finish. Together, my friends and I blasted out another spell, but Margaret had already flicked the Master Wand. The 2 spells rushed through the forest like tidal waves speeding toward each other. They slammed into one another, creating an echoing crack louder than any thunder. It must have been audible 100 miles away. I threw up a shield to protect us from the deafening noise. The magic from our spell shot upward toward the sky, sending light beams into the clouds. Margaret's spell had stopped ours, and its power had nowhere else to go. My friends and I held our ground, pushing with all our might to overpower her magic. I could feel her spell resisting ours, and as we touched it, her intent was clear. She wanted to strip us of our magic, the same way we intended to do to her. The only way to win this was for one of us to weaken the other, and it was obvious the Master Wand and the Oaken Wands were equally matched.
We've got to try something else,
Nadine shouted over the roaring wind. She flicked the Cursebreaker wand, and her magic rippled through us all. We could feel her intent, and instantly agreed to help her. Basic magic alone wasn't working. We had to try something darker, something sinister. If we wanted to win this, we had to put our morals aside, because we weren't playing by our rules anymore. We were playing by theirs. It wasn't a route we wanted to take, but if we didn't stop the priestesses now, they would continue their rampage across Octavia Falls and stop at nothing to bring every last coven member under their tyrannical control. Together, the 5 of us cast a curse through the earth. The magic sent black goo bubbling up from the ground at the priestesses' feet. Just one touch, and they would be cursed to surrender. The 2 of them merely laughed, like our attempt at dark magic was comical. Margaret swished the master wand, sending the black goo melting back into the dirt. Our spell recoiled, and the 5 of us were blasted into the air in all different directions. Dynamite might as well have gone off at our feet. My back slammed into the massive trunk of a tree behind me, and I felt something crack. I was fairly certain it was a rib or 2. I was so disoriented I couldn't see where my friends had gone. I forced myself to lift my head, but it pounded so hard I could barely see a thing. I caught sight of Nadine lying on her side not far from me. Her features swam in front of me, and my heart ached to reach out for her. I tried, but she was too far away to touch. Her eyes fluttered open, then closed again. She appeared to be drifting in and out of consciousness. Chloe's voice rang out from my right. "You're going to pay for what you've done to the coven!" My vision cleared to see Chloe standing in front of her grandmother. She lifted the mentalist wand, but at the same time the funnel cloud touched ground. The colossal winds of an enormous tornado swept her off her feet. Leaves spiraled upward into the air, and I was dragged across the forest floor by an invisible force. Trees groaned and cracked as they were uprooted. I grabbed a hold of a large tree root to avoid being swept up in the swirling twister. My legs lifted into the air. My broken ribs screamed in protest, and I struggled to breathe. It took everything I had to hold on for dear life without losing the Mortana wand to the storm. I heard Nadine scream, but I couldn't be sure of where she'd gone. Chloe's frightened cry ripped across the mountainside as the tornado yanked her across the landscape and out of sight. The cyclone careened off across the mountain, but the windstorm continued to whip leaves and debris across my face. I sucked in a greedy breath as my feet returned to solid ground. "No!" Grant cried. He came running through the forest from behind me, the alchemy wand at the ready. The rain above the priestesses' heads lit up a bright green, reminiscent of glowing potions from the alchemy classrooms back at school. He'd alchemized the rain into a mighty spell. The rain came down on the priestesses in a sheet, but Margaret quickly retaliated. Grant's spell backfired, and green magic spiraled back into the end of his wand. The magic lit up his entire form for a second, and then he vanished. I gasped, and the shock sent pain rippling through my torso. Grant had only been standing a few feet away from me, and now he was gone. I didn't understand what had happened. Then I spotted the alchemy wand in the dirt where he'd been standing. A fat, warded toad hopped toward the wand. The toad was Grant. I scrambled forward on my elbows, pushing past the searing pain in my side, and grabbed the toad and the alchemy wand before the priestesses could aim another spell. I shoved Grant and his wand into the pocket of my robe to keep them safe. It had all happened in a second, but Talia was already on the move. I spotted her stumbling to her feet 20 yards from me. She lifted the seer wand and aimed it at the priestesses. Our wands were still connected, and I could feel her intent. She was going to cast a spell like the one she'd put on Cody, to show the priestesses what harm they'd caused. She hoped to change their minds. No sooner had she lifted her wand did Margaret cast out a shield. Talia's spell backfired on her, sending her spinning through the air. She lay still on the forest floor, knocked out by the power of her spell. I got to my feet, but the priestesses had already anticipated my attack. With the flick of the master wand, Margaret created dozens of portals all at once. The dark depths of the abyss stared back at me. Then monsters came running. At least 20 hellish beings jumped out of the portals all at once, all salivating with the thirst for human blood. There were so many of them I couldn't take them all in. All I saw were endless gnashing teeth and sharp claws that could gut me in one swipe. One of the monsters appeared as a skeleton-like canine, almost hyena-like, with mangled ears and ashen skin hanging off its bones. It had big sharp teeth that it snapped at me as it crossed 20 yards in a single leap. I cast my magic outward, and it was so strong that I didn't even need a portal to send the beast back to the underworld. The creature vanished the second my magic touched it. A tall bipedal monster with lava for skin lashed fat fingers out at me, but I sent him back to hell in the blink of an eye. I did the same to the others in quick succession. In my attempt to defend myself, the priestesses had successfully distracted me. The second I sent the last of the monsters to hell, another spell blasted straight into my chest. An invisible force dragged me backward, binding my arms to my sides. The Mortana wand dropped from my hand, and I was yanked backward another 10 yards until my spine slammed against a tree. Fucking hurt, too. I thought the blow might have fractured another rib, but I couldn't be sure that it wasn't already broken. Lillian laughed maniacally as she flicked her wrist upward. I was yanked off my feet and into the air. Her spell was like magical ropes tying me to the tree trunk at least 6 feet off the ground. I knew my magic was still working, because I could feel my power still pulsing into my zombie army down the mountain. But when I tried to command my wand back into my hand, I couldn't do it. Lillian had used some sort of curse, fused with her mentalist abilities, to keep me from moving. I was frozen in place, unable to cast my magic. Lillian wanted me to watch, as they ripped the rest of the coven to shreds. Nadine stumbled out from behind a tree. She was the last one still standing, but barely. She had cuts all across her face, and bruises mottled her arms. She didn't waste a second casting a spell, only this time, Nadine didn't aim for the priestesses. She went after the master wand. Battle spell after battle spell erupted from the end of Nadine's wand, but the second she cast the spell, the master wand was already gone. Priestess Margaret formed a portal that she tossed the master wand through, only for another portal to open above Lillian's head. Priestess Lillian caught the master wand with an evil laugh. Nadine aimed for her, but she'd already tossed it through another portal back to Priestess Margaret. The two were playing a sick game of monkey in the middle, cackling as they taunted my wife with their games. It was 2 against 1, and Nadine couldn't keep up. Margaret caught the master wand again, but instead of tossing it back to Lillian, she spun on Nadine. An intense spell shot through the forest, so fast Nadine couldn't respond. I tried to call out for her, but Lillian's spell had forced my jaw tightly shut. Margaret's magic hit Nadine, and my wife collapsed where she stood. I watched in horror as cuts opened up all over Nadine's body. It was torture to be unable to stop it. Blood the color of ink oozed out of the wounds. Nadine's agonizing cry seemed to unravel the very fabric of reality. I'd never heard such a heart-wrenching sound in all my life. We'd been through so much, and not even the worst of it could compare to this harrowing sound. It was the kind of pleading cry that could summon the gods down to earth, because no one in any realm throughout all eternity should ever encounter such evil. Even the demons down in hell would have trouble stomaching it. Tears streamed from my eyes as I was forced to helplessly watch my wife convulse as the wicked curse bled her dry. Then she did the most marvelous thing. Nadine clutched the Cursebreaker wand tightly in her hand, and by sheer will and determination, the inky black substance reversed course. The drips that had been trailing down her face turned backward, sinking into the wounds. The cuts healed themselves as she drew the curse inward. The magic exploded out of her, barreling toward the priestesses. It swept through the forest in a millisecond, and the priestesses were caught off guard. Nadine turned their curse back on them, and the powerful magic caused both priestesses to fall to their knees. Their eyes took on a bloodshot appearance, and their jaws dropped open as their bodies shook uncontrollably. Deep red blood streamed from their eyes. I thought for sure Nadine had gained the upper hand, but Margaret pushed back with the Master Wand, and the spell broke with the power of a shock wave. The ground between us and the priestesses cracked, splitting the mountain apart. A deep cavern formed that must have stretched hundreds of feet down into the earth. Nadine moved quickly. Magic swelled through the forest, and I witnessed tendrils of magic stream out of the end of the Mortana wand and into Nadine. They were soft white wisps that were hard to see through the darkness of the storm. I didn't think the priestesses noticed it, but I did. Nadine was siphoning power from the other wands to use their magic against the priestesses. In quick succession, Nadine cast a spell from each of the other 4 casts. These weren't spells she could normally create on her own. In fact, every attempt she'd ever made to use magic from other casts had failed. But this wasn't like the magic she'd used before. With the oaken wands working together, they created spells unlike any of us had ever seen. Through cooperation, Nadine was able to funnel their magic through her own Cursebreaker wand. A smoky black substance in the shape of a skull zoomed through the forest until it became solid, like the dismembered floating head of a mythical giant. The skull hinged at the jaw like it was going to swallow the priestess's whole. Margaret swished the Master Wand, and the creepy skull turned to ash. Before the priestesses had blocked her spell, Nadine was already casting the next one. The smoke from her wand transformed into the shape of a massive cauldron above the priestesses' heads. It solidified into cast iron as it tilted, sending a sizzling black substance to pour over the priestesses like a waterfall. Margaret barely had to move her wand before the poison alchemized into snow. Harmless snowflakes drifted down around the priestesses, then got carried away in the wind. Then an image invaded my mind, one so real I forgot we were in the middle of a battle together. Instead, I stood on the edge of an outcropping, not far from here, looking over the remnants of Octavia Falls. Storm clouds brewed above the city, as if they'd never left after the fight. But it had to be years in the future. The fallen trees in the battlefield below had rotted away to nothing. The town below appeared desolate and forgotten. Far off in the distance, a lone figure in a dark cloak walked the streets, their lonely, mournful cry carrying all the way up the mountain. The scene shifted abruptly, and the lone figure grew to tower hundreds of feet above the city. They lifted their hands, and the Gothic turrets of the forgotten town grew to the size of skyscrapers. The powerful being seemed to be creating a fortress of their town. Lightning streaked across the sky as wicked laughter filled the air. Thunder cracked, and I was yanked from the vision and back to the present. The spell recoiled, and Nadine was knocked to the ground, panting on her hands and knees. I realized the vision had been Nadine's interpretation of what the future held if the priestesses had won. She'd combined seer and mentalist powers to make it appear more real than the battle we currently stood in. She wanted to show the priestesses what would come of them if they achieved their goal, that they'd have no coven left to go back to, and by winning at all costs, they'd be left as nothing more than queens of their ashes. She wanted them to feel what winning for their side would cost them, in the hopes that they'd give up. If anything, it only motivated them. The priestesses had turned the vision against her, shown her how much they relished in their victory. It didn't matter to them what was left of the coven, as long as they didn't have to hand it over. "You think your silly visions are going to stop us?" Margaret spat. "You thought you could beat us with ideas alone? That if you just told the coven to think positive and work together, all would be fine and they'd listen? This war only ever had one outcome, and it was always going to end in your defeat, Nadine, because you've been wrong about giving people choices all this time. You're too young and inexperienced to get it. It took me decades to figure it out. If we're going to follow our goddess, we have to think like goddesses, and you've been thinking too small all this time." "Your ideas are going to die with you," Lillian spat in agreement. You'll learn soon enough that no one ever wanted to listen to you in the first place." A spell shot out of the end of the master wand. I wanted to scream as a stream of black magic connected with Nadine's chest, but I couldn't make a sound. The spell hit Nadine so hard and fast that she went flying backward, spinning through the air until she landed with a heavy thud on the forest floor below me. Her head smacked against the tree I was bound against, and she lay completely still. Then her voice entered my mind, and with it the most agonizing heartbreak imaginable.
"I'm with you until the end, Lucas."
I wanted to scream, but I was trapped within my own body. That made it 100 times worse, because my grief wasn't provided an outlet as simple as a scream. If I could let out a wail right now, I was certain the whole coven would be able to hear it, perhaps even feel the grim despair ripple through their bones. Forget about defending Octavia Falls. The whole damn world was collapsing all at once. Nadine was gone. We'd lost. Margaret merely laughed, like this was some friendly game of chess, and she'd just declared a checkmate. "The chosen one is down! We won!" "Now we can finish this," Lillian cried in delight. Through my tears, I witnessed a smirk cross Margaret's features. She whirled on Lillian, the master wand pointed at her companion. "I'm afraid only one of us can continue from here," Margaret said, with a tone of fake regret. "There's only one master wand, and it was built only for a single magic user." Lillian raised her arms and dropped to her knees in surrender. I never thought I'd live to see this powerful woman grovel at someone else's feet. "Please, sister, you don't have to kill me. I have followed you all this time, and that hasn't changed." "That's why I have to do this," Margaret spat. "Sometimes being a leader requires you to make tough choices, even if you don't want to. It's not easy running a coven. People question you at every turn. Everyone wants to have it their way, but they're not smart enough or knowledgeable enough to know what it takes to manage all these moving parts. I've been a priestess for over 3 decades, and if there's anything I've learned, it's that people have to be told what to do or nothing will get done. You can give them the world, and all they'll do is whine about it. They didn't appreciate what we gave them, so we had to take it away so they'd listen. We aren't built to share power. I'm going to rebuild the coven, but this time I'm going to do it my way. You had the right ideas, Lillian, but you and I have always been in competition. You were always trying to assert your dominance, to show who was really in charge, and at times I let you believe it. You were more than happy to show off your power, and I was pleased to use it to my advantage. But your usefulness has run out, and I'm done sharing power. I can't run the risk of you betraying me." "So you would sooner betray me?" Lillian asked, as tears filled her eyes. "I did this all for you. I don't need the power of the Master Wand. You should be the one running the coven. It was your destiny all along." "Of course it was!" Margaret yelled. "Witches believe in caring for the individual, but I tried all these years to care for these people, and the minute I couldn't fix their problems, they turned on me. What about me? When do I get the credit I deserve? When will I be respected for my rightful power? Mother Miriam sanctioned me as a priestess all those years ago, but she put me through these lessons and hardships to show me how it should be done." "I agree," Lillian urged. "The coven doesn't understand how to manage under the division of power. They used their power to put my husband in prison, and I worked my whole life to change things. We need someone like you who will fight for what's right. Let me be there to help you." "I really wish you could," Margaret said in a condescending way. "But you're too much of a liability." Margaret flicked the master wand, the same time Lillian lunged forward. She shoved Margaret's wrist toward the sky, and the killing spell Margaret intended to use on Lillian shot into the clouds. Lillian yanked the wand from Margaret's hands and blasted a spell straight through Margaret's chest. It all happened so fast it seemed surreal, but this wasn't some trickery or vision. A sizzling hole sat where Margaret's heart used to be. In the blink of an eye, Lillian had turned Margaret's betrayal against her and took her fellow priestess's life. Lillian hadn't meant a word she'd said. She'd only been distracting her rival to give herself time to gain the upper hand. Priestess Margaret's body slumped to the ground. The void of death made my stomach lurch as Margaret's last thought rang through my mind. I sought power for nothing. Mere milliseconds had passed. Lillian's arm was still raised when a spell slammed into her wrist. I wasn't sure where it had come from. If I had to guess, Margaret had somehow enchanted the Master Wand to backfire on other spellcasters if she lost control of it. Lillian screamed as the sound of breaking bone filled the forest. Her hand appeared completely mangled. The Master Wand flew from her grasp, then spun across the forest toward me. A hand reached up from below me, catching the Master Wand. I looked down to see Nadine had gotten to her feet, and my heart filled with immense joy and relief. She'd been the one to cast the spell, catching Priestess Lillian off guard. I didn't get it. I'd heard her last thought. I could have sworn she was dead. Then I realized the void of death I felt with Margaret hadn't been present with Nadine. I'd been too wrapped up in my grief to realize it. I hadn't heard Nadine's last thought. She'd been communicating telepathically with the power of the Oaken Wands. She was trying to tell me she was still there, and I'd taken it the wrong way. Lillian's eyes widened in horror as she realized Nadine now held the Master Wand. She thrust her hands outward to attack, but her magic didn't come. She stumbled back a step. "That's not possible! Margaret cast a killing spell on you!"
Yes, she did,
Nadine said as she paced forward, keeping the Master Wand trained on Lillian.
And I shielded myself from her attack. The spell did hit me, but not with full force.
Nadine had faked her death to trick the priestesses. What a clever girl.
It is over, Lillian,
Nadine said. She lifted the Master Wand, and the storm calmed to a light drizzle. The crevice that had been spliced through the mountain merged together, leaving a scar behind in the earth. Lillian's spell on me gently loosened. I slowly lowered to the ground like I was attached to a harness. I landed beside Nadine, then pulled the toad from my pocket and placed him in the dirt. Grant instantly turned back into himself. He ran his tongue over his teeth. Yuck, being a toad tastes funny. Although I'm really hungry for some flies right now. You can have all the flies you want later, I said as I handed him the alchemy wand. Then I raised my hand, and the Mortana wand flew into it. Nearby, Talia lifted her head and blinked a few times before pushing herself to her feet.
Fuck, that's gonna leave a mark.
A shadow passed above us, and Chloe levitated herself down from the clouds. She kept the mentalist wand trained on her grandmother. You should have died in that storm, Lillian spat. Please, Grandma, Chloe scoffed. I have telekinesis. I can fly. That tornado pulled me off course for a bit, but I found my way back. I always do. Lillian's knees trembled. I'd never seen her look so frightened. Earlier, when she groveled at Margaret's feet, it was all an act. But the fear I witnessed in her eyes now was genuine. She'd been too sure of herself to ever think she might lose. What are you going to do now, Chloe? Lillian spat. Kill me? Chloe took several steps forward.
What's she doing?
Grant hissed. Nadine held out a hand, signaling for the rest of us to stay back.
Let Chloe handle this.
Chloe tilted her head. You think I would kill my own grandmother? Wouldn't you? Lillian asked coldly. You know I'd do the same to you. Chloe stopped just a few feet in front of her grandma. I don't understand how you could be so cruel. I'm your flesh and blood. The Does that mean nothing to you?" "Of course it does, my dear grandchild, but there are things that are bigger than us, and you continue to get in my way. I'm a motivated woman, and I'll do anything to get what I want." "Even kill innocent people?" Chloe asked sadly. "If their existence obstructed my mission, then yes," Lillian stated, sounding almost proud of such a horrendous crime. "How many innocents did you kill?" Chloe demanded. Lillian scoffed and rolled her eyes. "You expect me to keep count? Let's stop this ridiculous charade. You have the power now. Are you going to be a coward with it, or are you going to step up and be the powerful witch I raised you to be? At least if you're going to kill me, make it great." Chloe stared down at the mentalist wand in her hand, twisting it around like she was caught in indecision. "I'm sorry, Grandma, but I can't be the powerful witch you raised me to be. You taught me to be cruel, to push people down, to get where I wanted to go. I tried that for a while, and I learned it's not the kind of witch I want to be. I'm not going to kill you, but that doesn't mean I can't be the damn powerful witch I choose to be." Chloe placed the mentalist wand into Lillian's hand. My friends and I just stood there watching, trusting Chloe to know what she was doing. The instant Lillian took the wand, she aimed it at Chloe. She flicked her wrist to deliver a deadly spell, but nothing happened. Chloe scoffed. "You think I'd just hand you power after everything you've done? Grandma, I'm showing you my power. You always thought I'd follow in your footsteps and become some sort of prodigy you could mold to your will, as if your power could keep on living through me. You never saw me as my own person, but as an extension of yourself. I have power of my own, though. I always did." Lillian's eyes widened, and she took a wary step back. Chloe shook her head in disgust. "You weren't the only one who hunted down this wand and learned how to utilize its magic. I did that, and everything I do with this wand is greater than anything you've ever accomplished. Not because I need its power to make me great, because I choose to use it to help people. That's something you can never say. You think I'm fighting you because I'm some rebellious college kid who doesn't respect her elders. But that couldn't be further from the truth. Everything I've done to bring about your demise is in the name of bringing power back to the people." Chloe gave a chilling laugh. "The mentalist wand likes to play games, and it wants me to play this one with you. We've been playing together long enough that this wand is loyal to me. You wanted to control me and control the coven. Now I have control over you. I'm giving you the mentalist wand to show you that even though you have all this power in your hands, you can't use it." Lillian's hands trembled as magic swirled out of the end of the mentalist wand. Horror filled her eyes as she tried to resist, but the wand overtook her mind, controlling her to its will. "Confess what you did, Lillian!" Chloe shouted. "Tell us all what your real intentions were." "I intended to rule the coven," Lillian admitted. Her arms shuddered as she tried to resist the spell, but the mentalist wand was far more powerful than her own will. "When the waning started, I got scared. We weren't equipped to deal with something like this because it had never happened before. Nadine was right. We had to unite the people. But you can't unite people who think differently than you." "You can! It's called compromise and respect. Ever heard of it?" Chloe demanded. "People didn't respect me, so why should I respect them?" Lillian spat. "Respect is earned," Chloe shot back. "You tried to force people to respect you, and it can't be done." "I did what had to be done," Lillian sneered. "The waning was a sign that the coven would fail unless we fixed our problems. If I had to sacrifice half the coven to keep around the ones who agreed with me, then I was willing to do it." "That's thousands of lives lost at your hands," Chloe accused. "It was either thousands or all of us," Lillian insisted. "Which would you choose?" "I'd choose another way." Chloe replied. Things aren't always black and white, Grandma. Did you ever even stop to consider what Mother Miriam wanted? I knew what Mother Miriam wanted, Lillian shouted. Her teachings are clear. Protect the Coven. I did that by eliminating those who threatened our cause. You truly believe Mother Miriam sanctioned everything you did? The hangings, the burnings, the Chosen, all of it? Chloe asked. The Chosen was a sham, Lillian sneered. It was all made up to get people to fall into line. Mother Miriam didn't tell us to make the Chosen, but we had to. People wouldn't listen to us unless they believed our orders came from Mother Miriam herself. Chloe took a step away from her grandmother, like she couldn't stand to be near her. So you knew all along that you really had no power? You had to defile Mother Miriam's good name to claim it for yourself. People wouldn't give up their power to me, so I had to take it, Lillian confessed. If you and your friends hadn't been causing trouble, I wouldn't have had to kill so many innocent people. Chloe scoffed in disgust. I've heard enough. How about the rest of you? Chloe turned around, and at first I thought she was talking to us. Then Coven members started to emerge from the trees. I recognized people from both sides. Judge Calloway, Professor Clark, Gwen and Camille, along with Lincoln, Professor Richards, Alex, and Gregory. There were so many Coven members that I couldn't take them all in at once. It appeared everyone was here. Oh, remember when I was carried off in that tornado? Chloe asked innocently. I brought some friends back with me. Judge Calloway pointed a finger at Lillian. You lied to us. We followed you because you claimed it was what Mother Miriam wanted, and all this time it was to fool us. You had a responsibility to uphold, Professor Clark demanded. Your word was the law of the land, and you abused it. You take us for idiots, but you were stupid enough to get caught red-handed, Gwen added. Lincoln limped forward. He must have hurt his leg in the fight, but he pushed past the injury to face Lillian. He curled his lip up in disgust. I worked for you long enough to know you witches were morally corrupt, but I never imagined you'd go to this length. I joined the other side to end the hangings, but it looks like there's one last execution in order. You wouldn't, Lillian said in a shaky tone. Chloe wrenched the mentalist wand out of her grandma's hands. You thought I alone was going to decide your fate, Grandma? No, I'm going to let the Coven enact justice, because that's exactly what you deserve. This is the worst way for you to go. Chloe turned to the others. Here you go. Have her. The Coven rushed forward in an angry mob. Rage-filled screams echoed across the mountain range as they carried out their revenge. They grabbed Lillian and dragged her toward the cliff that overlooked the battlefield. Beside me, Nadine shuddered, and I wrapped her in my arms. Everyone seemed to be holding their breath. I wasn't sure any of us knew whether we were making the right decision, but none of my friends moved to stop it. Lillian's scream filled the air as the Coven tossed her over the edge of the cliff. It was the worst way to go. A mentalist with telekinesis thrown to their death without the power to levitate themselves and stop it. We were lucky enough not to witness her fall, but I knew the moment she made impact, because Lillian's voice filled my head. I hope the Coven receives the miserable ending it deserves. It's done, I told my friends flatly. It was strange how little I felt at her death, but honestly, I was just relieved. How can we be sure they're gone for good? Grant asked. Not everyone leaves with their Reaper. I used the Mortana wand to search out their spirits, but I found nothing except the remnants of Reaper magic in the air. They're gone for good, I confirmed. Whether by their choice or by force, they're in another realm now. We don't have to worry about the priestesses any longer. Now we can finally put this conflict to rest. With the Oaken Wands and the Master Wand, we have more than enough power to end the waning. It's time to finish what we started.